Chapter 1, Fused with Homelander at the start. 1962. A secret CIA facility. Look, it's those freaks again. Turns out freaks eat the same food we do. Then how did they become freaks? No clue. Maybe you should ask them yourself. In the cafeteria, people passing by or sitting in various corners couldn't help glancing toward the table in the northeast corner. Whispers flew back and forth, fingers pointed, and gazes lingered. Like they were watching clowns at a circus. I'm so sick of these idiots. A curly-haired blonde teenager slammed the table and shot a vicious glare around them, voice low but sharp. Sean, you should be used to it by now. Across from him, a girl with long black hair and a cicada wing tattoo on her arm looked far more composed. I don't think I ever will, Sean muttered. He turned to the blonde girl next to him. Raven, maybe you could talk to Charles. Get him to tweak these morons' memories a bit so we don't have to be gawked at like zoo animals every single day. Raven didn't reply to him. Instead, she smiled at the young boy beside her. I still think the better solution is for Alex to just chuck them all out one by one. Right, Alex? Don't be fooled by his gentle features or the scholarly vibe, similar to Hank's, even. At first glance, you might think he was the school's top honor student. But everyone at the table knew exactly what kind of power Alex was hiding inside that unassuming frame. He could lift a car with one hand like it was nothing. Throwing out a couple of 200-pound guys wouldn't be any harder than tossing out trash. Alex? Alex didn't respond. He seemed lost in thought, so Raven nudged his arm. Alex? Hearing the name jolted him slightly. Right, that's what they call me here. That's right. This Alex wasn't originally from this world. He was a transmigrator from Earth. Back in his previous life, Alex had been doing decently well. Graduated from college and landed a solid job at a mid-tier company. Thanks to his hard work, and a bit of luck, he'd climbed to middle management within 3 years, earning about $200,000 annually. Not rich, exactly, but definitely better off than most. His only regret might have been neglecting his personal life in favor of work. At 28, he was still single. Then, out of nowhere, on his way to a blind date, a sudden downpour struck. A bolt of lightning came crashing down, and lucky him, he got struck. The next time he opened his eyes, he was already in another world, in another person's body. To be honest, he panicked at first. Because this world had mutants, it had Captain America, it had Howard Stark. Sure, Captain America was already dead by now, but that didn't stop him from being a national icon. In short, this was a world of celestials, dimensional demon gods, and all sorts of insane aliens, where catastrophic, city, or planet-level disasters could break out at any moment. Living as an ordinary person in a place like this. One wrong step and you're cannon fodder, gone without a trace. Especially in New York. Luckily, like so many transmigrators before him, Alex had arrived with a golden finger of his own. Host, Alex. Age, 16. Speed, 53 meters per second. Strength, 7.2 tons. Physique, 124, average healthy adult male, 10. Mental power, 82, average healthy adult male, 10. Current template, Homelander, unlocked, 1%. Abilities, X-ray vision, basic, super hearing, basic, flight, locked, heat vision, locked. Source points, 0. With a thought, a translucent status screen popped up in front of Alex's eyes, visible only to him. He still didn't know what the system was actually called. It didn't even have a name. But its function was obvious, to grant him Homelander's powers. It had even gifted him a starter pack upon arrival. A 1% template progress boost. Don't underestimate that 1%. It had already given Alex strength, speed, durability, and mental capacity far beyond a normal human. Sure, it might not be enough once things go full chaos mode later on. But remember, right now, first class hasn't even happened. Mutants haven't gone public. The world doesn't even know they exist. Most people haven't even heard of mutants, and those who have dismiss it as conspiracy nonsense. Even guys like Magneto and other early mutants still think they're the only ones of their kind. That's why the average CIA agent in this base looked at the cafeteria's mutant crew like circus freaks, not monsters to fear or hate. As Sean said, more like monkeys than men. So why was Alex in the CIA to begin with? That was thanks to a collaboration between the future Professor X, Charles, and the CIA. In order to combat Sebastian Shaw, Charles decided to form his own mutant team. Alex, along with the future Banshee, Angel, Darwin, and Havoc, had all been brought here as potential mutant operatives. Alex? What are you thinking about? Raven's voice snapped Alex out of his thoughts. He shook off the mental clutter and said casually, nothing much. Just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well, not worth worrying about. Frogs at the bottom of the well? Raven blinked. What does that mean? Who sits at the bottom of a well to look at the sky? The others around the table also looked at him, puzzled. Alex sighed inwardly and explained, it refers to a frog that's lived its whole life inside a well. It thinks the sky is just that little circle it can see from below. It has no idea how vast the world really is. Oh. So you're calling those guys frogs, the tattooed girl said, her eyes lighting up in sudden realization. Alex was speechless. That's called an allegory. Not a direct insult. A very vivid metaphor, said a new voice. Everyone at the table instinctively stopped eating and turned toward the newcomer, Erik. Erik might not have been the official CIA liaison like Charles, but his strength was undeniable. He and Charles were the ones handling all matters related to the mutants. He'd only arrived a month or two before them, but everyone already saw him as a senior figure. And to be fair, he was quite a bit older. For advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming. Chapter 2, You're Different from the Rest. Erik, you're back. Raven was one of the first to join the CIA with Charles, and also among the earliest to meet Erik, so her tone was far more casual than the others. How did it go? Smooth? She couldn't help but ask again. Earlier that morning, Charles and Erik had gone out to recruit another mutant. According to Charles, this one might actually be a real warrior. Raven had been looking forward to it. Everyone else was also curious to meet the mutant Charles had spoken so highly of. Other than him telling me and Charles to get lost, everything went fine, Erik said with a shrug, a hint of helplessness in his voice. That cigar-smoking guy was seriously rude. It's fine. There are plenty more mutants out there, aren't there? Raven shrugged, clearly not too bothered by the outcome. That may be true, but the fact is, we're running out of time, Erik replied, shaking his head. Then his gaze landed on Alex. Alex, can you come by the office later? Charles and I have something to discuss with you. Alex was a little surprised. He couldn't imagine what business Erik and Charles would have with him. As far as he remembered, most of the mutants brought into the CIA at this stage spent their days chatting, lounging around, and doing absolutely nothing useful. Serious training with Charles didn't even begin until after the attack from the Black King, Shaw, which wiped out nearly the entire base. Until then, there wasn't supposed to be much for them to do. That was exactly why Alex had agreed to come with Charles to this facility, so he could focus on developing and mastering his powers without distractions. I'm done eating, Erik. Let's go now, Alex said after a brief moment of thought, standing up and brushing aside his curiosity. It wasn't about being polite, he really had finished. Erik nodded without another word and led Alex out of the cafeteria. What do you think Erik wants with Alex? No idea, but clearly, he's not like the rest of us. What do you mean? Come on, can any of you control your powers as perfectly as he does? Raven and the others watched them leave, whispering among themselves, speculating on why Erik was suddenly interested in Alex. But no matter how much they guessed, they couldn't come up with a clear answer. While the group debated, Alex had already arrived at Charles's office. Alex, have a seat. Coffee or tea? Charles greeted him with a warm smile, gesturing to the chair in front of his desk. His voice had that soothing, easygoing quality that put people at ease. He was the perfect image of an English gentleman, handsome, refined, and scholarly. The kind of man who drew people in without even trying. Standing off to the side with arms crossed, Erik was the complete opposite. There was a wild, untamed energy about him, like a blade sheathed but never forgotten. Even when hiding his edge, it was impossible to ignore his presence. I'm good, Professor. This is fine, Alex said as he sat down across from Charles. Are you settling in well here? Anything bothering you? Charles asked with genuine concern, like a kindly elder checking in. Everything's great. This place is amazing, Alex nodded, giving an honest reply. Glad to hear it. Charles looked pleased. Professor, is there a reason you wanted to speak with me? Alex cut to the point after the small talk. Alex, I've been keeping an eye on you. You're not like the others. You're far more mature. Sometimes, I even forget how young you are and start treating you like one of us, like Erik and me. It's not just your mindset. You're also the only one here who can fully control their abilities. I don't even know how you're managing it. At your age, neither Erik nor I were anywhere near your level. Considering all of that, I think, it's time you knew the truth. Charles's tone turned serious as he spoke. Alex, do you know the real reason we brought you all here? Erik chimed in from the side. Isn't it so mutants can stick together, support each other? Alex replied matter-of-factly. That was the pitch Charles and Erik used on everyone they recruited. That's just one reason, Erik said, straightening up, his expression hardening. Think of it more like step 1, identification. Once we've confirmed you are who you say you are, we plan to train and evaluate you. Eventually, some of you will be weeded out. I don't get it, Erik. Alex said, feigning confusion, though he already knew exactly what was going on, thanks to his memories. Alex, we're recruiting agents, Erik explained. A special task force made up of mutants. No, Erik, we're not recruiting agents, Charles interjected immediately. At least, not in the traditional sense. Right now, we just need a few mutants with combat potential. We need people who can handle certain, special assignments, temporary ones, against certain types of enemies. And even if someone doesn't make the cut for a mission, they can still stay here. No one's being thrown out. So what you're saying, Alex raised an eyebrow, is that you want to start testing me early? No. You've already passed, Charles smiled. Or rather, like Erik, you never needed a test. You've got complete control over your powers, and frankly, your strength is impressive. Alex, Erik spoke up again, Charles has too many responsibilities right now, he can't spare the time. So from here on, the two of us will be handling mutant recruitment together. You in? Alex thought for a moment, then nodded. If you guys trust me with it, I'm in. After all, he'd been living here rent-free for a while. It was only fair to contribute when needed. Thank you for understanding, Alex, Charles said gratefully. Then he flipped through some papers on his desk and handed one over. This is your next target. Alex took the file, and when he saw the photo, his brows rose in mild surprise. That face looked oddly familiar. He was sure he'd seen it before. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with power stones. For every 50 power stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those power stones coming. Chapter 3, Taking Over for Charles. So it was him. After thinking for a moment, Alex finally remembered who that guy, Chris Bradley, according to the file, actually was. He used to be one of Wolverine Logan's old war buddies. Back in the day, they'd worked under Stryker alongside Sabertooth, Ghost, Blob, and the rest, doing the kind of dirty work that couldn't see the light of day. But for some unknown reason, like Logan, Bradley eventually left Stryker's side. He went into hiding at an amusement park, using his powers to scam people just to get by. Didn't end well for him, though. If Alex remembered correctly, Sabertooth ended up killing him. So, this time, was he being sent to recruit that guy? But the man's ability wasn't exactly impressive. He could manipulate electricity, sure, but going by what Alex had seen in the movies, his power was barely enough to charge a dead elevator or make a light bulb glow without a power source. That was about it. Combat-wise? No sign of anything useful. Alex, is there a problem? Erik's voice cut in, his gaze fixed on Alex. He didn't voice the concern on his mind, namely, that they might only find a corpse, but it was written all over his face. Alex shook his head. No problem. Good. Go get ready. We leave in half an hour, Erik said with a nod before pushing the door open and stepping out of Charles's office. I'll head back, too, if there's nothing else. Alex stood up. Charles gave him a look and asked lightly, Alex, after all that we talked about, aren't you at least curious? About what kind of enemy we're up against? As a telepath, Charles rarely met people who could keep secrets from him. Even if he wasn't actively reading minds, he could still sense emotions and thoughts. But for some reason, Alex was a complete blind spot. He couldn't sense anything. Nothing at all. When the time comes, I'll know, Alex replied with a casual smile and walked out without elaborating. Charles couldn't help but sigh inwardly. For someone so young, Alex was far more composed than he'd expected. It seemed certain responsibilities could be entrusted to him after all. Sebastian Shaw's movements were becoming increasingly frequent, and unfortunately, the man had a telepath of his own capable of completely shielding him from Charles's mental probing. That rendered Cerebro completely useless against him. Charles had no choice but to rely on the CIA and their traditional investigative methods, time-consuming, tedious work. And with so many things piling up, he truly was running out of hands. If Alex could hear Charles's inner monologue, he'd probably laugh out loud. Composed, my ass. He just already knew who the enemy was, plain and simple. Back at the apartment. Hey, Alex. A few mutants were playing cards in the lounge, and they all looked up to greet him. Alex, what did Erik want with you? Raven asked, tossing a card and craning her neck toward him. Just going to find someone. Looks like we'll be getting a new teammate soon, Alex answered honestly. Really? Who is it this time? Nice. Another mutant joining the team? Everyone perked up with excitement. After all, mutants and regular humans were practically different species. That kind of kinship, the sense of belonging with one's own kind, was like running into a fellow countryman in a foreign land, indescribable. And Alex, as a mutant himself, was naturally on the opposite side of the divide from regular humans. Why you though? Asked the tattooed girl, her tone laced with a bit of envy. They'd all joined the team around the same time, why was Erik favoring Alex? Just because he was strong? Please. She could fly. She could spit acid. Maybe Erik just needed a driver. Alex shrugged and didn't bother explaining further. He headed back to his room, changed clothes, did a bit of prep, and soon it was time to leave. He met up with Erik at the rendezvous point. Erik. Alex. They exchanged simple greetings before getting into the car and setting off. Alex, mind if I ask you something? On the road, Erik casually turned the wheel and glanced at Alex as if making idle conversation. Sure, what's on your mind? Alex wasn't one to refuse. He was actually curious what Erik wanted to ask. Do you think humans and mutants can truly understand each other, live together peacefully? Wow. Straight to the deep end. Charles believes they can, Alex replied. But what about you? I'm not sure. Alex shook his head. He was still a kid, or at least that's how Erik saw him, so it wasn't like he had any profound insights into such questions. But, just look at African Americans, or other minorities in America. Even now, they haven't been fully accepted. So if Charles's vision is to be realized, it'll be a long, hard road. Why do you ask? Just making conversation, Erik replied lightly, brushing it off. Conversation, huh? Alex gave Erik a sideways glance. He doubted it was that simple. It felt more like Erik was probing his stance on certain issues. Still, Alex didn't dwell on it. The car kept moving at a steady pace. All was quiet. Springfield, Ohio. At a brightly lit, bustling amusement park. Chris Bradley looked like a giant orange tabby basking in the sun, lazily slumped at his booth. Hey, how does this work? A couple walked up, and only then did he lazily open his eyes. The blonde girl was pointing excitedly at the glowing light bulb in front of him. It's easy. Turn off the light, and you win a prize. $1 gets you 2 tries, Bradley explained. Sounded simple enough. The blonde girl immediately paid and eagerly tried the switch. Click. She flipped the switch off. The light stayed on. Okay, that's suspicious, she muttered, yanking the power plug out entirely, but the bulb still glowed. Now she was really confused. Her boyfriend came over, and with a couple twists, removed the bulb entirely. But weirdly, it still glowed. Freak. The couple was clearly freaked out. The guy muttered a curse, grabbed the girl's hand, and bolted. Looks like our little lightning boy is doing just fine, wouldn't you say, Zero? In the crowd, Sabertooth turned to Zero with a toothy, feral grin. Then, without waiting for a reply, he started striding straight toward Bradley. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming. Chapter 4, The Sabertoothed Smile. Smack. Zero grabbed Sabertooth's wrist and whispered, Victor, not now. There are too many people in the amusement park. What does that matter? You think any of them can stop me? Sabertooth sneered, utterly unconcerned. Zero said nothing. Of course, no one could stop him. That wasn't the point. Zero just didn't want him making a scene. Killing someone in front of so many witnesses would cause a huge mess. If anyone does try, I'll just kill them too. Sabertooth's voice was low, laced with malice. Victor, don't complicate things. You know how much the commander values the plan. Let's wait until later tonight when the crowd thins out. Zero was practically begging, rubbing his throbbing temples. You trying to use Stryker to threaten me? Sabertooth's eyes narrowed as he grabbed Zero by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Zero felt his throat on the verge of being crushed, his face turning red from lack of oxygen. With great effort, he choked out, Don't misunderstand. It's just a suggestion. Sabertooth stared at him for a couple of seconds, then finally dropped him. Cough. Cough. Zero staggered back, coughing violently. Damn it. That really takes the fun out of it, Sabertooth grumbled. But he didn't press further, backing down for now. After all, it was already getting dark. The amusement park would be closing soon. In America, many businesses shut down early at night. People didn't usually wander around late, freedom or not, the amusement park was no exception. About an hour later, guests began to leave in waves, and vendors around the park started packing up. Creak. A black sedan pulled up outside the amusement park. Erik and Alex stepped out one after the other. "This is the place, right?" Erik looked around, then double-checked the address on his file. Confirmed. The two headed into the park. It was the tail end of closing time. Other than the vendors tidying up their booths, the park was almost deserted. "Excuse me, sir, do you know where Bradley is?" As they passed the entrance to a roller coaster, Erik asked an older man locking the gate. "What do you want with him?" The old man was cautious, giving them both a once-over. Erik's eyes lit up, finally, someone who knew Bradley. "I'm from his hometown. Just need to talk to him." Erik lied without batting an eye. "Oh, I see. Just keep heading east. His place is all the way at the end." "Thanks, sir." Following the directions, Erik and Alex moved east through the quiet park. Sure enough, they soon spotted a short man packing up some props. Looked just like the photo. Bradley. Alex muttered internally, "Lucky break. Looks like Sabertooth hasn't gotten to him yet." But then, Erik suddenly stopped. His gaze sharpened, snapping to the left. Alex followed his eyes. Two burly men were standing near the carousel, smoking. Sabertooth. N0. Erik didn't recognize them, but Alex did. Immediately. No doubt, they were here to kill Bradley. Well, scratch what I said earlier about good luck. Still, even after identifying them, Alex remained calm and collected. He didn't consider them a real threat. With his current power, Sabertooth was nothing. "Erik, those two don't look like park staff," Alex said in a low voice. "Doesn't matter. Let's keep going," Erik replied, withdrawing his gaze and motioning for Alex to follow. As far as he was concerned, unless they got in his way, he didn't care who they were. They approached Bradley. "Excuse me, Mr. Bradley. I'm Erik, this is Alex. Mind if we talk?" Bradley paused, eyeing them warily. "Do I know you?" "We haven't met, but that's not important." "We're about to," Erik said with a smile. At the same time, his power flared, he gestured toward a prop in Bradley's hand, and it floated into the air. You're one too." "That's right. I'm a mutant," Erik said firmly. "Another one?" Sabertooth, watching from afar, raised a brow in surprise. Then a cruel grin spread across his face. "0, looks like we've hit the jackpot. Guess luck's on our side tonight." Sabertooth's mission lately had been to help Stryker find and capture mutants, dead or alive. And now, just as he was taking a break, another one practically fell into his lap. "No, make that 2. If the tall guy was a mutant, chances were the younger one was too. Perfect. Once I finish this cigarette, I'll kill them all." His grin widened, eyes gleaming with malice. Back at the booth, Erik hadn't noticed a thing. His focus was entirely on Bradley. And Bradley, seeing Erik's ability, softened slightly. "Come in." After a moment's hesitation, Bradley invited them inside. "Didn't think I'd run into one of my own in a place like this," he said, gesturing for them to sit. It had been nearly 5 years since he'd seen another mutant, ever since he escaped from Stryker. "There are more of us where I come from," Erik said immediately. "And we'd be glad to have you. We want all mutant brothers and sisters to stand united." "You mean, you're from a mutant organization?" Bradley's tone changed subtly. Mutant organizations, he'd gone to great lengths to escape one. No way he was jumping back in. He didn't want anything to do with that life again. "If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you." Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those power stones coming. Chapter 5, Alex Takes Action. Yeah, something like that. You could see it that way. Erik nodded after a brief pause. He still wasn't sure where Bradley stood, so he wasn't about to lay all his cards on the table just yet. I'm sorry, but I don't think we have anything more to discuss. Please leave. Bradley, who had remained relatively polite until now, suddenly stood up and coldly dismissed the two of them. Mr. Bradley, perhaps it's best if you hear me out before making a decision, Erik tried to salvage the situation. No need. I'm sorry you came all this way for nothing. Bradley's tone made it clear, this conversation was over. Erik didn't insist any further. He exchanged a glance with the young man beside him, Alex, and the two stood up, ready to leave. If someone didn't appreciate your good intentions, there was no need to keep shoving your kindness in their face. Creak. They pushed the door open, but neither of them expected to find a burly man standing outside in a black trench coat, his face rough and unshaven. It was the same man Erik had briefly locked eyes with from afar earlier. Sabertooth. That's it? Doesn't look like the meeting went too well, huh? Sabertooth grinned, his very presence radiating a kind of primal menace. Victor. Bradley's expression changed slightly the moment he recognized him. During their time working together, Bradley had seen firsthand how deranged Victor could be. This man was a cold-blooded killer, plain and simple. Ah, come on, Bradley. Aren't you happy to see an old friend? Sabertooth shot him a sideways glance. Excuse me, could you move aside? Erik frowned, noticing how Victor was completely blocking the doorway. No. Don't apologize, Sabertooth said, raising a finger and wagging it mockingly. Because I'm the one who should apologize. Oh. And why's that? Erik's brow arched slightly. Even a fool could tell this guy wasn't here for a friendly chat. Sabertooth just chuckled. Then, without another word, his hands twitched, and long, gleaming claws sprouted from the tips of his fingers. None of you are leaving here today. He stepped forward into the room and slammed the door shut behind him. New task generated. Objective: thwart Sabertooth's assault and protect Bradley from being killed. Reward: 100 origin points. Just then, a few lines of text popped up on Alex's system interface, making him pause in surprise. But that moment of surprise quickly turned into excitement. The system had finally given him a mission. And a mission meant a reward. Rewards meant power, and power meant progress. Alex didn't know exactly what these origin points were yet, but that didn't matter. He was all in. Sabertooth, looks like I'll have to put you down. Clang. Clang. Suddenly, the metallic hum of movement filled the room. Every metal object inside began to float into the air, suspended midair under Erik's control. They hovered like an army of mechanical guardians, swirling protectively around him. It was quite a sight to behold. He wasn't called Magneto for nothing. Hope you give me something fun to play with, Sabertooth sneered, his body crouching low like a predator ready to pounce. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the hovering metal objects shot toward him like a barrage of deadly arrows. Bang! 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 Sabertooth went full beast mode, his claws slicing through the air. He batted away the incoming projectiles one after another, TVs, shelves, appliances, everything was smashed like papier-mâché in his path. He bulldozed forward with brute force and terrifying momentum. But Erik wasn't letting up. He launched wave after wave of metal toward Sabertooth, refusing to give him even a second's rest. As strong as Sabertooth was, he couldn't dodge everything. SHNK SHNK SHNK. Several kitchen knives drove straight into his abdomen, forcing a twisted grin of satisfaction onto Erik's face. Got him. But the next moment. Roar. A beastly roar burst from Sabertooth's mouth. Despite the blades lodged in his torso, he lunged forward like he hadn't been injured at all. In the blink of an eye, he closed the remaining distance and appeared right in front of Erik. His right arm raised high, claws flashing as he swung viciously downward. Erik's pupils shrank. At the last possible second, he yanked a metal cabinet in front of him as a shield. Boom! Sabertooth's claws slammed into the cabinet, denting it with a sickening crunch. The force of the blow sent Erik flying like he'd been hit by a wrecking ball. His body slammed against the wall before crashing to the floor. This version of Erik hadn't yet trained under Charles. He wasn't the Magneto of the future, his powers were still limited. On top of that, Bradley's house was small, leaving him with few metal objects to use. Outmatched and out of options, Erik quickly fell behind. Cough, cough. Pain surged through his chest. It felt like his ribs were shattered, and he couldn't even catch his breath. Die. Sabertooth didn't let up for a second. He leapt forward again, claws flashing with murderous intent. Stryker had told him to bring them in dead or alive, but unless explicitly told to keep someone breathing, Victor always went for the kill. After all, from Stryker's perspective, blood samples were just as useful as living bodies. Just as his claws were about to tear into Erik. Whoosh! His vision blurred. That young man, the one he hadn't given a second thought to, suddenly appeared between him and Erik like a phantom. With a clenched fist, Alex launched a devastating punch straight into Sabertooth's chest. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed through the room. Sabertooth's massive body flew backward like a missile, crashing through Bradley's wall with a thunderous explosion. Debris flew everywhere. He hit the ground outside hard and skidded across the pavement for several meters before finally coming to a stop. Silence fell over the scene. Everyone stared at Alex, eyes wide with shock. This kid, was that powerful? For advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming. Chapter 6, Not Even in the Same League. Erik, are you okay? Unbothered by the shocked looks from the others, Alex walked over at a calm, steady pace and offered Erik a hand. I'm fine, Erik muttered, a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected to screw up in front of a junior, and the sting to his pride showed as he awkwardly took Alex's hand. Alex pulled him up effortlessly. Erik, keep an eye on Bradley. Leave this guy to me. No, Alex, Erik shook his head, eyes narrowing. That guy's a real beast. Bloodthirsty. Dangerous. Sure, Alex was strong, he'd just flattened Sabertooth with a single punch, but a life-or-death battle wasn't something you could win with brute strength alone. Especially not against someone like him. Erik had seen killers before. This guy. He was the real deal. A butcher soaked in blood. Not someone a green kid could handle. Trust me, Erik, Alex said with a smile, casual as ever. He's nothing to worry about. Without waiting for a response, he strode toward Sabertooth. Erik still had his doubts, but he wasn't Charles. If Charles were here, he'd never let Alex take this risk. But Erik. Erik thought maybe some real combat experience might be just what Alex needed. Besides, he'd be watching from the sidelines. If anything went wrong, he'd step in. No way he'd let the kid die. In fact, part of Erik respected him for it. The guts, the fearlessness, Alex wasn't like those other sheltered kids. A heart like that? That's how real warriors are born. A wet, ragged cough broke the silence. Sabertooth staggered to his feet, looking like hell. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his chest had caved in from the punch. He tore open his shirt. The wound across his torso was a bloody, gory mess, absolutely horrifying to look at. Any normal person would have been dead from that hit. No question. Well. Sabertooth casually wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression slipping into something unhinged. That was one hell of a punch. But so what? As he spoke, the muscles on his chest began to twitch and shift. The terrifying wound started closing, fast. Within seconds, it was like he'd never been injured at all. Aside from the bloodstains, his body looked pristine. He even yanked the table knife stuck in his gut and tossed it aside like it was nothing. Erik's face darkened. No wonder his earlier stabs had done nothing, this guy had some freakish healing factor. That changed everything. Off in the distance, Zero just stood there, watching the chaos unfold like it was a show. No sign he'd help out. Part of it was that Sabertooth hated interference in his fights. But more than that, Zero knew exactly how insane Sabertooth's regeneration was. He wasn't worried at all. Even if Sabertooth took a beating, he'd just heal through it until his opponent was ground down. You reminded me what pain feels like, Sabertooth snarled. So I've decided, I'll make you suffer before I kill you. He pointed one clawed finger at Alex, then dropped to all fours like an animal and charged. Alex! Erik shouted behind him. I got this. Alex called back, already moving. Before the words had even left his mouth, Alex surged forward like a bullet. His speed was insane, even Erik struggled to track him. Alex could hit over 50 meters per second. To put that into perspective, modern highway speed limits cap out at 120 kilometers per hour, that's only 33 meters per second. Alex was almost twice that fast. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Sabertooth. The pressure wave from his movement hit first, a rush of air so powerful it made Sabertooth's breath hitch. Then, Sabertooth's vision blurred. Alex's fist came flying in, a brutal hook aimed at his head. Fast. Sabertooth was stunned, but not scared. With his absurd healing factor, he never took opponents seriously. He lunged forward, claws slashing at Alex's chest, going for a straight trade, just like Logan would. Take a hit, land a hit. Bleed the enemy out over time. But that strategy only worked if your opponent could be hurt. Alex wasn't even touched. Boom! Before Sabertooth's claws could reach him, Alex's punch crashed into his skull. Sabertooth flew, launched like a missile, skidding across the ground for dozens of meters before slamming into the dirt, completely still. If you got close, you'd see it wasn't just a knockout. His head was wrecked. Caved in. Blood pouring from every orifice. Like something out of a horror movie. It was only thanks to his enhanced physiology that his skull hadn't just exploded. Alex's punch carried over 7 tons of force, like getting hit by a speeding delivery truck. Even Sabertooth couldn't tank that. He was out cold. Shit. That's not good. Zero cursed under his breath, his expression finally shifting into something grim. He hadn't seen how Sabertooth got wrecked the first time. But this time, he saw everything. Sabertooth hadn't just lost. He got flattened. They weren't even in the same league. If it wasn't for his healing factor, Sabertooth would be dead. Zero had seen enough. Bang! Without a word, he raised his gun and fired at Alex. But Erik wasn't just standing there. With a flick of his hand, his powers activated, and the bullet froze midair, just inches from Alex. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, Erik sent a barrage of nearby metal objects flying at Zero, including the bullet he'd just stopped. Bang! 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 Zero darted and weaved, narrowly dodging the projectiles while returning fire, his gun spitting bullets in rapid succession. Just like that, the battlefield exploded into chaos. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 power stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those power stones coming. Chapter 7, The Mutant Organization. No matter how deadly Zero's bullets were, they were completely useless against Erik. So Alex wasn't worried about him. Instead, his eyes drifted to Sabertooth, whose head was rapidly regenerating, and he fell into thought. With that freakish healing factor, taking down Sabertooth with just his fists was going to be a tall order. Was he supposed to beat the guy into ground meat? That would be a little too brutal. As he pondered, Alex scanned the area. His gaze landed on the 2 steak knives Erik had used to skewer Sabertooth earlier, now lying casually discarded on the ground. Without hesitation, Alex strolled over and picked one up, weighing it in his hand. Sure, Sabertooth could heal fast, but if he chopped off the guy's head in one clean swipe, there was no way he'd survive that, right? It's not like Sabertooth was Deadpool, he couldn't regrow a whole head. The only issue was, would this knife be sharp enough? Could it at least slice through garlic without breaking? But reality didn't give him time to keep testing theories. Sabertooth was already back on his feet, fully recovered. The wild beast within him had completely taken over now. Blood covered his face, but that vicious grin still stretched wide, he looked like a demon straight out of hell. He lunged at Alex once more. Alex effortlessly dodged with speed far beyond that of a normal human, pivoted to Sabertooth's side, gripped the knife tight, and slashed with all his might. Clang! A cold flash of steel. Schlick! Sabertooth's head flew clean off, a geyser of blood erupting from his neck. It was downright spectacular. Momentum carried his headless body forward another 2 steps before it collapsed hard onto the ground. The severed head arced through the air in a graceful curve, sailing dozens of meters before finally landing on the grass like a kicked soccer ball. You killed Victor. Bradley stared at Sabertooth's corpse in stunned disbelief, his mind struggling to catch up. A savage beast like Victor had just been killed, by this young man. He couldn't believe it. This kid even looked kind of scholarly, and yet he was this dangerous. If he can't grow a new head, then yeah, I'd say he's dead, Alex said with a shrug. Ugh. A grunt came from the other side of the field. Erik had finished his own fight. Zero, riddled with the bullets he had fired himself, collapsed to the ground with wide, unwilling eyes. Off he went, to reunite with his dear comrade Victor. Because good brothers go out together, after all. Mission complete. Congratulations, host, 100 origin points acquired. Origin points, the fundamental energy source for host's advancement, upgrades, and growth. Begin your path of evolution now. At the same moment, a string of system notifications popped up in Alex's mind. Put simply, origin points were the key to Alex's progress and evolution. He could use them to unlock more of the Homelander template, boost a specific stat, or even directly upgrade his existing abilities. In short, his growth was tied to origin points. Alex, I've got to say, I didn't take you for the violent type. Erik walked up beside him, glancing down at Sabertooth's headless corpse, and shrugged. There was a lot of blood, sure, Alex said earnestly, but I'm pretty sure he died peacefully. No pain at all. And that wasn't even a joke. With the speed of that slash, he could have sliced through flesh with a piece of paper. Sabertooth's head had come off in an instant. He probably didn't even realize what had happened before his brain went flying. Honestly, with how tough he was, he might have even gotten a brief taste of what it felt like to fly. You alright? This time, Erik looked Alex straight in the eyes, no jokes, no banter. He had teased him earlier to lighten the mood. After all, killing someone, even in self-defense, could leave lasting psychological trauma, especially for someone so young. I'm fine, Alex replied with a shake of his head. Even though it was his first kill across both lives, he was surprised to find he wasn't shaken. Not in the slightest. If you ever want to talk, I'm here. Erik gave his shoulder a reassuring pat before turning his attention to Bradley. Who were those two guys? I think you just pissed off the wrong people. Bradley's face had turned grim. Oh. Erik narrowed his eyes. What kind of people? That guy with the claws, his name's Victor. The other one, we just called him Zero. As for where they're from. Bradley hesitated, carefully choosing what he could say. They're part of a secret organization. Hidden. Dangerous. What kind of organization? Erik's gaze sharpened like a blade, his tone heavy. Bradley tensed under the pressure. This guy suddenly felt terrifying. I said, what kind of organization? Erik grabbed Bradley by the collar, voice rising. Was it Shaw? From what Erik knew, the only mutant organization with real power was Sebastian Shaw's Hellfire Club. Shaw. No, man, who the hell is Shaw? Don't play dumb. Was it Shaw? Man. I don't even know who that is. Let go of me. You're lying. Erik. Calm down. Alex quickly stepped in. I don't think he's lying. And he didn't just think it, he knew. The organization Bradley referred to was Stryker's little mutant operation, not Shaw's. He better not be, Erik muttered, letting go of Bradley's collar with a glare. If I were you, Bradley said as he smoothed out his clothes, I'd get the hell out of here. Fast. He might have been pissed, but he still gave them an honest warning. He'd heard the rumors. Victor had been hunting down rogue mutants for years. In a way, these two strangers had just saved his life. You're coming with us, Erik said, grabbing Bradley by the arm and dragging him toward the car. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming. Chapter 8, We've Got a Problem. Faced with Erik, a mutant strong enough to kill Zero with his bare hands, and his companion who had taken down Sabertooth with ease, what choice did Bradley really have? Even if he was reluctant, what options were left? Especially now that both Sabertooth and Zero were dead, there was no way Stryker would let this go. That meant Bradley was inevitably going to end up on the run too. Looking at it from that perspective, maybe getting captured by another mutant organization wasn't such a bad thing after all. At the very least, it would make it harder for Stryker to find him, right? With that in mind, Bradley settled down and didn't make any trouble. He obediently followed Erik and Alex to the entrance of their secret base. At the base entrance, Agent Moira, having received word in advance, stood waiting with several CIA operatives. Charles was there too, having arrived even earlier. Erik, this is the guy. Moira sized up Bradley with a skeptical look. Erik had said he'd captured a suspected member of the Hellfire Club, but this scrawny guy didn't look the part at all. He's not, Charles said, shaking his head firmly from the side. He had already read Bradley's memories and could confirm the man had no connection to Shaw. Charles, are you sure? Erik walked up, visibly unwilling to accept the truth. Did you use your powers? I'm sorry, Erik, but yes, I did. And he's really not one of them. Charles's tone left no room for doubt. Disappointment washed over Erik's face. Frustrated, he kicked a small stone at his feet, sending it flying. He had been chasing Shaw for years. The one time he'd come close was 2 months ago, on that cruise ship. He'd tried to kill Shaw without hesitation. Not only had Shaw escaped, Erik had nearly lost his own life in the process. If Charles hadn't intervened, Erik would have drowned in the icy waters. The main reason Erik had agreed to stay with the CIA these past 2 months was to use their resources to track Shaw. But despite all his efforts, they'd come up with nothing. Now they'd finally caught someone, and it was the wrong guy. Of course he was dejected. Moira let out a soft sigh. Shaw wasn't just Erik and Charles's target, he was also a major threat to the CIA. This shared goal had been the foundation of their collaboration. "I've said it from the beginning, you've got the wrong guy," Bradley cut in, seizing the opportunity to plead his case. "You've made a mistake." "Yes, we have." Charles wasn't one to deny his mistakes. He gave Bradley a nod. "If my friend and I caused you any trouble, I sincerely apologize." "Save it." Bradley shrugged, clearly unimpressed. "I'm guessing you're not just going to let me leave, are you?" Whatever this organization was, it wasn't likely they'd let an outsider walk away after seeing the location of their base. Bradley wasn't naive, he'd worked under Stryker, after all. "It's not as simple as you think," Charles admitted, not denying it. He glanced at Moira and Erik. "I think, we've got a bit of a problem. Let's take this inside." Moira and Charles exchanged a look, then the whole group moved briskly into the base. After securing Bradley in a guarded room, Charles, Moira, and Erik gathered in the office. "Charles, what's going on?" Moira asked impatiently. "Wait," Erik interjected before Charles could respond. "Let's bring Alex in too." "Isn't that a bit premature?" Charles hesitated. He'd planned to talk with Erik about Alex's performance during the mission before deciding how much to let him in on. "Charles, he's already involved. Once you're in, there's no going back. And besides, I think he's ready." Erik spoke with conviction. Charles paused, surprised by Erik's confidence in Alex after just one mission. But he trusted Erik deeply, so he gave a light shrug. "As long as Moira doesn't object." Moira MacTaggart, CIA covert operative. While investigating Sebastian Shaw, she discovered the existence of mutants. That led her to consult Charles, an expert in genetic mutations, and their cooperation began from there. Over time, she became one of the most trusted allies to the mutant cause, and Charles's lover, once upon a time. Though their relationship had been complicated. "Alex? The young man who went out with Erik yesterday?" Moira asked, surprised. "So he's the one you two have chosen?" "Just him." "For now, yes," Charles nodded. "But I believe he's just the beginning." "All right." Moira thought for a moment, then agreed. He was involved in all of this, after all. "Charles, go ahead and call him in." "Sorry, Moira. My powers don't work on Alex, so I'll need you to send someone to fetch him." Charles looked a little embarrassed. "They don't work?" "He's a telepath too?" Moira asked in surprise. "I thought he was more of a physical type." "To be honest, I don't know. He's unlike any telepath I've ever encountered," Charles said with a frown. Back on the ship, he'd battled the White Queen in a psychic duel and had clearly sensed her power. But with Alex, it was different. He couldn't sense anything at all. His powers simply didn't work. "What an interesting young man," Moira murmured. Her curiosity piqued, she immediately dispatched someone to bring Alex over. Soon, Alex appeared at the office. "Alex, this is Agent Moira. I'm sure you've heard of her," Charles offered a quick introduction. Though this was technically a CIA base, high-level agents like Moira rarely showed themselves to outsiders. "Agent Moira. It's a pleasure." "The pleasure's mine." They exchanged brief greetings before sitting down. "All right," Charles said, tapping his fingers lightly on the table to gather everyone's attention. "Now that we're all here, let's get started. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming." Chapter 9, Enhancement and Power-Up. Bradley isn't one of Shaw's men. He belongs to a secret military task force. That's right. A mutant task force. And, they've been involved in some highly illegal activities for quite some time. Under the weight of everyone's gaze, Charles slowly began to speak, sharing the memories he had read from Bradley's mind. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned heavy. The involvement of the military made things significantly more complicated. So you're saying Alex and I killed 2 mutant operatives from the military, and captured a third alive? Erik arched a brow, visibly troubled. You killed people. What happened out there? Moira looked dumbfounded. I thought you were just going to talk, like you've been doing all along. It was supposed to be a simple recruitment mission. How did it turn into a bloodbath? Agent Moira, we were acting in self-defense, Alex explained earnestly. They came out of nowhere and tried to kill us. We had no choice. He quickly gave a rundown of what had happened on site to both Moira and Charles. After hearing the story, Moira frowned deeply. It was clear now, the 2 agents had gone there to silence the defector. Alex and Erik had just happened to get caught up in the mess. Given the seriousness of the situation, Moira didn't dare take it lightly. She immediately had Bradley brought in for interrogation. But Bradley kept his mouth shut. No matter how hard Moira pressed him, he didn't say a single word. In the end, it was Charles who had to use his powers to dig through Bradley's memories for more intel. William Stryker, Moira. He's the one who organized the mutant task force. Charles's expression darkened further. William Stryker? You mean the son of Deputy Director Stryker? Moira looked as though she'd just swallowed a bug. As a senior CIA agent, she was well aware that Stryker was the Deputy Director of Field Operations at the CIA. And his son just so happened to be named William Stryker. This was huge. Moira still remembered how she and Charles had reported the existence of mutants to a room full of CIA executives at headquarters, only to get mocked and chewed out. The director had even threatened to demote her to the typing pool. It wasn't until Raven pulled off a full shape-shifting performance that they finally believed her. And among those laughing hardest back then? Stryker. And now they find out his own son had secretly formed a mutant task force long ago. So why had Stryker pretended to be clueless? Or, did he really not know what his son was up to? No one dared to think too hard about it. The water ran far too deep. One wrong move, and they could all get swallowed by this massive whirlpool. The room fell into a heavy silence, the tension practically suffocating. Alex, you can head back for now, Charles finally said after a long pause. But remember, what happened here today must not be leaked to anyone. I understand, Charles, Alex nodded, exchanging farewells with Moira and Erik before heading for the door. Alex, Charles called out again just as Alex reached for the doorknob. Alex turned around. We'll take care of it. Don't worry, Charles said seriously. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a magnetic quality that made people instinctively believe him. That was Charles's charisma at work. Of course, Charles. With that, Alex stepped outside and closed the door behind him. Everyone inside the office looked troubled by the mess they'd stumbled into, but Alex? He honestly wasn't too worried. If the sky was falling, there were bigger people holding it up. He had the CIA's backing. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, with Charles and Erik, 2 walking cheat codes, around, nothing seemed like a real problem. Alex returned to his dorm in high spirits. As soon as he closed the door, he eagerly opened up his personal status screen. Host, Alex. Age, 16. Speed, 53 meters per second. Strength, 7.2 tons. Physique, 124, average adult male, 10. Mental power, 82, average adult male, 10. Current template, Homelander, unlocked 1%. Abilities, X-ray vision, basic, super hearing, basic, flight, locked, heat vision, locked. Origin points, 100. His stats had clearly improved, and most importantly, he finally wasn't sitting at 0 origin points. Detected, host has surplus origin points. Would you like to use them for enhancement now? Of course he would. Who in their right mind would sit on these points instead of upgrading? The only question was how to spend them. After all, there were many possible enhancement paths. Alex took his time going through the options. It didn't take long to realize that using origin points to boost individual stats was highly inefficient. The returns weren't worth the cost. Unlocking more of the template, however, gave a far greater overall boost. That settled it. Alex dumped all 100 points into the Homelander template. Congratulations, host. Homelander template unlocked, 2%. Only 1% more. That's it. Alex was a little speechless. He'd gone through all that trouble just for 1%. Host, Alex. Age, 16. Speed, 61 meters per second. Strength, 15.2 tons. Physique, 144, average adult male, 10. Mental power, 102, average adult male, 10. Current template, Homelander, unlocked 2%. Abilities, X-ray vision, basic, super hearing, basic, flight, locked, heat vision, locked. Origin points, 0. But when he looked at his updated stats, he couldn't help but feel excited. All his physical attributes had taken a huge leap. His speed now clocked in at 61 meters per second, and his strength had more than doubled to over 15 tons. It might be hard to grasp those numbers without context, so let's put it in perspective. First off, his running speed was now double the maximum speed allowed on highways. Which meant Alex could easily outrun most cars, on foot. And remember that scene in Captain America, Civil War where Cap held back a departing helicopter? That was an AS-350, a French military chopper weighing about 2.5 tons. And even Cap was gritting his teeth doing it. Alex? He could now stop 6 of them, with one hand. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming. Chapter 10, Operation on Hold. Aside from the quantifiable stats on Alex's panel, the unquantified abilities had also received a significant boost. Take, for example, X-ray vision and enhanced hearing. Previously, his X-ray vision could only penetrate up to 10 meters, nothing more. But now, he could effortlessly see through everything within a 50-meter radius. As for his hearing, so long as Alex willed it, he could clearly hear Charles and the others' conversation in the office, as if he were standing right there. We must take this to the grave. Act like none of it ever happened. Whatever William Stryker and his mutant squad are up to, it has nothing to do with us. We were never involved. What about Bradley? Wipe his memory and send him away. As far as we're concerned, he was never here. What if Stryker sends people after him again? If Stryker does that, he must have a reason. Charles, we shouldn't meddle in other people's business. At most, we can send Bradley somewhere safe and let him live quietly. That's all we can do. Charles, Erik, and Moira were engaged in a fierce debate inside the office. After what felt like an endless exchange of arguments, the three finally reached a consensus: erase Bradley's memories of meeting Erik and being brought here, then quietly relocate him to a secure location. Moreover, since the matter involved a high-ranking CIA official, they agreed to bury it completely. No reports. No leaks. At least, not until they could confirm whether Jason Stryker was involved. For now, the only thing they could do was move fast, erase all possible traces before Stryker caught wind of it. They had to make sure he wouldn't trace anything back to them. Ohio. Amusement Park. Once bustling with life, the amusement park was now completely cordoned off. Police tape covered every entrance, and officers stood guard at key locations. Whoop whoop whoop. The sound of rotor blades roared overhead as a military helicopter slowly descended onto an open space in the park. A man in sunglasses stepped down from the chopper. It was William Stryker. A young man with 2 long swords strapped to his back, who had been waiting on site, quickly approached. "Sir, did the chopper run out of fuel mid-air or something? You stopped to refuel, didn't you? You're 30 minutes late. Even if you're the boss." "Shut up, Wade. I swear, one day I will sew your damn mouth shut." Stryker interrupted impatiently. "Has the scene been preserved?" "Sure has. It's a small town, nobody dares disobey a military order. The sheriff practically sent half the force over." "Anything useful?" "Last night, 2 out-of-towners showed up at the park looking for Bradley. Some witnesses saw them fight, but it was dark, so they couldn't make out much. Oh, and sir, you have to see Victor's body. Poor bastard's head was sliced clean off." Wade's rambling kicked in again, and only when Stryker shot him a cold glare did he finally shut his mouth. Wade was one of Stryker's elite mutant operatives, and a powerful one at that. When those twin blades got moving, he could take out a whole squad on his own. Obedient, too. Not like Victor, who was always a pain to manage. Just one problem, Wade never stopped talking. And he had no concept of timing. "Anything else?" The 2 out-of-towners asked around about Bradley. They were clearly here for him. Stryker frowned. Bradley was weak, why would anyone be targeting him? Something didn't feel right. "Sir, let me handle this. I know you want to find whoever killed Victor. Honestly, I'd love to see whether their blade is faster than my sword." "No, Wade." Stryker cut him off. "Victor's dead, so you're taking over his assignments. I'm handing this investigation to someone else. Just get me that serum." "No problem on the Ghost. But what about Logan? Didn't you have other plans for him?" "You don't need to worry about Logan. Besides the Ghost, there's someone else. I think you'll really like what he can do." Stryker handed over a file. Wade glanced at it, and his eyes lit up. "Whoa. He can shoot lasers from his eyes. That's badass. I like him already." "Good. Do your job. I'm going to talk to the witnesses." CIA base. Shaded pathway. Alex and Charles strolled leisurely under the trees, or at least, that's how it looked to an outsider. "Alex, I've erased Bradley's memories. Moira will have him discreetly relocated tonight," Charles said casually, despite the gravity of the matter. "This incident is serious. None of us can breathe a word about it, not to anyone. Are we clear?" "Crystal," Alex nodded without hesitation. "Good." Charles seemed pleased with Alex's understanding, then changed the topic. "Also, recruitment is on hold for now. Someone saw you and Erik at that amusement park. Stryker might come sniffing around. Don't worry, we've already erased most of the evidence. As long as you stay put, there'll be no trouble. Anyway, I have to go, Moira's waiting." "Relax, everything's under control." They stopped at a fork in the path. Charles gave Alex a small wave, then walked off to meet Moira and Erik, who were waiting ahead. Alex returned the wave, watching them leave. "Avoiding Stryker, huh? Honestly, I'm not afraid of him," Alex muttered with a shrug. Laying low in the CIA wasn't part of his original plan. In fact, he'd been hoping that wandering outside might trigger another mission like the one at the amusement park. But after some hesitation, he dropped the idea. Running around now would only create more trouble for Charles and the others. And Alex wasn't the kind of guy to stir the pot just for fun. Besides, his stats had just seen a major boost, it was the perfect time to get used to his upgraded body. And if he remembered correctly, something big was about to happen inside this very base. Why go chasing opportunities, when the opportunity might come knocking? For advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming. Chapter 11, I Am Homelander. Bang! 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 Inside a hidden training room of the base. Alex was shirtless, his chiseled muscles defined like they'd been sculpted from steel, powerful, sharp, and radiating raw strength. Any girl who saw him would probably take a second look, or a third. He was pounding his fists into a punching bag. Not your typical kind. This one was made of metal. Yeah, metal. That's what it had come to. Alex's strength had grown far beyond what normal training equipment could handle. So Charles had specially commissioned this reinforced metal bag just for him. Currently, Alex's physical strength was over 14 times that of a regular human. He wasn't bulletproof yet, but bullets could only pierce his skin slightly before getting lodged in his flesh. With a few boxing raps, smashing metal like this was no big deal. It had been over a week since the Springfield amusement park incident. Everything had been quiet since then, eerily quiet. No trouble had come knocking. Maybe Stryker had found nothing, or maybe he was cooking up something big. Or maybe he was just too busy elsewhere to bother. Alex didn't care either way. At his current power level, unless Stryker rolled in with a full-blown army, he wasn't worried in the slightest. Compared to Stryker, he was much more interested in improving his own abilities. Not bad. After a few days of training, I've finally gotten the hang of this strength and speed. As he threw another punch, Alex nodded to himself, satisfied. Just then, he suddenly stopped, wiped off his sweat, and casually walked to grab his shirt from the coat rack. He had heard footsteps. And judging from the rhythm and weight, he knew immediately who it was, Raven. Everyone had a unique gait. Alex never noticed these details before, but with his enhanced hearing now, it was impossible to miss. Creak. Sure enough, the door swung open, and Raven stepped into the room. Holy sh**t. She yelped the moment she caught sight of Alex's half-naked torso, just as he picked up his tank top but hadn't put it on yet. Alex, damn. Your body's insane. What girl could resist this level of temptation? Raven's eyes practically sparkled. Alright, that's enough. Your eyes are about to fall out, Alex said mercilessly as he pulled the tank top over his head, denying her any more eye candy. So this is your workout secret? Beating up a metal punching bag? Raven glanced at the dented, mangled bag nearby and winced. What a freak. Even among mutants, this guy was a monster. No, my secret is drinking lots of warm water, Alex replied with a straight face. Raven. The hell? Who even drinks boiled water anymore? Whatever. Anyway, do you even realize the party's already started? Everyone's waiting for you, she said, snapping back to her original task. Ah, crap, I totally forgot, Alex admitted honestly. He'd been so into training, he completely lost track of time. I knew it. Hurry up and take a shower, and get downstairs. Don't keep us waiting. Alright, I'm coming. After a quick rinse and change into a fresh outfit, Alex made his way down to the lounge on the first floor. Inside, he saw Raven, Hank, Alex Summers, Sean, Armando, and a few others all gathered together. Chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was warm and lively. Alex pushed the door open and stepped in. Sorry I'm late, everyone. Perfect timing. Raven beamed. We were just coming up with cool code names for ourselves. I'm calling myself Mystique, and Armando's going with Darwin. Mystique officially enters the scene. Mystique, huh? Nice pick. And Darwin, is that based on evolution? Alex asked as he found a seat and joined in. Exactly. My power is adaptation, Darwin explained simply. Dude, earlier Darwin stuck his head into the fish tank, and gills actually grew on his neck. Alex Summers excitedly gestured while telling the story. I'm thinking of going by Siren. Thoughts? If it were me, I'd go with Angel. That was my stage name, after all. Havoc. Now that's a name that fits my vibe. Future Siren, Havoc, and Angel, names now officially online. And you, Alex? Got a name yet? Angel fluttered her wings, hovering slightly above the ground as she looked at him. Alex paused for a second, then said 3 words with a calm expression. Homelander. Everyone blinked in confusion. Homelander? What the hell was that supposed to mean? Nobody had a clue. Alex, does Homelander mean something? Why that name? Raven asked curiously. You don't get it? Perfect. The cooler the name, the less people should understand it, Alex chuckled. No one pressed further. The party vibe returned, and soon everyone was showing off their powers and letting loose. A true mutant party. Bzzz. Siren opened her mouth and shattered a glass with a sound wave. Zzzt. Havoc, aka Alex Summers, fired a few energy rings that sliced a garden statue in half. But Alex didn't join in. He simply sat quietly on the couch, thinking. If the story was on track. Black King Shaw and his crew were probably about to show up soon, right? What the hell do you think you're doing? A voice boomed across the room, filled with anger. Moira, along with Charles and Erik, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, storming in. Seeing the wrecked room and the kids acting like goofballs, Moira was absolutely furious. And it wasn't just her, Charles and Erik both looked deeply disappointed. Moments ago, they just wrapped up a meeting. The CIA had finally uncovered a lead on Sebastian Shaw, and the 3 of them had agreed to bring the young mutants into the mission officially. Naturally, higher-ups were skeptical. But Moira had confidently vouched for them, promising that these recruits weren't just some average kids. They were top-tier talents. And now? Total face-slap moment. Aside from Alex, the rest had completely embarrassed themselves. Who broke the statue? Moira snapped. Alex Summers, someone replied. No, it's Havoc now. That's his new name, Raven added, still buzzing with excitement. Then she pointed to Charles and Erik, and you guys, we were thinking. You should be Professor X, and you. Magneto. Professor X and Magneto, officially online. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming. Chapter 12, The Black King Strikes. How impressive. Erik's face was tinged with undisguised disappointment as he spoke in a biting, sarcastic tone. I had higher hopes for all of you. Charles couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly, but then his gaze shifted toward Alex, and he added. Not you, Alex. You've done exceptionally well. Mystique, Havoc, and Siren couldn't help but glance at Alex, who was sitting calmly to the side. A trace of guilt surfaced on their faces, they had gone a bit too far. Angel, however, simply scoffed and turned her head, visibly displeased. Though she said nothing, she was clearly unconvinced. Who do they think they are? Coming here to scold me like I'm some kind of child. Wasn't it them who begged me to join in the first place? Alex, could you come over for a moment? We need to speak with you. Moira called, motioning to him. Alex had a vague idea of what this was about but didn't say anything. Without a word, he followed Moira, Charles, and Erik to a grassy area a short distance away. Alex, we've managed to gather some intel on Shaw. Our jet is scheduled to take off in an hour. We're heading to the Soviet Union, and we were wondering if you'd like to join us on this mission. Erik said seriously, looking to gauge Alex's thoughts. What do you think? Ever since the amusement park operation, Erik had been thoroughly impressed with Alex. But Alex didn't give an immediate answer. He knew this mission would turn out to be a bust. Shaw wouldn't be in the Soviet Union. Only his confidant, the White Queen, would be there. In fact, Shaw was headed here, to this very base. Alex quickly made up his mind. Erik, I appreciate the trust, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline. I don't know why, but something seems off with my body lately. He decided to fall back on an old trick from his past life, calling in sick. What's wrong? Are you okay? Charles immediately looked concerned. I'm fine, Charles. It's just my eyes, they hurt sometimes, like something is building up inside, trying to burst out. This was Alex planting the seeds for unlocking his heat vision down the line. Have you gotten it checked out? Moira asked. I plan to talk to Hank about it later, Alex replied. Beast, nicknamed Bigfoot by the group, didn't seem very useful apart from being fast. But only Alex knew what a treasure Hank truly was. The Blackbird jet, Cerebro, even a future cure for Charles's paralysis, all would be Hank's inventions. A man like that was no joke. All right then. If it gets worse, go to the infirmary. Charles nodded. In the meantime, stay at the base. We'll take a closer look at your condition when I return. I'll be here. Okay then, we're off. Take care. Alex waved goodbye as they left. But he didn't return immediately. Instead, he walked off in another direction. Since Shaw would be arriving soon, he needed to make some preparations. By the time Alex made his way back, the once rowdy group of young mutants were sitting stiff and silent. Siren had even gone so far as to pick up and straighten a toppled chair. The scene reminded Alex of naughty children caught misbehaving by their parents. Well, Charles sure knew how to kill the mood. Mystique Raven finally broke the silence with a dry cough, trying to ease the awkward tension. Who the hell do they think they are? Our parents? Angel huffed in irritation. But, we did wreck quite a few things. Siren mumbled guiltily. Government property. Havoc Alex chimed in like a dagger to the heart. So, what about our party? Siren asked quietly, glancing around. Party? Dude, what are you on about? The party's over, man. Havoc sighed and shook his head, then took the lead in cleaning up the mess. The others followed suit without further complaints, joining Havoc's cleanup crew. As for why Charles and Erik had pulled Alex aside, no one asked. They had long gotten used to it. Everyone knew Charles and Erik placed great importance on Alex. They had played recklessly, and now they were paying the price for their fun. It took quite a while, but the group finally managed to get the place looking somewhat normal again. After the whole ordeal, Raven, Havoc, and Siren began reflecting on their actions. They gathered on the couch, discussing how maybe it was time to start changing themselves. Meanwhile, Darwin pretended to be immersed in their video game, using it as a way to mask their own unease. At that same moment, inside one of the offices at the base. Still no confirmed location on Shaw. No. That's exactly what Moira's team is going to verify. Two CIA agents were deep in conversation when a strange noise rang out. One of the overweight CIA executives stood up, walking over to the window to investigate. But just as he turned around, a red-skinned figure appeared out of nowhere, ghost-like in its suddenness, and seized one of the agents. The next instant, both were gone. By the time the executive turned back around, he was stunned. Where the hell did he go? Whoosh! Before he could react, the red-skinned mutant reappeared, grabbed him, and vanished again. Moments later, the executive found himself hundreds of meters above the ground. Then, the red demon let go. He fell. Thud. A sickening crunch echoed as he hit the ground. Bam! 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 A series of muffled thuds began ringing out around the base. The young mutants felt something was off and quickly moved to the windows. Only Alex remained calm, he already knew what was coming. The Black King had arrived. Those sounds. Red Nightcrawler was butchering CIA agents like cattle. Thud. A CIA agent's mangled corpse dropped from the sky, landing with a sickening splat in the courtyard, right in front of everyone. Eh! The young mutants screamed in panic. Sure, they had powers, but they were still just kids who had never witnessed real bloodshed. What composure could they possibly have? Thud. 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 More bodies followed, raining down across the compound. Panic erupted. Total chaos. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming. Chapter 13, If You've Got Guts, Come at Me. What's going on? Siren gripped the windowsill with both hands, as if only by holding on could she find some sense of security. What the hell is happening? Alex the Ravager swallowed hard, his throat bobbing visibly. It's mutants, other mutants. Hank, more mature than the rest, made the call calmly. In a situation like this, only mutants could pull something like this off. Regular humans? Not a chance. Alex, how are you staying so calm? Mystique turned to him, eyes wide with disbelief. How are you not freaking out? After all, the base was under siege. There was a massacre going on. And yet Alex didn't seem afraid at all. That's easy. Alex gave her a cheeky grin. I'm pretending. Mystique. Even the others, Siren, Havoc, Darwin, were completely floored. To think he still had the presence of mind to joke around at a time like this. His nerves were something else. They were practically pissing themselves over here. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted in the distance. The CIA agents had begun a full-on firefight with the intruders. Fall back. Get back to your rooms, we're under attack. A squad of special agents burst in, rifles raised, shouting at the group of mutants. They might have mocked the mutants before, treated them like zoo animals. But now, in the heat of crisis, they still did their duty, placing themselves between the enemy and the mutants, even if it meant facing death. New mission generated. Objective: prevent Black King's group from taking any mutant. Reward: 300 origin points. Right then, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Alex's mind. A new mission, finally triggered. Alex felt a jolt of excitement surge through him. Wait, only 300 origin points. His excitement instantly deflated, and he silently cursed the system. Last time, taking down Sabertooth netted him 100. But this time, he was going up against 3 powerful mutants, Black King Shaw, Azazel, and Riptide, all of whom were far stronger than Sabertooth. The difficulty was easily triple, and the system was only offering 300 points. Seriously? But then again, maybe it wasn't that unfair. After all, the mission wasn't asking him to kill the Black King and his crew, just to stop them from taking any mutants. And if he recalled the storyline right, Shaw had gone to great lengths to break into this secret facility, only to end up taking one mutant, Angel. Just her. Which meant the mission could basically be summed up as, don't let them take Angel. There were plenty of ways to make that happen. He could knock her out right now, for example. But that would be insane. No way was Alex doing something that random without cause. As for facing Shaw and the others head-on, Alex wasn't worried. He had the strength now. He might not be able to kill Shaw, but Shaw wouldn't be able to kill him either. 300 origin points. Fine. If Daddy System said so, then so be it. Whoosh. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a blur appeared at the entrance of the lounge, Azazel. He struck a dramatic pose, arms spread wide like rows on the Titanic. He's behind you. Watch your backs. The mutants inside the room screamed warnings at the CIA agents. The agents whirled around and opened fire on Azazel without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of bullets rained down on where Azazel had just been standing. Whoosh! But he vanished like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside an agent, grabbed the rifle out of his hands, and fired on another agent. The team reeled in shock, trying to respond, but before they could act, Azazel disappeared again, reappearing elsewhere like a specter of death. Meanwhile, a sudden tornado erupted in the courtyard outside, tearing toward the massive orb structure at its center. Within seconds, it was obliterated. That orb was the cerebral amplifier Hank had built for Charles Xavier, one of the few things Sebastian Shaw genuinely feared. So Shaw hadn't just come to abduct mutants. He was here to destroy Cerebro, too. Whoosh! The tornado, as if it had eyes, shifted direction and headed straight toward the building. Then it stopped just outside another window. There stood a man with long, flowing hair, clad in a neatly tailored suit, riptide. Frontline slaughter by Azazel. Rearguard sealed by a wind-wielding mutant. There was no way out. Mystique, Siren, they were all drowning in despair. Alex, what do we do? Siren turned to him, eyes pleading. Yeah, Alex, think of something, added Havoc. At a time like this, with Charles and Erik absent, Alex had become their pillar of support without even realizing it. Stay here. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Alex's voice was calm and steady. But those guys outside won't last long. We have to leave, now. Darwin argued urgently. That red-skinned freak can teleport. What's the point of running? Alex shot back with a single sentence, shutting Darwin up completely. Just stay put. Leaving those words behind, Alex didn't waste another breath. With speed surpassing that of any car, he launched himself toward Azazel. Those CIA agents were trying to protect them. Since he had the power, he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Shing! In the plaza, Azazel stabbed one agent clean through the chest. He was just about to finish off another when, whoosh, a sudden gust of wind and a blur of motion slammed into him. Alex had arrived. A fist rocketed toward Azazel's face. Whoosh! Azazel vanished. Alex's punch hit nothing but air. Humph. What's the fun in bullying regular people? Alex turned, scanning the area. If you've got guts, come at me. This wasn't posturing. He was baiting Azazel, drawing his attention. Because Azazel's teleportation made him nearly impossible to hit head-on, even at twice the speed of a car, Alex couldn't keep up. The only way was to get Azazel to attack him instead. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming. Chapter 14, Got You. Get back. It's dangerous here. Hurry, get out of here, they're after you. Seeing Alex walk out on his own, several CIA agents couldn't help but turn and shout at him. Of course, some agents had already been scared half to death by Azazel and Riptide. They stood trembling, jaws clenched tight in fear, barely able to hold their weapons, let alone worry about Alex. Sorry, I'll be borrowing this. Alex ignored their warnings completely. He reached out and snatched an assault rifle from a nearby agent. Taking 2 steps forward, he reached the base of a half-destroyed statue, the one chopped in half earlier. With a light leap, he landed atop the statue. Gripping the rifle tightly, Alex scanned his surroundings, eyes sharp and ears alert. Whoosh! A streak of red light flashed through the crowd. Azazel appeared. The CIA agents didn't even have time to react. But Alex did. Bang! He spun on his heel and fired a shot the instant Azazel appeared. Whoosh! Azazel vanished again before the bullet could strike. He had no choice. Alex's reaction speed was simply too fast, so fast that Azazel barely had time to do anything before a bullet came screaming toward him. Whoosh! Bang! Whoosh! Bang! And so began a game of cat and mouse between Azazel and Alex. Every time Azazel appeared, a bullet would immediately follow, forcing him to teleport again and again. Provoked to this degree, Azazel's focus quickly shifted. He stopped targeting the CIA agents and began closing in on Alex, teleporting rapidly around him, trying to find an opening. Interesting, Riptide muttered from the side, crossing his arms as he watched the show. He had no intention of stepping in. They were veterans who had fought alongside Sebastian Shaw through countless battles. Ganging up on a rookie? That wasn't their style. Besides, Riptide knew Azazel's capabilities well. It might look like Azazel was being suppressed for now, but in reality, that kid hadn't posed any real threat. It was only a matter of time before Azazel turned the tables. Never expected to find someone with such potential hiding here. Just then, a deep voice rang out. A man in a sleek helmet, exuding authority and confidence, strolled into view. It was Sebastian Shaw. He had already cleared out the rest of the CIA's defenses elsewhere and now sauntered in casually. Clatter, clatter. The remaining CIA agents immediately raised their rifles and trained them on Shaw. But Shaw didn't even spare them a glance. To him, they were nothing more than ants. Riptide finally stopped spectating. With a flick of his wrists, he sent out a spinning whirlwind that howled through the air and swept across the agents like a storm. Screams and muffled groans echoed throughout the room. When the wind finally died down, not a single agent was left standing. At least, unlike Azazel's attacks, which were always fatal, most of them were still alive. Just beaten up and looking absolutely miserable. High up on the statue, Alex glanced calmly at Shaw, making no move to attack. He knew that any attack on Shaw would only serve to empower him. A complete waste of effort. Shaw. I was just about to finish things here. Azazel suddenly reappeared and hurriedly reported to Shaw. After all, Shaw had sent him and Riptide ahead to clear the path for the main group of mutants. Now that Shaw had arrived and Azazel still hadn't handled a single target, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. No rush, Shaw replied with a chuckle, clearly enjoying the show. I'd like to get to know this promising young mutant better. Still, no matter what Shaw said, Azazel didn't dare slack off. He began blinking around Alex at even faster intervals, appearing and disappearing at a dizzying pace. Bang! 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 Alex's shots came faster and faster, but he was clearly starting to fall behind. Azazel's flickers were simply too quick now. To make things worse, his magazine ran dry. Alex cursed silently and quickly checked his weapon. This is it. Azazel seized the split-second opening and appeared behind Alex, reaching out to grab him. If he succeeded, the fight would be over. Azazel could teleport them both into the sky, and drop him from above like he'd done to the CIA agents earlier. Watch out! Shouts of warning rang out. Raven, Hank, Siren, and the others couldn't help but cry out in alarm. SHK. But at that exact moment, Alex suddenly reached behind him, like he had eyes in the back of his head, and caught Azazel by the throat. Before Azazel's hand could even touch him, Alex had already made his move. Crack! Without a word, Alex twisted sharply. Azazel's neck snapped. His eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how this young man had done it. How was he so fast? Azazel could never have imagined that Alex had been tracking his heartbeat the whole time. In a battle against someone like Azazel, who could teleport at will, sound was far more reliable than sight. Every time Azazel moved, Alex could detect it half a second faster than normal people. That was why he had drawn Azazel in, why he let him get close. Because only in close quarters could Alex guarantee the kill. From a distance, he'd have to turn, aim, and fire, too slow, too many steps. He'd miss his shot. But up close, he'd only need one move. And that one move had just ended the game. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming. Chapter 15, Pioneer of a New Era. Despite the flood of questions swirling in his mind, the Azazel would never get his answers. His vision went dark, and he completely lost consciousness. Thud. Alex finally flicked his wrist and tossed the Azazel's corpse to the ground like a dead dog. He actually killed that terrifying guy. No way. That has to be fake, right? Raven, Hank, Darwin, and the other mutants who had been worried about Alex just moments ago were all left dumbfounded. 1 second, Alex had been in a desperate situation, on the verge of being flung into the sky. The next, he completely reversed the tide and took down his opponent in a flash. The shift was so abrupt, none of them could react. Azazel. Even the Black King froze for a moment, then couldn't help but gasp with shock and heartache. Shock, because he had never imagined someone as powerful as the Azazel, a mutant who could breeze through the most challenging missions, would die on such a simple one. And at the hands of someone so young. The heartache was because Azazel had been one of his most invaluable right-hand men. Loyal and capable, someone irreplaceable. But right after, the Black King's eyes lit up with a fiery intensity as he stared at Alex. This young man was the most promising mutant he'd ever seen. He must be brought under his banner. If he could recruit Alex, then losing Azazel wouldn't be such a loss after all. Poor Azazel. If he knew that his master had tossed him aside the moment he died, one could only imagine how he'd feel. But that was the Black King for you. Cold-blooded, ruthless, and willing to do whatever it took to achieve his goals. You killed Azazel. Riptide's eyes widened in disbelief. With a flick of his wrist, a cyclone began to swirl in his palm. Whoosh! But before he could even unleash it, Alex snapped his arm forward and let loose a flash of cold steel. A dagger tore through the air like a streak of light. Where did the dagger come from? Naturally, Alex had prepared it earlier, during the time he disappeared after Charles and Erik left. With strength measuring in the dozens of tons, the blade shot out like a missile, streaking toward Riptide with terrifying force. How long would it take for an object accelerated by 10+ tons of force to travel 20 meters? Just the blink of an eye. SHK. Riptide only saw a blur before his body jerked violently and was flung backward. Boom! He crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. The dagger had pierced clean through his right chest, embedded deep in his body. You. Riptide barely managed to stammer those 2 slurred words before his head lolled to the side. He stopped moving altogether. The room fell deathly silent. Everyone just stared blankly at Riptide's lifeless body, struggling to process what had just happened. This was a mutant capable of summoning tornadoes at will, strong enough to destroy large-scale facilities like the Cerebro Amplifier with ease. Even a team of elite agents couldn't so much as scratch him. He could wipe them all out with a wave of his hand. To them, Azazel was terrifying, but Riptide's destructive power far surpassed his. And now, this powerhouse of a mutant was dead. Just like that. But to Alex, it wasn't anything unusual. Many mutants were like that, high offense, low defense. Magneto was the most classic example. His power was unquestionable, remember that scene in Days of Future Past, where he ripped up an entire stadium in a fit of rage? It was badass. Way more powerful than Riptide at this stage. Yet even he got taken down by Raven with a single well-placed bullet. Same with Professor X. If someone wore a helmet that blocked his telepathy, even a random dude with a knife or a gun could kill him. Of course, this refers to pre-wheelchair Charles. So for Alex, despite Riptide's strength, he had a fatal weakness: his powers weren't instant cast, or at least, couldn't instantly reach the target. After all, tornadoes needed time to form and travel. And Riptide himself sucked at hand-to-hand combat. So why on earth would Alex fight him head-on like an idiot? Use your brain. Taking him out quickly was the smart move. No wonder he's Alex. That was badass. After the initial shock, the mutants around him were all fired up. 2 out of the 3 enemy mutants had been eliminated in the blink of an eye. The crisis was almost completely resolved. With Alex around, there was this unexpected sense of calm and security. They looked at him with eyes full of admiration, practically worshipping him. Compared to how useless they had been, Alex's performance stood on a whole different level. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. The Black King actually looked at Alex with nothing but admiration as he clapped enthusiastically. As if the 2 who died weren't his top aides, but just random nobodies. Truly astounding. The praise on his face was unfiltered. He strode confidently toward the group, but his gaze remained fixed on Alex. Do you have any idea what those 2 were capable of? How powerful they were? And yet you took them both out. I honestly didn't see that coming. You didn't even blink. Someone like you shouldn't stay buried in a place like this. Come with me. A new era is on the horizon, our era. It was a heartfelt invitation, straight from the Black King himself. You're right. A new era is coming, Alex nodded. The Black King's smile grew wider. He looked incredibly pleased. This young man really was a gem. But I'm quite sure, Alex continued, eyes steely, that the new era we're talking about isn't the same. And the one who ushers it in won't be you. Not me. The Black King raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. Don't tell me, you think it'll be you. To be fair, Alex had the Homelander template, and he knew how future events might play out. If anyone had a shot at ushering in a new era, he probably had the best chance. But Alex had no intention of debating the matter with the Black King. He was a transmigrator, after all. And if there's one thing he knew, it was that running your mouth in front of the villain is just asking for death. For advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming. Chapter 16, Alex's final trump card. Whoosh! Another gleam of cold light flashed through the air. Alex flicked his wrist once more, and another dagger slashed through the sky, slicing out a razor-sharp arc of steel. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Black King. But unlike what happened with Riptide, nothing occurred this time. The dagger froze midair as if it had collided with some invisible force, an unknown energy barrier. Then clink, it simply dropped to the ground. Not even a scratch on Black King. What the hell? Why didn't the dagger pierce him? The surrounding mutants were dumbfounded. If even the dagger couldn't get through, then what chance did bullets stand? Only Alex knew the reason. Of course, Black King had instantly absorbed all the kinetic energy from the dagger, reducing its velocity to 0 in an instant. Naturally, it couldn't penetrate. It could only fall harmlessly to the floor. No wonder he's called the Black King. Alex couldn't help but mutter inwardly with reluctant admiration. You had to admit, Black King's power was ridiculously overpowered. A total cheat. It meant that all forms of attack, physical or energy-based, were useless against him. It's pointless. Stop wasting your energy. Black King showed no sign of irritation. He crossed his arms and smiled lazily, watching Alex like a mildly amused observer. To him, Alex's attack was no more than a tickle. Alex acted as if he hadn't heard a word. Instead, he sprinted off to the side, only to suddenly hoist up a car with both arms and charge. Over a ton of steel pressed down on him, and each step he took made the ground quake slightly beneath his feet. The rumbling sound was thunderous and terrifying. What stunned everyone even more was that, even while carrying such a massive object, Alex moved as though it weighed nothing. His speed hadn't slowed at all. It was as if the car were made of paper. A visual spectacle if there ever was one. Alex, are you kidding me right now? What a monster. Even Raven and the others couldn't help but swallow nervously. Wow, that's some terrifying strength. Even Black King's face showed a rare flicker of admiration. The more he looked at Alex, the more he liked what he saw. But he didn't take Alex's charge seriously. He just stood there, perfectly still, waiting for Alex to arrive. It was flashy, sure, but Black King had the power to back it up. Boom boom boom. With the ground trembling, Alex finally reached Black King and leapt high into the air. Gripping the rear of the car tightly, he brought it down like a meteor, aiming to smash Black King straight into the ground. The combined weight of the vehicle, the momentum from the fall, and Alex's monstrous strength made it feel like a small mountain crashing down. But Black King simply raised his right hand, calmly, and pushed up. The car froze above his head as if it had hit a wall of air. Like a leaf in the wind, it hovered effortlessly in his grasp. Whether he had absorbed the gravitational potential energy or simply neutralized the kinetic force before lifting it himself, no one knew. But one thing was certain, Alex's move was a complete bust. Boom! With a casual flick of the wrist, Black King hurled the car aside, letting it crash to the ground with a resounding bang. Then he dusted off his sleeves like it was nothing more than a routine chore, and turned his eyes back to Alex. Are we done now? That was cute, but I think we've reached the limit of this little tantrum. The tension in the air began to mount again. No one had expected Black King to be this powerful. Alex, who had just slain both Azazel and Riptide, now looked utterly powerless. Alex, we've got your back. Havoc stepped forward, twisting his body like a hula hoop dancer, unleashing several glowing energy rings. Two of them missed, but one shot straight for Black King with pinpoint precision. Havoc's rings were powerful enough to slice clean through metal statues, cutting through a person should have been no problem. But then Havoc's confident smile froze. Because Black King simply reached out and caught the ring. With a squeeze of his palm, he absorbed it completely. Boom! Then he lifted his foot and stomped the ground, releasing the stored energy in an instant. Crack! The ground split apart as a giant fissure raced forward, barreling through the building like a wrecking ball. Kaetitoam. A section of the wall buckled violently, then collapsed halfway to the ground. The mutants scattered in shock, their eyes now full of terror and dread as they looked at Black King. They understood now, this was a foe beyond their ability to deal with. They weren't even on the same playing field. No one dared make another move. Black King, seeing their reaction, gave a satisfied smile. He scanned the group. Relax. I'm not here to hurt you. Now, can we talk? Everyone huddled together nervously, eyes flicking toward Alex. Black King turned back to him. And you? Alex said nothing. He quietly walked back into the group. There were two reasons. First, he had confirmed it himself, he couldn't kill Black King right now. There was no point in throwing away energy. Second, the others had seen Black King's power firsthand. The timing was perfect. Alex, what now? Raven asked in a hushed voice. The others looked at him, waiting for guidance. Even if Alex couldn't defeat Black King, he was still the backbone of the group. Everyone, grab someone's hand. Alex gave a strange command. The group didn't understand, but this wasn't the time to ask questions. They quickly followed his instructions, each grabbing the hand of someone nearby. Then Alex pulled out several gas grenades, already prepared. He yanked the pins and hurled them at Black King. Hisses. A cloud of blinding white smoke exploded outward, thick and irritating. Darwin, you said you wanted out earlier, right? Time to go. Alex was the first to bolt, dragging the others with him through the smoke. Only now did everyone realize, Alex had told them to hold hands so they wouldn't get separated in the chaos. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming. Chapter 17, Setback. Cough, cough, cough. A harsh coughing sound echoed from within the thick smoke. Black King had been hit. Sure, he could absorb energy, but unfortunately, he wasn't a smoke extractor. He had no way of dealing with these kinds of irritating gases. Of course, as a powerful mutant, Black King's physical resilience far surpassed that of ordinary people. It was a fool's dream to think a few gas grenades could take him down. From the beginning, Alex had never expected the gas to defeat Black King. Its only purpose was to buy them time. Even if the smoke couldn't knock him out, it could still slow him down. While Black King was still coughing, Alex and the others had already slipped out of the building. They turned to glance back and saw no sign of pursuit. Only then did they finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Heaven help them, just standing in front of that man had felt like bearing the weight of a mountain. Alex, where the hell did you get that stuff? Darwin couldn't help but ask. No way Alex had been carrying all that while partying earlier, right? Let's talk once we're out of here, Alex deflected vaguely, then pulled out a few more gas grenades, placing them at every possible exit outside the building. He was making sure the smoke would spread to its fullest range. Only that would give them the maximum delay. Out. Go where? Angel asked, looking a little lost. Anywhere but here. This base is compromised, we need to evacuate now, Alex said firmly, not giving room for argument. He's right. It's no longer safe here, Hank agreed, pointing in a direction. Follow me, I parked a supply van in Lot C. It's a bit cramped, but it'll do. No need. Darwin shook his head, then strode toward a line of parked cars and pulled out a keyring. Aside from regular keys, there were several metal trinkets most people wouldn't give a second glance. Darwin knelt down and started fiddling with one of the nearby Fords, clearly preparing to hotwire it. Buzz. Crash. Siren shattered the window of another car with a directed sound wave. Sorry, are you done yet? Smash. Crash. Alex smashed the window of a third car with a single punch and shouted, "Stop dawdling. You can hotwire it, right? Then hurry. Everyone else, if you've got any tricks left, now's the time." Too bad those movie tricks of sparking a few wires to start a car weren't so easy in real life. Only Darwin had that kind of skill. In the end, Darwin successfully got 2 cars running. Everyone piled in and sped away from the base like their lives depended on it. Moments later, the 2 cars melted into the night. Only after they had completely disappeared did Black King finally emerge from the thick fog, bracing himself against a wall, coughing uncontrollably. Tears and snot streamed down his face. Once he regained his composure, he looked around, but aside from corpses scattered across the ground, not a single soul remained. Every last mutant had fled. Black King's face turned visibly darker. Not only had he lost 2 of his most trusted subordinates, but he hadn't even managed to take a single mutant with him, he hadn't even gotten to the recruitment phase. This was a disaster. No, a total humiliation. The worst defeat of his life. Alex. That's his name, isn't it? A few seconds later, Black King muttered the name through clenched teeth. This humiliating failure was entirely thanks to that young mutant. Phew, I think we're in the clear now, someone said. How should I know? Just keep driving. There's a railway crossing up ahead. If we go any farther, it's a dead end. How do you know that? Buddy, I used to drive a cab, all right. Elsewhere. The group of mutants had finally left the base far behind and arrived at an unfamiliar town, but they were still visibly shaken. Inside that base, they'd been scared out of their minds, and now, thinking back, the fear only seemed worse. They knew exactly what kind of organization the CIA was, and now, everyone in that facility was dead. Other than Hank, who had some experience as a tech consultant, the rest were just kids. What happened tonight would haunt them for a long, long time. Okay, everyone, calm down. Just breathe. Hank, older and steadier than the rest, was the first to regain his composure. He glanced repeatedly at the rearview mirror. I've been watching, no one's following us. I think we're safe. Huff. At his words, the tension inside the vehicle finally began to lift. One by one, they exhaled deeply. Who were those people anyway? Yeah, it felt like they were after us. What the hell did they want? I don't know, but I swear I never want to see that guy again. They were just a group of young people. Once the pressure lessened even a bit, they couldn't help but start chattering again. Guys. We can discuss this later. Darwin raised his voice several notches from the front seat. Right now, we need to find somewhere to regroup and come up with a plan. Task complete. Congratulations, host. You've earned 300 source points. As the group kept arguing, a clear system notification rang out in Alex's head. But outwardly, he didn't show any joy. He maintained a calm expression and quietly opened the system interface. Host, Alex. Age, 16. Speed, 61 meters per second. Strength, 15.2 tons. Physique, 144, average adult male, 10. Mental strength, 102, average adult male, 10. Current template, Homelander, unlock progress, 2%. Abilities, X-ray vision, basic, super hearing, basic, flight, locked, heat vision, locked. Source points, 300. Sure enough, the number next to source points had changed from 0 to 300. Source points available. Would you like to spend them to enhance your abilities now? The prompt popped up again. Was there even a question? Enhance. Host, Alex. Age, 16. Speed, 85 meters per second. Strength, 39.2 tons. Physique, 204. Mental strength, 162. Current template, Homelander, unlock progress, 5%. Abilities, X-ray vision, basic, super hearing, basic, heat vision, unlocked, flight, locked. Source points, 0. At that very moment, the data on the system panel changed. Every stat on Alex's body had taken a massive leap forward. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll upload 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support really motivates me to keep going, so please keep those Power Stones coming. Chapter 18, Heat Vision Unlocked. Feeling the surging power coursing through his body, Alex could barely resist the urge to find a place and test just how strong he'd become. But since he was still in the car, he forced himself to suppress that impulse. Over 20 tons of strength now. If I remember right, Spider-Man in the MCU maxes out around that too, doesn't he? Alex couldn't hide the excitement bubbling in his chest. Back when he watched those movies, he'd been amazed at how Spidey could hold back a ferry with his bare hands, or even stop a speeding train. And now, he could do the same. As for his durability, he could only roughly estimate. At this point, a bullet might break the skin, but that's about it. Give it one more system task, and even bullets probably wouldn't leave a scratch. At that point, his body would be nothing short of a steel fortress. System notification, unlock progress has reached 5%. Heat vision is now available. Would you like to unlock it? Just when Alex thought the enhancement phase was over, the system's familiar prompt rang in his ears. Heat vision's ready. Alex froze for a moment, then sat bolt upright, too excited to care about appearances. Ever since his reincarnation, he'd been yearning for this one ability. Heat vision. After all, what's a Homeland-style superhero without his signature laser eyes? Not only was it cool as hell, but also insanely practical, far more useful than super hearing or X-ray vision. If he'd awakened it earlier, taking down Azazel and Riptide would have been a breeze. Just one look, done. A sudden jolt snapped him out of his thoughts. The car had slowed to a stop at the side of the road. They'd decided to regroup and figure out their next steps. Thud. Thud. Doors opened and shut in sequence as the 7 mutants gathered on the sidewalk. Everyone glanced around at the disheveled group, looking like they'd just survived a fever dream. Being hunted down by a psychopathic killer, what a fun day, Siren muttered, shrugging with mock cheer. Yeah, and the best part? That psycho might come after us again, Darwin added, spreading his hands. He wiped out every agent at that base, I seriously doubt they'll let it slide. As those words sank in, the group's expressions turned grim. We need to find out what the hell is going on, Angel said firmly. Charles and Erik were tracking a mutant, right? What if it's the same guy? Everyone nodded. It made sense. Unfortunately, Charles hadn't shared many details. Alex, do you know anything else? Angel asked, eyes landing on him. The others turned toward him too. If anyone had inside info, it'd be him. I don't know much either, Alex replied honestly. Just that his name is Shaw. The CIA and Charles have both been after him. And yeah, he's dangerous. I'm guessing you all already figured that part out. He didn't say more than what Charles had told him directly. If it wasn't his place to reveal, he wouldn't. Looks like we'll have to wait for Charles and Erik to get back, Hank sighed from the side. After a quick discussion, the group came to an agreement. Find a place to lay low for now, both to rest and to wait for Charles and Erik. The only problem was, where? That's when they hit a wall. They were all broke. Superpowers aside, everyone here came from the bottom rung of society, taxi drivers, dancers, street punks. One of them was even fresh out of prison. Hank was one of the few with a real job. 7 people. No way they could afford rent. Well. Raven suddenly smiled, her tone mysterious. If it's just to lay low for a bit, I know a place. Oh yeah? Where? Where I grew up. 30 minutes later. Raven, you've got to be kidding. This is the house you mentioned. Lady, this is a damn castle. You grew up here. No way. Are you royalty or something? The 7 stood at the gates of the Xavier estate, staring up at the extravagant mansion in shock. A house? Was this even in the same category as what normal people called a house? Professor X is loaded, Alex muttered under his breath, despite already knowing Charles's background. Charles Xavier was, without a doubt, one of Marvel's elite trust fund kids. The future Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters was originally just his family estate, later upgraded into a full-on academy. Blackbird Jet, Cerebro, the Danger Room. Every piece of tech in that school screamed bleeding edge. No way that stuff came cheap. And the school wasn't just a school. It was practically a charity. Students didn't pay tuition. Food, shelter, supplies, all on the house. Only someone with bottomless pockets could maintain that for years. Charles was the real deal. You guys are misunderstanding, Raven said quickly, seeing how stunned everyone was. This isn't my house. It's Charles's. That somehow made it even more outrageous. Everyone had assumed Charles was just a well-mannered, upper-class guy. But this? This was next-level rich. After the chaos of the CIA facility and the long, exhausting trip, the group was completely drained, both physically and mentally. And it was already past midnight. So after a few more gasps of admiration and envy, Raven led everyone inside and helped assign rooms. One by one, they headed off to rest. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 19, You're the Strongest. Maybe it was the lingering fear, or perhaps the worry that the Black King might return, but even though everyone was clearly exhausted, no one got a good night's sleep. It wasn't just trouble falling asleep, those who did manage to drift off would jolt awake at the slightest sound. Every creak, every rustle of wind set their nerves on edge. Tension hung in the air. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for everyone. The massacre led by the Black King at the CIA base had left a deep psychological scar on all of them. Alex didn't sleep either. Not because he was terrified like the others, on the contrary, he was wide awake out of excitement. He couldn't wait to test out his heat vision. Everyone should be asleep by now, right? He muttered to himself, barely able to suppress the urge. Finally, he threw off the covers and got out of bed. He planned to head to the yard and find a place to try it out. After all, Charles's estate had a massive backyard, plenty of space to experiment, as long as he was careful not to torch the flowers and shrubs. Creak. Quiet as a cat burglar, Alex opened the door, careful not to wake anyone. But he'd barely stepped out when a surprised voice called out, "Alex." He turned in surprise. Raven? There she was, Mystique, wearing a loose robe that still couldn't hide the curves of her body. What stood out, though, was that she wasn't in any human disguise. Her true form, blue skin with intricate markings, was on full display. Clearly, she'd dropped her shape-shifted appearance to sleep. Just like the others, she couldn't fall asleep either. She'd gotten up to grab a drink, only to bump into Alex. "Can't sleep?" she asked casually, walking right up to him. Alex inwardly cursed his carelessness. Note to self, next time I sneak out, use superhearing first. But he kept his composure and smiled. "You either, huh?" "After what happened today, everyone's scared," Raven said, now standing just inches from him. He could feel her breath, smell her perfume. "But, not you, Alex." She looked up at him, her eyes glinting with a teasing light. "Since we're both awake, maybe we could go to your room, and you can tell me why you're so brave. Is she thirsting after me?" Alex was speechless. He knew women could be bold, but this was a first. If it were any regular woman, he might not mind seeing where things went. But in her current form, Mystique wasn't unattractive, just way outside his aesthetic preferences. "Raven, I'm not sleeping because I have something to do," Alex said earnestly. "Because of how I look?" she asked, a little crestfallen. Then, with a thought, her form shimmered, transforming into the familiar figure of Big Sis. "How about now?" "Still the same." Alex grumbled inwardly. This is like a blind date where you already know what they really look like, no amount of filters or Photoshop helps after that. "Raven, look into my eyes," he said suddenly. She blinked, caught off guard. She thought he was going to say something romantic, why else ask her to look him in the eyes? But the next second, she saw them flash crimson. Alex. Startled, Raven's flirtatious air vanished, replaced by shock. See? I think I've awakened some kind of new ability, Alex explained seriously. Only then did Raven realize he hadn't been making excuses, he really did have something important going on. Raven, I want to test it out. Can you take me somewhere more suitable? He didn't plan to hide this new ability anyway, so he had no problem showing it in front of Mystique. Of course. No problem. Somewhere spacious, preferably. Alex, if there's one thing Charles's place has in abundance, it's space. Eventually, Raven led him to the training field tucked inside the estate's vast grounds. That's right, Charles actually had a training field in his backyard. Believe it or not. Plenty of room. Alex took a deep breath, focusing his energy. He channeled it toward his eyes, concentrating it into two blazing beams. FZZZZT. Twin heat rays shot from his eyes, piercing through the darkness. Oh my God! Raven gasped, covering her mouth in awe. Even as a mutant herself, seeing someone shoot lasers from their eyes was nothing short of shocking. Even without testing their full power, just standing nearby was enough to feel the terrifying energy in those beams. FZZZZT. FZZZZT. The twin rays lit up the night sky, like two dazzling, blinding columns of light. To Alex, they were the most beautiful lights he'd ever seen. Unfortunately, they only lasted 5 seconds. Any longer, and his eyes couldn't take it. But considering he'd only unlocked 5% of his system's progress so far, he wasn't too worried. 5 seconds was just the beginning. He grabbed a few rocks and continued testing. Under the assault of his heat vision, even the hardest stones crumbled like papier-mâché. He could easily reduce them to dust. Nice. This heat vision is definitely going to be one of my trump cards, Alex muttered, satisfied. Alex, you've gotten even stronger. You're already the strongest among us, Raven said with quiet admiration. Before, people had placed high hopes on Havoc, his energy rings were no joke. Even Alex had avoided confronting him head-on. But now, with his own powerful offensive ability, he could finally stand on equal ground. And since Charles's powers had no effect on him, there was no doubt anymore. Alex was now the strongest. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 20, The Ancient One's Surveillance. The strongest? Despite Raven's admiration, Alex didn't feel the least bit joyful. He knew full well he was nowhere near deserving of such praise. Forget about the numerous supervillains in this world who could level cities, or even the entire planet. Even among mutants alone, Alex was far from being the strongest. Take the Black King for example. Alex had just fought him, and he still wasn't able to kill the man. And once Professor X grew into his full potential in the future, he too would become a major threat to Alex. Purely from a power standpoint, of course. As for that ridiculously overpowered Phoenix girl, there was no need to mention her. In front of the Phoenix Force, Alex might as well be a speck of dust. And let's not forget Apocalypse, still slumbering beneath the earth somewhere. Alex still had a long road ahead of him. Raven, I'm still far from strong enough, he said seriously, shaking his head. If I were strong enough, it wouldn't be me running away, it would have been Shaw. You've already done great, Alex. You stood up to Shaw and protected everyone. And us? Raven let out a bitter laugh, the self-mockery evident in her voice. We didn't do anything. All we did was act like a bunch of scared rabbits. Laser beams from his eyes. Just how many secrets are hidden in that body of yours, little one? Camartage. Within the grand hall of the sanctum, the Ancient One sat cross-legged before a magical mirror conjured by her spellcraft. Displayed on the mirror was Alex, testing his heat vision at Charles's estate. The Ancient One stared at the image with growing interest, a rare flicker of curiosity lighting up her usually serene face. Fascinating. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of surprise. Swish. With a flick of her right hand, the mirror vanished as if it had never existed. Naturally, Alex remained completely unaware that he'd just been peeped on by the Ancient One. It wasn't just because he wasn't strong enough now. Even if Homelander himself showed up, he probably still wouldn't be a match for that old woman. Raven, let's head back. Alex didn't want to linger on such a heavy topic, so he gestured toward Mystique and started walking. Oh, right. Sorry about smashing the stone in Charles's yard. He glanced at the large boulder he'd reduced to gravel and shrugged. I'm sure Charles would be proud if he knew why it was broken, Raven said with a casual smile. Back in his room, Alex finally let go of all his burdens. Lying down on the bed, he quickly drifted off to sleep. Ah! A brand new day. Waking up refreshed, Alex stretched lazily. He pulled open the curtains. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, spilling across the room. Outside, lush green lawns and vibrant flower beds came into view. It felt like something straight out of a big movie. After a quick wash, Alex headed downstairs into the living room. To his surprise, the others were already gathered there. Raven, Hank, Angel, Havoc, and the rest of the mutants had all arrived. Everyone sat in silence, the atmosphere heavy and grim. Well damn, Alex. You really can sleep through anything, Havoc said, impressed. Considering what happened yesterday, how could this guy sleep so soundly? Then again, remembering how powerful Alex was. Fine. Maybe he was just being small-minded. What are you guys talking about? Alex casually found an empty seat and sat down. We're wondering if we should go out and gather intel, said Angel, straightening up from her slouch. They'd managed to escape Shaw and made it through the night unharmed, but who knew if he was tracking them? What if Shaw did figure out where they were? They'd be sitting ducks. But that was also the exact reason no one dared to act rashly. If they went out and got caught, what then? The CIA base had already been wiped out. Who here had the guts to face Shaw head-on? Still, they couldn't just sit around forever, ignoring the world outside. I'll go, Raven offered, standing up. I grew up around here, I know the best places to gather information. Raven. Hank's concern was immediate. Back at the CIA base, there had been some ambiguous tension between him and Raven. Of course, he had no idea she'd already cheated on him last night. It's too dangerous. What if you run into him? Hank said, clearly unsure. Hank, I know this area. I can shift into anyone. You and I both know I'm the best one for this. Her tone left no room for argument. The experiences of the previous night had changed Raven, she'd matured, even if just a little. You shouldn't have to shoulder all of this for us, Havoc added, disapproving. He thought it was shameful that they were relying on a woman with no real combat ability. Alex, Raven's right, Darwin said calmly. He understood that while the risks were real, this was the best option they had. No need to worry, guys. I'll go with Raven. Alex stood up. Sitting around wouldn't trigger any new missions. He didn't expect them to drop into his lap like yesterday. But stepping outside? That gave him a chance. With Alex going too, that's even better. Angel laughed and clapped, relieved. No one else objected. This was clearly the ideal pairing. Without wasting more time, Alex and Raven prepared to head out. Raven transformed into a middle-aged man. As for Alex, even though he didn't think it was necessary, he still agreed to a basic disguise at everyone's urging. He put on a hat. He also borrowed one of Charles's old trench coats and threw it on. "Wow, Alex," Raven said, eyeing him up and down with clear satisfaction. "Didn't expect Charles's coat to suit you so well. Looks great." "Yeah." Alex raised an eyebrow. "So who's more handsome, me or Charles?" "Oh, you, of course." Raven gave him a playful wink. "Raven, with the way you look right now, pulling that expression just makes you look like a total creep. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 21, Howard Stark. Outside the gates of the Xavier estate. A sleek black sedan slowly rolled out, turned onto a side road, and then merged into the main thoroughfare. It quickly blended into the steady stream of traffic, drawing no attention from passers-by. "Raven, where exactly are we going?" In the passenger seat, Alex glanced at the middle-aged man behind the wheel and asked casually. "To find someone," Raven replied, her tone offhand as she expertly maneuvered the car like a seasoned driver. "If he's willing to help, we might be able to pinpoint Shaw's location." That caught Alex off guard. Raven sounded confident, like this mysterious someone wielded considerable influence. Still, Sebastian Shaw wasn't a nobody either. The Hellfire Club was far more than just a mutant organization. It had powerful human members as well, elites with real clout in the upper echelons of society. For example, Howard Stark had once received an invitation to join the Hellfire Club. How else could Shaw have manipulated the political landscape of both the US and the Soviet Union, even orchestrating the Cuban Missile Crisis? Pulling strings like that wasn't something mutants could accomplish on their own. The fact that Shaw had managed to uncover the CIA's secret mutant base was proof enough of the reach of his network. So, Alex remained skeptical of this someone Raven was talking about. Who exactly are we meeting? Can we really trust him? Alex pressed. This was something he needed to be clear on. Relax. He's one of us, Raven replied, switching lanes smoothly. He can sense others like us. He can sense mutants. Alex blinked. A name flashed through his mind. You're talking about Caliban, aren't you? Only one mutant came to mind with an ability like that. You know him too. Raven looked genuinely surprised. So it was Caliban. Not really. I just happened to hear about him once, Alex said with a shake of his head. Still, a sense of relief settled in his chest. If Caliban could track other mutants like Raven claimed, then finding Shaw would be much easier. They'd know right away whether Shaw had discovered their hideout or not. He's that well known? Raven muttered, a little surprised but not overly concerned. It made sense, Alex moved in similar circles. It wasn't odd for him to have heard of other mutants. Raven, if you know Caliban, then Charles probably knows him too, right? Alex asked after a moment. So why hasn't Charles mentioned him while recruiting mutants all this time? It was a valid question. If Caliban lived this close, Charles should have at least approached him. It's because Charles knows him that he never tried, Raven said. That guy doesn't trust anyone. He's all about money and stays guarded all the time. You'll understand when you meet him. She kept her explanation brief, and Alex didn't press further. As far as he remembered, Caliban only made a brief appearance in X-Men, Apocalypse, and even then, his ability had a range limit, something like 25 miles. Not exactly a central figure. So, Alex didn't dwell on it. After crossing 4 main roads, Raven finally pulled the car up outside a bar. When I was little, before I met Charles, I relied on my powers to survive. I'd change into different people, sneak into places, steal what I needed. Money, food, clothes, whatever I could get. Even then, I went hungry more often than not. Sometimes I had no choice but to sleep in the sewers. I met Caliban in one of those sewers. But even then, he never trusted me. As they walked toward the bar's entrance, Raven recounted her past in a quiet voice. How tragic, Alex said sincerely. It was hard to tell if he meant her, or Caliban. That's why, when we see Caliban, let me do the talking, all right? Mystique looked at him seriously. Alex had no objections. He knew who was taking the lead on this mission, and he wasn't here to interfere. His own goal had been simple from the start, just tag along and see if any system mission would trigger. That was it. The two of them reached an understanding without another word. They stepped into the bar. The place was lively. Groups of patrons sat scattered throughout, laughing and chatting over their drinks. Alex and Raven walked straight up to the bar, ignoring the crowd. A man sat slouched over the counter, nursing his drink, barely engaged. Behind the bar stood a young man, maybe 30, clean-cut and sharply dressed, with a professional smile as he greeted them. What can I get you two? Where's Henry? Raven frowned, her eyes narrowing slightly. This wasn't the bartender she knew. She wasn't sure if this guy was even in the loop about Caliban. You must be a regular. The bartender smiled. Henry's my uncle. He's sick, so I'm covering for him for a few days. Is he all right? Raven asked, concerned. Hope so. Poor guy tweaked his back. Keep saying it's nothing serious, but you know how it is, he's not as young as I am anymore, the young man said with a shrug and a chuckle. Poor Henry. God bless him. After a few pleasantries, Raven got straight to the point. Is he here? Who? The bartender blinked, clearly confused. Let him in. A booming voice came from a doorway behind the bar. A burly man had stepped out, addressing the bartender. Clearly, Caliban already knew Raven had arrived. She simply nodded to the bartender and motioned for Alex to follow her through the back. The bartender didn't stop them. Another whiskey, the man at the bar said, raising his empty glass to the bartender. As Alex turned to leave, his eyes instinctively drifted toward the man. He froze. That guy. It was Howard Stark. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 22, Gunfire. No doubt about it, that was Howard Stark. Alex's eyes lit up instantly. What the hell was someone like Howard Stark doing in a cheap bar like this? Could it be that the infamous playboy had his eye on some girl here and was lying in wait? Alex couldn't help but speculate with a touch of dark amusement. When it came to womanizing, Howard Stark could put his son Tony to shame. This guy didn't even spare his friend's wife. What a scumbag. Wait a second. By this point in time, S.H.I.E.L.D. should already be established, right? Could Stark be here on some kind of mission? At that thought, Alex immediately perked up. If something really was going down, he might just trigger a new mission or quest. Raven, I was thinking, if Caliban is really that sensitive to unfamiliar auras, maybe it's better if I wait outside. Alex hesitated for only a moment before making his decision. Why waste time looking for Caliban when he could keep an eye on Howard Stark instead? That's fine. Caliban's inside, I'll go talk to him. You can wait here, Raven agreed with a simple nod, not giving it much thought. Alex casually found a seat and ordered a drink, playing the part of a lone customer sipping away his troubles. But in reality, his eyes never left Howard Stark. And sure enough, his vigilance paid off. Sir, it's been over 2 hours. Are you sure he's going to show? The young bartender spoke while pretending to go about his business, his voice low and discreet. No wonder old Henry had called in sick today, turns out this guy was a SHIELD agent in disguise. He'll come. Howard Stark's tone was confident. The Soviets never let traitors go, especially not ones like him. We're the only ones who can protect him. Then why hasn't he shown up yet? The bartender asked, placing a freshly polished glass back on the rack. Given his situation, a little caution is perfectly understandable, Stark replied with easy optimism. Relax. For all we know, he's already here, watching from the shadows. Understood, sir. Their quiet exchange ended just as discreetly as it had begun. They thought no one could overhear them in such a noisy place. They didn't realize that among the crowd was a cheat-level player. A Soviet defector? A scientist? Alex's mind spun rapidly. There was only one name that came to mind. Anton Vanko. Could Howard Stark be talking about the Anton Vanko, father of future Whiplash, Ivan Vanko? Given the timeline, it was entirely possible. If so, then he was witnessing history in the making. The only question was, would this trigger a mission? Alex didn't know. All he could do now was wait and see. Creak. The door to the bar opened again. A rugged, middle-aged man stepped in. No one else paid him any attention, he blended right in. But at the bar, Howard Stark's expression brightened noticeably. Their target had arrived, Anton Vanko. I told you he'd show, Stark said smugly, draining his glass before striding over to meet him. Guy never missed a chance to show off, even during missions. Hey, Charlie. Took you long enough. Stark greeted Vanko with a wide grin, sounding like an old friend catching up. Don't even get me started, Vanko replied in fluent English. That bloodsucker Hans, I finished waxing the floors, and he claimed I missed a spot. Made me do it all over again. The two chatted casually as they walked over to a quiet corner of the bar. Howard Stark? Vanko finally asked, eyes narrowing slightly. Of course it's me. I'm practically a household name. Don't tell me you didn't look me up before coming here. Stark sounded as arrogant as ever. I did my research, Vanko said with a shrug. But I couldn't be sure it wasn't someone wearing a disguise. You know how easy it is to fake an identity. Then, without warning, Vanko threw out a highly technical academic question. Howard Stark answered effortlessly, not missing a beat. Only then did Vanko visibly relax. Now, can I see the goods? Time to verify the trade. Vanko reached into his coat and pulled out a few sheets of paper. Stark skimmed them quickly, then nodded in satisfaction. The documents outlined a critical piece of research in the field of energy. With this, Howard Stark would finally be able to turn his prototype for the arc reactor into a reality. Even though the data was only half complete, Stark's expertise made it easy to verify its authenticity. Perfect. Let's go. Stark stashed the report without ceremony and rose to his feet, motioning for Vanko to follow him out. But just then, a burly man with a thick beard suddenly stood up. He pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at Anton Vanko, ready to fire. Did Vanko really think escaping to New York meant he was safe? Watch out! One of the bar staff, a SHIELD agent in disguise, moved like lightning, hurling himself at Stark and Vanko to knock them down. In the same breath, he drew a weapon and returned fire. Bang! 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 Gunshots exploded through the bar, loud and piercing. Chaos erupted. Patrons screamed and scrambled for the exit in a frenzy. But Alex didn't move. Because right then, a familiar prompt appeared on his system panel. New mission generated. Mission objective, protect Howard Stark, no injuries allowed. Reward, 50 origin points. 50. Alex blinked. That was way less than he'd expected. Back when he took down Sabertooth, he got 100 origin points. Now he was getting half that for this. Then again, these guys were probably just small fry. Guess the system wasn't wrong to be stingy. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with power stones. For every 50 power stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those power stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with power stones. For every 50 power stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those power stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 23, Go, Now. It's dangerous. Bang. 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 Inside the bar. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the assassins sent to kill Ivan Vanko finally dropped all pretenses. Guns drawn, they opened fire on each other without hesitation. Sir. This way. Amid the chaos, the bartender rushed to Howard Stark's side, shielding him and the man beside him as they made their way toward the exit. Bang. Bang. A few bullets whizzed past them, an enemy had charged in, attempting to block their escape. The bartender quickly shoved Howard and his companion under a table, then fired back without hesitation. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out in quick succession, all 3 hitting the assassin squarely in the chest. Strangely enough, these assassins didn't seem like trained professionals. Their aim was nowhere near as sharp as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents. Sir, we have to go. After taking down the attacker, the bartender moved to escort Howard Stark out of the bar. But at that moment. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots echoed, and blood spurted from the bartender's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned toward the shooter. How was this possible? The man had taken 3 bullets to the chest, his shirt soaked in blood, and he was still standing like nothing had happened. By all logic, he should have collapsed and bled out on the spot. What the hell was going on? But no one would answer the bartender's question now, his vision blurred, and his body hit the floor with a heavy thud. Thomas! Thomas! Howard Stark lay flat on the ground, too afraid to move. His heart ached as he stared at the bartender's lifeless body beside him. Bang! 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 More bullets rained down, forcing Howard to duck his head and stay down. He didn't dare move an inch. Ugh! Groans echoed through the bar as one by one, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were taken down. There were only 3 assassins, yet they seemed almost invincible. No matter how many times they were shot, it didn't slow them down. They didn't even try to dodge incoming fire. They just kept advancing and mowing down S.H.I.E.L.D. agents mercilessly. That's what led to such heavy casualties. The situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. Mr. Stark. A calm voice suddenly cut through the chaos. Howard Stark turned his head, and was met with the face of an unfamiliar young man. This place is too dangerous. You need to leave, now. You're not their target. Howard, anxious and on edge, shouted back, "Go, kid. This has nothing to do with you." He wasn't surprised the young man recognized him. As he often said, he was a bit of a celebrity. People knowing who he was wasn't unusual. "I'll handle them," the young man, Alex, said seriously. "But while I'm dealing with this, you need to stay down and not move." "Hey, kid," Howard hissed, "this isn't a damn movie. You're gonna get yourself killed trying to play hero." But Alex didn't respond. Instead, he reached down, picked up a shard of broken glass from the floor. And hurled it. Whoosh! Slice! The cold glint of the glass flashed through the air, and blood sprayed a second later. The shard pierced straight through one assassin's wrist. Clatter. The man's gun dropped to the floor. Whoosh. Whoosh. Slice. Slice. Alex didn't stop, he threw 2 more shards. Both hit their marks. 2 more assassins let out muffled groans, their wrists also struck. Their weapons hit the ground. You've got to be kidding me. Howard Stark stared in stunned disbelief, looking at Alex as if he were some kind of monster. Not even S.H.I.E.L.D's top agents could pull off something like that. Hell, not even the Howling Commandos back in the war had hands that deadly. Glass shards were too light to throw with that kind of power. It wasn't humanly possible. Stay here and don't move, Alex told him again. Then he turned to the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. You lot, fall back and protect Stark. They didn't know who Alex was, but the look in his eyes and the chaos around them made it clear, now wasn't the time for questions. They immediately moved to form a protective line around Howard. Unfortunately, the only exit had already been blocked by the assassins. There was no way out for now. All they could do was hold their position and wait for the mysterious young man to finish the job. With everyone's eyes on him, Alex strode confidently toward the assassins. They were clearly enhanced somehow, shrugging off bullets like nothing. He was curious to know, if he punched one of them hard enough to destroy their heart, would they still keep coming? I knew this job wouldn't be that easy, muttered one of the assassins, a bald black man. With a grunt, he pulled the shard from his wrist as if it were nothing, not even flinching. Lame, what the hell is this kid? Another assassin with long hair asked, glancing at their third teammate, a man in a dress shirt. No idea what he is, the one named Lame replied, his eyes locked on Alex. But he's not one of those disgusting undead. Undead? That word caught Alex's attention, but he didn't press for details. Instead, he sped up, rushing toward the nearest assassin. Perfect. I'll tear him apart, the bald assassin growled, grinning viciously. Don't transform here. Lame barked in warning. Not in front of all these people. Please. I won't even need to. The bald assassin lunged toward Alex, just as Alex closed the distance. Boom. Crack. Whoosh. The next moment, the sound of breaking bones rang out. The assassin flew backward like a cannonball, slamming into the wall hard enough to make the entire bar shake. When he hit the ground, he didn't move again. His chest had completely caved in, reduced to a pulp. Alex had ended the fight with a single punch. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 24, One Punch, One Kill Andrew. Andrew. 2 furious and disbelieving shouts rang out. The remaining 2 assassins from Lame's group stood frozen, unable to believe what they were seeing. Andrew, got killed in 1 punch. How was that even possible? Even without transforming, Andrew's physical stats were far beyond a normal human's. Just who the hell was this young man? But there was no time for the 2 to dwell on it. The pressure Alex exuded left them no choice, they had to act now. Crack. 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 With a disturbing crunching of bones, Lame and the other assassin skeletons began shifting rapidly. Their bodies expanded, and long tufts of fur burst forth from their skin. In mere moments, the 2 men were gone, replaced by 2 towering, bipedal wolves. Werewolves? Alex blinked in surprise. He honestly hadn't expected werewolves to exist in this world. But if werewolves were real, then vampires probably existed too. Suddenly, Lame's earlier mention of the undead clicked. Vampires. Of course. Shit. Werewolves. Damn it, how are there werewolves? The remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents turned pale. Even Howard Stark's brows furrowed so deeply they could catch leaves in autumn. Werewolves weren't common knowledge among civilians, but to S.H.I.E.L.D., they were no secret. Dealing with such anomalies was literally their job. And precisely because of that, Howard knew just how bad this situation was. You couldn't kill werewolves with ordinary weapons. Especially not after they transformed, they became bona fide monsters. Monstrous strength, ruthless aggression, and worse, they kept their human intelligence. Unless you had high-powered explosives like grenades or better, even elite agents could only pray. Danger. Get back here, now. Howard couldn't help but shout a warning at Alex. You lot. What are you standing around for? Help him. He immediately barked orders at the agents beside him. Roar. Roar. A sudden series of beastly howls drew everyone's attention. One of the werewolves lunged at Alex, fangs bared and claws flashing like blades. Watch out! Howard cried in alarm. Werewolf, huh? Wonder if you can take a punch from me now. Not only did Alex not dodge, he actually looked eager. His shoulder tensed, and he threw a punch straight at the incoming beast. Howard nearly jumped out of his skin. Was this kid insane? Crack. Another familiar sound of bones snapping echoed out. The massive werewolf was blasted backward, tumbling across the floor like a ragdoll. Its chest caved in, reduced to a pulp of mangled flesh and broken ribs. It lay motionless. Just like its buddy. The bar fell into stunned silence. Anton Vanko, Howard Stark, the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, every single one of them was slack-jawed. Even if that first guy wasn't transformed, this one definitely was. This meant Alex had just punched a full-on werewolf to death. In one hit. Even Captain America couldn't pull something like that off, right? Howard Stark was utterly dumbfounded. This can't be real. Lane was even more shaken. As a werewolf himself, he knew exactly how powerful they were. And that was what terrified him the most. One punch. That's all it took. If anyone here was a monster, it wasn't the werewolves, it was this kid. Run. Snapping out of it, Lane made a split-second decision. Screw Howard Stark. He spun on his heel and bolted. But would Alex let him go? If Alex didn't act, fine. But once he made a move, he wouldn't leave a single one alive. He stomped down hard. Crack. The floor shattered beneath his feet, spiderweb cracks spreading out like lightning. The recoil launched Alex like a cannonball, he soared forward and landed right in front of the fleeing Lame. Cutting him off completely. Lame realized there was nowhere to run. He had no choice but to fight. Roaring, he pounced at Alex with jaws wide and claws out. But Alex simply reached out and grabbed him by the throat. Lame's massive body froze mid-motion, like someone had hit pause on reality. He thrashed, slashed wildly at Alex, but his claws only left shallow red marks, unable to even break through the skin. Like trying to scratch steel. Alex, meanwhile, looked quite pleased with his current durability. Those claws don't even compare to Sabertooth's. Now those could rip through a car like paper. He was actually thinking about that in the middle of the fight, which said a lot about how little threat the werewolves posed to him. This ends now. Boom. Alex raised his other hand and punched Lame square in the chest. Crack. Lame's head slumped forward. His massive frame collapsed, lifeless. Alex casually tossed him aside like garbage. Mission complete. Congratulations, host, you have received 50 origin points. At the same time, the system's prompt rang out in his mind. 50 origin points, added to his balance. A small amount, sure, but meat is meat, even if it's just from a mosquito's leg. Alex wasn't complaining. He checked the system briefly. Unfortunately, 50 points weren't enough to unlock any global upgrades, he could only use them for single stat boosts. Not surprising. 50 points couldn't even unlock 1% of the next stage. So he decided to let them sit for now. He'd wait until he had more to spend in one go. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 25, Agent Carter, young man, thank you so much for saving us. If it weren't for you today, things would have gone horribly wrong. Howard Stark's voice snapped Alex out of his thoughts. The Playboy inventor strode over, face unusually serious, and offered Alex a heartfelt thanks. If this miraculous young man hadn't shown up, the consequences were unthinkable. What Howard didn't know, however, was that even without Alex's intervention, he and Anton Vanko likely wouldn't have died. Injuries, though, would have been hard to avoid. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? They probably wouldn't have made it. Mr. Stark, are you all right? Alex gave Howard a once-over. The man was covered in dust, looking more ragged than his usual charming self. I'm fine, I feel like I could still handle a few more drinks. Howard waved a hand casually, then fixed his gaze on Alex. Young man, what's your name? I'm Howard Stark, though since you clearly already know me, I guess I don't need to introduce myself, right? Alex, he answered. No reason to hide it. Even if Howard hadn't asked, Alex had planned to mention it eventually. If you do something heroic, might as well leave your name behind. Bang! Just then, the door slammed open. A commanding woman stormed in, flanked by a squad of agents. She moved with practiced authority and an unmistakable British flair. Despite her age, especially for the era, her curves and poise radiated mature confidence and elegance. Peggy Carter. When Alex saw her, he instantly understood what Steve Rogers must have seen in her. Jesus Christ. Peggy swept her gaze across the wrecked bar, her eyes landing on the 3 werewolf corpses sprawled across the floor. Her expression darkened. So the Soviets actually sent werewolves to assassinate someone? Damn it, they'd only screened for well-trained spies or saboteurs. No wonder these freaks slipped through. Stark, are you hurt? Concern flashed across her face as she hurried to Howard's side. Relax, Peggy. I'm perfectly fine. Howard struck a dramatic pose and spun in place like a performer. See? Not a scratch. Only then did Peggy truly relax. She glanced over at Anton Vanko, who was now surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The target was secure, the mission was technically complete. Her eyes shifted to Alex. Stark, who's this? Amazing kid, Howard said simply. Showed up just in time, without him, we'd have been werewolf chow. He gave Peggy a quick rundown of what had happened. Her eyes lit with surprise, and she gave Alex a second, and then third, look. Whatever she was thinking, she didn't say. Alex, thank you. Seriously. That was incredible. I've never seen someone do what you did. But if you don't mind, we'd like to ask you to come with us. Nothing serious, just need to ask a few questions. Don't worry, it's standard protocol. Oh, and maybe you've heard of Howard Stark, but you probably don't know my other identity. Howard offered Alex a polite smile, then pulled out a business card. Alex took it and read aloud, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. He blinked. That's a mouthful. Who came up with that? I know, right? Howard sighed dramatically. I don't like it either, but hey, it does explain what we do, more or less. Mr. Stark, may I offer a suggestion? Alex pocketed the card. Of course. How about? Shield. Shield. Howard's eyes lit up. Like a shield protecting national security. Very symbolic. Very catchy. Carter, I'm serious, we should consider this. Peggy's face darkened. Howard Stark, you're the head of a major intelligence agency now. Can you please act like it? Simon, you three stay. Everyone else, we're pulling out. Peggy barked orders with swift efficiency. Alex, I promise we won't take up too much of your time, Howard added. It's just a quick debrief. What do you say? To be honest, Alex wasn't particularly interested in wasting time at SHIELD HQ. But just as he was about to decline, he hesitated. SHIELD was a hotspot for unusual events, and Howard Stark wasn't exactly an ordinary guy either. What if another mission got triggered? Sure, he'd just completed one, and the system didn't seem like it would hand out missions back to back, but Alex wasn't the developer. He had no idea how this thing decided anything. He still didn't understand the criteria for mission triggers. So why not take a chance? If it worked, great, free origin points. If not, no harm done. He might even build useful connections like Howard Stark for the future. No downside at all. Alex made up his mind. Alright, no problem. But before that, I need to check in with a friend. Howard nodded. Of course. Chapter 26, Good News. Howard Stark had seen Alex walk into the bar with a middle-aged man earlier. So when Alex mentioned he was here to see a friend, Howard more or less had an idea who that friend might be and where he could be found. That's why he didn't ask many questions and agreed readily, of course, that's not a problem. Agent Carter, standing nearby, simply watched with cold eyes. She didn't say anything, nor did she intervene. However, without a word, she subtly signaled a few nearby SHIELD agents. As soon as Alex disappeared into the back of the bar, the agents quietly slipped out to stake out the back entrance, just in case he tried to sneak away. Not that it would have made a difference. Alex had no idea what Agent Carter was up to. He wasn't a trained spy, he didn't have that kind of hyper-awareness or instinct for reading a room. But even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have cared. He wasn't planning on leaving, after all. And if he had wanted to, no amount of agents would have been able to stop him. As Carter's men began to move, Alex stepped into a narrow corridor. The passage was cramped and long, with a small, almost invisible door at the end. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Caliban really went all out. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was some top-tier fugitive. Was all this paranoia really necessary? Creak. The door swung open, only for something cold and hard to press immediately against his forehead. It was the same burly guy who had gone out to call Raven earlier. Now he was holding a weapon to Alex's head, growling lowly, "Don't move. Try anything funny, and I'll put a hole in your skull." Alex simply smiled and said nothing. Then, suddenly, he raised his hand and gripped the barrel of the gun. With a slight squeeze. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of metal warping echoed in the hallway. When Alex let go, the barrel was visibly dented and crushed inward, 5 distinct finger marks pressed into the steel. Hiss. The big guy sucked in a breath, eyes wide with disbelief as if he were staring at a ghost. Alex didn't bother with him any further. He brushed past and walked confidently into a large room ahead. Alex. Raven's voice rang out. She was seated inside, but a long sword was pressed tightly against her neck. The weapon was held by a sharp-eyed woman with flowing hair and a dangerous aura, Psylocke. Seated beside her was Caliban, his expression grim and cold. What the hell is going on here? Alex was genuinely stunned. He came to ask Caliban for a favor, one he was even willing to pay for. How did things escalate to this standoff? Caliban was about to ask you the same thing, Caliban said darkly as he stood and pulled a gun from the drawer, leveling it at Alex. So? What's going on? Caliban, you've got it all wrong. We don't know what happened out there, I swear. Raven was frozen in place, blade still pressed to her neck, too afraid to move as she pleaded anxiously. Then how do you explain the gunfight outside the moment you showed up? Don't tell me that's just a coincidence. Caliban clearly wasn't buying it. Let her go, Caliban. If we really meant you harm, would you still be standing? Alex was starting to feel a headache coming on. Unfortunately, it was just a coincidence. So why didn't you tell me your real purpose from the start? Why did you bring S.H.I.E.L.D. agents here? Caliban barked, his gun still aimed straight at Alex. Alex. Okay, no point explaining anymore. Since things had already spiraled, might as well stop pretending. Alex's eyes flicked to Caliban's gun. A thought sparked in his mind. ZZZZT. Twin beams of red-hot heat vision shot out and vaporized the weapon in Caliban's hand. Psylocke's expression changed instantly. Though she still held Raven hostage with one hand, she conjured a second weapon in the other, a glowing violet blade, and slashed at Alex without hesitation. Swish! But in the blink of an eye, Alex vanished from her sight, reappearing across the room. ZZZZT. Another 2 heat beams fired. This time, the sword in Psylocke's hand flew from her grip, melted and destroyed. Her face went pale. It was clear now, this young man was far more dangerous than she'd thought. Splitting her focus was a mistake. Realizing this, she let go of Raven and transformed her energy blade into a glowing whip, lashing out in a deadly arc. But Alex moved like a cat, nimble and fluid. He dodged effortlessly. Crack! The whip struck the floor, leaving a deep gash. With a flick of her shoulder, Psylocke spun and struck again. Crack, crack, crack. 3 rapid lashes, but none hit their mark. By then, Alex had already slipped past her defense and closed the distance. Shit! Psylocke's heart dropped. This guy was like a greased eel, slippery and unpredictable. Her barrage of attacks couldn't even slow him down. She raised her arm for another strike. But a hand shot out, clamping around her throat. She froze. She could feel the strength behind that grip. If he wanted to, he could snap her neck in an instant. Raven, Alex said calmly, did you get what we came for? Raven gave a quick nod. Everything had gone smoothly at first. Caliban, always one to follow the money, had agreed to help her as soon as she paid. But just as she was preparing to leave, gunfire broke out outside the bar. The ever-paranoid Caliban had immediately assumed the worst and detained her. Let's go, Alex, she said, walking to his side. Alex didn't argue. This had all been a big misunderstanding. He wasn't about to take it personally or punish them over it. He released Psylocke's throat, then turned and walked off with Raven without looking back. Raven, did Caliban sense Shaw? Alex asked as they stepped outside. Raven shook her head, her face full of excitement. No. He's not within Caliban's detection range. Caliban wasn't far from the Xavier estate, so if Shaw wasn't within a 25-mile radius, that meant the mansion was safe. It was confirmation that Shaw hadn't found them. That was good news indeed. For 20 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. http, we're planning something big. A surprise for Shaw. He then laid out their plans to Moira. After hearing it, Moira immediately expressed her desire to join them. Even though the CIA had suspended her, that didn't extinguish her drive to continue investigating Shaw. If anything, she had always felt she was fighting alone. But now, with Charles and the others, she wasn't alone anymore. Everything suddenly seemed a lot more manageable. Well then. Charles smiled even more brightly. Moira, welcome aboard. Though Erik had always harbored distrust toward ordinary humans, he made no objection. He trusted Moira. The other mutants, Mystique, Hank the Beast, and the rest, also warmly welcomed her. From that moment on, Moira became Charles's assistant, helping him train the young mutants. Of course, Alex didn't take part in Charles's training. He was the only one who had complete mastery over his own abilities. Even if Charles wanted to teach him, there wasn't much he could offer. While the others were being drilled by Charles until they could barely stand, Alex was off training alone in the gym. Even Erik didn't get that kind of freedom, he was still being worked over by Charles. Life at the Xavier estate quickly became lively and intense. To be fair, Charles truly was a genius. His understanding of genetic mutation was profound. No matter the mutant's ability, Charles could design a tailored training program that yielded visible results. The nickname Mystique had given him, Professor X, was more than fitting. No one understood the X gene like he did. In just 10 days, the results were clear. All the mutants who had joined the training made significant progress. Though they still had a ways to go before mastering their abilities or becoming combat ready, the difference from when they started was night and day. Both Charles and Erik were pleased. Everything was moving in the right direction. Charles. Just as Charles was putting Erik through a session on the field, Alex appeared. Both Charles and Erik paused and turned to look. Alex? Wow, you're actually showing yourself today. Erik teased with a chuckle. Alex had basically disappeared into the training room for days, rarely showing his face. I came to inspect your progress, Alex said with a grin, tossing the joke right back. By now, he had grown very close to Charles and Erik. Their relationship was no longer one of mentor and newcomer, they were equals now. So Alex spoke freely. Bad timing, then, Erik said, throwing up his hands. I'm not quite ready to blow your mind yet. In truth, Erik's powers are already highly developed. Further progress comes harder for him than it does for the others, Charles explained to Alex. Naturally. Erik had spent most of his life hunting Shaw on his own. His control over his power was far beyond that of the younger mutants. All right, Charles, I have to go. It's almost time. After some light banter, Alex shifted his tone. Howard Stark from S.H.I.E.L.D. had once mentioned inviting Alex over for dinner. At the time, Alex thought he was just being polite. But to his surprise, the playboy had actually followed through, with a formal invitation, no less. Alex had no reason to turn it down. Building a relationship with someone like Howard Stark, wealthy, influential, and connected, was a no-brainer. Charles and Erik had no objection, of course. They were friends, not parents. Alex's private life wasn't their concern, as long as it didn't affect the group. And Alex was, without question, the one they trusted most. Need a ride? Charles offered. You can take my car. Thanks, Charles, but maybe next time. Alex waved him off. He had a personal driver picking him up for this one. Leaving the Xavier estate, Alex once again made his way to 75th Street in New York, the spot where he'd parted ways with Jarvis last time. There, Jarvis was already waiting. But what Jarvis didn't know, was that Alex wasn't the only one being waited for. Chapter 34, A Hidden Crisis in the Shadows. Mr. Alex. The moment Alex appeared, Jarvis, who had been waiting beside the car, immediately stepped forward to greet him with polite enthusiasm. Jarvis, I hope I didn't keep you waiting. I just arrived as well, sir. Please, get in. The dinner has already been arranged. Jarvis circled around to the other side and opened the door for Alex with gentlemanly flair. One had to admit, compared to Howard Stark himself, his butler Jarvis was far more of a gentleman in every regard. Though Howard Stark was no spring chicken anymore, he hadn't shed his playboy ways in the slightest. Dinner? I thought this was just a casual meal. Stark didn't need to make it such a big deal. Alex glanced at Jarvis. Mr. Stark considers you his savior, sir. Naturally, it couldn't be a simple affair, Jarvis replied, motioning for him to get in. Savior is a bit much. Alex shook his head but didn't press the issue further. Howard Stark might lack many things, but money certainly wasn't one of them. If the man wanted to throw a fancy dinner, so be it. Alex figured he might as well enjoy some luxury while it lasted. Target spotted. Repeat, target spotted. Just as Alex was about to enter the car, he suddenly paused. His enhanced hearing had picked up a voice, quiet, but clear. Can you confirm? Another voice crackled through an earpiece, tinged with barely contained excitement. Facial match is over 80%. It's definitely our target. Excellent. Don't let him out of your sight. Understood, sir. The brief conversation ended there. Mr. Alex. Jarvis noticed his momentary distraction and called out cautiously. Oh, it's nothing. Alex waved a hand and climbed into the car, acting as if nothing had happened. But inwardly, he had grown alert. Through the car window, he cast a subtle glance in the direction the voices had come from. Sure enough, in an unassuming corner, a sharp-looking man in his 30s with a buzz cut was quietly watching him. And the moment Alex got in the car, the man followed suit and entered another vehicle. As Jarvis started the engine, that car began tailing them, keeping a discreet but steady distance. There was no doubt about it. That man was following him. Who could it be? Alex fell into thought. To be honest, he hadn't been in this world for long. He hadn't offended many people, had he? Then again, he had killed Sabertooth, Azazel, Riptide, and a few werewolves. Yeah, maybe he needed to take that thought back. Still, Sabertooth's death had been a while ago, and thanks to Caliban's intel, Alex was fairly sure Shaw hadn't tracked him down. Could it be the werewolves? But the whole "yes sir" and "orders received" stuff, that didn't sound like werewolves. Since when did those guys get so organized? Something didn't add up. Outwardly, Alex leaned back with his eyes closed as if resting. But inside, his mind was working rapidly. Even so, no clear answer came to him. In the end, he decided not to dwell on it. When those people finally showed themselves, everything would become clear. 54th Street, New York. Inside a temporary command center. On his face, William Stryker wore an excited expression. He had finally found the bastard. The deaths of Sabertooth and Zero had been a thorn in his side for far too long. He had thrown considerable resources into tracking their killer. But strangely enough, aside from that amusement park incident, the perpetrators had completely vanished without a trace. It had driven Stryker mad. Eventually, he'd been forced to shelve the investigation. But then, just when he thought the trail had gone cold, he'd unexpectedly received a crucial lead from Lucien. A young man who beat a werewolf to death with his bare hands. Now, Stryker wasn't a mutant, but no one understood mutants better than he did. So, Stryker had launched a new investigation. Starting with the bar where the incident happened, he cast a wide net, mapping out all of the man's known associates and regular haunts. That included the middle-aged man seen with Alex, the actual owner of the bar, and of course, Howard Stark, who'd once been saved by him. All of them were placed under surveillance. Even Jarvis, as Stark's proxy, wasn't spared. Though the middle-aged man was actually Mystique in disguise, and Caliban, the bar owner, was hyper-cautious and had already relocated after the shootout, Stryker had dug up nothing useful there. Ironically, it was from Jarvis, the least suspicious of them, that the breakthrough came. Something Stryker had never expected. We've finally found him. Sir, let me go get him right now. Loyal as ever, Wade stepped forward with eager confidence. Hold on, Wade. Stryker immediately stopped him. You won't be going alone this time. I'm assigning 2 tactical teams to operate under your command. Seriously, sir. Don't you think that's overkill? We're just capturing one guy, not launching a military operation. Wade looked baffled. Was the boss overestimating this guy? So what if he killed Sabertooth? Big deal. Wade, you're a prime candidate for the Weapon X program. I'm not taking any chances. Stryker wasn't about to explain further. So, you really think there's a chance I'll lose? Wade clutched his chest in mock heartbreak. Sir, I thought we had a bond. After all this time, I thought you knew me. But now I see, you never did. Shut up, Wade. Your mission is to bring him back, alive, and without compromising your own safety. Stryker cut him off mid-rant. If you can't bring the man, then bring the serum. For his research, the serum alone was enough. Of course, Stryker's ultimate goal wasn't just to kill Alex. What he really wanted, was to uncover the mutant organization behind him. But if things didn't go according to plan, he'd settle for second best. Chapter 35, Might as well kill them. The tail had been following for 3 blocks now, neither too far nor too close. Honestly, the guy was good. Very good. Without a trained eye for counter-surveillance, most people wouldn't have noticed a thing. Take Jarvis, for example. He hadn't sensed anything wrong from start to finish. Unfortunately for the tail, he never would have guessed that every move he made was already under Alex's watchful eye. Alex had locked onto the man's heartbeat long ago. Not just that, he could hear every word of the tail's communication with his superiors, crystal clear. Report your location. Sir, the target is heading north on 71st Street. I've deployed a special ops team. They'll rendezvous with you in 20 minutes. Keep your eyes on him. Understood, sir. A special ops team. Aren't we getting fancy? Alex muttered with a click of his tongue. Whoever was pulling the strings clearly took him very seriously. Not that Alex was the least bit afraid. Still, it looked like he might be running a little late. Jarvis, would you mind stopping the car for a moment up ahead? Alex straightened in his seat, turning to Jarvis. Is something wrong, Mr. Alex? Jarvis asked with a hint of concern. I just remembered, I've got something urgent I need to take care of. Don't worry, I'll head over right after I'm done. Might be a little late, that's all. I'll keep it quick. He spoke earnestly, face calm. Jarvis hesitated. He wanted to ask what kind of emergency would pop up at a time like this, but the two of them weren't that familiar yet. It didn't seem appropriate to press. If there's anything I can do, Mr. Alex. I've worked with Mr. Stark long enough to know how to handle a few things. I appreciate it, Jarvis, but this is personal. Nothing too complicated, I can handle it. Seeing that Alex had made up his mind, Jarvis wisely let it go. After a moment's thought, he offered. Then at least allow me to drive you there. Once you're done, I'll take you straight to Mr. Stark. Thanks, but no need. I'd rather not trouble you. In that case, all right. I'll inform Mr. Stark of the situation. Respecting Alex's decision, Jarvis pulled the car to a slow stop by the curb. Alex wasted no time. He pushed open the door and stepped out onto the street. Just as expected. As soon as he got out, the black Ford that had been tailing them also pulled over. A buzz-cut young man stepped out and resumed his not too close, not too far pursuit. Alex pretended not to notice, walking casually down the street as if nothing were out of the ordinary. 2 more blocks passed. That was when the buzz-cut man finally began to feel uneasy. Why was the target heading into such an isolated part of town? Could he have been discovered? No way. The man replayed the entire tailing process in his mind. He hadn't made a single mistake. He was probably just overthinking it. Beep. Beep. A sharp honk came from behind. He turned around to see 5 black SUVs, clearly government vehicles, approaching in formation, aggressive and unrelenting. He signaled to the agents inside. Targets just ahead. All right, let's move. From the front vehicle, Wade glanced out from the passenger seat, quickly spotting Alex. The 5 SUVs veered sharply to block Alex's path, forming a barricade. Thud, thud, thud. Doors flew open, and 20 fully armed agents poured out, surrounding Alex from all sides. Each one held an assault rifle, muzzles trained squarely on him. Stryker. Alex scanned the scene, eyes narrowing when he saw a familiar chatterbox among them. He already knew who was behind this. I knew you'd be wondering, who are these guys? What do they want? Are they here to kill me? Blah blah blah. Wade strode out from the encirclement, his mouth running as freely as ever. Let me help you out. About a month ago, at that amusement park in Ohio, you remember? You killed a beast. Or, well, not a real beast. More like a man who acted like one. I think you get what I mean. You talk too much, Alex interrupted, unable to hold back. It was like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing in his ear. Let's cut the crap. Tell me what you want, and then I'll decide whether to kill you. No need to waste anyone's time. Alex's tone was sharp, decisive. I was getting to that, until you interrupted me. Anyway, since you didn't deny killing that beast, I'll take that as a yes, alright? Wade was visibly annoyed at being cut off mid-rant. At this point, does it even matter whether I admit it or not? Alex said with a cold laugh. For God's sake, Wade, a voice barked over the comms, Stryker himself. He's right. Quit the chatter and just finish the damn job. Wade sighed, visibly deflating. Alright, alright. You need to come with us. Simple enough now. Come with you. Alex tilted his head, eyes serious. In that case, when you walk, do you start with your left foot, or your right? Wade blinked. Does it matter? He looked at Alex's expression, dead serious. Definitely not joking. Right foot, he guessed. Alex's eyes flashed red. Sorry. I don't like people who lead with their right foot. So I guess I'll just kill you all instead. Chapter 36, A Death Well Deserved. This is, not good. Wade's pupils shrank sharply. Alex's eyes at that moment, weren't they exactly like that guy he'd captured recently, the one who could shoot lasers from his eyes? Could this guy shoot lasers too? ZZZZT. The next second, 2 blazing beams of heat vision shot straight at Wade. A chilling sense of death washed over him. At such close range, he had no time to dodge. But Wade wasn't just anyone, he was Stryker's top enforcer, someone with cheat-level strength. Even under a rain of bullets from close-range submachine gun fire, he could slice down every round with dual blades. Killing a monster like this? Not so easy. Clang. With a sharp metallic sound, Wade drew the longsword strapped across his back and raised it in front of him just in time. Boom. Alex's heat vision slammed into the blade, sending a massive shockwave through it that knocked the sword back into Wade's chest. The force sent Wade flying, smashing into the ground like a dead dog. But Alex didn't stop, his heat beams continued to chase Wade down, trying to slice him apart. Wade, however, moved like a monkey, leaping and darting in every direction. It was dangerously close, but somehow, he managed to evade the deadly rays, at least for now. Could Alex kill Wade in just 5 seconds? No one knew for sure. Alex was confident that with a little more time, he could definitely take Wade down. But 5 seconds? Honestly, it was cutting it close. And to make matters worse, Stryker's other special agents weren't just standing around. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few faint sounds broke through the air, tranquilizer darts shot toward Alex from multiple directions. Compared to regular bullets, these darts were slower, far slower. With Alex's enhanced vision and dynamic perception, he could track them easily. And his reaction time? More than enough to keep up. So instead of dodging, he simply raised his hands and swept them through the air. Thunk thunk thunk. He caught every dart cleanly in his palms. Heh. Alex glanced at the agents who had fired at him and let out a cold chuckle. Then with a flick of his wrists, he threw the tranquilizers back like throwing knives. Zzzzzt zzzzzt zzzzzt. The darts sliced through the air, becoming blurred shadows as they flew. The force behind them was even greater than if they'd been fired from a dart gun. The agents didn't even have time to react before the dart struck them down. Not only did the impact knock them flat, it was like being blasted by shotgun shells. Gulp. Several agents nearby audibly swallowed. All of them stared, completely dumbfounded. They knew they were up against a mutant, but this was way beyond their expectations. As Stryker's elite forces, they'd seen mutants before. In fact, the island held plenty of them. Sure, those mutants had all sorts of strange abilities, but very few were actually dangerous in a fight. Even someone like Sabertooth hunted them with ease. That showed the general power level of mutants at this stage. But someone like Alex? That level of brute force domination was almost unheard of. Whoosh! A sudden gust, Wade had regained his footing and was now charging at Alex with both blades in hand. The twin swords glinted with a chilling light as they swung toward Alex with vicious momentum. But with Alex's current speed, there was no way Wade would land a hit. He flickered like a shadow, using his super speed to sidestep instantly. Clang clang. Wade's twin blade struck the ground, sending sparks flying. At that same moment, Alex had already appeared behind him. His steel-hard fist slammed forward like a hammer. If it landed, Wade's chest would be smashed just like those werewolves back at the bar. But Wade wasn't just some random grunt. It was like he had eyes in the back of his head, his right hand twisted around, and his sword stabbed backward, aimed straight for Alex's heart. Alex had no choice but to abort his strike and twist out of the way. In that fleeting instant, Wade completed his turn and lunged again, blades flashing as he launched another deadly assault. "No wonder you're Deadpool," Alex muttered, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Wade's movements were too clean, especially with those swords, he wielded them like an artist. Even with Alex moving at nearly 80 meters per second, it was still difficult to land a killing blow. After all, no matter how fast Alex was, could he be faster than a bullet? Wade could slice bullets out of the air. Keeping up with Alex? Totally within reach. The easiest way to take Wade down was still with heat vision. But unfortunately, Alex couldn't fully control it yet, at least, not freely. Still, that didn't mean he couldn't beat Wade. There was a clear gap in their overall power. If Alex really wanted to kill him, he definitely could. It would just take a little more effort. Well, I'll just say, Victor really didn't die in vain. While Alex was mentally praising Wade, Wade himself was also thoroughly impressed by Alex. As a sword master, Wade could see that Alex's combat skills were complete garbage, no form, no flow, no technique. But even so, he still couldn't get the upper hand. There was only one explanation: Alex's physical strength was simply too insane, far beyond even Sabertooth. In fact, if Sabertooth didn't have his insane healing, his animalistic strength alone wouldn't even be a challenge for Wade. "You won't be dying in vain either," Alex said, quirking a brow at Wade. Then his eyes landed on a tree nearby. A slow smirk spread across his face. "You've got weapons, but I'm empty-handed. Doesn't seem fair, does it?" As he spoke, Alex stepped up to the tree, thick as a man's thigh, and grabbed it with both hands. Crack crack crack. Chunks of dirt and roots burst from the ground as he pulled. Under the stunned eyes of everyone around, Alex ripped the whole tree out of the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He gave it a few test swings like it was a practice staff. Honestly, it felt pretty damn good in his hands. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with power stones. For every 50 power stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those power stones. Chapter 37, The Death of Wade. Wade. You're right. This is totally unfair. Wade froze for a second, then immediately launched into a furious tirade against Alex. But Alex didn't bother listening. Instead, he wrapped his arms around the base of a poplar tree, yanked the entire thing from the ground, smashing it down toward Wade. Never mind how massive the tree looked, visually, it was downright ridiculous, but with Alex's current strength, wielding it felt as effortless as twirling a baton. Whoosh! Whoosh! The giant tree swept through the air with a terrifying momentum, a veritable whirlwind in Alex's hands. **T. Wade cursed under his breath as the enormous tree crown expanded rapidly in his field of vision. There was no time to think, he dove to the side in a mad scramble. What else could he do? The sheer size of the canopy, tangled with thick branches, made it nearly impossible to counter. Even with his reflexes fast enough to deflect a storm of bullets, this was another matter entirely. There was no way he could slice through that monstrous canopy with a single swing. All he could do was dodge like hell. Boom! The massive crown slammed into the ground, sending a shockwave rippling through the earth. You're pretty agile. Alex raised the poplar tree again and shrugged at Wade. But how many more times can you dodge? Alex admitted, it was his first time using such a bizarre weapon, and he wasn't exactly a pro at it yet. But after getting a feel for it, he was confident that landing a hit on Wade would only get easier. That's right. Hit. In Alex's hands, the tree crown might as well be a gigantic fly swatter. And Wade? Just the annoying fly that needed squashing. In this kind of matchup, no matter how fancy Wade's swordplay was, no matter how refined his martial arts might be, it was all meaningless. This was a pure dimensional crush. No reasoning. No fairness. Of course, Alex's method did have a critical weakness, he couldn't let Wade get too close. Once Wade got into melee range, Alex would lose the ability to swing the tree effectively. The massive crown would become dead weight. Wade clearly understood this as well. After dodging the first swing, he tumbled across the ground like an acrobat and lunged toward Alex with the speed of a monkey. Unfortunately for him, idealism rarely survived reality. No matter how good Wade's skills were, the gap in raw power between them was just too great. ZZT. A beam of heat vision burst from Alex's eyes, aimed straight at Wade. There was no way Wade dared to take that head-on. At the last possible moment, he leapt to the side. But Alex's flyswatter had already been waiting there. Boom! The enormous tree crown came down like divine punishment, smashing Wade into the ground. Alex casually planted one end of the trunk on the dirt and lightly stepped on it with both feet. Just like that, Wade was pinned under the tree. Dude, this is straight up bullying. This isn't fair. Totally not fair. Wade's strained voice came muffled from beneath the crushed branches. He was a complete mess. Blood oozed from scratches and punctures where the branches had gouged his body. But that was nothing compared to the impact. The brute force slam from the tree had been like a boulder crashing down. Several of Wade's ribs were broken. Alex's eyes, now glowing red again, stared down at him. This time, Wade had no chance of dodging. Open fire. Fire at will. The special agent Stryker had dispatched couldn't sit still any longer. Seeing Wade get wrecked so quickly sent them into a panic. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. They opened fire in a relentless barrage, bullets pouring down like rain on Alex. His body wasn't quite tough enough yet to completely ignore that kind of firepower. Forced to make a choice, he abandoned Wade, channeled power to his legs, and stomped down hard. Crack. The ground split under the force, launching Alex like a cannonball toward cover. He landed behind a parked car on the roadside. Then, casually, he reached out and hoisted the vehicle in front of him like a giant metal shield. Clang! 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 Bullets hammered the car, turning it into a mangled, perforated wreck. Meanwhile, the Wade who had been pinned under the tree had used the distraction to escape. ZZT. But he'd only just crawled out and barely straightened up when another heat beam shot from the side, piercing clean through his heart. *T. I actually died here. That guy was right. I guess I really did have it coming. Wade stared wide-eyed at the hole in his chest. With those final words, he collapsed to the ground. Seriously, what a weirdo. Even his last words were one of a kind. Alex couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Still, after using his heat vision 3 times in quick succession, even if each blast was brief, it had pushed him close to his current limit. His eyes burned now, aching and sore. He couldn't afford to keep using them. But then again, did he really need heat vision to deal with a few regular agents? Hardly. Alex grabbed the bullet-riddled car, held it in front of him like a battering ram, and charged forward like an unstoppable force. For the agents, the moment Alex closed the distance, they lost every advantage. They became nothing more than helpless prey. They couldn't even shoot freely anymore. One wrong move, and they'd hit their own men instead. Stop him. Don't let him get any closer. Their team leader shouted in panic. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The hail of bullets intensified. But it was useless. A car weighing over a ton meant nothing to Alex. He was upon them in seconds. Bang! He launched the vehicle with a powerful kick, sending the hulking machine flying toward the agents like a meteor. They scattered in a frenzy, but not fast enough. Several agents were crushed instantly, reduced to bloody paste beneath the metal wreck. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. Chapter 38, Sweeping Through the Enemy Like a Storm. Whoosh! Boom! Just as a car crashed onto the scene, Alex soared through the air with a powerful leap, covering several meters in a single bound. He landed like a god of war descending from the heavens. With a single stomp, he crushed the chest of a nearby special agent. Bang! He casually threw a punch at another agent next to him, sending the man flying like a human cannonball straight into the wall. A splatter of blood burst open. The man's skull exploded like a watermelon upon impact. But in truth, he was already dead before his head burst, killed by the sheer force of Alex's blow. Alex's terrifying strength left the remaining agents frozen in fear. Eh! One of them let out a feral roar, gripping his gun tightly and firing at Alex in a panic. Swish! But the moment the bullet left the barrel, Alex had already dashed to the side. The bullets hit nothing but air. Bang! The next second, the agent felt a tremendous force slam into his body. He was sent flying. And that was the last thing he ever felt. His vision went black. Clang! A sharp metallic crash rang out. Alex had ripped the car door off the vehicle he'd smashed earlier. He hefted it up like a shield and charged into the agents again. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted in rapid succession, mixed with screams of pain. Now armed with a makeshift shield, Alex was even more unstoppable. Even if a stray bullet made it through, the heavy steel door blocked it with ease. Just like that. Under a storm of bullets and desperate attacks, Alex tore through the special forces like a beast unleashed, 7 times in and out, mowing down everyone in his path. In just a few short minutes, not a single enemy remained standing. Everyone, except Alex, had returned to the Earth, to greet their dearly departed grandmothers. Wade, report back. What's the situation at the scene? Wade, do you copy? Smith, respond. The battlefield fell into silence, save for the frantic voice of Stryker still coming through the agent's earpieces. Alex chuckled softly. He reached down and grabbed a comm unit from one of the fallen agents. Wade's dead, he said flatly. And you'll be joining him soon enough. Crack. Before Stryker could reply, Alex crushed the device in his hand. At the temporary command center. Stryker's expression turned ashen, as if someone had just slapped him hard across the face. It was clear now, his entire team had been annihilated. He had underestimated the enemy. Alex had already killed Sabertooth, and now even Wade was no match. Stryker had thought he was being cautious enough. He didn't just send Wade, he sent an elite squad of 20 special agents. That was a full-force assault team. Overkill, even. He thought it was foolproof. And yet, how long had it even been? They were all gone. Stryker now felt a deep and growing fear of Alex. It seemed the only hope of defeating him lay in the Weapon X project. The Weapon X prototype needed to be completed, and fast. Stryker made up his mind. But just thinking about it gave him a headache. At present, there were only 2 suitable candidates for Weapon X, Logan and Wade. Wade wasn't a problem, he'd already agreed to the experiment. They could proceed at any time. Logan, however, was a different story. He'd never agree to the procedure. And unfortunately, the Weapon X experiment required the subject's willing participation. It couldn't be forced. Worse still, Logan already had a deep grudge against Stryker. There was no convincing him. That's why Stryker had devised a long con involving Silver Fox and Sabertooth, trapping Logan into volunteering for the procedure. But before the plan could even unfold, Sabertooth was already dead. And now, Wade was gone too. Stryker was on the verge of losing it. But now wasn't the time to wallow in frustration. He quickly ordered the remaining agents to evacuate the temporary command center. There would be time later to clean up this mess, but it was clear he was in for a long, hard road ahead. Elsewhere. Hope I'm not too late. Alex stripped off his blood-stained coat, muttering under his breath. Even though the entire fight hadn't taken very long, catching a cab in this era was a nightmare. Who knew how long he'd have to wait? Not to mention, he'd deliberately chosen an isolated location to let loose. Sure, there were still a few unscathed agency vehicles parked along the roadside. Technically, he could drive one. But he wasn't that dumb. With so many dead agents, all military special ops, no less, getting caught near the scene in a stolen vehicle was just begging for trouble. So in the end, Howard Stark would just have to wait. Playboys like him probably never had to wait for anyone in their lives. Alex figured he was doing the man a favor, giving him a fresh new experience. He casually tossed the coat aside and turned to leave. But just then, something crossed his mind. He turned back, picked up the coat again, and walked over to the ruined car he'd used as a makeshift hammer. The gas tank had long since ruptured, and fuel was leaking all over the ground. Alex soaked the coat in gasoline. Then with a quick blast of heat vision. Whoosh! The coat burst into flames. Done. No evidence left behind. At that moment, his enhanced hearing picked up the sound of approaching footsteps. Without saying a word, Alex activated his super speed and vanished. He still had a meeting to attend, with Howard Stark. As for Stryker, Alex shoved him to the back of his mind for now. He hadn't unlocked the ability to fly yet, and his super hearing wasn't powerful enough to track Stryker from that distance. But it wasn't a big deal. He did know about the island base where Stryker was holding dozens of mutants prisoner. Once the second Cerebro unit was completed at Xavier's school, finding Stryker would be child's play. When that time came, he'd wipe out the entire base. Alex already had it all planned out. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. Chapter 39, A Special Energy Source. By the time Alex arrived at Howard Stark's mansion, nearly 2 hours had passed. He was a full hour late for their scheduled meeting. Has Howard Stark ever been stood up like this before? Alex couldn't help but think with a touch of mischief. Then again, the sudden ambush from Stryker's men had caught him completely off guard. It really wasn't his fault. Ding dong. Adjusting his mood, Alex reached out and pressed the doorbell at the entrance of the estate. Moments later, Jarvis appeared. "Mr. Alex. You're finally here. Mr. Stark's been waiting for you." Jarvis opened the gate in a hurry, clearly relieved. "Apologies, Jarvis. I got tied up with some things. Is Mr. Stark still doing okay?" Alex asked casually as they walked. "Well, nothing's been smashed, and he hasn't cursed anyone out yet. All things considered, I'd say he's holding up fine." Jarvis said this with complete seriousness after thinking for a moment. "Right. Jarvis, I suddenly feel like turning back. Think I can still bail on this?" "Mr. Alex, I assure you, Mr. Stark isn't going to eat you." As they chatted, Jarvis led Alex into the luxurious mansion. Howard Stark, the legendary playboy himself, stood up with a dramatic sigh. "Alex, I've met senators, generals, tycoons, but you're the first to keep me waiting this long. Truly honored to set a new record. Apologies again, something urgent came up last minute." "It's fine. I've waited this long already. Besides, you did save my life, didn't you?" Howard welcomed him impersonally, then called out. "Jarvis, tell the kitchen to start preparing again." In truth, the meal had been ready long ago. But after waiting endlessly for Alex, Howard had the whole thing temporarily called off. Now that Alex had finally arrived, it was time to fire things up again. Ah, the luxury of being rich. "Mr. Stark, saving your life is a pretty big favor. I hope you're not thinking a meal's enough to repay it." Alex said half jokingly, half seriously. "Letting Howard Stark owe you a favor? That was no small feat, he'd be a fool not to cash it in." "Haha, of course. Dinner's just a token of appreciation, nothing more." Howard chuckled. "Come, let me give you a tour of my home." "I'd love that." Alex replied with genuine interest. In both his past and current life, he'd never stepped foot inside the estate of someone on Howard Stark's level. This was a rare chance to see how the truly wealthy lived. "Let's start with my collection room. I've got some real treasures in there." With a hint of pride in his tone, Howard led Alex into an extravagant room. Luxurious. Absolutely outrageous. That was Alex's first reaction, it was practically a private museum. Priceless paintings, antiques, vintage wine, luxury watches, they were all piled up like some kind of high-end garage sale. It was chaos. Expensive, opulent chaos. Giotto's Kiss of Judas. Captures that psychological moment between Jesus and Judas. Honestly, I don't like it much, too heavy. But you know how it is. Some gifts, you can't refuse even if you hate them. You just smile and nod. Ah, the claymore from Scotland. A man's favorite kind of toy, am I right? You seem to like it too, Alex. What man doesn't like a sharp blade? Exactly, exactly. This old relic here, first bicycle in the world. Looks rough now, but back then. A stroke of genius. Howard enthusiastically explained every item Alex glanced at. As expected, every single object was a rare treasure, leaving Alex thoroughly impressed. Come on, let me show you my garage next. After finishing his round of showing off, the playboy brought Alex to his car collection, equally excited. Lining both sides of the massive garage were rows and rows of luxury vehicles in every shape and color. It looked more like a luxury car dealership than a private garage. What do you think, Alex? 15 years worth of hunting, every gem is right here. Eyes gleaming, Howard proudly introduced every one of his prized cars. This baby, Cadillac V16. Production ended back in the 40s. First mass-produced car with a V16 engine. Took me quite a bit of effort to get my hands on one. As he raved on in front of a red convertible, Alex found himself tuning out. To be honest, thanks to the limitations of the era, the cars here looked ancient to him. Outdated beyond words. Special energy source detected. Suddenly, a prompt rang in Alex's mind. He froze on the spot. His vision shifted, courtesy of the system, into something akin to a computer's scanning mode. In this view, the Cadillac Howard had been talking about was marked with a flickering red dot via digital overlay. Clearly, that was where the special energy source was located. A special energy source? What does that mean? Alex was confused, but, as usual, the system didn't give any direct answers. Analyzing energy source. Energy value, 37 origin points. Status, non-extractable. More prompts appeared, leaving Alex even more baffled. The system measured energy using origin points, and this one was marked non-extractable. That had to mean some were extractable, right? And if it could be extracted, could it directly refill his origin points? That must be it. Alex's eyes lit up. The logic wasn't complicated, it was actually pretty straightforward. What puzzled him was, why was this one non-extractable? And why would a car have an energy source hidden inside? He didn't yet fully understand what the system considered a special energy source, but one thing was certain, it definitely wasn't gasoline. That would be way too basic. And gasoline wasn't exactly rare or special, was it? For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. Chapter 40, A Tough Request. Alex, it seems you've taken quite a liking to this car. I didn't expect us to have such similar tastes. Seeing Alex staring at the Cadillac without looking away, Howard Stark chuckled from the side. With a twinkle in his eye, he made a suggestion. Wanna take it for a spin? You know, after we finish dinner, I can let you drive it around for a bit, feel it for yourself. Really, Mr. Stark? Of course. It's no big deal. That's great, I'm really looking forward to it. Alex agreed almost without hesitation. He was already planning to get a closer look and figure out what was so special about this car. Mr. Stark, Mr. Alex, dinner is ready. Just then, the ever-reliable butler Jarvis stepped forward to announce. Well then, Alex, let's eat first. Howard patted Alex on the shoulder and led him into the grand dining room. Alex's eyes swept across the room, and wow. When Jarvis had mentioned that Howard Stark had prepared a feast, Alex hadn't thought much of it. But now that he was seeing it with his own eyes, he was genuinely stunned. The long table was packed to the brim with dishes, dozens of them, vibrant and exotic. He couldn't name half of them, but he estimated at least 20 or 30 different plates. Even the tableware in front of him was lined up like a ceremonial display. Truth be told, Alex hadn't had any fancy food in his past life. He never really studied it, just knew that the etiquette was complicated, different forks and knives for different dishes, rules for everything. Now, staring at the assortment of cutlery, he was completely lost. "Alex, I imagine you're hungry. Please, help yourself." After motioning for him to sit, Howard smiled and gestured at the food. Well then. Since he didn't know how to use the cutlery properly anyway, he figured, why bother? He simply picked up a random set of utensils, ignoring the formalities of dining, and began eating while chatting with Howard. Howard, for his part, quickly realized Alex didn't know the etiquette, but the playboy billionaire wasn't exactly one to care much for strict rules himself. Besides, Alex was clearly not an ordinary young man. Howard didn't look down on him for it at all. In fact, the atmosphere at the table was pleasantly relaxed. "By the way, Alex, pardon my curiosity, but could I ask how you came by your extraordinary powers?" As the meal wound down, Howard finally brought up the question he'd been itching to ask. It wasn't just Peggy Carter who was curious. Howard himself had a deep interest. After all, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, S.H.I.E.L.D's predecessor, was founded to study super soldiers. And Howard Stark had been one of the key researchers. "Agent Carter already asked me that," Alex replied, shrugging. "I was born with them." Okay. If you don't want to talk about it, I understand," Howard said, thinking Alex was trying to hide something. "That was a bit rude of me." Alex didn't bother to explain any further. He was telling the truth anyway, whether others believed it or not had nothing to do with him. Seeing he wouldn't get anything more, Howard dropped the topic and moved on. Howard Stark was a man of exceptional intellect, no doubt about it. And while Alex might not have had formal education on that level, as a reborn soul, his vision and knowledge were far from average. The two hit it off surprisingly well. "Alex, I have to say, I'm genuinely impressed," Howard said with admiration. Though Alex was young, his insights were sharper and more forward-thinking than many industry veterans. The kid had real potential. All in all, the dinner ended on a high note. After some post-meal conversation in the lounge, Howard brought Alex back to the garage as promised. And just as he said he would, he handed Alex the keys to the Cadillac. "Alex, just to be sure, you do have a driver's license, right?" Just before Alex started the car, Howard couldn't help asking again. "Relax, Mr. Stark, I'm an old hand at this." Alex smiled, smoothly starting the car and driving it out of the garage onto the open road. He'd already known how to drive in his past life, and after a few quick tries in this one, he was back in full form. He'd even driven Charles's car before, his driving skills were solid. Vroom. A sleek, fire-red convertible roared onto the street. Luxury car, handsome driver, these things never failed to turn heads. Countless admiring gazes followed him as he sped down the road. If Alex felt like it, he could have easily picked up a beautiful woman or two. But right now, that wasn't where his mind was. All his attention was locked on the car. He drove through 2 or 3 streets, carefully testing everything, but still, he found nothing unusual about the vehicle. From what he could tell, it was just an ordinary car. Nothing fancy under the surface. That made Alex frown slightly. Could it be something like Fast and Furious 5? Nothing on the outside, but something hidden inside the car. But after parking and giving the whole vehicle a thorough inspection, inside and out, he still came up empty. He even asked the system about the mysterious energy source, but, as always, the cold, aloof system gave no response. That made Alex just a little frustrated. He couldn't exactly return the car with nothing to show for it, could he? That just didn't sit right with him. He had to figure out a way to keep the car a bit longer. Maybe even, make it his. Which meant, he needed to buy it off Howard Stark. He was already preparing to take the whole thing apart, after all. Sure, he didn't have the money right now. But for someone like him, making a quick fortune was easy enough. Buying the car wasn't the issue. The real problem was, he'd just met Howard, and the man clearly loved this car. To ask for it now, was definitely awkward. But he had no choice. He'd have to bite the bullet and give it a try. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. Chapter 41, Youth Will Be Youth. Once Alex made up his mind, he didn't hesitate for long. Instead of wandering around outside, he drove straight back to Howard Stark's mansion. How was it, Alex? Must have been quite the ride. Howard Stark had already come out to greet him, clearly in high spirits. Truthfully, Alex wanted to say it was a pretty rough experience. This old car couldn't compare to the vehicles of the future, but he just smiled and said, "Of course, Mr. Stark. As long as you liked it." Howard beamed with satisfaction. Seeing someone appreciate his car always put him in a good mood. After parking, Alex handed the keys back to Stark. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mr. Stark, I have a request that might be a bit much. But if you agree to it, let's consider it as me repaying the debt I owe you for saving your life." Now Howard was truly intrigued. A favor from him was no small thing. And Alex was willing to cash it in now. What kind of request could possibly be worth that? "Go on, Alex," Howard said, genuinely curious. "I want to buy this car from you." Alex said it with a fervor that was almost over the top. "I love it. I took it for one spin and realized, I can't live without it." He put on the act of a young man completely smitten, willing to do anything for his beloved car. Howard stared at him in silence for a few seconds, then gave him a look of disbelief. "You're serious? You're not messing with me?" It was such a ridiculous request. A favor from Howard Stark, in exchange for a car. And Alex wasn't even asking for it outright, he wanted to buy it. "Mr. Stark, I know it might sound immature, even absurd, but this is what I want. I really, truly like this car," Alex said solemnly, reaffirming his decision. Howard examined him for a moment longer and finally realized, Alex was dead serious. He had thought Alex was more level-headed than this, but then again, the guy was still young. Showing a bit of youthful impulsiveness now and then wasn't that strange. "Alex, when I was young, I did plenty of ridiculous and impulsive things. I think you and I might just be on the same level. This car? It's nothing. If you really want it, I'll give it to you. But are you sure you want to waste a favor from me on something like this?" Howard was dead serious. A favor from him could prove invaluable in the future. "Yes, Mr. Stark," Alex replied firmly. Howard let out a sigh. "Well, I think it's a damn shame, but, if that's what you really want." He handed the car keys back to Alex. "The car is yours. No need to pay me. My favor isn't that cheap. But this also means, we're even." "I understand. You owe me nothing now," Alex nodded. This had gone even smoother than he expected. Then again, for someone like Howard Stark, a car really wasn't a big deal. "Well then, congratulations, Alex. You and your new baby, perfect match," Howard joked. "Thank you, Mr. Stark. See you around." Waving a quick goodbye, Alex hopped into the Cadillac, started the engine, and drove off without looking back. He's still just a kid. Howard muttered to himself, shaking his head as he watched the car disappear down the street, then turned to go back inside. Now that he had the car, what next? Alex fell into deep thought. The first step was clear, find out what secret the car was hiding. That was the ultimate goal. And he believed that for a genius like Hank, this wouldn't be too difficult. Given the relationship between him and Hank, all it would take was a single word. If even Hank couldn't figure it out, then there was no hope of anyone else doing so. But soon, Alex dismissed that idea. He couldn't take the car back to Xavier's school. He couldn't let the other mutants see it. This car was connected to his system. That was his ultimate secret. And this wasn't just any car, either. It contained some kind of special energy source, to be precise, an energy source directly tied to Alex's power growth. Though the energy source was currently inaccessible, if it could be analyzed, perhaps it could reveal leads on how to extract usable energy in the future. This was not something to take lightly. So, Alex made a sharp turn onto a different street and parked somewhere quiet. After giving the car a thorough check, inside and out, and making sure no one was tailing him or watching, he finally headed to a local auto repair shop. He had made up his mind, he needed someone to dismantle this car. There was no choice, disassembling a vehicle was a technical job, not something just anyone could do. He needed a professional. Whoa! Buddy, tell me I'm not seeing things, is that the Cadillac? To Alex, the car looked like an outdated lump of metal. But to the people here, it was an absolute showstopper. The shop was buzzing. Workers stopped what they were doing, eyes glued to the car. A young black guy holding a wrench let out a loud whoop. People who drive something like that don't usually come to a place like ours. A man in a cap, clearly the boss, walked over and greeted Alex politely. What can we do for you? I need some work done. Who's your best mechanic? Alex asked bluntly. Not to brag, but I've been doing this for over 20 years. There's not a car I can't fix. A slightly chubby middle-aged man in the yard gave himself a hard sell. I don't like how he talks himself up, the boss chuckled, but I can't lie, he's the best we've got. Old Jack, huh? Got time right now? Alex asked, eyeing him. Hey, Ryan, you think I've got time right now? Jack turned to his boss. He was clearly in the middle of another job. If the gentleman's in a hurry. Boss Ryan thought for a moment, then made the call. Customers like Alex, with money and taste, deserved special treatment. That's just how the world worked. Well then, Jack, let's get started. I want this car torn down completely. Alex gave the order directly. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. Chapter 42, A Decepticon Appears. Sir, you want to dismantle this Cadillac? Old Jack was completely stunned. He thought he'd misheard. If he wasn't mistaken, this was a discontinued Cadillac V16, a true collector's gem. Was this guy out of his mind? Yes. Tear it apart. Alex spoke with an unmistakably commanding tone. Then reassemble it. You're the best in the business, Jack. This shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Well, sure, I can do it, but sir, why do you want to take it apart? Is something wrong with the car? Let me take a look first. No need to jump straight to dismantling it. That's none of your concern. I'm telling you to do it. Just take it apart, and I'll pay in full. This isn't about the money. Jack hesitated. In fact, he was starting to suspect something fishy. Was this Cadillac stolen? Was the guy trying to chop it up and quietly move it out of here? That could mean serious trouble. Ryan. Jack turned to his boss for guidance. Ryan was clearly unsure too. Alex's request was just too bizarre. After thinking it over, Ryan decided not to get involved in this potential mess. I'm sorry, sir. Maybe you could try another repair shop. Ryan offered politely. So what you're saying is, I came all the way here for nothing? Alex said, narrowing his eyes. And no, sir. That's not what I meant at all. Ryan waved his hands in panic. But Alex didn't bother with any more small talk. He simply turned around, bent down, grabbed the Cadillac, and lifted it clean off the ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. He walked step by step like a steamroller, crushing everything in its path, then tossed the Cadillac right in front of Ryan and Jack. Gee God Almighty! What did I just see? Ryan, Jack, and the rest of the garage crew stared at the scene in sheer horror, like they'd just seen a ghost. They were nearly scared out of their wits. Picking up a whole car, was this guy even human? I'm in a hurry. Get moving, Alex clapped the dust off his hands and said to Jack. Why yes, sir. Right away. Jack was practically wetting himself at this point. No way he dared question him again. He grabbed his tools and was about to start work when. Clank, clank, clank. Clang, clang, clang. The Cadillac that had been lying perfectly still on the ground suddenly moved. Its body began splitting and reconfiguring, parts rearranging at high speed. Amid a harsh, metallic screech, different modules twisted and assembled in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, the Cadillac was gone, replaced by a giant robot 5 or 6 meters tall. You little insect. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The towering robot looked down at Alex, its voice filled with disdain. Wait, what the hell? A transformer? Alex was genuinely stunned. He hadn't expected this, not in this world, not in this era. So the special energy source the system had detected wasn't inside the car, it was the car. No wonder all his inspections turned up nothing. You little worm, I'm going to crush you into paste. The Transformer's voice was laced with fury. Even without human facial expressions, Alex could feel the seething rage radiating from the robot. AM monster. An alien. It's an alien. Jesus Christ. Shrieks of panic erupted as Jack, Ryan, and the others widened their eyes to the brink of bursting. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. So noisy, annoying little bugs. The Transformer let out a disgusted growl and swung its massive arm toward the group, casually swatting like it was squashing flies. This one had a nasty temper. Judging by the aggression, Alex figured it had to be a Decepticon. No way an Autobot would act like this. Gasp. Everyone around sucked in a cold breath. Jack and the others were pale as ghosts, paralyzed by fear. They were so terrified, they couldn't even run. Classic trauma response, frozen stiff. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jack and the others felt a blur pass before their eyes. Alex's figure darted forward like a phantom and blocked the Decepticon's fist. Clang! A thunderous crash rang out. The Decepticon's massive punch froze in midair, right in front of Alex. It was as if someone had pressed pause. No matter how hard the robot tried, it couldn't move another inch forward. The entire garage fell eerily silent. Jack, Ryan, and the rest were trembling, unable to believe what they were seeing. This young man had stopped a giant robot's punch. One stood over 5 meters tall, the other barely 2. The robot's fist was bigger than Alex's entire head. The visual contrast couldn't be more stark. And yet, it was Alex who came out on top. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, they'd never believe it. What are you still standing there for? Waiting for Christmas? Alex snapped. That snapped Jack and the others out of their daze. They bolted like their lives depended on it. This can't be. The Decepticon's voice rang out in disbelief. Humans can't possess that kind of power. Surprised already? Alex sneered. Isn't it a bit too early for that? With a sudden stomp, Alex launched himself like a human missile, straight for the Decepticon's head. Boom! A thunderous punch landed square on the robot's face. Crash! The Decepticon was sent flying, like it had been struck by a meteorite. It crashed into the ground, hard enough to shake the earth like a mini earthquake. Gulp. Jack and the others, who were still scrambling away, watched the scene unfold and swallowed hard. They were completely, utterly dumbfounded. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. Chapter 43, Beating Down the Decepticon. This isn't right, none of this makes sense. There's no way your power is this strong. The Decepticon stood there in utter disbelief, completely stunned by the beating Alex had just given him. Alex wasn't sure if the guy had a working brain, but if he did, it had clearly short-circuited by now. I don't believe it. With a furious roar, the Decepticon sprang up from the ground and charged at Alex once more, the earth rumbling beneath his feet. Bang! Only to be sent flying again with another crushing blow. Cough, cough. The Decepticon spat out a few metal parts, his confidence and worldview shaken to the core. This human, was this really the same puny insect he'd once known? Weren't humans supposed to be weak and fragile? He started to wonder if he was still dreaming. Whoosh! While he was dazed, Alex shot up like a human battering ram, soaring nearly 10 meters into the air before crashing down toward the Decepticon again. Having learned from previous encounters, the Decepticon didn't dare meet Alex head-on this time. With a sudden roll across the ground, he barely dodged the incoming fist. Boom! Alex's punch smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater where the Decepticon had just been. Clang! Suddenly, a massive blade assembled from the Decepticon's arm. He gripped it tightly, regaining some of his former bravado. Die, human. With that, he slashed the blade toward Alex. SSH. But Alex's eyes lit up with heat vision, twin beams slicing cleanly through the Decepticon's arm like it was butter, severing the entire limb holding the weapon. What? The Decepticon's mind reeled. Since when could humans shoot lasers from their eyes? SSH. While he was still in shock, another heat ray shot out, grazing across his head. Thud. His giant metallic head slammed into the ground. Moments later, the Decepticon's massive body collapsed beside it, lifeless. Less than a minute ago, he had been strutting around like a fearsome war machine, now, he was just a heap of scrap metal. Alex stared at the wreckage in silence. Decepticons, on Earth? So this wasn't just the Marvel Universe after all. But then again, Marvel had always been set in a galactic backdrop. Skrulls, Kree, Ego the Living Planet, heck, even Thanos and his army. And let's not forget Thor and Loki. In comparison, a few Cybertronians didn't seem all that surprising. Actually, among all these alien races, the Cybertronians might even be considered weak. No need to trouble the Avengers with them. Alex quickly moved on from that thought and turned to a new question. Why was the Decepticon marked as a non-extractable energy source? The energy source part made sense. Transformers were mechanical lifeforms, essentially machines powered by advanced energy systems. But why couldn't it be extracted? Could it be, because the Decepticon was considered a living being? Was the system only able to extract energy from non-living sources? If that were true, then what about the Allspark? The Allspark and the Decepticons shared the same energy type. In fact, the Allspark was a more advanced and fundamental source. So was its energy extractable? Alex's eyes lit up at the thought. There was definitely a possibility. Even if he couldn't confirm it now, it was worth investigating, right? Now, considering the timeline. Alex mentally reviewed the plot of the first Transformers movie. He remembered that the protagonist's ancestor had discovered a frozen Megatron in the Arctic, and his glasses had been imprinted with coordinates to the Allspark. That was the key to finding it. But in this era... Wait a minute. In Transformers 1, both Megatron and the Allspark were secretly stored beneath the Hoover Dam, right? Which brought up a critical question. Had Megatron already been discovered and transported by the government, or was he still frozen somewhere at the poles? Alex had no clue. As for the glasses passed down from the protagonist's ancestor. Yeah, that was even more of a joke, no way he could track that down now. At this point, the Transformers protagonist's dad was probably still in diapers. Alex had to admit, finding the Allspark at this point in time would be incredibly difficult. So, his mind turned. If he couldn't do it alone, why not get some outside help? S.H.I.E.L.D. That's right. Alex's thoughts landed squarely on the organization. It would be a waste not to use such a convenient tool. S.H.I.E.L.D. was always obsessed with the supernatural, and considering this Decepticon used to be Howard Stark's car, handing it over to them would be completely justified. It was the perfect cover, logical and seamless. Let's do it. Alex made his decision with satisfaction. Hey, Ryan. He looked toward the distant corner of the shop, where Ryan was nervously spying on him, and called out, "You guys have a phone, right?" "Why yeah, we do." Ryan stammered, not even daring to make eye contact. God above, that scene of Alex casually destroying the Decepticon had left a permanent mark on their minds. Sure, Alex looked young and handsome, but to them, he was a walking catastrophe. Alex ignored their reactions and walked straight into the repair shop. In a makeshift office cubicle, he found a rugged-looking phone. Without hesitation, he picked it up and dialed Howard Stark. He quickly gave a simple rundown of the situation. "You're telling me all of this really happened?" "Stay where you are, I'm coming immediately." Howard didn't question him. He gathered his team at once and headed for the garage. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And Chapter 44, Mechanical Lifeform. Jesus Christ. What the hell is that thing? Alex, this is what you meant by a mechanical lifeform? God Almighty. When Howard Stark arrived on the scene and laid eyes on the towering figure of the dead Decepticon, his entire worldview practically shattered. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Seriously, what era were they in right now? The very idea of robots was still a far-fetched concept. Let alone actually seeing one with his own eyes, let alone something that massive. The psychological impact was impossible to overstate. Even someone like Howard Stark, who prided himself on thinking ahead of his time, was stunned into silence. As for the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents he'd brought along, they were even worse, frozen like idiots, staring wide-eyed and slack-jawed. But the most unbelievable part? That Alex had killed it. Howard Stark's heart skipped a beat just thinking about it. How the hell did he pull that off? It was insane. That thing looked like it could wipe out an entire battalion without breaking a sweat. Howard had always suspected, like Peggy Carter, that maybe Alex was some kind of super soldier experiment using Steve Rogers' serum. But now, he was sure that wasn't the case. Even if Captain America came back from the dead, there was no way he could do this. But where's the head? The robot's massive torso was there. Its severed arm, too. But the head was missing. Howard scanned the scene and finally spotted it. Alex was sitting on it. Sitting on the head like it was a goddamn stool. He was speechless. A robot. A literal, game-changing, world-altering robot, and Alex was using its head as a chair. The man was way too nonchalant about all of this. Alex. Howard forced himself to calm down and walked over. He was full of questions. What the hell happened here? On the phone, you said this robot came from my car. Sorry, I don't get it. And really, who could blame him? A car turning into a robot? That was pure science fiction. It's exactly what it sounds like, Alex replied calmly, standing up and dusting himself off. This mechanical life form you see here used to be that Cadillac you gave me. Wait, hold on, Howard blinked. You're telling me that the Cadillac you just drove off in, was a robot? His brain short-circuited a little. That car had been lying in his garage for years. It was just a car. Nothing more. And even if it was a robot, who the hell would design a robot to look like a car? Mr. Stark, come with me, Alex said, motioning for him to follow. He led Howard to the massive wreckage of the Decepticon and pointed to a symbol on the twisted metal. Take a look. What do you see? Howard leaned in. No way. That was the Cadillac logo. And now that he looked closer, the whole robot really was red, the same red as that Cadillac. Did Cadillac make this thing? Was their engineering department always this insane? Sir, I've gathered some intel, one of the agents approached and saluted. The witnesses from the auto shop said Mr. Alex was about to dismantle the car when it suddenly transformed into a giant robot. The story matched Alex's exactly. Howard Stark fell silent. The explanation sounded absurd, but everyone was saying the same thing. That consistency told him it was the truth. Besides, there was no reason for Alex to make up such a ridiculous lie. There was nothing to gain. Howard Stark wasn't just any ordinary man. He'd seen enough of the world's secrets to know that some things defied common sense. So despite his lingering doubts, he chose to believe Alex. Alex, he said seriously, I'm going to need a bit more of your time. Can I trouble you to come with me to headquarters? I've got a lot of questions. Of course, Alex nodded. No problem at all. In fact, he'd been planning to use this opportunity to reveal some things to Howard Stark, intel that would help accelerate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation. More specifically, their search for the Allspark. Soon, Howard had a team transport the remains of the giant robot back to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base. Alex followed him once more into room 218. There, he gave a full and detailed account of everything that had happened. Howard listened carefully and took notes. But as he reviewed Alex's story, several details stood out. He looked Alex in the eyes and asked, "So, this is why you insisted on that particular Cadillac, isn't it?" Back then, Howard had assumed Alex was just a kid, someone who got overly excited when he saw a flashy car. But now, it was obvious there was more to it. That car had sat untouched in his garage for nearly a decade, and only transformed the moment Alex got behind the wheel. That kind of coincidence didn't happen. Yes, Mr. Stark, Alex admitted without hesitation. It was a gaping logical hole, no point pretending otherwise. But since he was already coming clean with Howard Stark, he had his explanation ready. When I was in your garage, I noticed something strange about that car, Alex said seriously. Strange? Howard furrowed his brow. What do you mean by strange? To me, Alex said, it felt alive. I know it looked like an ordinary car, but I could feel something from it. A presence. Like it was breathing. A presence? Wait, hold on, Howard raised a hand. You're saying this thing is, what, alive? Like an animal or a plant? Exactly, Alex nodded. It might be made of metal, but it's still a life form. A mechanical life form. It may even have DNA. Howard's eyes widened as realization hit him. From the very beginning, Alex had been calling it a mechanical life form. He hadn't been exaggerating at all. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. Chapter 45, Fooling Shield. A mechanical life form. Even for someone as forward-thinking as Howard Stark, that concept was a bit hard to swallow. After all, carbon-based life had been the norm for so long, it was practically ingrained in human understanding. Silicon-based life forms. That was a whole different beast. Okay, Alex, Howard asked, his brows furrowed, let's assume what you're saying is true, that it is a mechanical life form. But how exactly did you figure that out? As I said, Alex shrugged. I could feel it. Feel it? Yes, Mr. Stark. I know that might sound ridiculous, but my senses are far beyond those of ordinary people. And as you already know, I'm not exactly ordinary. Even with Alex's explanation, Howard Stark found it difficult to wrap his head around. In his mind, not ordinary referred to someone like Captain America, enhanced strength, agility, endurance, and the like. It didn't mean developing some bizarre, extrasensory perception. Mr. Stark, didn't you and Agent Carter want to know why I'm different from other people? Alex paused, then decided it was time to lay some cards on the table. Of course, Howard nodded, though a bit wearily. But I hope this time your answer isn't born with it, or just special. I'm afraid that's exactly what it is, Alex replied, nodding. Alex, this isn't the time for jokes. I'm not joking, Mr. Stark. What I mean is, my abilities come from a genetic mutation. Genetic mutation? Howard raised an eyebrow. With his scientific background, he certainly understood the term, and he knew that mutations could, in rare cases, cause significant deviations in biology. This mutation granted me enhanced physical capabilities, and also some innate abilities no one else has. That's how I sense the life force coming from that Cadillac. That's right. Charles Xavier, he's an expert in genetic mutation studies. You should look into his research. I particularly appreciate what he calls people like us, mutants. Mutants? Howard immediately took note of the term, it was concise, precise, and captured the concept perfectly. Mutated humans? Wait a minute. Howard suddenly caught onto something and fixed his gaze on Alex. A group? Alex, are there others like you? Of course. Alex answered seriously. Genetic mutations are rare, but with such a massive human population, there are bound to be more people like me. That was valuable intelligence. Even though it was his first time encountering this kind of information, Alex's explanation held up logically and was easy to verify. For now, Howard accepted it. With that, the whole Cadillac turning into a robot incident made perfect sense. Mr. Stark, have you ever heard of Megatron? Alex asked casually, glancing at Howard. No. Why? That mechanical life form I destroyed before it died, it said, Megatron will rise again. Alex delivered the line with utter seriousness. Of course, he made it up completely. The real purpose was to get Howard Stark to start digging into Megatron. Because Megatron was the key to finding the Allspark. Megatron will rise again. Howard mulled over the words, committing them firmly to memory. The statement might seem vague, but it was loaded with implications. First, it confirmed that Megatron was also a mechanical life form, one of many. Second, rise again meant that Megatron had been defeated once before, and was now preparing for a major comeback. Howard had no idea how or why Megatron had failed previously, nor what would happen when he returned, but none of it sounded good. This was something to be very cautious about. Did it say anything else? Howard pressed, his tone grave. It asked me if there was a place on Earth that was extremely cold. Alex replied after a moment of thought. That, of course, was his way of steering S.H.I.E.L.D. toward investigating the Arctic or Antarctic. Sure, Alex could personally use his X-ray vision to scan Hoover Dam and confirm whether Megatron was truly there. But he still needed to plant a lead for S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, it wouldn't do to discover Hoover Dam was empty and then come back to try feeding them another story. The best plan was to go at it from both angles. He'd handle Hoover Dam himself and leave the polar regions to S.H.I.E.L.D. An extremely cold place. Howard looked baffled. This whole conversation was veering into nonsense, scattered clues that led nowhere. Still, he made sure to carefully record everything. The decryption team could make sense of it later. Alex, thank you for your cooperation. No need to thank me, Mr. Stark. It's the least I could do. Once the questioning was over, Howard personally escorted Alex to the base's entrance. Mr. Alex, please, this way. Jarvis, who had been waiting by the side under orders, respectfully approached and opened the car door for Alex. He didn't know exactly what had happened inside, but he could tell Howard Stark now regarded Alex with even greater importance. Thank you, Jarvis. No trouble at all, Mr. Alex. Well then, Mr. Stark, until next time. Take care. Alex waved and stepped into the car, and Jarvis personally drove him away from the base. Get Agent Carter and Mr. Phillips in here, tell them it's urgent. We need to convene now. As soon as Jarvis had driven off, Howard turned to his secretary and issued the order in a grave tone. Chester Phillips, while not as well known as Peggy Carter or Howard Stark, was the third founding member of S.H.I.E.L.D. He was also the first and only director of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and a superior officer of both Captain America and Peggy Carter. During the final showdown against Red Skull, it was Phillips himself who drove Steve and Peggy to the battlefield. His family had deep ties in the military and considerable influence across the country. A low-profile powerhouse, through and through. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. Chapter 46, Even Howard Stark was shocked. Yes, sir. The secretary responded crisply, then hurried off to carry out Howard Stark's orders, contacting the other 2 senior S.H.I.E.L.D. executives without delay. Howard paused for a moment in thought, then turned and headed toward a hidden laboratory within the base. Before the others arrived, he was determined to see for himself, what exactly was that mechanical life form. Ding! After passing through the security checkpoint, Howard took the elevator down to a secret underground lab. Inside, Arnim Zola was leading a team of researchers, studying the corpse of the Decepticon. Arnim, any findings? Howard strode straight to the workbench, unable to hide his urgency as he looked at Zola. Incredible. Absolutely incredible, Stark. Zola adjusted his glasses, his face alight with that particular brand of scientific mania. This big guy, he has no power module. At least, I haven't found any kind of energy core. No power system. Then how the hell did a robot of this size even move? It defied the laws of science. Could it be? Was Alex telling the truth all along? That this thing wasn't just a robot, it was alive? Come, take a look at this. Zola brought Howard over to a nearby machine and pointed to a series of graphs and readouts. See this? Even in this pile of scrap metal, there are still faint energy fluctuations within the alloy. It sounds impossible, but I've no choice but to draw this conclusion. This robot, it's alive. It's actually alive. Howard Stark looked like he'd just seen a dog recite Shakespeare. Alex hadn't been lying. His car was really a mechanical life form. Originally, Alex had just gone out to grab a meal with Howard Stark. Who could have predicted things would spiral like this? All those unexpected twists ended up taking far longer than planned. By the time Alex returned to the Xavier estate, the sky had already turned completely dark. But most of the base's young residents were still up. With youthful energy to spare, they hadn't gone back to their rooms yet and were instead gathered in the lounge, chatting and goofing around. The moment Alex walked in, he instantly became the center of attention. "Hey Alex, I flew today." Siren bounded over, practically buzzing with excitement. "I'm telling you, man, it was amazing. Like soaring through the skies, just like a bird. Can you imagine that?" "Siren, you've been bragging about that all day." "Again?" Havoc teased from the side, grinning. "Technically, it was more like gliding," Darwin chimed in coolly, throwing a bit of cold water on Siren's enthusiasm. "Darwin, you're such a buzzkill." Siren shot him a wounded look, then turned back to Alex with a smug expression. "Wanna know how I did it?" Alex, having seen the movie, already knew exactly what had happened, but of course, he wasn't about to ruin Siren's mood. "Of course. I'm all ears." He took a seat among the group, joining in. It was Charles and Hank. Siren began animatedly, hands waving in the air. "You know Charles has been helping me learn to control my sonic powers, right? I've been making huge progress. And today, Hank made me this special flight suit, he calls it the Bat Suit. I used sound waves for propulsion and the suit helped me stabilize, and boom, I was airborne. Hank, man, thank you. You're a genius." He gave Hank a big thumbs up. "It's just basic fluid dynamics, really. Nothing special, Siren." Hank's response might have sounded a little arrogant. But for someone like him, fluid dynamics was basic. "Alex." Just then, Hank turned to him, eyes serious. "Do you have time tonight? I'd like to discuss something with you." Alex wasn't sure what Hank had in mind, but didn't hesitate to agree. "Sure. Anytime." "Hey, Hank, what's with the mystery act? Can't you say it here?" Havoc called out suspiciously. Others chimed in with teasing and curiosity. Raven glanced at Hank with a meaningful look, as if she already knew what this was about. "Hank, let's go to my room." After chatting with the group a while longer, Alex said his goodbyes and led Hank to his room. He couldn't help but feel a little weird about it. If he didn't already know Hank's orientation, he might have suspected the guy was about to confess something else entirely. "Have a seat, Hank." Alex gestured to the chair, then cut straight to the point. "All right, what's going on?" "You know, Alex, sometimes I really envy you," Hank said, settling in with a sigh. Alex chuckled. "Envy me? For what, my looks? Come on, you're not doing so bad yourself." Hank laughed too. "You know that's not what I mean." The casual exchange helped dispel some of the earlier tension. "You and Charles, and Erik, you're different from me and Raven. You're gifted too, but you don't have to hide it. You get what I'm saying? My feet, they're not normal. They make me look like a monster. And I don't want to be a monster." Hank paused to gather his thoughts, then continued quietly. At this point, Alex understood exactly what he was getting at. Hank wanted to cure himself. That's why he developed a serum, and why he would eventually inject it into himself, transforming into the beast for good. Alex also remembered, in the original timeline, Hank had drawn Raven's blood to study her regenerative properties. Was he planning to do the same thing now, with Alex? And yes, he had guessed correctly. Studying only his own DNA and Raven's wasn't enough. If Hank wanted to normalize his appearance, he needed a mutant who looked visibly human for a point of comparison. But that kind of request wasn't something he could bring to Charles or Erik. He knew they wouldn't understand. The other young mutants, Darwin, Siren, the rest, were too immature. After thinking it over, Hank had realized, the only one he could trust with this, was Alex. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. Chapter 47, Alex's Mutant Ability. When I was very young, I made a promise to myself, one day, I would make myself normal. It's been my dream for as long as I can remember. Alex, I don't know if you can understand what that feels like. You look normal. When you walk down the street, no one stares at you like you're some kind of freak. But I'm different. I've had enough of that. Hank's voice interrupted Alex's thoughts. So, Hank, what exactly do you need from me? Although Alex had already guessed what Hank was about to ask, he still pretended not to know and asked calmly. Alex. I know this might sound a bit presumptuous, but, would it be possible for me to collect a sample of your blood? Hank hesitated before finally saying it aloud. I've been working on a formula to cure myself, and I've made a breakthrough. I'm just one step away, but I need a reference sample to complete it. I only need a small amount. He looked at Alex with hopeful eyes. I'm sorry, Hank, but I'm not comfortable with that. Alex rejected him without hesitation. After all, his body had been altered by the system, not by natural X gene mutation. Yes, Alex technically did possess an X gene, and he was a bona fide mutant. Otherwise, why would Professor X have brought his past self to the CIA's secret facility? As for Alex's mutant ability, well, it didn't usually manifest in daily life. But in certain circumstances, it could be extremely useful, underwater breathing. His skin could absorb oxygen directly from his surroundings. Of course, Alex's underwater breathing was nothing like the deep from the Seven. The deep had physical gills on his torso, a complete biological transformation. Alex had nothing like that. His body looked perfectly normal. He didn't need to gulp water into his lungs to extract air, he could simply absorb it from the surrounding water. To be honest, it was a pretty niche ability. Most of the time, it was more of a gimmick than a game changer. He'd never told anyone about it. Up to this point, everyone, including Charles, assumed his powers all came from the Homelander template granted by the system. Given that, there was no way he was going to let Hank casually take a blood sample. No, Alex, I should be the one apologizing. I know it was an intrusive request to begin with. Though a little disappointed, Hank still managed a polite smile. Hank, you said all you needed was a blood sample from a mutant who appears normal, right? Just as Hank turned to leave, Alex suddenly spoke up. Yes, why do you ask? Hank blinked, confused. In that case, I may not be able to give you mine, but I might be able to get you someone else's. Alex's tone was light, almost casual. To him, it really wasn't a big deal. Whether it was his inevitable showdown with the Black King, or his long-standing feud with Stryker, conflict with other mutants was unavoidable. Picking up a few blood samples along the way. That was easy. Alex, thank you. Hank's face lit up. But if it's going to trouble you. It's no trouble at all. Helping a friend isn't a big deal. Thank you, Alex. Really. I don't know what else to say. Then don't. It's getting late, 2 guys chatting alone at night. It's a little awkward, don't you think? Hank left, visibly relieved. Even though Alex had only given him a verbal promise and nothing more, Hank believed in it. If Alex said he'd help, he would. Once Hank was gone, Alex couldn't help but think back. In the original film, hadn't Hank only taken Mystique's blood? Clearly, his arrival had already altered the course of events. If Hank ended up getting a different mutant sample this time, would he still turn into Beast Hank? Alex found himself genuinely curious. The next morning. Morning, Alex. Morning, Siren. Raven. Havoc. At the crack of dawn, the young mutants were already up. The sky was just beginning to glow pale, the sun hadn't even risen yet. Back at the CIA base, this would have been unthinkable. Back then, they were a bunch of lazy slackers who wouldn't wake up unless the sun was high in the sky. But now, after intense training under Charles and Erik, every part of their lives had changed. They scarfed down breakfast in the cafeteria, exchanged greetings, and then regrouped at the training field. Charles and Erik were already waiting for them. But something felt off. Moira, who was usually by Charles's side taking notes and helping out, was nowhere to be seen. Though curious, Alex didn't ask right away. Instead, he waited until Charles started the day's training session, then quietly approached Erik. Moira received a lead. She's out investigating it. Erik didn't wait for Alex to ask. He offered the explanation directly. Alex nodded without further comment, though he wasn't optimistic about the investigation. As far as he remembered, in the original movie timeline, no one had managed to locate the Black King before the final showdown during the Cuban Missile Crisis. But then again, movies could only show so much. What the audience saw was only a fraction of what might have happened. This world Alex was in, this was real. If Moira had actually found a lead on Shaw, it was entirely possible. Maybe that part just got cut from the film. Then again, with his arrival, the timeline might have already veered off course. After all, in the original story, Shaw had never suffered the kind of defeat he had now. Alex, tell me, if we do find Shaw, would you stop me from killing him? Erik suddenly asked, looking at Alex with intense seriousness. Why would I? Alex shrugged, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Unlike Charles, he wasn't a bleeding heart idealist. Erik's desire for revenge, avenging his mother's death, was perfectly justified. And Alex couldn't think of a single reason to stop him. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. Chapter 48, Traces of the Black King. Hearing Alex's words, a faint smile of satisfaction crept onto Erik's face. As expected, compared to Charles, Alex was far more aligned with his ideals. Charles was just too idealistic, so much so that it bordered on naive and detached from reality. But could someone as smart as Charles truly not see that? Erik didn't think so. After all, Charles had graduated from Harvard at 16 and was recruited as a genetics professor by Oxford in his early 20s. That kind of intellect far outstripped Erik's by leagues. There was no way Charles couldn't see the inherent conflict between mutants and humans caused by their fundamental differences. He just chose not to see it. Rather than thinking with cold rationality, Charles preferred to feel with his heart. After spending so much time with Charles, Erik understood this deeply. Between them lay a massive, insurmountable chasm, one that would ultimately force them down different paths. There was no helping it. Ideological differences were a fatal flaw, and no amount of effort could bridge that gap. Right now, they were united only because of a common enemy, Shaw. But once that threat was eliminated, their differences would inevitably surface. That was why Erik had already begun planning for the future. He needed to build his own circle, his own people. Powerful, mature beyond their years, and unlike Charles, not shackled by outdated ideals, Alex was the perfect candidate to recruit. Alex, I think we should spend more time talking in private, Erik said, giving Alex a meaningful pat on the shoulder. What are you two chatting about? Charles had finished making arrangements for the mutants and walked over, curiosity flashing in his eyes. We were talking about Shaw, Erik replied nonchalantly. I was telling Alex that Moira went to investigate him. At the mention of Shaw, Charles's expression grew serious. It's a pity the Cerebro prototype was destroyed. Otherwise, locating Shaw would be much easier. In fact, Hank had already begun working on rebuilding Cerebro, but it was a massive undertaking. With everyone caught up in training, time was scarce. Finishing it any time soon was out of the question. Charles and Erik had long believed the reason Charles couldn't locate Shaw was because of Emma Frost. But they had already captured her during their mission to the Soviet Union. So Shaw shouldn't have any way to block Charles's telepathy anymore, at least, that was their assumption. What they didn't know was that Shaw's greatest weapon against Charles wasn't Emma Frost, it was his helmet. Not only that, his submarine also had a specially shielded room that completely blocked psychic detection. Multiple layers of protection rendered Charles's abilities ineffective. Even if Hank managed to rebuild Cerebro, it wouldn't make a difference. Alex, is there something you needed? Charles turned his attention to Alex after the small talk wrapped up. Alex didn't need to attend their specialized training, so his presence likely meant he had something on his mind. I actually wanted to ask if there's a place I could use to train my heat vision, Alex said earnestly. He wasn't here for pleasantries. His recent battles, both with Wade and with the Decepticons, had made him realize how unrefined his control over heat vision still was. If he had better mastery, taking Wade down would have been far easier. Those fights made it painfully clear, his combat skills still needed serious work. Of course, Alex, Charles said with a smile. If there's one thing we're not short on, it's space. I'm glad you finally came to me. In fact, I already have a few ideas about how to train your heat vision. Interested? Absolutely, Alex replied without hesitation. Charles eagerly shared some thoughts he had regarding training methods, and the two quickly worked out a rough plan. Thanks, Charles. Really, Alex said sincerely. No need to thank me, my friend, Charles responded with equal warmth. After exchanging goodbyes with Charles, Erik, and the others, Alex returned to his private training room to get to work. Should I take up formal hand-to-hand combat training? Alex wondered as he practiced his punches. The fight with Wade had exposed a lot of gaps in his technique. But the thought didn't linger long before he dismissed it. As his power grew, he'd be able to bulldoze through most threats head-on. Meticulous fighting skills might not be necessary at that point. Bang! 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 The sharp clang of metal rang out as training resumed. Charles, true to form, acted with remarkable efficiency. By the very next day, he had cleared out an entire indoor tennis court just for Alex to use as a training ground for his heat vision. An indoor tennis court. That was seriously over the top. Not only that, Charles had enlisted Hank to build a simple, tennis ball launcher, that could fire balls at random intervals non-stop. All Alex had to do was use his heat vision to blast the balls out of the air. It was a perfect training setup. The only downside? His heat vision still had a short duration, so he could only practice in short bursts. A bit frustrating, but manageable. Alex, can you come to my office for a moment? Just as Alex was about to start training, Charles summoned him with a serious expression. Inside the office, Erik and Moira were already seated. The mood was grim. Moira? When did you get back? Alex asked casually as he took a seat. She just returned, Charles said, his expression somber. And she brought back something important. We found Shaw, Erik said heavily. Yes, Alex, Moira added. I found him. They actually found Shaw. Alex was genuinely surprised. That wasn't how things played out in the original timeline. But after a brief moment of thought, he didn't dwell on it. He'd already considered the possibility yesterday. It wasn't that far-fetched. He just hadn't expected Moira to actually come back with results. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. Chapter 49, Charles's powers are neutralized. Alex, we're heading out to capture Shaw, immediately. Charles's voice rang out, solemn and steady. He looked Alex straight in the eyes. You need to understand, this mission won't have the CIA's support. Agent Moira is still suspended. This is an off-the-books operation, just us. Whether you choose to come or not, I wanted to make that clear beforehand. Of course, beneath Charles's calm tone, there was a trace of anticipation in his eyes. He truly wouldn't force Alex to join, but if Alex backed out now, at such a critical moment, Charles couldn't deny he'd be sorely disappointed. After all, both he and Erik had pinned their hopes on Alex from the very beginning. I understand. So, when do we leave? Alex replied without hesitation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It was a golden opportunity for a mission refresh, no way he'd pass that up. Besides, he'd been eating, drinking, and living here for free all this time. If he pretended to be uninvolved now, that'd be seriously low of him. Sure enough, Charles and Erik both couldn't help showing a subtle smile of relief. Get the others too, Erik added from the side. Erik, they're not ready yet, Charles said, a bit hesitant. Truthfully, everyone's training had paid off, there had been considerable progress. But in Charles's eyes, they still hadn't reached the level of true readiness. Even Erik was only just beginning to harness his powers, driven more by sheer rage than control. At most, he could stop bullets in his normal state, nothing more. Let alone the others. Charles, when Shaw attacked the CIA, do you think he stopped to consider whether they were ready or not? The world doesn't wait for anyone to be prepared, Erik said firmly. In my eyes, they're ready enough. Charles, Erik's right, Moira chimed in. You can't shield them forever. And frankly, we need them. Charles fell silent. After a long pause, he finally nodded. Fine. He summoned the rest of the mutants and explained the situation. Shaw had been located. You all know what kind of man Shaw is. If anyone wants to sit this out, I completely understand. You have every right. The room grew heavy. The last encounter with Shaw at the CIA had left a deep psychological scar on everyone. I'm in. I've been waiting for this day, said Alex Summers, code name Havoc, his voice ringing out loud and clear. Count me in too. I'm no longer someone who needs protection. Raven, Mystique, was next to speak. People follow those who go first. With Havoc and Mystique stepping forward, the rest of the mutants, despite their fear and uncertainty, all joined in. Not one chose to stay behind. Charles and Erik exchanged a look. In each other's eyes, they saw a shared sense of pride. All that grueling training, it hadn't been in vain. All right. Go get ready, we meet on the field in 20 minutes. Erik clapped his hands and gave the order. Everyone left, each with their own thoughts. Only after the crowd had dispersed did Moira glance at Charles, Erik, and Alex with a worried look. Do you really think we can catch Shaw this time? There's no can or can't about it, Erik said flatly. We will catch him. 2 hours later. A plane from New York landed in Manhattan. A group of mutants disembarked and made their way through the terminal. Damn, Manhattan's colder than I remember, Siren pulled her sleeves tighter. Shaw's here in Manhattan. What, is he planning to take over Wall Street or something? You can ask him that yourself when we've got him in custody, Havoc replied with a smirk. Oh, don't worry. I will ask him, Darwin added, raising a fist. From the way he said, ask, it was clear he meant with his knuckles. The long journey had helped temper everyone's nerves. By now, the tension had eased, and they were far less anxious than when they'd first heard the news. That was good. Outside the airport, Moira had already arranged transportation. They got into the car, and after taking turn after turn through the city, they finally pulled onto a quiet, somewhat run-down street. Not far from where they parked, there was a nondescript hotel. "Wait here," Moira said as she opened the door and stepped out. She walked about 300 meters and sat down on a public bench near a crooked tree, as if she were just tired and resting casually. A few moments later, a middle-aged man passed by. He didn't stop, just subtly made a hand gesture as he walked past. Moira understood the signal. Once he was out of sight, she returned to the car. "I've confirmed with my contact, Shaw's inside that hotel," she said, pointing at the building. "Charles." Erik snapped to attention and turned toward him. Charles said nothing. He raised his hand to his temple and tried to scan the building with his telepathy. His expression quickly turned grim. "Bad news. My powers can't penetrate the hotel." "Well." Erik chuckled coldly. "That's great news for me." If Charles's telepathy was being blocked, that could only mean one thing: they were in the right place. "They've got another telepath?" Moira frowned, turning to Charles. That wasn't good news. Without mental insight, they'd be going in blind. "Maybe. I'm not sure. But I'm sorry. From here on out, I won't be much help," Charles said, shaking his head, frustration written all over his face. His entire strength lay in manipulating the mind. And if that was sealed, he was effectively crippled. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Chapter 51, Mutant Melee. Shaw, this isn't some glorious new era, this is a shameful, unforgivable massacre. What you're doing now is 100 times worse than what that mustached tyrant did. Charles raised his head and launched into a merciless indictment of the Black King. He had already read Emma Frost's memories and knew about Shaw's plan to trigger a nuclear war on Earth. So the fury he showed now was no act, it came from the depths of his soul. "It seems you've chosen the humans," Shaw said coldly. He didn't bother to argue with Charles. He simply sentenced him to death in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sharp sound of metal slicing through the air filled the hall. Erik had taken control of every metal object nearby, decorations, silverware, knives, forks, anything metallic in the dining area. With a thought, he sent them all hurtling toward the second-floor balcony where Shaw stood. But just then, the door behind Shaw suddenly swung open. A figure dashed out from within and placed a hand on Shaw's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, both of them turned semi-transparent. ZZZT. All the flying metal shot straight through their bodies, striking the walls and hallway beyond without leaving so much as a scratch on Shaw. "You've got to be kidding me. Kamui." Alex couldn't help but mutter. "He can phase through matter now. That's just cheating." Erik's face darkened. "So this is your decision," Shaw said coolly after Erik's barrage ended. The phasing mutant wisely withdrew his hand, and Shaw returned to normal. "Very well. Then I have no choice but to eliminate you all." As he spoke, 4 other mutants emerged one after another from the hallway's adjoining rooms. Their powers weren't immediately apparent, but the aura they gave off made it clear, they were anything but ordinary. The tension in the room spiked. "Shaw!" Erik roared, spreading his arms wide. Metal objects once again rose into the air, flying toward Shaw like a storm. But before they could reach him, a figure dressed like a ninja leapt down from the second floor. With the grace of a diving falcon, he landed squarely in front of Erik and slashed downward with a katana. Instinctively, Erik tried to control the blade, only to realize it wasn't made of metal. He had no control over it at all. Damn it! That brief hesitation gave the ninja all the time he needed. The katana was about to slice through Erik. Zap! At the last moment, Alex fired a heat ray that struck the blade, knocking it aside. "Thanks, Alex," Erik called, shaken but unharmed. He quickly refocused and resumed hurling metal projectiles at the ninja. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. But the ninja moved with supernatural precision, his katana a blur as it deflected every single piece of metal. "You've got tricks up your sleeve too?" Shaw remarked with mild surprise from above, watching Alex with renewed interest. Alex glanced up at him but didn't make a move. He knew full well from past experience that conventional attacks didn't work on Shaw. Not just Alex, none of them, not even Havoc or Siren, dared attack Shaw directly. Before they came, Charles had warned everyone, Shaw could absorb energy attacks. Any assault would only make him stronger. Everyone knew better than to engage him recklessly. Everyone, that is, except Erik. Seeing his mortal enemy standing right there, Erik simply couldn't suppress his fury. His emotions got the better of him. Only Charles stood a real chance against Shaw. And Shaw knew it too. Just then, a dreadlocked black man standing beside Shaw raised a hand toward Charles. Despite being a man, his fingernails were oddly long, like a woman's. Zing! In a flash, his fingernails shot forward like bullets straight at Charles. "Charles!" Darwin cried and leapt in front of him. The sharp nail struck Darwin's body, but thanks to his power of adaptation, his skin instantly hardened into something like steel, blocking the attack completely. Boom! Boom! Two more figures jumped down from the second floor. One had claws like a wolf and moved with beast-like agility. His entire form exuded a Lupin aura. A wolf mutant. He charged at Havoc, hands and feet pounding the ground like a wild animal. Havoc fired a blast of energy at him, but the wolf dodged it effortlessly. The other new arrival unleashed gusts of slicing wind with every movement and made a beeline for Siren. The hall erupted into chaos as battles broke out on all sides. "And Alex? I heard you killed Azazel and Riptide." A woman's voice came from behind him, sudden and cold. He turned. A dark figure in a black bodysuit emerged like a gust of wind and floated in front of him. "But unfortunately for you, you won't be able to kill me." Whoosh! She slashed at him with a dagger. Alex wasn't about to let himself get cut. He flipped his wrist, pulling out a dagger of his own and parried the blow. Clang! Their blades collided with a crisp sound. Alex's strike was so strong, her weapon flew from her hand and clattered across the floor. He had chosen not to use his heat ray, its duration was limited, and he wanted to save it for a critical moment. For now, close combat would do. My, such strength. The Wind Woman paused, then licked her lips with a smirk full of dangerous charm. Alex didn't respond. He lunged again. Slice! But her body transformed into a swirl of wind, and his blade passed right through her. Completely unharmed. Her ability wasn't like Riptide's whirlwind dodge, she could literally become wind. That explained why she dared face him despite knowing what he'd done to Azazel and Riptide. Unfortunately for her, she had no idea what Alex was truly capable of. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 52, A Flaw Revealed, the beginning of the counterattack. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 The Grand Hall was instantly thrown into chaos as two factions of mutants clashed in a ferocious battle. Erik faced off against the ninja. The man with claws took on Darwin. The feral mutant fought the Havoc. The Siren battled the Windblade mutant. And Alex, he was up against the Windshifter. Moira stayed close to Charles, guarding him just in case. As for Charles and the opposing leader, Shaw, neither had made a move yet. There was also the intangible mutant standing silently at Shaw's side. But their situations couldn't have been more different. Charles was completely suppressed, his powers sealed off, unable to lift a finger to help. He could only watch, helpless and frustrated. Shaw, on the other hand, he had the upper hand and saw no need to act. He simply waited, confident and calm. That was the fundamental difference between the two. From the look of things, Charles's side was clearly at a disadvantage. Even though everyone had gone through intense training and grown significantly stronger, their opponents were all seasoned veterans, battle-hardened killers. The moment the fight began, the gap became obvious. Only Erik held his ground with poise. The others? They were overwhelmed, barely able to keep up, completely thrown off by the real fight. Training was one thing. Actual combat was another. Alex wanted to help, but the Windshifter clung to him like a leech. She never gave him a moment's rest. Whenever his guard dropped even a little, blades of wind would sweep in from all directions, trying to pierce him from blind spots. And to make things worse, Alex's attacks didn't work on wind. She couldn't hurt him, but God, was she annoying. Whoosh! 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 Just after forcing the Windshifter back with a strike, Alex was about to rush over and support his teammates, when a fierce gust came howling toward him again. A dagger silently rode the wind, aiming straight for him. With a sudden burst of super speed, Alex dodged the blade, then spun around and slashed at her. But his blade cut straight through the wind. He. The Windshifter's mocking voice echoed through the air. Frustrated? Furious? Want to kill me? Too bad, you'll never lay a finger on me. But she didn't notice the subtle, almost imperceptible smirk curling at the corner of Alex's lips. After all their exchanges, Alex had already seen through her rhythm. Havoc, look out! Suddenly, Charles shouted in warning. Across the battlefield, the feral mutant had braved a barrage of energy blasts from the Havoc and leapt high into the air, wolf claws gleaming as he pounced toward his prey. I've got you now, the feral mutant snarled with a wicked grin. The Havoc's eyes widened in panic. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. There was no time to dodge. No time to counterattack. FSSH. But right then, Alex snapped his head toward them and fired two scorching heat beams from his eyes. The feral mutant, just inches away from landing the finishing blow, was blasted sideways like he'd been hit by a sledgehammer. He crashed hard into a wall. Crisis averted. The Havoc, dazed and shaken, looked at Alex with gratitude brimming in his eyes. But in the very next moment, his expression changed drastically. Alex, behind you. Seizing that brief window when Alex had turned his attention elsewhere, the Windshifter appeared right next to him. Her dagger drove straight into Alex's back. Still distracted while fighting me, she sneered, grinning smugly. Clearly, you don't know the meaning of the word death. But her smirk lasted less than a second before something felt off. Something about the strike didn't feel right. She glanced down, and her expression instantly froze. The blade had barely pierced Alex's skin. Just scratched the surface, nothing more. It hadn't even gone in. What? Is this guy made of steel or something? Alex looked at her and chuckled. If I hadn't shown a flaw, how would you have taken the bait? With that, his hand shot out and grabbed hers, the one holding the dagger. The Windshifter's face turned pale. If I get a hold of you, you can't turn into wind, can you? Alex said calmly, confident. Otherwise, why would someone with such a broken ability stick to sneak attacks only? She thrashed wildly, trying to break free, but it was like being trapped under mountain. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape his grip. Her strength meant nothing in front of him. Alice! A voice cried out in fury and panic. It was the ninja fighting Erik. He caught sight of what was happening and immediately abandoned his opponent, charging toward Alex with his blade drawn. The feral mutant, shaken but not out, also leapt up, bolting toward Alex in an attempt to save the windshifter. That only confirmed Alex's theory. Too bad for them. He wasn't going to give them the chance. Shink. With a swift thrust, Alex drove the dagger into the windshifter's heart. Buzz. The feral mutant hadn't even made it halfway before a blast of energy from the havoc intercepted him. As for the ninja, Erik wasn't about to let him through. Thud. Alex dropped the windshifter's corpse to the ground without a second thought. Then, he surged forward, moving nearly 3 times faster than a car on the freeway, closing the distance to the feral mutant in a blink. Whoosh! He swung a punch straight at the mutant. The power behind the blow tore through the air with a deafening whoosh, slamming toward its target with bone-crushing force. Sensing the incoming danger, the feral mutant didn't dare hold back. He kicked off the ground, leaping at Alex. Boom! Fist met claw. The feral mutant was launched like a meteor, crashing into the ground again. Only this time, he didn't get back up. Lying there motionless, he didn't stir. After taking a direct hit from Alex's heat vision, then a punch carrying over 100 tons of force, it was simply too much. The mutants on Shaw's side all fell silent. Their eyes sharpened. Their hearts grew cold. In just a few short moments, 2 of their own had fallen to this one man. This Alex. He was terrifying. And now? Alex turned, calmly walking toward the Windblade mutant still locked in battle with the Siren. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 53, This Kid's Just Too Strong. As Windblade was battling Siren, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He had the eerie feeling of being targeted by a wild beast. Havoc, Siren, Darwin, you 3 help Charles locate and destroy whatever's blocking his psychic powers. As for the rest, Erik and I can handle them. Alex issued commands as he walked forward, addressing the surrounding mutants. In his eyes, none of these enemies were a real threat. With his current strength, taking them out wasn't even a challenge. The only real problem was the Black King. The guy was just ridiculous. You could stand there and stab him all day and he still wouldn't die. Without Charles's abilities backing them up, this guy was practically invincible. Got it. Understood, Alex. Voices echoed in agreement. Alex's reputation among them had long since solidified, and after that earlier display of power where he took down 2 enemies in a flash of lightning, no one dared question his decisions. The others moved out without hesitation. Havoc, Siren, and Darwin quickly grouped up with Charles. Charles agreed with Alex's assessment as well. Before leaving with Moira and the other 3 mutants, he gave Alex and Erik a simple reminder, be careful. Alex calmly made his way toward Erik. The enemy's remaining forces, Windblade, Ninja, and Nailman, had grouped up as well. For the moment, the 2 sides stood in silent standoff. Alex, you really are a thorn in my side. The Black King's voice rang out, his tone a mixture of exasperation and admiration. I didn't expect your body to be this resilient. That one misstep cost us the upper hand. In his original plan, Windshifter was supposed to be the perfect counter to Alex, and no one had expected Alex to actually kill her. After all, wind was something you couldn't really kill. The plan was simple: once everyone else had taken care of their targets, Alex would be surrounded and overwhelmed. Game over. But who could have known Alex's body was tough enough to tank her blade? And just like that, their secret weapon was the first one to fall, completely blowing up their game plan. "Alex, keep the others off my back." Erik's voice cut through, eyes locked onto Shaw like he was ready to breathe fire. "Go, Erik. I've got this covered," Alex replied without hesitation. He knew full well that attacking Shaw without Charles's support was a waste of effort. Worse, it might even make Shaw stronger. But he also knew that Erik, with his mother's killer standing right in front of him, would never back down. Erik nodded to Alex and headed for the stairs. Naturally, the enemy trio wasn't about to let Erik go after their boss unchecked. Nailman immediately reached out to stop him. Zazzup. Before he could do a thing, Alex's heat vision blasted toward him. Nailman's expression twisted as he dodged on instinct, completely forgetting about Erik. Zazzup. Alex didn't let up. His heat beam swept toward Windblade and Ninja, forcing all three to scatter and scramble for cover. None of them could spare a second for Erik now. Crack. In the next instant, Alex stomped down, cracking the floor, and launched himself like a cannonball toward the trio, landing with a crash directly in front of them, cutting off their path to Erik. "Your fight is with me." Alex locked eyes with the three mutants, then drew a dagger in each hand and charged. Zing 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 zing. Nailman retaliated by shooting several razor-sharp nails at him, and Windblade followed up with a slicing gust of wind. But with Alex's super hearing, dynamic vision, and insane speed, these attacks were like slow motion. The openings were massive. With graceful dodges and precise deflections using his daggers, Alex closed the distance in seconds, right up in Nailman's face. For a ranged fighter like Nailman, this was nightmare fuel. His face twisted in panic. He sucked at close combat, especially against someone like Alex, who was basically a living tank. Clang! Fortunately, the ninja stepped in at the last second, slashing down with his katana to protect Nailman. Clang! A sharp metallic ring echoed as Alex caught the strike with one of his daggers, effortlessly. And at the same moment. Zazzup! A blast of heat vision at point-blank range. No way Nailman could dodge that, not with how close they were. Ugh! Nailman let out a grunt as he was blasted off his feet, slamming hard into the ground. Unlike the feral wolfman, Nailman didn't have the body to tank a hit like that and keep going. That one shot took him out of the fight for good. Owen! Windblade roared in fury, lashing out with another wind slash. The ninja also closed in again, swinging his blade at Alex. Whoosh! But Alex activated his burst of speed, easily evading both attacks and darting straight toward Windblade. Everyone understood what he was doing. Just like with Nailman, he was going to take them out one by one. Knowing it was one thing. Stopping it? Entirely another. Crack! With a single leap, Alex crossed over 5 meters like a missile and landed right in front of Windblade. His daggers slashed out with deadly precision. Windblade barely managed to dodge, just barely. But. Zazzup! Right along his escape path, another heat ray was waiting. Windblade was down. In just a few short moments, only one was left standing. The ninja's face was a mess of shock and disbelief. How long had it been? 2 more allies down, just like that. This kid was way too dangerous. Swish swish. Still, the ninja didn't waste time on words. He gripped his katana and charged again. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing rang through the hall. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 54, The OP Black King. Another Deadpool wannabe. Alex winced inwardly. The last thing he wanted to deal with right now was another so-called martial arts expert. People like that couldn't really hurt him, sure, but damn, they were slippery. Like cockroaches. Hard to hit, harder to pin down. And Alex hated wasting time. Still, the one in front of him right now was a step below Deadpool. Maybe 2. The guy barely had room to breathe, completely overwhelmed from start to finish. It was only a matter of time before Alex took him out. If only my heat vision lasted a bit longer. Alex couldn't help but sigh internally. If his heat vision had better uptime, fights like this would be a breeze. He wouldn't even need to get close. Just laser the enemy down, problem solved. No matter how agile someone was, how long could they really dodge a concentrated beam? Instead, it was like having a machine gun, but only being allowed to tap fire. Still, even with the limitations, Alex's power was overwhelming, especially against regular people. And this ninja was no exception. All the guy could do was dart around, relying on his footwork and speed. No way he dared to engage head-on. Alex's raw strength was off the charts, and those deadly beams from his eyes. One misstep and you'd be toast. While Alex was toying with the ninja, Erik had already made his way to the second-floor balcony, and struck without mercy. Whoosh! 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 One after another, metal objects flew toward Shaw, hurled with deadly intent under Erik's control. But the phased guy beside Shaw didn't lift a finger to help this time. He just phased through the floor slightly, folded his arms, and stood back to watch like he was at a show. A few metal pieces flew through him, but they passed harmlessly, no effect whatsoever. As for the Black King himself, he strolled forward with a faint smirk on his face, ignoring the flying debris as if it were dust in the wind. You're just brimming with rage, aren't you, Erik? Shouldn't you be thanking me instead? Shaw's voice was lofty and amused, like an artist admiring his masterpiece. RHH. Erik didn't even acknowledge him. He just kept launching more metal, wave after wave, eyes blazing with fury. But it was useless. No matter how menacing the attack looked, the moment any piece touched Shaw's body, all its kinetic energy was instantly absorbed. The metal clattered to the ground, harmless. Still, Erik didn't stop. His mind was consumed by a single thought: kill the Black King. Everything else had faded. Logic, strategy, caution, gone. And so Shaw walked straight through the storm, unfazed, metal hanging off him like junk armor, until he reached Erik. He reached out and seized Erik by the throat. Clang! Every floating piece of metal fell at once. Thud! At the same time, Alex finally finished off the ninja and casually tossed the body aside. He turned toward the second floor, his expression unreadable. Don't move a muscle, Shaw said coolly, one hand still wrapped around Erik's throat. Or your friend here won't make it. Erik thrashed wildly in his grip, but when it came to raw strength, he was just a regular guy. He couldn't break free from Shaw's iron grasp. Don't worry about me. Just kill him. Erik choked out, each word costing him breath and pain. Shaw chuckled. Erik, don't be ridiculous. He won't let you die. That's your kind's fatal flaw, isn't it? And even if he did let you die, do you really think he could kill me? He turned his gaze to Alex, smiling like a general surveying the battlefield. So, what will you do? Alex still said nothing. But slowly, his eyes began to glow a deep crimson. TSK. That won't help, Shaw said, shaking his head, still smug. ZZZZZT. But Alex didn't fire at Shaw. Instead, his heat vision blazed upward, blasting into the ceiling above the corridor. Crack. Crack. The steel-reinforced concrete crumbled like clay, and a shower of rubble and dust rained down, blanketing Shaw in a thick gray cloud. Energy absorption or not, dust in your eyes was still dust in your eyes. Instinctively, Shaw let go, throwing both hands up to shield his face and mouth. Crack. Boom. Alex launched himself like a cannonball, the floor beneath his feet shattering. He slammed down in front of Erik and caught him before he could fall. You okay? Alex asked, lifting him up. Cough, cough. Erik hacked out a lungful of dust before catching his breath. I'm fine. Seriously, thanks, Alex. If not for you. He would have been nothing but a helpless victim in Shaw's grip, completely powerless, like a slab of meat waiting to be butchered. To him, that kind of humiliation was worse than death. You're even more impressive than I imagined. You've surprised me, over and over. Wow. Your performance is nothing short of brilliant. Shaw had cleared his eyes by now. He stared down at Alex with genuine admiration. But then, his expression darkened. It's a shame, really. A talent like you, but I'm afraid I'll have to kill you. Without another word, he charged. Alex hadn't expected it, but Shaw's technique was shockingly sharp. Not quite Deadpool level, but easily on par with the ninja he just crushed. Oh, come on. This is just cheating. Alex couldn't help rolling his eyes mentally. Absorbing all energy, immune to every kind of attack, and a martial arts expert. How many hacks could one guy have? At this point, he was almost catching up to Alex's own cheat sheet, like, maybe a tenth of it. Whoosh! But Alex didn't fight back. Instead, he grabbed Erik and leapt far out of reach. No point in wasting time. Fighting Shaw head-on was nothing but a waste of energy. Why bother? For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 55, Beating the Black King to a Pulp. Erik, I'll hold him off, go help Charles. After narrowly dodging another strike from the Black King, Alex spoke in a low, steady voice to Erik beside him. Following their earlier setback, Erik was a lot calmer now. He understood clearly, the only real shot at taking down the Black King lay with Charles. Anything else would just get in the way. I'm counting on you, Alex. After casting a long look at the Black King, Erik gave Alex a nod and immediately turned to leave. He may still be in the early stages of becoming Magneto, but even now Erik was already one of the stronger mutants around. His assistance would no doubt be a tremendous boost for Charles and the others. And the Black King? He let Erik leave without even trying to stop him. Of course, with Alex standing in his way, there wasn't much he could do anyway. Besides, to the Black King, the others no longer mattered, not even that overpowered telepath. No, the one who truly commanded his attention was the man in front of him. A body like steel. Strength and speed that far surpassed ordinary humans. Even his eyes could fire laser beams. This young man was, without question, the most flawless mutant the Black King had ever seen. Defense, offense, brute strength, speed, melee, ranged. No weaknesses. None. The Black King often proclaimed that mutants were the future of humankind, the next step in evolution. But standing before him now, this young man was the next step. The perfect form. A peak specimen. Even the Black King, despite his seeming invincibility, had a fatal flaw: his offensive power was lacking. If his enemies didn't feed him energy, he was no different from a regular human being. That's all he was. So, is this your plan? Just stall me here, play hide and seek until they recover Charles's telepathic control and try to finish me off in one strike. The Black King's voice rang out with arrogant composure. Not a bad idea. But do you really think you can beat me so easily? You're right. That's why I've changed my mind, Alex replied after a moment of silence. He made a new decision. He lunged forward and charged straight at the Black King. Even though he knew he couldn't kill him, the Black King's smug attitude was enough to make Alex question whether Charles and the others could really succeed. So he had to prepare a backup plan, try to drive the Black King out of the hotel. Outside, Charles's powers would work just fine. Two-pronged attack. It was better than wasting time in here. Sure, he couldn't kill the guy. But the Black King couldn't kill him either. Might as well use him for some free sparring practice. Whoosh! Alex darted forward like a bullet. Oh. You're going to fight back now. It won't change a thing. The Black King sneered coldly and charged in as well. And just like that, the two of them clashed once again. Boom! 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 Crack! 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 The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed throughout the room. Something's off. Alex noticed it the moment they exchanged blows. The Black King felt weaker than he had back at the CIA base. Back then, the guy had just stood there flexing, playing defense the whole time, not even bothering to attack. But now, the Black King was actually displaying impressive combat skills. Still, Alex could feel it. Clear as day. He was weaker. Even though his punches didn't hurt the guy, the feedback was totally different from before. Last time, it was like hitting thin air, pointless, ineffective. But now, it felt like striking a sponge. The energy was still being absorbed, yes, but not entirely. Not flawlessly. What's going on? Alex couldn't quite figure it out. Still, it wasn't exactly bad news. He spotted an opening and went in for the kill. Bang! With a perfect combo of super speed and heat vision, Alex created a brief window. He poured every ounce of strength into one devastating punch, like thunder splitting the sky, and smashed it into the Black King's chest. Boom! The impact was explosive. The Black King flew through the air like a cannonball, slammed backward by the sheer force of the strike. Cough! Cough! He doubled over, hacking violently, and a thin line of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He'd actually been injured by Alex's punch. Spat up blood, even. Alex blinked, slightly stunned. Did I really do that? That punch had worked far better than he'd expected. The Black King could absorb nuclear energy from a submarine reactor. How could he not absorb a single punch? Was there a limit to how much energy he could take in? Did it overflow once it passed a certain point? Even if that was the case, shouldn't the threshold be way higher? Have you been hiding your real power this whole time? So this is your true strength? The Black King asked, rising slowly to his feet. He wiped the blood from his lips and stared at Alex with wide, shaken eyes. But Alex hadn't been holding back. He'd simply gotten stronger since the CIA battle. Back then, his strength cap was 15 tons. Now, 30. Double the power. That's not what matters, Alex replied with a grin. What matters is this: if that's all you've got, Sebastian, you're finished. Without waiting for a response, Alex blurred forward and charged again. There were still a lot of questions about the Black King's condition, but none of them mattered right now. If he could overpower him, then that's exactly what he'd do. Sebastian. A worried voice called from the side. It was Phasing Man, who'd been watching the fight unfold from a distance. He finally couldn't sit back anymore and prepared to step in. Stand down, the Black King barked harshly. You really think I can't beat this brat? Phasing Man's only skill was intangibility, he could phase himself or others. If he stepped in, it would be admitting total defeat. And the Black King couldn't accept that. Roaring, he charged back toward Alex. They clashed once more. But this time, Alex had a clear strategy. Use explosive force to break through the Black King's defenses. And the results spoke for themselves. Bam! 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 Alex pummeled him like a training dummy, sending him flying repeatedly until he smashed right through the hotel entrance and tumbled out into the street. Alex. Outside, Raven and Hank, who'd been standing watch, rushed forward in shock. They stared at the Black King sprawled on the pavement like a dead dog. Their jaws dropped. For 50 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 56, Copycat. Back at the CIA base, everyone had witnessed firsthand just how terrifying the Black King was. His power had left them in awe, completely crushed by his overwhelming strength. At that time, even Alex had used every trick up his sleeve and still couldn't so much as scratch the Black King. In the end, all he could do was reluctantly lead everyone in retreat. But now, it hadn't even been that long, and the same Black King was lying there, beaten and battered by Alex. Like a dog. Raven and Hank both stared, completely unable to accept the scene in front of them. Go back inside. Bring Charles here. Alex ignored their stunned reactions and barked the order at Raven and Hank. Oh. They snapped out of it and immediately rushed toward the hotel. At the hotel entrance, the Phasing Man stepped forward to block them. You so much as twitch, and I'll fry you. Alex's eyes narrowed, a dangerous red glow flaring to life. If the guy dared to lift a finger, those heat rays would cut him down without hesitation. During the fight just now, the Phasing Man had done little more than toss out some half-hearted support moves. Even when the Black King was getting pummeled into the ground, he hadn't made a serious move. Alex figured he was probably like Windshifter Woman, his ability seemed flashy but likely came with some major drawback. Otherwise, this guy would have been even more broken than she was. Of course, that was just a guess. But when Alex saw how the Phasing Man paled under his threat, it only confirmed his suspicion. Forget it, Alan. It's over. We've lost. Just then, the beaten-down Black King slowly got back to their feet and spoke to the Phasing Man. Only, it wasn't the Black King's voice. It was a woman's. What the hell? Everyone nearby was stunned. Alex, Raven, and Hank all turned to stare. Right before their eyes, the Black King shimmered like an optical illusion. The colors of their body rippled and changed, until standing there was a blue-skinned woman. Mystique. No, someone else. Another shapeshifter. Raven. Hank was in complete shock. He looked at the blue-skinned woman, then at Raven beside him. His brain short-circuited. 2 people. Both blue-skinned. Both shapeshifters. How could anyone not think they were long-lost sisters? Even Raven herself was dumbfounded. She had never seen someone so eerily similar to her in her entire life. Was this, actually her sibling? You can change shape too. Who are you? Raven asked, stunned. 2. The woman caught the key word instantly. Her brows lifted in curiosity. You mean, there are others like us? Raven, I'll go get Charles. Hank didn't wait for answers. As much as he wanted to know, he knew this wasn't the time. He gave Raven a quick nod and rushed back into the hotel. The phasing man didn't even try to stop him. He just stood there, watching the blue-skinned woman, expression flickering. Then, without a word, he turned and ran. Sprinted right out of the hotel. Alex didn't lift a finger to stop him. He might as well have been invisible. That guy was a side character, his presence or absence meant nothing. All of Alex's attention was now focused on the woman in front of him. The Black King hadn't been the real Black King. Someone had been impersonating him. Suddenly, everything made sense. Of course the Black King would be behind the scenes right now, pulling strings to push the world toward the missile crisis. He wouldn't waste time personally fighting a bunch of mutants. And the weakened energy absorption ability? Also explained, because this wasn't the real deal. Just one question remained. Why did this woman have the same powers as the Black King? Then it hit him. A name flashed through Alex's mind, and he instantly realized who this woman was. Copycat. A mutant with an ability eerily similar to Mystique's, except even more terrifying. She didn't just copy appearances. She could copy others down to the genetic level. That meant she could replicate not just looks, but powers. Which explained how she had used the Black King's abilities. Well, great. This whole mission had been a waste of time. Everyone had been fooled by this woman. No, by the real Black King. Mission complete. Congratulations, host. You have received 700 origin points. Detected remaining points in reserve. Would you like to use them now to upgrade? Well. Everyone else had been played for fools, sure. But not Alex. He just earned a fat reward. 700 origin points, enough to push his power to the next level. Still, now wasn't the right time to power up. He turned to the blue-skinned woman. I'm guessing you have no idea where the real Shaw is, he asked. I get paid to do a job. Everything else? Not my problem. The woman shrugged, her tone casual, as if she wasn't remotely worried about the situation she was in. But I can see now why Shaw's so interested in you guys, she added, giving Alex a thoughtful look. Her mission had been clear, recruit if possible. If not, kill them all. No survivors. That alone showed just how much Shaw valued this group. Is that so? I'm not feeling particularly honored. Alex rolled his eyes. Alex. That's her. She's Shaw. A wave of voices and hurried footsteps approached. Charles and the others arrived at the scene with Hank leading the way. They saw the woman in front of Alex and their expressions instantly turned to disbelief and frustration. They'd risked their lives in this fight. Some had even nearly died. And in the end, it had all been for nothing. A blue-skinned shapeshifter. Raven, is she related to you or something? And, of course, the ever-clueless Banshee had to ask the dumbest question possible. Note. I wanted to clarify a mistake in my previous usage of character names. Instead of Siren, I should have referred to the character as Sean, aka Banshee. Moving forward, I'll ensure to use the correct name, **Banshee** or Sean Cassidy, to avoid confusion. Apologies for the oversight, and thanks for your understanding. For 50 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those power stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 57, Power Surge, A Body of Steel. Swish. The moment Sean spoke, Darwin, Havoc, and the others all turned to look at Raven in unison. Even Charles couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Given Raven's appearance and abilities, it was impossible to believe she had no connection to the woman with the same shape-shifting powers. I don't know her. I swear I've never even met her. Raven, flustered by everyone's intense stares, quickly shook her head and tried to explain. So, you're the other shapeshifter, aren't you? By now, Copycat had clearly figured it out. She looked at Raven with an intrigued smile. But before she could say another word, Erik stormed up to her with a murderous aura. He grabbed her by the throat and slammed her against a car parked by the roadside. Where is Shaw? Tell me where he is. Erik growled, his voice deep and dangerous. In that moment, Erik looked like a savage beast ready to kill. His killing intent was palpable and utterly unrestrained. I don't know. I really don't know. Copycat choked out, struggling to breathe. Bullshit. Don't lie to me. You have the same powers as Shaw, you have to be connected to him. Erik's grip tightened, veins bulging on Copycat's face as pain twisted her expression. Erik, that's enough. Let her go. You're going to kill her. Charles couldn't stand by any longer. He rushed forward and pulled Erik away. Let me handle this, okay? You know I can read minds. Only then did Erik reluctantly let go. You created devices that block telepathy, you know exactly what I'm capable of, don't you? Charles now stood in front of Copycat, speaking calmly. So you know there's no point in lying to me. Go ahead, Copycat said indifferently. Dig through my memories. See for yourself if I'm lying. Charles placed his fingers on his temple and activated his power. Image after image flashed before his mind's eye, memories, conversations, faces, and his expression darkened. Because she wasn't lying. She truly didn't know where Shaw was. She was nothing more than a mercenary, hired with a large sum of money. That was all. She wasn't even a member of the Hellfire Club. Charles, what did you see? Hank asked, eyes locked on him. Erik, too, stared at Charles, awaiting the answer. Charles shook his head, looking frustrated. I'm sorry. She really doesn't know where Shaw is. Just like the others, she's only here for the money. Shit. Damn it. Everyone was visibly frustrated, some nearly punching walls in sheer vexation. This mission had turned into a wild goose chase with nothing to show for it. They all knew how hired guns worked. Mercenaries were never told anything important. There was no way to extract real intel from someone like her. There's got to be something useful. I'm sorry, Erik. I didn't see anything helpful. No, Charles. She's not just some hired gun. What's her connection to Shaw? I know she's linked to him somehow. Erik snapped, refusing to let it go. Erik, her ability is imitation, Charles explained. She can copy not just appearances, but powers as well. I'm angry too, but we have to accept it, we were outmaneuvered. Shaw played us. Charles's frustration matched Erik's, though he remained more composed. That's it. That's all we get. That's all. Bam! Erik slammed his fist into the hood of a nearby car, leaving a deep dent. We should go. The police will be here soon, Moira said, breaking the tense silence with a practical reminder. What about her? Darwin asked, nodding at Copycat. She's coming with us, Erik said without room for argument. He dragged her into the car, and they sped off. Only then did Alex finally retreat into his system space. Host, Alex. Age, 16. Speed, 85 meters per second. Strength, 39.2 tons. Constitution, 204, average adult male, 10. Mental power, 162, average adult male, 10. Current template, Homelander, unlocked, 5%. Abilities, X-ray vision, basic, super hearing, basic, heat vision, basic, flight, locked. Origin points, 750. Alex's eyes lit up as he saw the 750 origin points displayed. That was more than he'd ever had before, an absolute windfall. Origin points detected. Would you like to initiate enhancement? The system's prompt rang out again. This time, Alex didn't hesitate. Enhance. Congratulations. Homelander template unlocked, 12%. Host, Alex. Age, 16. Speed, 134.1 meters per second. Strength, 97.5 tons. Constitution, 274, average adult male, 10. Mental power, 232, average adult male, 10. Current template, Homelander, unlocked, 12%. Abilities, X-ray vision, basic, super hearing, basic, heat vision, basic, flight, locked. Origin points, 50. This single enhancement had added a whole 7% to his template unlock, and all his stats had skyrocketed. His speed had nearly doubled, and his strength was now close to 100 tons. And that was just the quantifiable data. As for his abilities, X-ray vision, super hearing, heat vision, while they weren't shown in numbers, Alex could feel the clear improvement. Especially his body. Without even testing it, he knew. He was now bulletproof. His body had become a true steel fortress. This meant that from now on, he wouldn't need to hold back in battle. He could charge headfirst into danger, shrugging off most attacks. More importantly, his heat vision could now be sustained for over 5 minutes. That alone was a massive power spike. All in all, Alex was very satisfied with the results. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 58, Don't Compare Yourself to a Monster. Another long journey later. The group of young mutants finally made it back to the Xavier estate. Charles, Eric, and Moira weren't around at the moment. The 3 of them had taken Copycat to the CIA for interrogation and containment, and wouldn't be back until later. Hey Darwin, did you see how I handled that beast-like guy? I had him gasping for breath. Oh, come on, Havoc. I remember him nearly crushing you, and it was Alex who saved your butt, wasn't it? Exactly. What's there to brag about? I haven't even told you guys how well I did. Oh yeah? You mean running for your life after that airblast dude smacked you around? The young mutants chatted and laughed as they made their way inside, each of them brimming with excitement. Especially when it came to boasting about their so-called heroic moments, they couldn't help but gesture dramatically as they spoke. To be fair, their mission to Manhattan was a complete bust. They'd wasted time, energy, and effort, and didn't even walk away with a single useful piece of intel. At first, they'd all been dejected, frustrated, and pissed off. Some were even terrified during the actual fight. But now, looking back, most of them just felt thrilled. After all, it had been their first real battle, live combat, life on the line. That adrenaline rush, that brush with death, you couldn't understand it unless you'd been through it yourself. You guys seriously have the nerve to brag? Wasn't Alex the one who took care of everything? Raven shot them a look, unimpressed, and threw cold water on all their egos. Her words deflated them in an instant. She wasn't wrong. Now that they thought about it, everything she said was spot on. Aside from the one guy who could phase through solid objects and escaped, every single enemy had been taken down by Alex. Even that fake Shaw, the toughest of the bunch. Meanwhile, the rest of them had been helping Charles search a hotel for some kind of telepathy jamming device, and came up with absolutely nothing. Alex had already taken down Shaw by the time they got anywhere close to being useful. Put bluntly, they were glorified background characters. Raven, you're so ruthless, Banshee groaned, now that you mention it, man, I feel useless. Same here, Havoc added with a bitter laugh. I thought I was doing great going toe-to-toe with that beast guy, but then there's Alex. He even saved my life. Why are you guys comparing yourselves to someone like Alex? Darwin said calmly, that's just asking to feel bad. Face it, we're not even on the same level as him. Doesn't that make it easier to swallow? Hearing it put that way, everyone started to nod. You know what? That actually made a lot of sense. The gap didn't feel quite so soul-crushing anymore. Alex had already proven in the last CIA battle that he was operating at a completely different level. And this time, he'd only doubled down on that. If Alex had once seemed to be on equal footing with Charles and Erik, now he was edging past them. In this battle, he'd played a critical role. No, he'd single-handedly wrecked Sebastian Shaw's entire ambush plan. None of them, not even Charles or Erik, had managed to contribute much. That was just the truth. Guys, all this praise is making me blush, Alex said with a sheepish grin as he scratched his head. But if you're gonna flatter me, don't hold back. Say more. Cue a group-wide eye roll. Joking and laughing, the group arrived at the dormitory. They'd been through a brutal fight and a long journey. Even if they were still a little hyped up, the exhaustion in their bodies couldn't be ignored. Unlike usual, nobody stuck around the lounge for late-night banter. A few goodbyes were exchanged, and then everyone retreated to their rooms to rest and recover. Truth be told, they were exhausted. Well, everyone except Alex. His stamina had long since surpassed normal human levels. Even now, he was still full of energy, practically bursting at the seams. Especially after the recent power boost, he was itching to test out his new strength. While the others went off to sleep, Alex headed straight for the training room. Bang! One casual punch caved in a metal punching bag, leaving a deep fist-shaped dent. If he hadn't held it steady with his other hand, it probably would have gone flying across the room. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He unleashed a flurry of punches so fast, they left a blur of afterimages. Then he hit the track and sprinted at full speed. At over 100 meters per second, he'd already surpassed the limit of what the human eye could track. He was nothing but a streaking blur. A full-body upgrade. Alex was confident, if he faced Deadpool again, he wouldn't even need his heat vision to win. He could take him out effortlessly. No more dragging things out like before. And the same went for Claw Guy, Ninja Dude, and Wind Blade Man. Even if he went solo against all of them, he could wipe the floor with them in minutes. Alright, now let's test the heat vision. Eyes gleaming, Alex stepped into the heat vision training room and activated the tennis ball launcher. Thwip thwip thwip. Tennis balls came flying at him one after another. SSH. Alex's eyes lit up, firing beam after beam of heat vision that vaporized every ball into nothing. This round of testing showed that he could keep firing heat vision continuously, for 5.5 minutes. Granted, that might not sound like a long time. But for Alex, it was more than enough for 99% of fights. Seriously, what kind of enemy would survive being blasted for 5 straight minutes? Not to mention, his heat vision had gotten stronger too. Even if he were thrown into the chaos of the Marvel superhero era, the age of monsters, gods, and cosmic threats, he wouldn't be counted among the weak. His only regret? He still hadn't unlocked flight. That was the final piece. Once he could fly, he'd truly be invincible. He just didn't know what percentage he needed to reach for that ability to unlock. But man, he couldn't wait. For now. He needed to get used to this newly enhanced body of his. With that thought, Alex threw himself into training. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 59, Metamorphosis. Everyone, I'm sorry. Truly sorry. That evening. After dinner, the mutants gathered in the main hall on the first floor. Charles, Erik, and Moira stepped forward. With guilt written all over her face, Moira began to speak. This operation put everyone in danger because of the faulty intel I provided. I'm ashamed, that was my mistake, and I won't deny it. If anyone had gotten hurt, I don't know how I could have lived with myself. Her words were sincere, her remorse heartfelt. I'm also responsible, Charles added, his tone equally serious. You all put your trust in me, and I led you straight into Shaw's trap. This mission was a complete failure, and I must shoulder the blame. Erik stood silently beside them, saying nothing. Truthfully, Erik didn't think there was anything to apologize for. This was war, uncertain, full of risk. Neither Moira, Charles, nor even himself had acted irresponsibly. Everyone had done the best they could. That was enough. Moira, Charles, how can this be your fault? Raven immediately stood to comfort them. Shaw was just too cunning. He set the trap specifically for us. None of us saw it coming. Yeah, don't blame yourselves. The important thing is that no one got seriously hurt, right? If anything, this was a good wake-up call. We now know what we're lacking. The others chimed in as well. No one blamed Moira or Charles. Everyone here understood the stakes. Thank you for your understanding, and for your trust, Charles said. Then he looked to the group again, this time with a firmer tone. Everyone's right, this wasn't a total failure. We did learn something important. For one, we now know exactly how far we are from being real fighters. I don't need to spell it out. You all saw it yourselves. This mission only succeeded because of Alex. If he hadn't been there, we probably wouldn't be standing here right now. Alex, you were incredible. Erik and I weren't wrong about you. He looked over at Alex with genuine admiration. But what about the rest of us? That includes me, and Erik too. The mood in the room instantly turned heavy at his next words. I'm not trying to demoralize anyone, and I'm not assigning blame. But we need to face reality, we need more training. Everyone, report to the field tomorrow morning. With that, Charles, Erik, and Moira took their leave, but the solemn mood lingered. No one could deny it, the truth was harsh. They had no choice but to accept it. I'm heading back to my room, someone muttered. Same here. See you all tomorrow. The atmosphere was too heavy for casual chatter. One by one, the group dispersed, each retreating to their own room, everyone lost in their own thoughts. Alex. Hank had deliberately hung back. Now he approached, looking hesitant. Hank, come with me, Alex said, understanding immediately. Hank's face lit up, he knew it was done. Here, Hank. This is what you asked for. Back in his room, Alex handed over a syringe filled with blood, a sample he'd taken from the ninja before taking him down. He had promised Hank, and Alex never forgot his promises. This is amazing. Hank held the vial like it was a priceless gem, reluctant to let it go. Thank you, Alex. Really. Thank you. No need to thank me, Hank. I hope it helps you. Alex meant it. He understood Hank's goal. He wanted to create a serum that would allow him to keep his powers without the physical mutation. In other words, to be a normal-looking mutant. If it worked, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Of course, in the original timeline, Hank became Beast because his experimental serum didn't suppress his mutant gene. It actually made things worse, enhancing the very traits he wanted to hide. If his research succeeded this time, he might not be as strong as before. But whether that was a good or bad thing, who could say? It will. I know it will. Hank said with total confidence. He had faith in his own work. In fact, he was nearly done already, he just needed this final blood sample to complete his adjustments. That's the spirit. Good luck, man. Thanks, Alex. And with that, Hank walked away, content. The next morning, training resumed as usual. But this time, something had changed. After the Manhattan mission, every mutant had matured, both mentally and emotionally. Their focus, determination, and mindset had grown by leaps and bounds. Previously, some had complained that the training was too harsh, too boring, too repetitive. Now, no one uttered a word of protest. Even Erik had thrown himself into training with renewed vigor. The mission had been a sobering experience for him as well. Even though that Shaw turned out to be a fake, Erik couldn't forget the helplessness he felt in their first encounter. That crushing sense of powerlessness, that despair, had seared itself into his memory. If he didn't grow stronger, the next time he faced the real Shaw, it could all happen again. That, Erik could never accept. Alex, too, was pushing himself hard, trying to adapt to the sudden spike in his physical abilities. On top of that, he was now training in heat vision. It might sound easy, just shoot and burn, but mastering it was more like learning precision shooting. Being a sharpshooter took serious effort. And so, the Xavier estate buzzed with intense, focused energy. In the midst of it all, Erik quietly approached Alex. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 60, Alex vs. Erik. Erik, are you sure about this? Alex raised a brow as he looked at the serious-faced Erik standing before him. Is this guy trying to get himself killed? I'm absolutely sure, Alex. Charles's training may work for others, but it's not helping me anymore. I've hit a wall. There was a fiery resolve in Erik's eyes, one Alex hadn't seen before. Clearly, that fight with the fake Shaw had rattled him. He couldn't beat the real Black King, and now even the fake one beat him down. That had to sting. So, Alex, I need you to come at me, for real. Treat me like a true enemy. Attack me. Hit me with everything you've got. No holding back. Erik's voice was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Alex felt conflicted. He understood what Erik was trying to do, force a breakthrough by pushing himself to the edge in a real, life-or-death battle. It wasn't a bad idea in theory. But Erik had made one major miscalculation. He picked the wrong sparring partner. With Alex's current strength, if he actually treated Erik like a real enemy, the guy would be lucky to last 5 seconds. Still, considering Erik's powers, Alex thought about it again. Maybe this could be a good chance to practice his heat vision. After all, vaporizing tennis balls every day was starting to get boring. Fine, Erik. You got it. Alex nodded, and Erik's face lit up with excitement. The two of them headed straight to the training grounds, both looking pumped. Erik had already made preparations. Who knows where he got all that junk: steel pipes, iron rods, metal tables, chairs, girders, beams, you name it. Basically, anything metallic was piled high and ready for action. Buzz. With a simple wave of his hand, all the metal objects floated into the air like loyal servants, hovering behind him in a dramatic display. It was quite the spectacle. Alex had to admit, Erik's power was perfect for making a flashy entrance. Alex, are you ready? Erik looked over with blazing fighting spirit in his eyes. It had been far too long since he had a proper brawl. Sure, he wasn't as strong as Shaw, but among mutants, he was still one of the elites. The problem was, he rarely met a worthy opponent. Come on, Erik. Let's see what you've got. Alex curled his fingers at him, inviting the fight. Is it starting? Is it starting? Hey! Don't push. I can't see if you keep pushing. I can't see from back here. A chorus of whispers and bickering came from outside the training area. Sean, Raven, and basically every mutant in the facility had swarmed to the edge of the wall, peeking in like a pack of hungry wolves. Alex versus Erik, this was the blockbuster event no one wanted to miss. Miss it, and you'd regret it for life. Even Darwin and Hank, usually the calm and composed types, had turned into hyperactive huskies, jostling with the crowd like kids at a concert. The scene was utter chaos. What are you all doing? Suddenly, a voice spoke up behind them. Charles had appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. The crowd of mutants jumped like startled cats. The ones up front lost their balance and tumbled forward in a messy pile. Like a pack of mutts diving face first into mud. Charles. We were just passing by, Sean said, flashing a strained smile. Oh hey, Alex. Erik. What a coincidence running into you here. Raven said with exaggerated surprise. Erik. Alex. Could your acting be any worse? If you're not good at faking it, maybe don't bother trying. Charles ignored their antics and walked up for a look. Sure enough, Alex and Erik were squared off, ready to throw down. It didn't take a telepath to figure out what was going on. Charles looked outraged. Oh, come on, a showdown like this and no one thought to invite me? He stared at the group, full of righteous indignation. The young mutants all perked up at once. Forget sneaking around, they charged into the training ground like they had front-row tickets to the hottest show in town. No shame at all. Alex. Erik. Start already. We've been waiting forever. Erik, you got this. End Alex's undefeated streak. Pfft, yeah right. Good luck with that. Everyone was loudly egging them on. Erik sighed and shook his head. Alright, Alex, here I come. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Metal objects came flying like a hurricane, hurtling straight toward Alex. His eyes instantly glowed red. Zap. A searing beam of heat vision blasted out, striking a metal pipe mid-air and sending it crashing backward. Zap zap zap. The heat vision didn't stop. Alex kept firing in rapid bursts, knocking down one flying hunk of metal after another. But Erik had sent a lot of scrap his way. It was impossible to shoot them all down in such a short time. Not that it mattered. Bang! Alex threw a casual punch. A 3-meter-long steel beam was sent flying like it weighed nothing. Alex. Take this seriously. You're insulting me by holding back. Erik was clearly annoyed that Alex was only playing defense. Fine, then. Alex cracked his neck. Magneto wants a beatdown. I'll give him a beatdown. He dashed forward, straight into the storm of incoming metal. Clang. Bang. Smash. The sounds of metal crashing echoed non-stop. Alex bulldozed through it all like a tank. The attacks looked terrifying, but the moment Alex charged in, they scattered like feathers in a tornado. They couldn't even scratch him, let alone stop him. Any piece of metal that came near was instantly sent flying with bone-crushing force. Gulp. The crowd watching was left slack-jawed. This guy's body was ridiculous. Too strong. Too fast. Too tanky. Was he even human anymore? For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 61, The Terror of Alex. Come on, Alex. Bring it on. Excitement, tinged with a touch of madness, flickered in Erik's eyes. It had been a long time since he felt this kind of crushing pressure. Every muscle in his body tensed. His nerves stretched taut like steel wires. He could barely breathe, and he loved it. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 With each rhythmically echoing crash of metal, Alex bulldozed his way forward, step by relentless step, until he was face to face with Erik. Then he swung a steel-like fist, launching a brutal punch straight at him. Erik felt a wave of suffocation. In that instant, it was like a wild beast lunging at him. His pupils shrank sharply. His adrenaline spiked. Ha! With a low growl, Erik yanked a chunk of reinforced concrete, almost as big as a person, into the air and hurled it at Alex. Before, he never would have had the precision or control to manipulate something so massive. Boom! A moment later, it shattered into 1,000 pieces. Alex had punched it, straight through. Hiss! Before Erik could react, twin beams of blazing heat blasted from Alex's eyes, firing directly at him. Erik's whole body spasmed. Even his rear end clenched in fear. Goosebumps prickled all over his skin. He smelled the scent of death. That surge of danger pushed his reflexes into overdrive. In that split second, he pulled a steel pipe from the rubble and raised it just in time to block the heat vision. Clang! The beam slammed into the pipe. But while it blocked the beam itself, it couldn't stop the force behind it. The pipe shot backward like a cannonball and smashed straight into Erik. Bang! He was sent flying, slamming into the ground with a heavy thud. It looked painful. But Erik acted like nothing had happened. He got up without hesitation, grinned, and shouted, again. Keep it coming, Alex. Okay, maybe Erik had a bit of a masochistic streak. Alex raised an eyebrow but didn't bother commenting. He charged again. Bang! 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 Smash! 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 Erik was knocked down again and again, soon looking bruised and battered. Of course, Alex was holding back, carefully. Erik looked like a mess, but he wasn't seriously hurt. Damn, Erik's getting wrecked. Has Alex really become this strong? Poor Erik. The young mutants watching nearby were stunned, shaking their heads in disbelief. They'd expected a fierce showdown. What they got was a one-sided beatdown. Everyone had suspected Alex might have surpassed Erik, but the gap was this huge. No one saw that coming. Even Charles couldn't help but shake his head. Despite how badly Erik was getting beaten, Charles could tell at a glance, Alex was holding back. No, he was seriously holding back. If he hadn't, Erik would have been dead 800 times over by now. Still, Charles had to admit, Erik might look miserable, but this, actually seemed to be helping. Havoc, Sean, Darwin, you three, join Erik. Attack Alex together. Charles made the decision immediately, calling out to the young mutants still watching. They were momentarily stunned, then lit up with excitement. Alex, huh? I've been itching to test him out, said Havoc with a manic grin. He pounded his chest, and a wave of energy shot toward Alex. Whoosh! But Alex's body blurred, leaving only a flickering afterimage. He dodged in a blink. I'm in too. From the side, Banshee had been waiting. He opened his mouth and unleashed a sonic scream. Whoosh! Alex vanished again. What kind of speed is that? Raven and Hank were speechless. At that speed, even if he stood there and let them attack, they still wouldn't land a hit. Gotcha! A voice shouted behind Alex. Darwin had snuck up and grabbed him. Of course, he didn't know Alex let him do it. Crack, crack, crack. Darwin's body morphed into living stone, locking around Alex like a statue. The others didn't waste the opportunity. They fired off their attacks all at once, energy blasts, sonic waves, and Erik's metal surged toward Alex. Alex grabbed Darwin with one hand and effortlessly hoisted him like a sack of potatoes. Then he chucked him, dozens of meters away. And that's when the real attacks arrived, blocking off every escape route, surrounding Alex in a deadly crossfire. This time we've got you. Havoc, Banshee, and even Darwin, still midair, grinned confidently. But then... crack! With a single stomp, Alex shattered the ground beneath his feet. And shot straight up, 10 meters into the air. All the attacks swept beneath him. Not even brushing a hair on his body. The young mutants were stunned. He could do that? Guys, I was only planning to beat up Erik, Alex said as he landed with a heavy thud, flashing a toothy smile. But hey, you asked for it. The young mutants shivered. They glanced at Erik, who was still lying on the ground, looking like roadkill. All of them shook their heads like bobbleheads. Alex, this was Charles's idea. Don't come any closer. Heh. Like you have a choice. Bang. 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 Crash. 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 No. Ah. The training grounds descended into chaos. And when it was all over, every single mutant who'd taken part in the fight, aside from Charles and the few who stayed back, was lying flat on the ground. Like a bunch of broken dolls, limp and motionless. That day, they finally understood, just how terrifying Alex really was. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 62, Clues about the Decepticons. As it turned out, experience truly was the best teacher. While Erik and the others didn't exactly enjoy getting thrashed by Alex, once the bruised egos and bodies settled down, everyone could clearly feel the progress they'd made. Pressure made all the difference. Well then, if that's the case, everyone, why don't we make actual combat a regular part of our training from now on? Seeing the remarkable results, Charles made the decision without hesitation. Huh? Not again. The mutants all groaned in unison, faces long and eyes wide, shaking their heads like rattles. They had no desire to relive the trauma of being dominated by Alex. It settled then. Erik didn't even stop to think. He was the first to agree. Get some good rest, everyone. Tomorrow, let's try not to get beat up quite so badly by Alex. With that, he patted the dust off his pants and walked away without looking back. You all heard Erik. Charles shrugged. Good luck. He too departed with an air of casual grace. The rest of the mutants stood there in silence, glancing at each other in dismay as the wind rustled around them. But then Darwin suddenly shot to his feet and headed off at a brisk pace. Darwin, where are you going? Banshee leaned forward, calling after him. To train. Darwin called back. You heard what Charles and Erik said. He disappeared around the corner, his determined voice echoing behind him. So, what do we do? What else? Accept our fate. Banshee and the others exchanged resigned looks and sighed. Deep down, though, they knew this was the right path, they just weren't ready to admit it aloud. And so began the mutants' long journey of living under the shadow of Alex's merciless training. But to be fair, since implementing these live combat sessions, their growth had been remarkable. The improvement was obvious, almost visible to the naked eye. In just 10 days, their power levels had noticeably increased. The childish immaturity they once carried had mostly faded, replaced with the presence of warriors in the making. Had they been in this state back when they attempted to capture Shaw in Manhattan, Charles wouldn't have hesitated to bring them along. On the training field, each mutant was busy with their own regimen. Charles, Erik, and Alex stood off to the side, watching with satisfied expressions. Moira, however, was once again absent. Though she'd inadvertently walked the team into Shaw's trap last time, it hadn't stopped her pursuit. If anything, it made her more cautious, nothing more. But as always, Alex didn't think much of her efforts. The Cold War tensions between the US and the Soviet Union were escalating. Shaw, as the one pulling the strings from the shadows, would now be more focused than ever on igniting conflict between the two superpowers. Why would he show his face so easily? Charles, they're ready now. Erik's voice broke the silence as he spoke to Charles. Yes, they are. Charles nodded. Even someone as cautious as him couldn't deny it. And we have Alex to thank for that. Charles turned to Alex with genuine appreciation in his eyes. Without your motivation, none of this would have been possible. Yeah, that was some motivating you did, Erik muttered, rubbing his cheek where a bruise still lingered. He had told Alex not to hold back, but damn, the guy really took that to heart. Erik, don't look at me like that, Alex said with a perfectly serious face. I got hurt too, my fist really hurt from punching your face. You little, Erik laughed helplessly. This kid really had no shame. Charles couldn't help but burst into laughter. He truly enjoyed these moments of camaraderie. Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing just how fleeting they would be. Erik, Alex, I have an idea, Charles said, eyes gleaming. The live combat sessions have been incredibly effective. So, I was thinking, what if we built a dedicated training room? To make our beatings feel more official. Erik teased, not quite catching the full implication. No, Erik, I mean a real combat simulator. A room where we can recreate realistic scenarios, even battles against Shaw. Right now, the training's been great, but it's still too basic. Everyone knows we won't go all out on each other, which limits how far we can really push. It doesn't draw out their true potential. Charles grew more animated as he spoke, painting a vivid picture of a high-end training room. A place where the team could experience the intensity of real combat, the life-or-death kind. Isn't this just the danger room? Alex couldn't help but mutter to himself. That kind of facility would one day become a staple of the Xavier school. The X-Men would even use it to fight simulations of Sentinels. Who would have thought it had come into existence this early, by accident? As they were chatting, Alex's wristwatch suddenly beeped with a sharp notification tone. He glanced down. A message had popped up, key clue on mechanical life form discovered. Requesting a meeting. In this era, such wristwatches were practically black tech, but that made sense. Howard Stark had custom designed this one specifically for Alex. The same Howard Stark who'd made a flying car during World War II. A fancy communicator wasn't even impressive by comparison. "Charles, Erik, I've got something to take care of. Keep training the team, I'll be back later." Alex didn't hesitate. He gave a quick nod to the two and turned to leave. After all, the S.H.I.E.L.D. investigation into the Decepticons had been set in motion by Alex himself. His goal was the Allspark. Now that there was finally a lead, of course he had to follow up. Besides, hiding away in the Xavier estate wouldn't trigger any quests. He'd known that from the beginning. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 63, What a Beast. After saying a quick goodbye to Charles and Erik, Alex left the Xavier estate. He arrived at a private suite in an upscale hotel, where Howard Stark was already waiting. To Alex's surprise, Peggy Carter was there too. His gaze swept over Howard, then over Peggy, as if he had just uncovered some kind of shocking secret. A man and a woman alone in a hotel room? What's going on here? Why are you standing at the door like an idiot? Get in already, Howard called out casually while straightening his tie in front of the wardrobe. When he looked up and caught Alex's suggestive expression, he couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. What are you imagining now, kid? Howard waved him in. Come on, we've got serious business to talk about. Of course, Alex knew they weren't here for anything indecent, he was just teasing Howard. Not because he trusted Howard's character, far from it. Frankly, he wouldn't be surprised at all if the infamous Playboy did make a move on Peggy Carter. But let's be real, Peggy Carter was not someone a guy like Howard Stark could handle. Alex walked in, glanced at Peggy, and couldn't help but poke the bear. Agent Carter, I see you're here too. Hopefully this time you'll send someone without a fear of heights to tail me. Peggy's face darkened like a bruised eggplant. Last time, she had someone tail Alex, and not only had he caught them, he'd dumped the poor guy on a rooftop and even sent her a message threatening her. It had been humiliating. Absolutely humiliating. Alex, do you know what it means to attack a federal agent? Peggy's voice was frosty. I don't care. Alex shrugged. Though I am curious, what's the penalty for threatening a high-ranking official of, say, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division? Peggy nearly exploded. Wasn't that a direct shot at her? Peggy, Alex, cool it. We're all on the same side here. Howard jumped in, clearly getting a headache from the tension. Let's not turn this into a duel. What happened before was a misunderstanding, remember? Howard knew Peggy had formed a bias against Alex because of that misunderstanding, and yes, she had sent someone to follow him. But he'd already cleared things up with her after their last secret founders meeting. In that meeting, Howard had revealed the existence of mutants to the others. S.H.I.E.L.D. had investigated and confirmed the truth of Alex's intel. So yes, Peggy had completely misunderstood him. Still, given Peggy Carter's pride, there was no way she'd ever apologize to Alex over something so trivial. At best, she'd just drop the investigation and leave him alone from now on. And from her point of view, that was already a huge concession. She hadn't even pursued charges after her agent ended up in the hospital. But who knew Alex would greet her with sarcasm and smug threats the moment he saw her again? She couldn't stomach that. Alex, Peggy didn't target you personally. She just misunderstood some things. And now it's cleared up. She's not going to come after you again, Howard explained patiently. Then he pulled Peggy aside and tried to talk her down. Eventually, he managed to calm her down. "Mr. Stark, I don't know what you wanted to meet me about," Alex said, folding his arms, "but here's the thing, I'm not in the mood to talk if I'm in a bad mood. And seeing people I don't want to see puts me in a very bad mood. Like, right now. Alex, come on, have a little grace, will you?" Howard was at his wit's end. Girls don't like guys who nitpick every little thing. Alex didn't miss a beat. "That's fine. Girls fight to win my attention, not the other way around." Howard Stark. Damn. That was a serious flex. Even he wouldn't dare say something like that. Alex Stark. Peggy cut Howard off sharply. Clearly, she wasn't going to waste another second in this room. "You'd better pray you get something useful out of this." With that, she spun on her heel and slammed the door behind her. Now it was just Alex and Howard left in the room. "Alex." "Mr. Stark," Alex said with a straight face. "Now that the old lady's gone, don't tell me you're about to lecture me too." "No," Howard said, walking over and clapping a hand on Alex's shoulder. "Actually, I was going to say, pissing off Peggy to that extent. Kid, that's not something just any man can pull off." Then he shook his head with a sigh. "But honestly, Peggy's a bit of a tragic figure too. You going to be the hero who saves the poor damsel?" "What? No. Rogers was my friend." "Then you should help her. You owe it to your friend." "You really think so?" Alex's eyes widened. "Holy hell, you were actually considering it? Damn, Stark. That's beast behavior right there." Howard coughed, trying to cover his embarrassment. "Ahem, anyway. Let's get to business." He pulled out a sleek designer suit and handed it to Alex. "What's this for?" "Put it on. We'll talk on the way." Howard began fixing his own tie in front of the mirror. No, Mr. Stark, you better tell me now. I don't want to get dressed up just to find out you're selling me off somewhere." "You brat." Howard shook his head, equal parts amused and annoyed. He couldn't understand how Alex could be so casual with him. Stark was a founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., a tech mogul, one of the most powerful men in the world. Most people trembled in his presence. But this kid treated him like some third-rate side character. Still, Howard secretly enjoyed this more relaxed vibe. 3 days ago, Howard began, our people spotted what looked like a UB-6 vehicle. UB-6? Yeah, the designation we gave that mechanical life form you found. Turns out, you were right. That car was a sentient machine. We've been studying the energy signatures these things give off. Not only do they emit a unique frequency themselves, but even objects they touch can carry residual radiation. 3 days ago, one of my colleagues detected that same radiation, on General Ross's car. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 64, General Ross. As soon as Howard Stark finished speaking, Alex instantly understood his true intentions. Because both the Decepticons and anything they'd come into contact with would emit a unique energy radiation, merely detecting traces of that radiation only proved that General Ross's car was suspicious. But it wasn't definitive proof that the car itself was a Decepticon. Under normal circumstances, S.H.I.E.L.D. could have simply confiscated the vehicle for research, regardless of whether it was actually a Decepticon or not. But not this time. Because the car belonged to someone important, a general. So Howard Stark needed to be absolutely certain the vehicle was a Decepticon before taking any action. And the only person capable of making that confirmation? Alex, without a doubt. That's precisely why Howard had brought him in. Alex understood everything now. Wait a second. Just as he was putting the pieces together, something else clicked. General Ross? Alex's eyes locked onto Howard Stark. Could this General Ross be that Ross? The future Secretary of State Ross? Wilson Ross. Lieutenant General of the 7th Air Division in the Western Air Defense Zone. Why? Is there a problem? Howard looked puzzled by Alex's reaction. Wilson Ross? Does he have a son? Alex asked after thinking for a moment. He does. If I remember correctly, the kid should be around 13 now. Do you know the general? Howard asked, surprised. Do you know his son's name? Let me think. I believe it's Thaddeus E. Ross. Bingo. It was that General Ross. Alex wouldn't have recalled the name on his own, but once someone mentioned it, it clicked. That guy was Hulk's lifelong nemesis. Which meant, he was about to meet the father-in-law of a future Green Rage monster, back when the guy was still a kid. How amusing. What is it, Alex? Howard's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Nothing. The name just sounded familiar. Probably just a coincidence, Alex waved it off casually before changing the subject. Mr. Stark, can I ask, how many UB-6 units have you found so far? Howard's expression immediately turned a bit awkward. Alex, it's not as simple as you think. We knew nothing about the UB-6s before. Even the detectors we're using to find them were only recently developed. Howard's tone grew darker as he tried to explain. You could have just said you haven't found a single one, Mr. Stark, Alex cut him off flatly. Howard Stark. This kid really doesn't hold back. So that intel about Megatron being in some icy location, you haven't found any leads on that either? Alex, that's classified information. Even I can't just go around revealing it. That confirmed it. S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't discovered anything. Bunch of useless morons. At this rate, how long would it take before they even realized Megatron was buried in the Arctic? So you see, Alex, if we can confirm just one UB-6 this time, it could be a huge breakthrough, Howard said solemnly. Fine. If it meant speeding up S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation and getting them on the right track toward Megatron, Alex had no choice but to lend his pig teammates another hand. Besides, who knew? Maybe he'd even trigger a mission in the process. He made up his mind quickly. Without wasting more words, he grabbed the suit Howard had handed him and changed into it in one smooth motion. Wow. Alex, I'm starting to regret bringing you along, Howard said as he looked at the young man standing before him, handsome and stylish. You're going to steal all the spotlight from me. You're just realizing that now, Mr. Stark. Alex raised a brow with deliberate flair. You know, Alex, you kind of remind me of my younger self, charming, arrogant, and way too cool, Howard smirked, shrugging. Oh really? Then I don't feel honored at all. You should, Howard replied with mock offense. The two of them bantered as they made their way to the underground garage, where a sleek, silver car was waiting for them. Mercedes 220 SE. This is one of the latest Fintail models. Pretty cool, huh? Oh, and let's not forget, it's the first to combine an energy-absorbing deformation zone with a rigid body chassis. Cutting-edge stuff. Howard couldn't resist bragging a little. Unfortunately, just like that old Cadillac from before, the car still looked incredibly outdated to Alex. But it's not a UB-6, right? Howard joked. You sound like you wish it was, Alex shot back as he hopped into the passenger seat. Howard fired up the engine and peeled out, leaving a trail of smoke as the car sped away. Roughly 40 minutes later, the luxury vehicle pulled up in front of an extravagant mansion. This was their destination. Inside, a high-profile private auction was underway, attended by movers and shakers from across America's elite circles. According to Howard's intel, there was something there that caught the military's attention. Which meant Wilson Ross would be attending too. Mr. Stark. Look, it's Mr. Stark. Howard Stark is here. The moment Howard stepped out of the car, reporters swarmed in from every direction. Flashbulbs went off like crazy, blinding anyone who dared look straight at them. And when they realized that the famously flirtatious Howard Stark had brought a young man instead of one of his usual dates, they all picked up on something. Flash. 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 They immediately turned their cameras toward Alex as well, curiosity piqued. Who was this kid? Everyone rushed to interview them, bombarding both Howard and Alex with questions. Howard gave a sheepish smile, shooting an exasperated glance at Alex. Damn kid. Scared off his date and now made him look like a total oddball in the eyes of the press. But Howard was no stranger to such situations. With a calm smile on his face, he strode confidently into the mansion hall under the escort of security guards. Chapter 65, Count Dracula's Ring. Soothing music played in the background, its gentle melody making people unconsciously relax, like warm, clear spring water flowing through the heart. As Alex walked through the magnificent hall that looked like a palace made of crystal, for a moment, he felt as though he had been transported back to the 21st century rather than standing here in the 1960s. To be honest, the luxury of this villa had exceeded his expectations. Aside from a few outdated stylistic choices dictated by the era, this was without question the most upscale place Alex had ever stepped into, across both of his lifetimes. Looking around, he saw men in tailored suits and polished shoes bustling through the hall. Their hair was meticulously combed, their shoes gleaming like mirrors, exuding an air of wealth and refinement. They strode with confidence and elegance, polite yet insincere smiles hanging on their faces as they mingled throughout the grand hall. First time in a place like this? Howard Stark glanced at Alex's odd expression and couldn't help but ask. Alex nodded. There was nothing to hide. How does it feel? Howard asked with genuine curiosity. Feels like such a nice place, what a shame it hasn't been smashed up by the Hulk yet, Alex replied seriously after a moment of thought. The Hulk? What the hell? Howard Stark was completely baffled. Had he really gotten so old that he couldn't keep up with the younger generation's jokes? Howard. Mr. Stark. Stark. Just as Howard was about to ask Alex who or what Hulk was, a crowd of people began to gather around him, greeting him with evident respect. Even in this place packed with high society elites, Howard Stark was still the brightest star in the room. Mr. Stark, I'm gonna wander around on my own for a bit. Seeing Howard quickly get swallowed by the crowd, Alex gave him a quick nod before heading off to explore the opulent hall alone. This was an informal trade fair. All around the hall were display cases filled with an eclectic collection of oddities, antiques, magical stones, ancient swords, and all sorts of strange items. To help guests understand what they were looking at, each case had a label explaining what was on display. Alex wandered from one display to another. It felt like he was touring a museum of rare treasures, not boring at all, actually. Leibniz's Notes. Published in 1684, Leibniz's paper defined the concept of calculus. These notes contain his complete derivation of the foundational principles. Wait, rich people are into this kind of stuff. The Wright brothers' pocket watch. Flight was one of history's greatest inventions, but success didn't come without relentless effort. This watch was used by the Wright brothers to time their early flight tests. Alex took a closer look. The watch had long since stopped ticking. Count Dracula's ring. Count Dracula. Alex's eyes lit up with interest. Now that was a famous name. Countless works of literature had portrayed the character, and even in the Marvel universe, there was a Dracula. Wait a second. A thought struck Alex, and his expression shifted. What if Count Dracula really existed in this world? After all, this universe had werewolves. And as everyone knows, where there are werewolves, there are always vampires. If vampires existed, it wasn't that far-fetched for Count Dracula to be real too. Special energy source detected. Just then, the system's prompt rang out in Alex's mind once again. At the same time, his vision shifted into scan mode. The ancient-looking ring in the display case was immediately highlighted by the system. Analyzing energy source. Energy value, 276 origin points. Status, extractable. Extractable. Alex's eyes lit up with excitement. This was a delightful surprise. He had just been wandering around on a whim, hoping to trigger a mission or two, and instead, he'd stumbled upon another special energy source, one that was extractable. Didn't this mean that as long as he got his hands on that ring, he'd gain 276 origin points just like that? Not bad. Not bad at all. System, extract the special energy source. After calming himself, Alex gave the system the command. Extracting. Extraction failed. Failed? Could it be, he had to physically touch the object to extract it? That seemed entirely possible. Extracting something remotely was a bit too cheat-like, after all. If that was the case, then there was only one solution: buy the ring. Alex made up his mind on the spot. He looked around the room, trying to spot the flamboyant playboy. He hadn't brought much money on this trip, he'd need to borrow some from Stark. Unfortunately, Howard Stark was still surrounded by admirers, laughing and flirting with a few young ladies. From the way he was carrying on, Alex suspected the guy might have completely forgotten about their mission. Typical Howard Stark. Rolling his eyes, Alex looked back at the ring with curiosity. To him, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary ring. Honestly, it was ugly as hell. He was genuinely surprised the system had flagged it as a special energy source. The placard next to the ring talked about some Prince of Wallachia or something, but it wasn't anything particularly new or exciting. You seem quite interested in this ring. A sudden voice, cold and unexpected, rang out beside him. A man had appeared beside Alex without him noticing. He wore a long coat, had shoulder-length hair, and carried the dignified air of an old-world noble. Alex jumped in surprise. The man's presence had been completely undetectable until he spoke, a feat nearly impossible given Alex's current level of strength. This guy was definitely no ordinary person. In that first instant, Alex's instincts screamed a warning. Then his pupils contracted slightly. In the glass surface of the display case, Alex could clearly see only his own reflection. There was no reflection of the mysterious nobleman beside him. Chapter 66, The Real Count Dracula. What the hell? A ghost? Alex's scalp tingled the moment he saw that eerie sight. An involuntary thought flashed through his mind. How could a living person not cast a shadow? Was this a joke? Wait a second. No, that's not it. A different name suddenly popped into his head: vampire. He vaguely recalled that in folklore, vampires were said to have no shadow, and no reflection in mirrors either. Because both shadows and reflections are said to represent the soul. And vampires, they're soulless creatures. Could the man beside him be a vampire? Alex glanced at the man's classic, almost aristocratic attire, and the theory felt more and more plausible. Phew. He let out a quiet breath of relief. If it's just a vampire, that's fine. Sure, vampires are scary to ordinary people, maybe even considered supernatural, but in front of Alex, they're really nothing special. Even without resorting to his heat vision, he could crush a vampire to death purely with brute force. However, vampires are supposed to fear sunlight. Yet right now, it's broad daylight, and this one doesn't seem bothered at all. That can only mean, this guy's no ordinary vampire. He must be something exceptional. And if Alex put together everything he knew about vampires, especially within the context of the Marvel Universe, only one name came to mind: Dracula. Could the man standing beside him be the Count Dracula? It would explain why he was here. After all, this place did have Dracula's ring on display. And the system had just confirmed it was a special energy source, which pretty much validated the ring's authenticity. Adding up all these clues, Alex was now fairly certain, there was a very high chance this man really was Dracula. And he was right. The man beside him was indeed Count Dracula himself, the legendary vampire who held a unique and unparalleled status in vampire history. Although, in Marvel lore, he's not exactly the first vampire, more like a second-generation progenitor. But still, no less terrifying. Seriously? Even Dracula's showing up now? Alex couldn't help but click his tongue internally. Yup. That's the Marvel world for you, full of monsters, myths, and madness. He quickly shook off the flood of random thoughts in his mind, keeping a calm expression as he turned to Dracula and said, "I was just looking. Not particularly interested. Just looking." Dracula gave a slight chuckle. He really did look like a gentleman, calm, articulate, refined, even exuding a kind of aristocratic charm. Honestly, if you ignored who he was, talking to someone like this actually felt pleasant. But knowing he was Dracula? Yeah, Alex was on full alert. Even if he wasn't the original vampire, he was still a top-tier powerhouse. Yeah, just browsing. The ring looked interesting, Alex replied smoothly, nodding like he meant it. He was about to say a few more polite words and make a swift exit, when Dracula suddenly fixed his gaze on him and said with absolute certainty, "You're lying." Alex's heart skipped a beat. Damn, this old monster's really that sharp. He was pretty sure he hadn't slipped up. His performance wasn't that fake, was it? "Sir, I'm not sure what you mean. I have other matters to attend to, if you'll excuse me." No point in dragging this out, Alex gave a polite smile and turned to leave. Dracula made no move to stop him, just calmly watched as Alex walked away. Only when Alex had melted into the crowd did Dracula finally withdraw his gaze. He murmured to himself with a touch of amusement, "Looks like he really did recognize the ring. Interesting." Then his attention returned to the ring inside the display case. A rare warmth surfaced in his eyes, like he was gazing at an old friend. "So many years, and yet I never thought I'd see you again," he whispered gently. He raised a hand, hovering it just above the glass, as if to caress the ring without touching it. And then, the ring began to glow, faintly, like a gemstone catching the light. Dracula's ring is glowing. What's going on? I thought it was just a normal ring. The strange phenomenon quickly drew the attention of nearby guests. Curious onlookers gathered around, murmuring in surprise. That ring's definitely not an ordinary artifact. Alex, watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes. Just as I thought. But he couldn't help frowning slightly. Now that he was almost certain this man was Dracula, and the ring in the case was indeed his possession, what now? Was Alex really going to try and snatch something that originally belonged to Dracula? Sure, the ring was a special energy source he'd had his eye on, but it wasn't the only way to get origin points. Was it really worth going head-to-head with a legend like Dracula for a mere 200+ points? Alex didn't think so. At the very least, it was something that needed careful planning. As he pondered, the crowd around the display only grew larger. The glowing ring had become the center of attention. Dracula, still standing there, finally pulled his hand back. And just like that, the glow on the ring faded. But that made the crowd even more suspicious. The timing was just too perfect. It looked exactly like the man had triggered the glow somehow. Now, all eyes turned toward Dracula. Alex groaned inwardly. Great. Now the ring's on everyone's radar. Even if Dracula doesn't plan to take it himself, this is going to turn into a mess. And realistically speaking, Alex doubted Dracula would just leave it. The guy clearly came here for the ring. The only question now was, how did he plan to take it, especially with so many eyes watching? He didn't have to wait long for the answer. Still watching, Alex suddenly saw Dracula part his lips, and breathe out a thick plume of white mist. The mist didn't disperse. It expanded instantly, just like dry ice fog on a stage, and quickly spread throughout the entire hall. It swept over the crowd like a tidal wave. Thud. Thud. One by one, the guests collapsed to the ground. Chapter 67, You're Not Playing Fair. What kind of move was that? The strange scene unfolding before Alex completely caught him off guard. Wasn't Dracula supposed to be a vampire? Since when did vampires come with cheat codes? Then again, thinking about the version of Dracula in the Marvel universe, well, Alex could only admit that Marvel's Dracula really didn't play by the rules. Immune to sunlight. Hyperregeneration. True immortality. And by true, it meant actual, no joke immortality. Every time Dracula was killed, he would come back. No matter what. His undying nature seemed to be hard-coded into the very rules of the universe. Not even death, one of the 5 cosmic entities, could truly kill him. On top of that, Dracula could turn into mist, command storms, summon lightning, morph into bats or werewolves, and even hypnotize others. And that's just scratching the surface. It was straight up cheating. So if a walking cheat code like him could exhale some kind of white mist that knocked people out, it didn't seem so far-fetched after all. The real question was, what was that mist? Before he could think too deeply about it, the thick, creeping fog had already closed in and swallowed Alex whole. But Alex wasn't your average person. The moment the white gas approached, he instinctively held his breath, refusing to inhale even a trace. More than that, for the first time in ages, his mutant ability, one he'd nearly forgotten in the corner of his mind, finally came in handy. Through his skin, he filtered out the gas, directly absorbing the oxygen from the surrounding air. Just like that, he perfectly countered Dracula's trick. Oh. Interesting. A voice rang out. Dracula had appeared right in front of him, watching Alex with a curious expression, clearly surprised to see someone still standing. Alex noticed the ring on Dracula's finger. It was the very same ring that had previously been sitting inside the display case. So his earlier guess was right. Dracula had come for that ring all along. My hypnosis doesn't work on you. You're no ordinary human, Dracula said, eyes narrowing with intrigue as he stared at Alex. Well, maybe I just had too much coffee earlier, Alex replied casually, while quietly analyzing the situation. Judging by Dracula's various OP abilities and that literal immortal cheat, picking a fight with him seemed like the dumbest thing one could do. Besides, that ring hadn't been his to begin with. Alex made a decision. Listen, I don't care who you are or what you're after. It's got nothing to do with me. So if you're done with your business, why not just leave? He kept his tone even as he addressed Dracula. But you did want the ring, Dracula said with a knowing smirk. And you recognized me, didn't you? Even though he phrased it as a question, his tone was full of certainty. I didn't. I don't. Don't make things up. Like hell he'd admit to that. Alex didn't even hesitate before denying it flat out. You're not being honest. I don't like dishonest children. Dracula shook his head. Then, with a blur of motion, he vanished into the air like a gust of wind, rushing straight at Alex. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him, claws slashing forward. Alex had tried to avoid a fight, but with Dracula bringing it straight to his face, what choice did he have? He scoffed coldly and launched a punch right at Dracula. Boom! A deep thud rang out as Alex narrowly dodged the claw swipe with his super speed and landed a heavy punch square into Dracula's chest. Dracula was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard into the ground. Alex's baseline strength now approached 100 tons. When he let loose, it multiplied even further. Even Dracula couldn't just tank a punch like that. Sure, Marvel's Dracula had killed Captain America in the comics, but he clearly wasn't as invincible as Alex had feared. Who the hell are you? Dracula climbed to his feet, looking disheveled, his expression twisted with shock he could no longer hide. He'd lived for centuries, but he had never met someone this terrifying. Homelander. Alex spat out the name with a smirk. Homelander? What the hell kind of name was that? Dracula's expression darkened. Was this guy mocking him? With a growl, his body shifted and transformed into a massive, hulking wolf. He lunged at Alex with a savage roar. Roar. But. Bang. Another punch sent the beast flying like a rag doll. He crashed hard to the ground like a dying mutt, a massive dent in his chest. Several of his ribs were probably shattered. Cough, cough. Dracula reverted back to his human form, chest caved in, and yet, it began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. His regenerative ability was even more ridiculous than Wolverine's. Alex's punch may have been brutal, but it hadn't done any real damage. To truly hurt Dracula, you'd need silver, garlic, or a cross, items that specifically countered vampires. Even as a second-generation progenitor, Dracula couldn't completely escape those classic vampire weaknesses. Such terrifying strength. Dracula's voice trembled, still filled with disbelief. But soon, he sneered. But what if, you couldn't use that strength at all? Whoosh! As he spoke, Dracula dissolved into a swarm of bats that shot toward Alex like a black storm. If Alex were only strong, this move would be a nightmare. After all, you can't punch 1,000 bats one by one. Too bad for Dracula, Alex's powers didn't end with brute strength. Whoosh! From Alex's eyes, 2 searing beams of heat vision blasted forth, sweeping across the cloud of bats. He'd been practicing. His mastery over heat vision had improved significantly. Hitting a cluster of bats. Child's play. Screech. 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 One by one, the bats shrieked and dropped like rain, charred by the scorching beams. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 68, The Power of the Curse. Ah! What's happening? Amidst the anguished and startled screams, the remaining swarm of bats dared not come near Alex again. After a brief, chaotic swirl, they reformed into the figure of Dracula. But this time, Dracula's face and body were covered in gruesome burns from the laser beams, looking absolutely horrifying. More importantly, the regenerative abilities that had once been his pride were clearly slowing down. Alex's heat vision was a deadly weapon against Dracula, so much so that the vampire lord visibly flinched at the thought of it. You're not human, what are you? Dracula's voice rang out, laced with shock and dread as he stared at Alex. Let's just say. I'm not the Walking Dead, Alex replied with a casual shrug. Dracula's expression twitched slightly. That brat was clearly calling him a corpse to his face. Physiologically speaking, Dracula wasn't exactly alive, but for vampires, having their undead nature mocked so directly was deeply offensive, a pointed insult. Still, insult or not, what could he do about it now? He couldn't beat the guy anyway. What are you staring at? Hand over the ring. Or I'll blast your undead head clean off. Alex's voice rang out again, this time with a fierce command, his tone utterly unrestrained. Since they had already torn off the mask of civility, Alex had no reason to be polite. He didn't bother hiding his intentions anymore. Huff. Huff. Dracula's chest heaved, his entire body trembling faintly from sheer rage. He was the second-generation progenitor of the vampire race, a being of immense status and power, yet here he was, being insulted and threatened by some upstart kid? Dracula was furious, truly, deeply, irrepressibly furious. "You really should learn to respect your elders," he spat coldly. With a sudden gesture, he raised both arms. Crack! A bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, aimed straight at Alex. Whoosh! But at that exact moment, Alex vanished like a phantom, reappearing at another location in a blur of motion. The lightning missed, slamming into the ground with a deafening roar. Zing! In the same instant, beams of searing heat erupted from Alex's eyes and shot toward Dracula. To vampires, Alex's heat vision was as lethal as garlic, wooden stakes, or silver. Even with accelerated healing, Dracula wouldn't dare take it head-on. Whoosh! Dracula zipped around like a shadow, dodging left and right, leaping and flickering to escape the deadly beams, looking completely out of sorts. To be fair, Dracula's physical abilities, strength, speed, were far beyond any normal human. Without his vampire attributes, he'd still qualify as a full-fledged superhuman. But unfortunately for him, he just wasn't fast enough. At best, he could reach about 100 meters per second. Against Alex, that didn't even count as an advantage. Trying to run. A smirk curled Alex's lips. Activating his super speed, he chased after Dracula, unleashing blast after blast of his heat vision in relentless pursuit. Crack! Dracula didn't sit idly by. As he dodged, he summoned bolts of lightning in return, hurling them at Alex. But lightning wasn't nearly as agile as heat vision. Every time Dracula wanted to call down a strike, he had to perform a specific summoning motion, telegraphing his attacks like flashing neon signs. In that case, how could he ever land a hit on Alex? Whoosh! With a flicker of motion, Alex sidestepped a lightning bolt. The next instant, his heat vision struck Dracula squarely. Thud! Dracula stumbled and crashed to the ground. Alex didn't let up. Seizing the opening, he blurred to Dracula's side in a flash. His eyes glowed crimson as he stared down at the fallen vampire. He raised his hand. The ring. Dracula's face twisted with fury, the rage in his eyes nearly tangible. Never, never, had he been so utterly humiliated. "You want this ring?" he growled. "Fine. Take it then." After a few moments of silence, Dracula's expression finally calmed. He shrugged and casually tossed the ring toward Alex. Something about how easily he gave it up struck Alex as odd. This guy was the dignified second-generation progenitor of vampires, shouldn't he be putting up more of a fight? Still, Alex didn't think too hard about it. On instinct, he reached out and caught the ring. It was his objective all along, after all. Even if Dracula was planning something, the first step was getting the ring. But the moment Alex caught it, he felt it. A strange, indescribable force surged out of the ring, invading his body like a tidal wave. At the same time, the once dim ring lit up again, its glow blazing with eerie brilliance. What the hell? Alex was completely caught off guard. He didn't know exactly what was happening, but one thing was clear, this couldn't be anything good. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Dracula smirking with a look of smug satisfaction. It clicked instantly. The ring was cursed. Alex tried to fling it away, but to his shock, it was as if the ring had been glued to his hand, completely immovable. He tried using his other hand to pry it off, but his strength was absorbed into the ring like it was being swallowed whole. It's useless. Once a curse begins, there's no breaking it with brute force. Dracula's voice was filled with delight as he laughed heartily. This is fate. Embrace your destiny, welcome to the undead. But Alex wasn't listening to Dracula's gloating. Instead, in this critical moment, he calmed himself. If brute force didn't work, then it was time to call on his cheat code. Extract energy source. Alex gave a firm command to his system. Extracting. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. 276 source points acquired. A series of notifications flashed through his mind. Almost instantly, the glowing ring dimmed again. The invasive force that had been pouring into him vanished, completely drained by the system. Whew! Alex let out a long breath of relief. That was a close one. That cursed moment had definitely been the stuff of nightmares. Chapter 69, Have I Become Undead? The curse has been lifted. Can you feel the changes in your body? Dracula's voice echoed as he stared intently at Alex, his eyes filled with a trace of anticipation. The hostility and hatred he'd shown earlier were now completely gone, as if their previous conflict had never happened. Alex quickly focused inward again, checking his condition. Nothing felt off. His body seemed perfectly normal. Only then did he fully relax. Looks like whatever that so-called curse was, the system had forcefully interrupted it. The energy within the ring had been completely absorbed and neutralized by the system, turning it into an ordinary ring. What just happened? And what curse were you talking about? Alex frowned slightly and looked at Dracula, his voice calm but laced with wariness. Come, child. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Dracula's tone had completely changed. He waved kindly, like an elder welcoming his younger kin. You trying to get cozy with me now? Alex didn't move, instead eyeing Dracula sideways. That little incident earlier was just a wonderful misunderstanding. But now, we're family. So there's no need for you to be so defensive. I won't hurt you, child. Dracula smiled sincerely as he spoke. Family? Thinking back to when Dracula said, "Welcome to the undead," Alex's mind quickly pieced the clues together. This ring, it curses people into becoming undead. Alex stared at Dracula in disbelief. Then again, considering Marvel lore, wasn't that exactly how the first vampires came to be? Cursed into existence. Yes, child. Dracula nodded solemnly. And there's no need to doubt, it's already happened. You're now one of the undead. Welcome. You really believe that? Alex gave him a suspicious look. Was this old guy blind? Or just losing his mind? He was clearly still human, full of life, blood coursing through his veins, brimming with vitality. Nothing about him resembled the undead. I understand your doubts. Don't worry, I'll explain. Dracula spoke gently, as if truly treating Alex like a beloved junior. This ring can turn someone into one of the undead, but the transformation isn't always immediate. It varies from person to person. Some people change right away, while others go through a gradual, almost imperceptible process that takes time to fully manifest. In fact, some never show any changes in their entire lifetime, but the undead blood is already in them. It just doesn't show on the surface. For example, back in the 5th century, I was traveling through Hungary when a young duke came into possession of my ring by chance and triggered the curse. But he didn't change immediately. It wasn't until decades later, during a devastating plague, that his undead nature finally awakened. Seriously? Alex was genuinely surprised. But this did explain why Dracula was treating him like kin, even though he still appeared fully human. That story about the Hungarian duke though, why did it sound so familiar? In my endless years of wandering, I've lost count of how many hands this ring has passed through. Most people never trigger the curse. Only a rare few do. That's why I call it fate, destiny's gift. And among all those who did, I've never seen anyone like you. The curse triggered with such intensity, yet you're still able to hold the ring with no side effects. That's completely unheard of. Child, in a way, you and I are both unique. Dracula's voice softened even more, his gaze full of affection as he looked at Alex. Alex. This old bat had it all wrong. The only reason Alex was fine holding the ring was because it had been completely neutralized, it was no longer magical at all. Still. He thought about it for a second. Maybe letting Dracula keep thinking this way wasn't such a bad thing. This was the progenitor of vampires they were talking about, well, technically second generation, but with the first dead, he was as senior as they got. Vampires were a massive group. In the Marvel universe, they'd already infiltrated human society, business, politics, the military, you name it, they had a presence there. Having Dracula as an ally might actually prove extremely useful in the future. Can I keep the ring? Alex looked at Dracula and asked. Now that the ring was a dud, returning it might risk him noticing something was off. Of course. It's yours by right. Keep it. Dracula looked pleased that Alex wanted to keep the ring. In his eyes, that meant the boy had accepted his new identity as one of the undead. How gratifying. Normally, I no longer concern myself with undead affairs, but you're different. Consider this a gift. There's an ancient castle about 30 kilometers from here, give or take. A vampire clan resides there. They're descendants of that Hungarian duke I mentioned. You can take the ring and go claim leadership of the clan. Well then, child, I'll take my leave. I look forward to the day your undead nature truly awakens. As he spoke, Dracula patted Alex's shoulder and stood up. What about the people here? Alex stood up too, glancing around at the unconscious bodies lying everywhere. Don't worry. They'll wake up in 5 minutes, with no memory of what happened. Dracula waved his hand casually. Then his body blurred into a whirlwind of shadows and vanished into the air. Gone as quickly as he had come, not even a trace left behind. Just as he'd said, moments later, the people scattered across the hall began to stir. One by one, they opened their eyes and slowly got to their feet, their expressions dazed and confused. A few seconds passed before clarity returned to their eyes. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 70, Power Up Again, Strength Enhanced. Sheldon, trust me, now's not the time to invest in precious metals. Dawson, my son's full-month banquet is the day after tomorrow. You have to come. Miss Cartier, you're still as stunning as you were at 20. The hall quickly returned to its lively state, as if Dracula had never appeared. Everyone resumed their small talk and socializing, exactly like before. There was no sign they remembered being hypnotized by Dracula just moments ago. Even stranger, the scorch marks from Alex's heat vision and the gashes left by Dracula's lightning were still clearly visible, yet no one seemed to notice them. No questions. No suspicion. It seemed Dracula's hypnosis wasn't just simple mind control, it must have altered their memories or perception to some degree. Or maybe, everyone here, though awake, was still under hypnosis. No wonder he was Dracula. One word, insane. And as for surveillance? Well, the world's first electronic surveillance system was only invented in 1957, barely 5 years ago. The first security camera capable of recording video? That wouldn't be invented for another 6 years. In other words, there weren't really any cameras around yet. As long as Dracula handled the people part of the problem, the rest was basically taken care of. Since no one remembered what had happened, Alex had nothing to worry about. Without delay, he dived into his system interface. After all, he just earned nearly 300 origin points. Host, Alex. Age, 16. Speed, 134.1 meters per second. Strength, 95.2 tons. Constitution, 274, average, adult male, 10. Mental strength, 232, average, adult male, 10. Current template, Homelander, unlocked, 12%. Abilities, X-ray vision, basic, super hearing, basic, heat vision, basic, flight, locked. Origin points, 350. He'd just earned 300 points, and with the extra 50 points he'd never been able to spend before, he now had a total of 350. Which meant, he could unlock another 3% of his template. Detected, host has surplus origin points. Would you like to use them for enhancement now? The system prompt chimed in his mind again. Enhance. No hesitation. Congratulations. Homelander template unlocked to 15%. The notification was music to Alex's ears. And right after, his stats were updated. Host, Alex. Age, 16. Speed, 164.4 meters per second. Strength, 127.2 tons. Constitution, 308. Mental strength, 271. Template, Homelander, unlocked, 15%. Abilities, X-ray vision, basic, super hearing, basic, heat vision, basic, flight, locked. Origin points, 50. Alex reviewed the new numbers. His speed had reached nearly half the speed of sound, and his strength had surged past 120 tons. Constitution and mental strength had also jumped significantly. Even if the numbers didn't look mind-blowing at first glance, the difference in how he felt was undeniable. He was much, much stronger now. Not bad at all. He was more than satisfied with the outcome. Who would have thought a simple trip to accompany Howard Stark to a trade fair would turn into such a jackpot? Not only had he earned a big haul of origin points, he'd also scored a group of vampire underlings for free. Double win. Alex was in an excellent mood. As for the vampire faction Dracula had mentioned, after giving it some thought, Alex leaned toward taking them under his wing. After all, having some forces at his disposal was never a bad thing. Alex. Just as he was deep in thought, Howard Stark's voice brought him back to reality. The playboy had finally remembered he wasn't alone. Mr. Stark, how'd it go with the ladies? Land any numbers? Alex teased with a smirk. You're getting it wrong, Howard said, eyes gleaming with pride. They came to me, not the other way around. He chuckled smugly. Not to brag, but I've always had a way with women. And to be fair, Alex couldn't argue with that. Howard Stark had the looks, the charm, and the pedigree. Of course women were into him. A guy like that was a hot commodity anywhere. Anyway, Alex. General Ross is here. Let's go meet him in the parking lot. Howard didn't keep the banter going, instead gesturing for Alex to follow. Ross is here already. Did he bring his kid? Alex asked, curious. Why would he bring a child to a place like this? Howard looked at him, raising a brow. You seem unusually interested in Ross's son, Alex. What a pity. Alex felt a little disappointed. He'd been hoping to catch a glimpse of baby Hulk's daddy in his childhood years. No reason. Just asking, Alex replied casually, waving it off. Let's go, Mr. Stark. Howard didn't press the matter. There were more important things to focus on. He nodded, and the two of them made their way to the parking lot. Soon, they found the vehicle in question, a sleek, low-profile military jeep with a commanding presence. That's the one, Howard pointed. We picked up a radiation signal from this car, same as UB6 energy signature. Your turn, Alex. Use your ability to confirm. Alex nodded and walked over to the green jeep. As he approached, a familiar system prompt appeared before his eyes. Special energy source detected. Analyzing source. Energy signature, 56 origin points. Status, unextractable. At the same time, his scanning vision activated, highlighting the vehicle with a marker. Well? Howard asked impatiently, seeing Alex finish his scan. No doubt about it, Alex confirmed with confidence. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 72, General Ross's Shock, My Car's Alive. Alex, are you sure? Howard Stark's face lit up with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Alex for confirmation. I'm sure of it, Alex said with a firm nod. Yes. Howard clenched his fist in celebration. Since Alex discovered the first mechanical life form, S.H.I.E.L.D. had poured countless resources into the investigation. And now, they finally had something tangible to show for it. Mr. Stark, I hope it's not too late to ask, but how much do you know about UB6 capabilities? Alex asked, unable to hold back his curiosity after seeing Howard so thrilled. The last time he handed something over to S.H.I.E.L.D., it was the corpse of a Decepticon. He was pretty sure S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't found any living ones yet. Which meant they'd likely never encountered a functional Decepticon in the field. He couldn't help but doubt how well they really understood what they were dealing with. Alex, don't underestimate us, Howard said, sounding a little offended. The UB6 project is being led by Arnim himself. We've made remarkable progress. Oh, Arnim, he's the guy who almost blew up the entire base last time you dropped by. He's our chief researcher. A genius, second only to me. Arnim? You mean Arnim Zola? Of course I know that guy. Hearing Howard speak so highly of Zola left Alex speechless. That was a diehard Hydra loyalist, faithful in life, devoted even in death. Truly touching stuff. You seem to have a lot of faith in Arnim, Alex remarked, raising a brow with interest. Of course I do. Why, is there something you're trying to say? Howard asked, narrowing his eyes. He wasn't dumb, he could hear the subtext. From what I've seen, that man has the face of a traitor. Alex put on a mysterious expression, deliberately speaking in a cryptic tone. Face of a traitor? Howard frowned. What does that even mean? It's a kind of physiognomy. It means someone's prone to betrayal, Alex explained. Howard scoffed. Come on, Alex. I know Arnim's not as good-looking as I am, but you can't judge a book by its cover. I appreciate the concern, but you're overthinking it. Alex didn't push the point. He just brought it up on a whim. Whether Howard believed him or not, that was his problem. Anyway, now that UB6 status is confirmed, I think it's time we had a word with General Ross, Howard said, giving Alex a firm pat on the shoulder before turning to head back toward the main hall. Stark. A voice called out just then. They turned to see a tall, commanding middle-aged man standing down the hallway, a scowl on his face as he stared at Howard. Beside him stood a younger man in a suit, likely a bodyguard or aide. Alex glanced at the man's features and instantly caught a resemblance to General, or perhaps Secretary, Ross. The conclusion came naturally. That's probably him, General Ross. Mind telling me what you're doing near my vehicle, Stark? Ross demanded as he strode over with heavy steps, his voice tinged with suspicion. Are you investigating me? General Ross, please don't misunderstand. I can explain, really, I can. Howard quickly tried to calm the situation. You better have a good explanation, Ross said with a cold snort, exuding authority. Your people were the ones who tampered with my car last time, weren't they? What, you think I'm hiding something in there? This is all a big misunderstanding, I swear. Can we talk in private? Howard asked politely. Ross paused for a few seconds, then said flatly, "You've got 3 minutes. Plenty. Right this way, General." Howard gestured courteously and led Ross a few steps away into a quieter corner. There, he whispered the entire story about the Decepticons into Ross's ear. For anyone unfamiliar with the situation, it sounded like pure science fiction, and sure enough, Ross exploded. "Ridiculous. This is insane. Are you seriously telling me my car is alive? You're saying it can turn into a giant robot?" He stormed back over to his Jeep, jabbing a finger at it as he threw his fury at Howard. "You call yourself a scientist, and this is what you come up with? My 13-year-old son wouldn't even believe this nonsense." "Shoo, General Ross, please stop talking," Howard hissed. "It might hear you." According to Alex's intel, these mechanical lifeforms weren't just machines, they were intelligent beings. They understood human speech. That's why Howard and Alex had always used codenames and never referred to them directly as mechanical lifeforms. "Oh, it can hear me? Even better." Ross sneered. "Hey buddy, if you can hear me, why don't you go ahead and transform?" Clank. 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 Right then, the sound of heavy metal shifting filled the air. Everyone turned as the Jeep, which had been sitting innocently nearby, suddenly began to shake. Panels slid open. Gears twisted. Components unfolded like waves in a storm. Before their very eyes, the ordinary Jeep disassembled and reassembled itself, rising, shifting, reshaping. In just a few seconds, the vehicle was gone, replaced by a massive robot standing nearly 7 meters tall. "Oh my God! Jesus Christ!" General Ross, who had just been mocking the very idea, now looked like he'd seen a ghost. His jaw dropped. He stared up at the towering metal giant, stunned speechless. Even Howard Stark, who had already seen a Decepticon corpse, couldn't help but be overwhelmed. This was different. Watching one transform in real time, the sheer visual impact was enough to make even a seasoned scientist freeze up. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 73, Is This Even Humanly Possible? Oh my God, how is something like this even possible? General Ross's voice boomed with disbelief as he stared up at the colossal robot towering before him, his entire worldview shattering before his eyes. "I told you, didn't I, General Ross?" Howard Stark leaned in and muttered beside him, unable to hide the smugness in his tone. "Yes, Stark, you were right. But now what the hell do we do?" General Ross spread his hands helplessly, his face full of frustration and alarm. Against something this massive, his weapons were a complete joke. Totally useless. He even suspected that even if he summoned an entire battalion, it still wouldn't make a difference, unless they came loaded with heavy artillery. "Relax, General. It's not as bad as it looks." Howard Stark remained surprisingly calm, speaking with the confidence of someone who had an ace up his sleeve. Ross blinked in surprise. Where the hell was Howard getting this confidence from? But he didn't have time to ask. Because at that moment, the giant robot before them suddenly spoke. Its massive head turned, eyes locking onto Howard Stark. You recognized me?" "That's right. I've seen your kind before. You're not the first mechanical life form I've encountered." Howard quickly regained his composure. In fact, his face now glowed with excitement, an unmistakable spark of scientific fervor. What are you? Why are you here on Earth? Why did we find your kind near both me and General Ross? What's your goal? Howard bombarded the Decepticon with questions, unable to suppress the burning curiosity in his mind. You lowly creature dare to speak to me in that tone? The Decepticon sneered. Its massive fist slammed the ground in fury. Boom! The impact sent a tremor through the earth. Ross and Howard both felt it reverberate through their feet. Cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. The sense of oppressive power that radiated from this metal titan, it wasn't something that could be described. You had to be there to feel it. Howard Stark's sphincter clenched tight. His instincts screamed, and he dove behind a nearby car without thinking. Ross and his bodyguard were no better. They ducked down next to a vehicle for cover, each drawing a pistol, but even gripping a firearm offered them no sense of safety. Only Alex remained calm. Unmoving. Unshaken. Compared to the others, who were panicked like rats scurrying through the streets, his composure made him stand out like a lighthouse in a storm. The Decepticon's gaze naturally shifted to him. And then it remembered. It was you. You're the one who truly recognized me. It now recalled how the other guy had only confirmed its identity after consulting this young man. The real threat wasn't the other human, it was him. Mr. Stark, General Ross. Step back. Alex didn't even look at the Decepticon. He simply waved at the two men calmly. Stark, is he yours? What's he doing? Ross hissed, completely confused. Was the kid trying to get himself killed? Don't ask. Just trust him, Howard replied firmly. Let's back off, now. Though Ross still didn't understand why Stark placed such blind faith in this young man, or why the kid told them to get out of the way, he trusted Stark's judgment and followed his lead. They crouched and scurried away like street rats, taking cover at a safer distance. Now finally catching his breath, Ross asked, Stark, what the hell are we doing? And what the hell is he doing? Why did he want us to move away? Howard tilted his head, thought for a moment, then said in all seriousness, maybe, he just didn't want us getting in the way. Ross. Boom boom boom. While Ross and Howard whispered behind cover, the ground trembled once more. The Decepticon hadn't been idle. In the brief time it took them to move, it had exchanged a few friendly words with Alex. That quickly turned into provocation. The Decepticon, furious, charged at Alex with thundering steps, raising a fist the size of a boulder, and brought it down in a savage punch. Ross's heart nearly stopped. That kid was finished. No way he'd survive that, it would crush him into a pulp. Clang! But the next second, a metallic sound rang out. The Decepticon's massive fist came to a dead halt in midair. It couldn't go any further. Because another fist had blocked it. Alex's. He had casually raised his right arm and caught the Decepticon's attack head-on. That small human fist, no more than a few inches wide, had stopped a blow from a mechanical behemoth. It was like a mountain rising from the ground, unmovable. No matter how hard the Decepticon tried, it couldn't budge him. Gulp. Ross swallowed hard, his face frozen in disbelief. Is this even something a human can do? Alex is just too ridiculous. Even Howard Stark, who already knew the truth about Alex, was left stunned. He'd known Alex was powerful. He knew he could kill a Decepticon. But seeing it done so effortlessly, that was something else entirely. Boom! A loud crash snapped them back to reality. Alex had pushed back, with force. Boom boom boom. The Decepticon reeled like it had been struck by lightning, stumbling backward over and over. Whoosh! Bang! Alex didn't let up. Leaping into the air, he slammed his fist into the Decepticon's chest. The massive robot flew like a missile. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 74, Single-handedly crushed a Decepticon. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ground trembled violently. Everyone watched in shock as the massive Decepticon was slammed into the earth with tremendous force. The impact alone was nothing short of breathtaking. Especially for General Ross. Before the Decepticon could even get back on its feet, a blur flashed before everyone's eyes. Alex had already leapt several meters through the air and landed squarely on the Decepticon's chest. Bang! His fist crashed down with unstoppable might, smashing a deep crater into the robot's armored torso. Sparks exploded in all directions. Shards of metal scattered like shrapnel. Even the Decepticon's spark, the core of its mechanical life, was exposed under Alex's devastating blow. If Alex destroyed it now, the Decepticon would be truly, utterly dead. Not even God could bring it back. But he didn't. He needed this one alive. Cough. Cough. The Decepticon coughed violently. Yes, even a machine could choke in the face of such overwhelming force. That one punch had nearly wrecked it completely. It might be a mechanical life form, but it couldn't withstand the sheer power of hundreds of tons concentrated into Alex's fist. And this was Alex holding back. If he hadn't, that one punch could have sent the Decepticon straight to robot heaven. Yes, Alex was that terrifying now. Against a standard Decepticon, it was pure domination. He didn't even need his heat vision, just raw, physical strength was enough to crush them. Get off me! A weak, growling roar came from the Decepticon. It gathered all its strength and swung a heavy punch toward Alex. But Alex caught the punch effortlessly with one hand. Then he raised his other hand, and pulled. Clang! With a sickening metallic rip, Alex tore the Decepticon's arm right off. General Ross and Howard Stark, watching from the side, nearly had simultaneous heart attacks. They looked utterly stunned, practically brain-dead from the shock. Between him and the robot, who's the real monster here? General Ross murmured in disbelief, staring at Alex's dominant figure. Who knows? Howard Stark sighed deeply. But I'm sure it's not the robot. Clang! Another loud snap. Alex ripped off the Decepticon's other arm. Then, with a casual kick, like he was kicking aside trash, he sent the limbless Decepticon flying off to the side. After Alex's furious assault, the Decepticon was little more than a pile of scrap metal. With its weapon systems destroyed and both arms ripped off, it was no longer a threat. All done. Alex clapped his hands and turned to Howard Stark, like he'd just finished a trivial chore. Alex, tell me you didn't kill it. Howard peeked out from behind cover, glancing nervously at the motionless Decepticon, then back at Alex. Nope. Still breathing, Alex replied nonchalantly. Phew. Howard let out a long sigh of relief. They'd just managed to get their hands on another Decepticon. If Alex had smashed it to death, everything would have been for nothing. A dead Decepticon wasn't completely useless, but once the last trace of energy faded, all that remained was a heap of rare alien metals. Stark. So it's all true. General Ross's voice trembled with disbelief. He walked up to Howard, eyes locked on the battered remains of the Decepticon. He circled it, inspecting it from every angle. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he never would have believed that this mechanical behemoth used to be his car. Everything Howard had said earlier about mechanical lifeforms, no matter how absurd, was real. Yes, General Ross. As you can see, it's all true, Howard nodded seriously. At that moment, General Ross finally turned his gaze from the Decepticon, and looked at Alex. His expression grew even more complicated. Stark. Who exactly is this guy? Ross leaned closer, voice low. That's a long story, General. Not something I can explain in a sentence or two, Howard replied with a helpless shrug. Well, Stark, I think we've got a lot to talk about. Ross gave Howard a pointed look, clearly unwilling to let the matter drop. Between his shape-shifting car and this inhumanly powerful man, Ross felt like his entire career had been a lie. He needed answers. Of course, General. Anytime. Howard quickly agreed. Now that Ross had seen everything with his own eyes, keeping S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret research under wraps was no longer an option. Might as well face it head on. God, what happened here? What the hell is that thing? Aliens? Is that an alien? Though the fight hadn't lasted long, quick and brutal would be a better description, the commotion it caused was impossible to ignore. People inside the mansion had already been stirred up. One by one, guests came rushing over, and were left speechless by the scene in front of them. The growing crowd gave both Alex and Howard a headache. This was exactly what they didn't want, a public spectacle. Especially not at a high society event full of influential figures. If it were just ordinary civilians, a bit of hand-waving and cover-up could work. But this? These were all big names. Not something that could be easily brushed off. Damn it all. Mr. Stark, since things here are handled, I'll take my leave. Seeing the scene getting out of control, Alex knew there was no point staying. Without wasting words, he walked up to Howard to say goodbye. Howard was already swamped trying to manage the chaos. He barely had time to deal with Alex. Still, he offered a quick thank you and an apology, and watched as Alex turned and walked away, alone. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 75, The Birth of Magneto. Back at Xavier's mansion, the atmosphere was just as lively as ever. The mutants were all immersed in their respective training routines. Down a hallway not far ahead, Alex spotted Charles and Erik standing together. Erik was holding out his hand, making focused gestures at the empty air in front of him. What are you guys doing? Alex walked over casually, eyeing Erik with curiosity. Alex, you're back. Charles greeted him with a warm smile. We were just talking about how, despite everyone making remarkable progress, especially with your incentives, there's still a clear gap between them and you. I've always been curious, Charles added. How are you able to control your powers so perfectly? I suppose it's just my unique gift, Alex replied with a slight smile. Alex, Charles has lost it, Erik cut in, gesturing ahead with a frustrated look. He actually wants me to move that thing. Following Erik's pointing finger, Alex saw, several kilometers away, a massive satellite dish, shaped like an upside-down steel dome. Its diameter had to be close to 100 meters. Sure, compared to what Magneto would later move, football stadiums, the Golden Gate Bridge, this was nothing. But to the current Erik, it was a behemoth. He had never tried moving something so huge. Especially not from such a long distance. Even though his training had shown results, a structure like that was still overwhelming. No, Erik, you can do it. I truly believe in your potential, Charles said with conviction. Oh, come on, Charles. I'm not one of those young bloods like Siren. Your motivational speeches don't work on me, Erik shook his head, unconvinced. Actually, Erik, Charles is right. Alex stepped forward, equally serious. In fact, I think your potential goes far beyond this. If you truly unleash your powers, moving that dish will be a walk in the park. You could probably lift the Golden Gate Bridge. The Golden Gate Bridge? Now you're just exaggerating, Erik laughed, thinking Alex was joking. Charles, tell him, use your telepathy. Let him see I'm not joking. Alex glanced at Charles. Charles rolled his eyes. You do realize my powers don't work on you. But Erik, remember that cruise ship? You destroyed that thing. You should believe in your own strength. That was different. I was consumed by rage back then. Then learn to use that rage. Seeing that neither of them seemed to be joking, Erik said nothing more. He took a deep breath and focused once again on the satellite dish. Still. Nothing happened. The dish didn't so much as tremble. I can't do it. Erik muttered in frustration, shaking his head. It was just too much. Erik, when I say, use your anger, I don't mean let it control you, I mean you control it. I think the key lies somewhere between rage and serenity. Do you mind if I? Charles raised a hand, asking for Erik's permission. Erik didn't hesitate. Despite their ideological differences, the trust between them was real, they were friends, through and through. Charles placed his fingers against his temple and activated his ability. Erik's mind blurred for a moment, long-buried memories floated to the surface. Memories he'd forgotten. But they were warm. Gentle. A forgotten warmth. Tears welled up in Erik's eyes without him realizing it. Charles, what did you just do? Erik looked at him, visibly shaken. I reached into the brightest part of your mind, Charles said softly. It was beautiful. Thank you for sharing it. I didn't even know I still remembered that, Erik chuckled through damp eyes. There's so much in you you've forgotten, Erik. You're not just pain and anger, you hold so much more. I can feel it. When you recall it all, you'll be unstoppable. Now, try again. With Charles's guidance, Erik quickly regained his focus. He turned once more toward the distant satellite dish, hand outstretched. This time, something felt different. He felt the dish. And he reached out with his powers, grasped it from afar. Ha! Erik let out a fierce cry, pouring every ounce of strength into his magnetic grip. His body trembled with effort. And finally, the dish began to move. Slowly at first, but unmistakably, it turned. Erik stared in disbelief. He had actually done it. Ha 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 ha. He burst into laughter, ecstatic. Alex's eyes widened as he watched. There it is, the birth of Fassbender's Magneto. That grin, that aura, it was iconic. Damn, Alex thought. I should have recorded that. Ha. Charles. Alex. I did it. I really did it. Erik shouted in pure joy. I told you, you had it in you, Alex said with a smug smile. This is just the beginning. Magneto's true strength is far greater than this. Well done, Erik. Charles cheered, genuinely thrilled for his old friend. The president's speech is about to begin. A familiar voice called out. Moira poked her head out of a window on the floor above. She had been out investigating Sebastian Shaw while Alex was away. From the look of it, she'd returned empty-handed, just as Alex had predicted. But she'd returned at just the right time. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 76, The Missile Crisis on the Brink. Erik, Alex, let's go. The moment they heard the president's address was about to begin, everyone perked up instantly. Charles called out to his two friends and quickly headed back inside the house. Over the past few days, tensions between the US and the Soviets had reached an all-time low, more like a breaking point. No one would be surprised if war broke out the next day. The fate of the entire nation now hung in the balance, teetering on the edge. Everyone was waiting for an answer from the government. And so, this presidential address had captured the attention of the entire country. Naturally, the mutants were no exception. Especially since they all knew the current crisis had been orchestrated by Shaw, and they had already failed to stop him once. Not only Charles and Erik, but Moira also notified the rest of the training mutants to gather. They all took it seriously and were soon packed into the living room. "Let's hope this speech brings some good news," Banshee muttered weakly from behind the couch, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the TV sitting on a small table. "Guys, I don't know why, but I've got a bad feeling about this," Havoc said with a slow exhale. "Why's that?" Darwin glanced at him curiously. "Because the world is full of crap. When's the last time something good actually happened?" Havoc replied as if it were obvious. "Everything we've been through, it's always been one mess after another." "Havoc, that kind of pessimism doesn't help right now," Raven said with a helpless sigh. "Shoo, quiet. It's starting." Moira called out from the side, cutting off the conversation. Everyone straightened up and fell silent, eyes locked on the tiny television screen. From the standpoint of national policy, any act of crossing the Cuban blockade will be regarded as an act of aggression by the Bear Nation against the United States. In response, the United States will retaliate with full force, no mercy. On the screen, a man who would one day become a viral meme for his smile was now giving a deadly serious speech. The room's atmosphere immediately turned heavy. It felt like things were heading exactly where no one wanted them to go. Sure, they'd all seen this coming, but hearing it confirmed was a different story. A pit formed in everyone's stomach. "I knew it. It's always the same," Havoc muttered like a grumpy old man. "Shaw is there," Erik said firmly, eyes sharp. "You sure?" Havoc turned to him, surprised. "Two superpowers facing off, and Shaw wants to start World War III. He wouldn't miss this chance," Charles answered for Erik, his brows furrowed tightly, forming deep, autumnal folds of worry. No one hated this situation more than Charles. "Enough about politics. We need to prepare for tomorrow's mission," Erik said coldly. He didn't wait for a response, just turned and walked out with a steely resolve. "Prepare? Erik, what do you mean by that?" Banshee called out, confused and slightly panicked. "Sean, what do you think all our training was for?" Hank adjusted his glasses, his delicate features set with determination. "We're going to stop him." "You mean, tomorrow?" "We're going to Cuba." Banshee's eyes widened. He had mentally prepared to confront Shaw, sure, but flying off to another country with zero warning? That caught him off guard. "That's right. We're going to Cuba," Charles said gravely, sweeping his gaze across the room full of mutants. "This is our only chance." Everyone felt an invisible weight settle on their shoulders. They had faced the Black King twice now, and lost both times. The first time? Let's not even talk about it. Besides Alex, everyone else had practically pissed themselves in fear. The second time? Shaw didn't even show up in person, and they were nearly wiped out. With that shadow hanging over them, it was no surprise they felt pressure about this upcoming third round. Even though they'd all made significant progress in their powers. "Come on, people, what are you so worried about?" Charles said with a grin, pointing toward Alex. "We've got Alex on our side." "That's right, Alex." Morale, which had been flagging, lifted just a bit. Sure, they'd lost to the Black King twice, but one person had stood out each time. Alex. In both encounters, Alex had slapped Shaw squarely in the face. Especially during the second one, where Alex single-handedly foiled Shaw's entire scheme. He was their ace in the hole. Yeah. With Alex around, what are we even scared of? Raven laughed, eyes sparkling with inexplicable confidence. I promise you all, this time, Shaw is going down, Alex said, meeting everyone's eyes with an unshakable tone. And he wasn't just saying that to sound cool. After all, he already knew how the story ended. In the original timeline, Shaw dies at Erik's hands. That said, Alex's thoughts turned inward. A lot had already changed because of his rebirth. For starters, Riptide and Azazel, who were on Shaw's side, had already been taken out. Angel hadn't defected either. Which meant they'd be facing a brand new version of the Black King's faction. Still, Alex wasn't worried. Because the truth was, he was really strong now. At this point, calling him unbeatable among mutants wasn't even an exaggeration. Well, excluding the Black King himself. Shaw was the only one he couldn't outright kill, but Alex had discovered his fatal weakness. Take off that helmet, and Shaw was toast. Nothing to be afraid of. You heard him, Charles said with a shrug to the others. Even Alex is this confident. Sure enough, with that declaration straight from Alex himself, everyone's spirits lifted dramatically. The gloom hanging over them began to fade. Their morale had just gotten the boost it desperately needed. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 77, The Inevitable Parting of Ways. Alright, everyone, disperse. Go back to what you were doing. We've been preparing for this fight against Shaw for a long time, and now we're finally ready. This really isn't such a big deal, right? Charles's voice rang out again. Seeing that everyone had more or less adjusted their mindset, he clapped his hands and spoke with calm reassurance. Too much encouragement would only add unnecessary tension. The best strategy now was to downplay it. So, instead of giving a rousing speech, Charles chose a lighter tone to ease the weight on everyone's hearts. But Charles, what exactly should we be doing? Banshee scratched his head, looking at Charles in confusion. Tomorrow's battle could very well be historic, but he genuinely didn't know how to prepare. Just carry on like usual, Charles replied with a smile. Come on, Sean, our match isn't over yet. Havoc clapped Banshee on the shoulder, grinning. Before Moira had called them over, the two had been sparring in a friendly training bout. Both of them specialized in wave-based attacks, one sonic, one energy, so they often trained together in mock combat. Let's go. Back to training. The other mutants also began to file out of Charles's study, returning to their routines. Alex, looks like we'll be counting on you again tomorrow. Raven walked naturally alongside him, her smile easy and familiar. No, tomorrow we'll be counting on all of us. Alex replied earnestly. Even with the powers he had now, killing Shaw was still extremely difficult, and Alex was well aware of that. Taking Shaw down would require Charles's help. But even before that, Shaw was currently hiding aboard a nuclear submarine deep under the sea. To locate that submarine, they'd need Banshee's sonar. To drag it to the surface, they'd need Erik's magnetic control. This was a team effort, not some lone hero's quest. You really believe we'll win tomorrow? That we can stop Shaw? Raven didn't pursue the previous topic. Instead, she looked into his eyes and asked. Of course. I believe in it. Alex didn't hesitate in the slightest. Looking at his sharp, resolute face, Raven felt a strange sense of calm settle in her chest. I think I'm starting to believe it too, Alex. Her expression softened as she smiled. Maybe it was because they'd already clashed with Shaw twice that they'd developed some mental resilience. Or maybe it was Alex himself, his presence giving everyone the confidence they needed. Or perhaps both. Either way, as they left Charles's room, the atmosphere among the mutants remained positive, even Riptide seemed fired up and eager for more. Each of them returned to their stations to resume training that had been interrupted by the president's speech. Alex did the same. He'd only just unlocked 3% of his system progress. His physical capabilities had grown again, and he needed to adjust to the changes. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the ring on his finger. He could only shrug. The mission to take over the Undying Ones would have to wait. Alex. Just as he arrived at his personal training field, Erik's voice rang out behind him. What is it, Erik? Alex turned to see him, noticing the hesitation in his expression. Let's train together. Erik didn't elaborate. He just waved him over. The two had partnered for joint training many times before, so Alex didn't question it and simply followed him to another outdoor field. That area was filled with metal, perfect for Erik to manipulate with magnetism, and for Alex to target with his heat vision. They had practiced like this countless times before, outside of live combat. Once they arrived, Erik didn't waste a second on small talk. He immediately began hurling metal objects at Alex with precise control. ZZZZT. Alex's pupils lit up, burning with searing heat vision. Whoosh. Clang. ZZZZT. In a matter of moments, the field was filled with flying debris and streaks of laser light. It was pure chaos, and pure focus. Alex. Only after the two had collapsed, drenched in sweat, did Erik speak again, his voice grave. You know I'll kill Shaw tomorrow. No matter what. But Charles will stop me. He will. Alex nodded. He definitely will. He'd seen the movie. He was sure of it. I value Charles deeply, not just as a friend, but as a brother. I want to protect our fellow mutants with him. But the truth is, he'll never accept my vision. So what are you trying to say, Erik? I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, Alex. I just have a bad feeling. Things won't resolve cleanly, not the way any of us hope. You know I've always wanted to do something for our people. So mutants can live free, without hiding, without fear. Erik's voice lowered, but his intent was clear. So Alex, if the time comes and I need your help, will you stand with me? Alex immediately understood what Erik was doing, testing the waters, trying to bring him to his side. It was obvious Erik had already decided. No matter the outcome of tomorrow's battle, he would break away from Charles. Even if the incident that injured Charles never happened, Erik probably would have left anyway. But Alex had no intention of following him. Erik. I will. Whether it's you or Charles, I'll be there. We're brothers, aren't we? Alex smiled. Yeah, we're brothers. Erik echoed the words softly. That much, he truly believed. Even if Charles would try to stop him from killing Shaw, he would still be his brother. Just not the one who understood him. Don't overthink it, Erik. One way or another, it'll all work out in the end. Alex stood and dusted off his pants, smiling at Erik. Let's keep training. Yeah, it'll work out. Erik nodded. And with that, the two threw themselves back into their training. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those power stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 78, The Birth of the X-Men. Night had quietly fallen. A full moon hung high in the sky. Under normal circumstances, the living room would be buzzing with noise by now. The young mutants would usually be lounging around after dinner, chatting, laughing, and goofing off. But tonight, the living room was unusually quiet. After all, the final battle was just around the corner. Everyone had gone through another day of intense training and was thoroughly exhausted. It was time to rest and conserve their energy. Hank, however, hadn't gone to rest. He sat at his desk, staring absent-mindedly at the syringe in his hand. Through studying the blood sample Alex had brought back last time, Hank had indeed discovered that the previous version of the serum had a fatal flaw. Not only would it fail to suppress his X gene, it would enhance it dramatically. If he had used it, not only would it have failed to cure his beast-like feat, it might have triggered further mutations elsewhere on his body. Just the thought made Hank break out in a cold sweat. But now, the serum was finally perfected, flawless and stable. The only regret was that, full of excitement, Hank had once wanted to share the serum with Raven to cure her blue skin, only to be flatly rejected by her. That left him a bit disappointed. But it only made his determination to inject the serum even stronger. Phew. A moment later, Hank let out a long breath, steadying himself. Then, with a mixture of nerves and anticipation, he injected the serum into his body. He stared unblinking at his oversized feet, barely daring to breathe. Soon enough, the muscles in his feet began to ripple unnaturally, and after a series of strange, almost grotesque distortions, they slowly returned to normal. Ha! Hank burst out laughing in sheer joy. He did it. He had finally succeeded. At that moment, all he wanted was to share the good news with Alex. The next morning, all the mutants were up early. Unlike their usual routine, there was no training. Everyone gathered at once. A solemn air hung over them. What they were about to do could change the fate of the entire world. Even though Charles had rallied their spirits yesterday, now that it was time to leave, the weight of the mission pressed down on them. Everyone, all our preparation, all our hard work, it's all for this moment. To stop Shaw. To stop him from destroying the world. To save it. Yes. We're going to save the world. We will succeed. I believe it with all my heart. We're destined to succeed. Under everyone's gaze, Charles gave them another rousing speech. All right, let's move out. Erik kept it short and to the point, clapping his hands. Wait a second. At that moment, Hank stepped forward and adjusted his glasses. I've prepared something for everyone, he said. I think it might come in handy. Though his powers weren't the strongest, Hank was a top-tier scientist. Seeing how secretive he was being, everyone was genuinely curious what he'd come up with. But when Hank opened the large box he had prepared, everyone groaned and covered their faces in unison. Inside were uniforms. And not just any uniforms, ugly ones. Hank, you've been busy, huh? Erik couldn't help teasing. Do we really have to wear these? Banshee asked, clearly conflicted. Well, considering we can't withstand extreme pressure or bullets, Hank replied with a smile, I'd recommend putting them on. Well. Raven shrugged. I doubt Alex even needs this kind of protection. With that freakish body of his, even mutant mercenaries couldn't stab him with a blade. Bulletproof? That was just the bare minimum. Alright, fine. Alex is an exception, Hank added. But even so, Alex didn't refuse. He put on the suit with everyone else. These were, after all, the very first generation of X-Men uniforms, definitely a historic moment. Even if, truthfully, they were a bit ugly. But who cared? They were going to war, not a fashion show. Hey, look at us, We've even got matching uniforms now. Don't you think our team needs a name? Raven suddenly suggested, her naming itch kicking in again. What about X-Men? X-Men. Warriors with the X gene. Not bad. Raven, that's so lame. Everyone tossed out casual jabs, not really taking the name seriously. No one could have guessed that the name Raven had jokingly thrown out would one day become so iconic. So this is how the X-Men were born. Alex mused with interest. He was witnessing history in the making. Okay. Let's move. Charles clapped his hands enthusiastically. The group followed him into a massive hangar. Inside was a jet that looked sleek and futuristic, far ahead of its time in both appearance and performance. The first-generation Blackbird, Alex thought to himself. This thing's going to be a collector's item one day. If he snapped a photo now, he bet diehard X-Men fans would pay big bucks for it. Charles, you serious? You've even got something like this? Damn! Banshee shouted, his eyes wide in amazement. We do need some kind of transportation, don't we? Charles grinned, playing it cool. Cool. Super cool. Even Darwin was stunned. I never thought I'd get to ride something this awesome in my life. But, who's flying this thing? Erik? Moira? Havoc asked the key question. Of course I am, said Hank, stepping forward confidently. You know how to fly a jet? Havoc gave him a skeptical look. Bro, that's a pretty wide skill gap. Of course. I built this thing, Hank replied, as cool as could be. With that, there was no more delay. Everyone boarded the aircraft, found their seats, and buckled in. Hold on tight, we're taking off. Hank called out. Whoosh! The jet soared into the sky and vanished into the clouds. For 40 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 79, Nuclear Standoff, on the Brink of War. Cuba. 2 fleets faced each other across the blockade line, locked in a tense standoff on the endless ocean. The atmosphere was razor-sharp, ready to snap at the slightest provocation. A freighter from the Soviet Union slowly steamed toward American waters, as if deliberately taunting them. Commander, 3 minutes until it crosses the blockade line. On the U.S. flagship, a subordinate reported in a grave tone to the highest-ranking officer on deck. But the commander had already spotted the vessel through his binoculars. The pressure hanging over the scene was suffocating, making it hard to breathe, let alone make a decision that could trigger World War III. Still, some choices had to be made. If they crossed that line, it's on them. The commander murmured under his breath, then gave the order without hesitation. Sound the battle alarm. WO. WO. The shrill alarm blared across the fleet. The American forces instantly went to battle stations. Across the water, the Soviet fleet saw the shift and responded immediately, mirroring the Americans by preparing for combat as well. Tension escalated sharply. At this moment, everyone on both sides, American and Soviet alike, focused all their attention on that freighter edging toward the blockade line. The next 3 minutes would decide the fate of the entire world. Hearts pounded in chests as the ship drew closer, breath by breath. Some clenched their fists, unable to help themselves. Fortunately, just before the critical moment, the Soviets received a direct order from command: halt the freighter and turn it around. In other words, stop provoking the U.S. Whoosh! A collective sigh of relief swept through the Soviet fleet. The nightmare of a potential World War III had, at least for now, been averted. This is the Aral C. Respond, Aral C. This is a direct order, return to Odessa immediately. But something went wrong. Despite multiple orders, the freighter ignored every command and continued heading for the blockade line. The very air over the ocean seemed to grow heavier. Whoosh! Just then, a sleek, futuristic aircraft roared overhead, breaking through the tension like a bolt of lightning. What the hell? Where'd that jet come from? Both fleets were stunned. The appearance of the jet seemed to come out of nowhere. No one could tell whose side it belonged to. But given the delicacy of the situation, neither fleet dared open fire. One stray shot could set the world ablaze. So, confused but cautious, both sides held their fire and simply stared as the jet zipped past, practically showing off. Unmistakably, it was the Blackbird jet, the signature aircraft of the mutant team. Hank had gone full throttle to make it in time, arriving right at the turning point of history. Inside the cabin, the mutants were all stunned by the explosive tension unfolding before their eyes. It was like standing at the foot of a rumbling volcano, one spark away from total eruption. This is a total mess, Hank muttered, stunned by the chaos. What's with that freighter? Is the Soviet Union really trying to start a war? Raven frowned deeply, her expression as stern as cold steel. Clearly, Sebastian Shaw's meddling had worked. No, this isn't the Soviets' doing, Charles replied. He closed his eyes and extended his psychic reach, latching onto someone aboard the Aral C. Within seconds, he had scanned a dying mind and uncovered the truth. It's Shaw, Charles said darkly. He tampered with the navigation, he's directing the ship himself. If that freighter crosses the blockade, we'll be forced to fire. And that means war. Moira's face turned pale. Can't you make someone on board turn the ship around? Alex asked urgently. I can't, Charles shook his head. Everyone aboard is already dead. He'd only managed to read the last flicker of consciousness in a dying crewman. There was no one left alive to influence. This is Captain Alexander Nowitzki of the Soviet Navy. We've lost control of the freighter. We've issued a recall order. I repeat, do not open fire. Please, do not fire. A voice rang out across the sea, pleading from the Soviet side. But the Americans didn't buy it. They thought it was a trick, and began their countdown to launch. This was it. The point of no return. Charles acted without hesitation. He reached across the waters and took control of a Soviet officer, forcing a missile launch. A single shot streaked through the sky, boom. The Aral C was obliterated just before it could cross the line. Whoosh. Every single person, American, Soviet, and mutant, let out a breath they didn't know they were holding. With the freighter destroyed, neither side had a reason to fight. World War III had been averted. Now, the mutants could finally turn their attention back to the real threat, Sebastian Shaw. But there was a problem. Charles still couldn't sense Shaw's presence at all. He's definitely down there. We just have to find him, Erik said firmly. Hank. Charles turned to the pilot. Nothing on radar, Hank replied. He's underwater somewhere, but we don't have sonar. No sonar meant no way to scan beneath the waves. Who says we don't have sonar? Alex suddenly smiled. Exactly. Who says we don't? Mystique chimed in with a smirk. Everyone instantly understood. They had Banshee, a living, breathing sonar system. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 80, Finding the Black King, Magneto lifts a nuclear submarine. No sooner said than done. Banshee, Erik, Charles, and the others unbuckled their seatbelts and moved toward the hatch at the bottom of the jet. Hank, open the lower hatch. Banshee shouted toward the cockpit. Boom, boom, boom. The hatch opened with a loud thud, revealing the churning seawater below. A gust of frigid wind rushed in, making it hard to even breathe. Remember, it's just a muscle. You can control it. Charles shouted beside Banshee, trying to psych him up. Just think of it that way. See you soon. On my mark, 3, 2, 1, go. Whoosh. Banshee dove straight down, plunging into the ocean with barely a splash. WNNNN. The moment he opened his mouth, a wave of sonic energy burst forth, radiating through the water like a sonar pulse. Indeed, it was a sonar system. Meanwhile, Charles maintained a mental connection with Banshee the entire time. The moment Banshee located Shaw's position, Charles would know. Erik stood by, waiting. Once they found Shaw, he was going to drag him out with his own hands. As for Alex, new mission generated. Objective, foil Sebastian Shaw's plan and kill him. Reward, 2,000 origin points. At that moment, Alex heard the familiar chime of his system. A new mission, again. And this time, it came with a whopping 2,000 origin points as a reward. Based on past experience, that was enough to unlock 20% progress in his template system. That was the biggest leap he'd seen since he first obtained the system. Alex's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Shaw, looks like letting you live just isn't an option anymore. With that, he unbuckled his harness and moved to the hatch to provide backup. He wasn't here just to watch. Inside the jet, everyone turned to look at Charles, all waiting for news from Sean. Roughly 5 minutes passed. Suddenly, Charles's expression shifted, his mental link had picked up something. Sean has locked on to Shaw's position. Everyone in the jet lit up with excitement. You ready? Charles turned to Erik. I've been waiting for this moment. Erik nodded firmly. Charles quickly relayed the coordinates from Sean to Hank in the cockpit. Hank immediately adjusted the flight path and headed for the area above Shaw's location. Erik took the opportunity to climb out of the jet, standing atop the landing gear. He reached out with his hand, focusing on the waters below, searching for the nuclear submarine. Remember, it's the space between rage and serenity. Charles called out from inside the jet. Maybe it was Charles's words, or maybe Erik had simply undergone a major transformation after yesterday, but this time, he connected with the sub almost instantly. Then, with nothing but the power of his mind, he began lifting it. Whoosh! Beneath Erik's outstretched hand, a massive nuclear submarine rose from the ocean, suspended in midair, slowly drifting toward the shore. The sight was jaw-dropping. Okay, that's just ridiculous. Muttered Havoc from inside the cabin, eyes wide like saucers. Erik's display was absurdly overpowered. My God, what the hell is happening? Why is the sub airborne? Is that man, is he the one? Even Erik's allies were stunned, let alone the American and Soviet fleet stationed on either side of the quarantine zone. They looked on as if they'd seen a ghost. And along with their shock came something deeper, fear. When had nuclear submarines become so easily manipulated? If that man aboard the jet possessed such terrifying power, what if he turned it on them? A threat. Everyone on both fleets came to the same conclusion. What's going on? What the hell just happened? It's those guys. Inside a large chamber of the submarine, several mutant guards stared at each other in alarm. But Shaw wasn't among them. He was currently holed up in a sealed control room, draining the sub's nuclear energy, preparing to launch a covert strike against one of the superpowers to trigger a full-blown nuclear war. He decided to take action himself after their cargo ship, the Aral Sea, had been blown up. He knew right away, his old enemies had come. Unforgivable. They dare ruin our plans? A shirtless man with large, eagle-like wings on his back growled in anger, then said no more. Without hesitation, he scrambled up a ladder and threw open the submarine's top hatch. Then he turned around, and froze. Oh, come on. The sub was floating in the air. Just moments ago, they were submerged under the sea. Now, they were airborne. He turned again, and saw a man hovering in the distance, holding up the entire submarine with one hand. That had to be Erik, the same Erik Shaw had warned them about. So it was them. The winged man's eyes gleamed coldly. With a flap of his wings, he shot toward Erik at high speed. His wings were lined with razor-sharp exoskeletal blades, capable of slicing through flesh like daggers. Erik, still focused on lifting the sub, had no time to deal with him. But fortunately, Alex was standing watch. You think we're defenseless? Alex sneered, stepping forward. His pupils ignited with fiery light. Zot-zap. Two beams of heat vision tore through the air, aimed directly at the winged attacker. It's him, the man faltered mid-air, face twisting. At this point, Alex's reputation preceded him. He had become a known threat among Shaw's inner circle. They all knew who he was, and more importantly, what he could do. And this winged mutant, he wasn't about to underestimate him. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 81, The Final Showdown, A Storm is Brewing. Whoosh! The moment Alex's heat vision shot out, the winged man reacted instantly. With a swift flip mid-air, he narrowly avoided the deadly blast. Hovering in the sky, arms crossed, he stared down at Alex with a heavy, grim expression. What Shaw said wasn't wrong, this man was a serious problem. Eyes that could shoot heat rays. That kind of ability was simply monstrous. To mutants everywhere, Alex posed an innate and overwhelming threat. And that wasn't all. His strength, speed, and durability were all off the charts. He had no apparent weaknesses. Even Shaw had suffered repeated setbacks at his hands. With someone like that standing in their way, taking out the guy who could control magnetism was going to be tricky. As for Alex himself, he didn't pursue the winged man further, there was no need. The cramped interior of the Blackbird jet limited his movement. He couldn't very well slice the aircraft into pieces just to get rid of the guy. Land was already in sight. Once they got off the jet, dealing with a flyer like that would be child's play. That said, when it came to handling grunts, Charles was still the ultimate cheat code. After all, he didn't need to lift a finger, just touch his temples and think, and he could freeze the winged man mid-air, knock him unconscious, and let him fall into the ocean to drown. Unfortunately, Charles's full attention was locked onto breaking through the psychic barrier within the nuclear submarine. He had no bandwidth to spare. Ever since Erik had pulled the sub from the water, Charles had sensed a mental dead zone inside, just like what they encountered back at the Manhattan Hotel. Charles knew it. Shaw had to be hiding in that place. Although he'd been helpless against this type of energy shield back in Manhattan, the current situation was far more critical, potentially world-altering. He couldn't afford to fail. So Charles threw everything he had at breaking through the barrier, leaving the rest to the others. Good thing, too. For seasoned X-Men, dealing with the Hellfire Club's underlings wasn't much of a challenge. That was how it played out in the original film, after all. While the X-Men clashed with Riptide, Azazel, and the defected Angel, Charles didn't intervene at all. If he had, none of those guys, without helmets, could have strutted around for half as long. Only after the team dealt with the minions and Erik confronted Shaw did Charles finally use his power to freeze Shaw in place, letting Erik kill him with a single coin. In short, until Shaw was dealt with, Charles was off the table. The rest of them would have to handle the Hellfire Club on their own. Fortunately, that wasn't a problem. Nicholas. Another voice rang out. As the winged man retreated from Alex's attack, a new figure emerged from the submarine. It was a bald, hulking man with skin so pale it looked like whitewashed plaster. To the uninitiated, he might have looked seriously ill. But clearly, this was just a physical mutation, nothing more. The man was perfectly healthy. He looked up at the winged man hovering above and shouted. "That guy's in there, I can't get close." The winged man shouted back with a shrug of frustration. "Fine. Leave it to me." The bald man grinned, then suddenly extended both arms and clapped toward the Blackbird in a dramatic, Hulk-like motion. Boom! With that slap, a massive wave exploded from the sea, towering like a dam burst, surging toward the Blackbird with unstoppable force. What the hell? A tidal wave? Hank, heads up! Shouts of alarm rang out inside the jet. "Everyone, strap in. It's gonna get bumpy." Hank shouted as he frantically piloted the jet, trying to dodge the incoming surge. "Charles! Down!" Alex yelled, throwing himself flat and grabbing Erik's hand, yanking him down to the floor. The next instant. Boom! The enormous wave crashed over the jet, jolting it violently. The Blackbird was thrown around like a leaf in a storm, rocking so hard it felt like an earthquake. Inside, the X-Men were shaken to their core. Heads spinning, stomachs flipping, they could barely tell up from down. But thankfully, everyone had buckled in. Alex, with his terrifying strength, braced himself effortlessly, gripping the walls like a steel anchor. As for Erik, he magnetized himself to the jet's interior, flattening himself over Charles like a human seatbelt. Everyone made it through unscathed. Boom boom boom. Moments later, the jet lost control and Hank crash-landed it onto the shore. The impact was even worse than before. The iconic first-generation Blackbird, a symbol of the team, was reduced to scrap metal in an instant. Most of the X-Men were on the verge of vomiting. Thankfully, with safety precautions in place, no one was seriously injured. Cough, cough. Everyone okay? Moira? Raven? We're good, Charles. Despite looking thin and frail, Charles, owner of the most powerful brain on Earth, was the first to recover. While the others were still reeling, he was already on his feet, checking on the team. As for Alex, he was already standing there like nothing had happened. Not even his hair was out of place, as if the crash had been a mild breeze. Without wasting a word, Alex joined Charles and Erik in helping the others out of their seats. One by one, the mutants stepped out of the wreckage. Across the shore, Shaw's submarine had also crash-landed. It was now a mangled husk of twisted metal, completely totaled. And outside the destroyed sub stood four figures. The bald man from earlier, the one who could manipulate water. A flashy, dreadlocked black man wearing sunglasses and oozing swagger. A plain-looking guy whose abilities weren't yet clear. And the winged man, still hovering mid-air, radiating cool menace. They stood there, facing off against Charles and the others, tension crackling between the two sides like dry tinder in a lightning storm. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those power stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 82, X-Men's First Battle, Full-Scale Breakout. I've entered the gatekeeper's mind. Shaw is absorbing the energy of the entire nuclear submarine. He's turning himself into a nuclear bomb. Charles's voice rang out, his expression grim. His gaze stayed fixed on the enemy mutants ahead as he addressed the group around him. We're running out of time. The Geiger counter is about to max out. Moira added urgently from the side. Okay, first thing, we need to use the radio to notify both fleets to begin evacuation, Charles responded quickly to Moira. I'm going into the submarine to stop him, Erik declared decisively. His tone left no room for argument. Strictly speaking, the one best suited to take down Shaw wasn't Erik, but Alex. Still, everyone understood the deep-seated grudge between Erik and Shaw, so no one was surprised by Erik's determination. Alex didn't object either. He figured that once he finished mopping up the cannon fodder outside, he could deal with Shaw himself, it wouldn't be too difficult. Chances were, Erik would just get thoroughly beaten up in the meantime. Alex, Havoc, Darwin, the rest of the mutants are yours, Charles said, fully aware that Erik's choice wasn't ideal. But he didn't press the matter and instead placed his trust in the others. As for Raven and Hank, well, they were once again relegated to the sidelines. Raven was still far from being combat ready. She had improved since before, but she still had a long way to go before she could fight on par with the others, let alone the future version of her who could solo Wolverine. Hank's situation had diverged from the original timeline. Thanks to Alex's earlier interference, Hank had not enhanced his mutant abilities. At this point, he was still just a fast runner, nothing more. Combat-wise, he couldn't offer much help. Then again, everyone had their strengths. Every mutant had situations where their powers truly shined. Raven and Hank simply weren't frontline fighters. Sending them charging in like Ravager or Siren would have been a terrible idea. Let's do this. Ravager was fired up and ready to go. Erik, once you're inside, follow my instructions. But I need you to clear the path for me. Charles called out once more. Erik gave a silent nod, then dashed straight toward the submarine. You're not getting away that easily. A cold snort echoed as the winged mutant launched into the air, wings spread wide, and swooped toward the team. Smack! The bald mutant raised his hand again, another Hulk smash was unleashed. Splash! From the sea behind him, columns of water exploded outward, shooting toward the mutants like javelins. These weren't ordinary waves, they were razor-sharp, water blades, imbued with power and shaped under the bald mutant's control. Shoo! Shoo! Havoc sprang into action, his ability proving invaluable. With a swift flick of his arms, several circular energy blasts whooshed through the air, smashing the incoming water attacks apart. Splash! Suddenly, from beneath the waves, Shawn burst forth, intercepting the airborne winged mutant. Mouth open wide. Buzz! A sonic blast erupted from his throat, targeting the incoming foe. But the winged mutant twisted in the air, narrowly dodging the sonic wave with graceful agility, and flew straight at Shawn instead. These two were the only flyers on either side, each with unique advantages and weaknesses. Shawn's edge was his ranged sonic attacks, letting him strike from a distance. But his flight was more like gliding, clumsy and slow to maneuver. The winged mutant, on the other hand, had true wings and incredible aerial agility. He lacked ranged attacks and had to get in close to fight, but in the air, he easily outpaced Shawn. In short, long range favored Shawn, close quarters favored winged mutant. And he clearly knew it, steadily advancing through Shawn's attacks, trying to close the distance. For now, the outcome of their duel remained uncertain. Elsewhere, the rest of the mutants clashed in chaotic, all-out combat, each unleashing their powers in a spectacular battle that had finally erupted in full. This was it, the first true war between mutants. Whoosh! 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 The sound of tearing air echoed as the dreadlocked mutant's hair lashed out like living whips, striking furiously at Darwin. A damn Medusa, really? But Darwin had already transformed, his body fully steeled, shrugging off the whip strikes like they were nothing more than tickles. His adaptive ability was as broken as ever, but also purely passive. Unfortunately, the moment the external threat disappeared, so would his adaptation. Otherwise, this guy would have been endgame tier. Then there was a man who looked perfectly ordinary, but could conjure raging winds. In fact, his powers were somewhat similar to Cyclone's. He was Windman. Windman's ability differed from Cyclone in one key way. Cyclone created rotating tornadoes, vortex-style winds often combined with mist or moisture to form true cyclones. But Windman's gusts weren't rotational, they blasted in straight lines, and he couldn't merge them with water. Even so, the force was enough to send a car flying. Dodging them wasn't easy. Whoosh! A massive gust surged from Windman's hands, sending the X-Men sprawling. Erik took the brunt of it, slammed back violently by the gale. This guy was easily the most troublesome, his wide-area attacks made him a serious threat. Which was why Alex locked onto him immediately. ZZT. Alex's eyes suddenly burned red-hot. Twin beams of searing heat blazed toward Windman. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Sword. In contrast, their enemies felt a mounting pressure. With Windman eliminated and the others being stalled by the team, Erik encountered no further obstacles. He surged forward and ripped a hole in the side of the submarine with his powers, striding in like he owned the place. Meanwhile, Alex advanced toward the remaining Hellfire Club mutants. They instantly felt their nerves tighten, dread gripping their hearts. Rah! The bald man let out a furious roar and hurled a Hulk smash attack at Alex. Boom! Boom! Twin waves of water exploded from the sea behind him, crashing toward Alex with immense force. But unfortunately for them, Alex now possessed a body of true steel. This level of attack wasn't even worth his attention. Boom! Alex stomped the ground, launching himself like a cannonball straight into the crashing waves. Splash! The next second, a spray of water burst forth as Alex shot out from the far side of the wave, slamming down in front of the bald man like a meteor. The man's expression changed dramatically. That shockwave had enough power to flip a car, and yet it had done nothing to this monster. He had taken it head-on, with his bare body. Shaw's intel hadn't been wrong. This guy's physique was inhumanly strong. Bang! Just as the thought crossed his mind, something struck him with immense force, launching him into the air. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. So fast. That was the last thought in his mind. Before he could even react, Alex left behind a blur of motion and vanished from view. The next thing he knew, he was flying. And then, nothing. Darkness claimed him. He never even noticed his own body crashing to the ground like a ragdoll. Gulp. Bradesman swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping down his back. All of his comrades, except for Nicholas, who was still flying somewhere in the sky, had been wiped out in an instant. He was the only one left standing. This guy was way scarier than the legends made him out to be. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 power stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those power stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 84, The Secret Weapon Against Alex. You're not seriously going to gang up on me, are you? Have some honor, will you? When Alex casually dusted off his hands and started walking again, completely unbothered, the guy with the braid finally lost his cool. He actually yelled those words at Alex at the top of his lungs. Little did he know, Alex had never planned to lay a hand on him in the first place. Among all the mutants on Sebastian Shaw's side, the braided guy was easily the weakest. His powers were limited to close combat, and even then, not very effective, nothing like Windman or Baldy, whose abilities could cover large areas. He'd been going at it with Darwin for so long and still couldn't take him down. A small fry like that posed zero threat to Alex, so why waste his time? After all, Alex's mission was to kill Shaw, not wipe out every last one of his lackeys. Someone like this? Let the others handle it. He wasn't about to do everything by himself. Without sparing the man another glance, Alex strolled confidently through the massive breach Erik had torn open, stepping straight into the nuclear submarine. So they really couldn't stop you? A voice echoed suddenly from inside the sub. There, leaning casually against a wall with arms crossed, stood a man in a gas mask. His tone was unhurried, almost like he'd been waiting just for Alex. Apparently, Shaw had prepared a backup plan. Alex raised an eyebrow. It was a bit of a surprise, but then again, when he thought about it, it actually made perfect sense. In fact, it would have been strange if Shaw hadn't set up a second line of defense. Last time in Manhattan, Shaw had sent a small army and still failed miserably. There was no way he'd rely on just a few people on the beach this time. The Invisible Man had definitely been a trump card. If Alex didn't have enhanced hearing, that one might have actually worked. But for such a crucial mission, if that was Shaw's only secret weapon, it would have been far too risky. Now, this guy in the gas mask, he was probably the real final ace up Shaw's sleeve. TCH, got careless. Alex had been so focused on the beach outside, he'd completely overlooked the possibility that someone might be hiding inside the sub. He hadn't even noticed the gas mask guy's presence until now. And worse, Erik was nowhere to be seen. Alex immediately scanned the area, eyes narrowing. He's fine, that guy who came in before you. The masked man seemed to know what Alex was thinking and calmly spoke. Shaw seems to have different plans for him. But Alex wasn't about to take his word for it. He activated his X-ray vision, and sure enough, he soon spotted Erik and Shaw in a sealed-off room at the other end of the sub. At the moment, Shaw was ruthlessly manhandling Erik like he was nothing more than a plaything. Truth be told, Shaw's powers were pretty damn broken. Erik didn't stand a chance against him one-on-one. Once Alex confirmed that Erik was still alive, he let out a breath and relaxed. Then he turned his attention back to the gas mask man. A cold smile curved on his lips, and his eyes turned crimson. He was going to end this in one blast. But the gas mask guy had clearly come prepared. Just as Alex was about to fire, the man ripped off his mask and exhaled forcefully. A thick, green vapor burst from his mouth, hot and noxious. No doubt about it, poison gas. Turns out, Shaw's final weapon against Alex was basically Hanzo from Naruto. The green mist spread rapidly, engulfing the room like a toxic fog, swallowing Alex whole. The gas mask man let out a chilling laugh. You must be Shaw's greatest threat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have unleashed me. No matter how powerful you are, you're finished. No one survives my poison gas, Burke. He didn't even get to finish his speech. A beam of crimson heat shot straight through his chest, blasting a massive hole through his torso. Boom! The impact flung him across the room. He slammed into the wall behind him and slid down lifelessly. And then, Alex walked out of the green mist like he was out for a Sunday stroll. Not even a scratch. His expression was calm, his skin flush with color. That gas, which could rot a man's insides in seconds, hadn't touched him at all. How can this be? The man's eyes bulged in disbelief as he choked out his final words. This isn't possible. With a final tremble, his head tilted to one side, and he collapsed, dead. Alex glanced at the corpse and gave a cold snort. Shaw sure knows how to roll out the red carpet. Honestly, the guy had been insanely strong. If deployed properly, he could have wiped out an entire team of X-Men by himself. Charles, Erik, the rest of them, probably only Darwin could have survived. But now, in this wide-open environment, his abilities had been heavily restricted. That's all there was to it. If this guy had shown up at the hotel back in Manhattan, that mission would have been a nightmare. From Shaw's perspective, the gas mask man was definitely a top-tier weapon meant to counter Alex. But that same problem remained. Shaw would never truly understand the scope of Alex's power. Because frankly, the cheat Alex had been given was just that broken. Without wasting another look on the body, Alex turned and strode toward the submarine's sealed core chamber. After following a 20-meter-long corridor, he stopped before a thick wall. Zazap. His heat vision cut a neat square in the wall, and with a single punch, he knocked it clean off. A hole appeared before him. On the other side was a silver, enclosed room. Shaw had Erik pinned against the wall, battered and beaten. Hearing the noise, Shaw turned his head. His gaze met Alex's, filled with icy malice and unmasked hostility. You again. So they couldn't stop you after all. I knew from the start, you'd be my greatest threat. Shaw's eyes locked onto Alex with murderous intent. This young man had been a thorn in his side from the very beginning, and now, it was time to finish this. Once and for all. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 85, The Black King Falls by Alex's Hand, bonus. Erik, at last, we meet again. Alex stepped into the chamber with a calm smile, as if he hadn't noticed the cold, ruthless glare Sebastian Shaw shot at him. Alex, don't worry about me, kill him. Erik struggled fiercely in Shaw's grip, but his voice was full of unyielding resolve. Hearing that, Shaw let out a disappointed sigh. You know, hearing you say that actually hurts. Truly, disappointing. He looked at Erik like a pitiful child who didn't understand the world. You're still clinging to these meaningless emotional attachments. They're beneath you. Your mother was beneath you. We are the future. We are the next step in human evolution. This is our era. I made you who you are, you should be grateful. Let Erik go, Alex said coolly. I'll show you what the real future of evolution looks like. Shaw's eyes sharpened. Indeed. Compared to Erik, you're much more refined. In some ways, even better than me. But that's precisely why I have to eliminate you. He glanced down at Erik, full of condescension. You're just a pathetic clown. Bang! Shaw tossed Erik aside like trash. In Shaw's eyes, Erik was nothing more than a minor character, powerless, irrelevant. He even took pleasure in watching Erik's hopeless struggle for vengeance. Outside on the beach. Charles's face lit up. Sebastian Shaw, who had seemed to vanish completely, suddenly reappeared in his mental senses the moment Alex entered the chamber. But strangely, Charles could only sense Shaw's presence. He still couldn't read his mind. Must be Alex. Charles clenched his fists, mentally cheering. Just moments ago, Shaw had completely blocked Charles's psychic scan. But now that Alex had gone inside, that perfect mental shield had a crack in it. Charles wanted to tell Alex to keep doing whatever he was doing. Unfortunately, as always, his powers were useless on Alex. So he settled for the next best option, reaching out to Erik. Erik, I can sense Shaw. Did Alex do something in there? Erik froze for a moment, then thought back. Alex hadn't done much, just punched a hole in the shiny, silver room. Wait. Realization struck. That room was built to block Charles's abilities. When Alex broke it open, the psychic shield had been compromised. That's it. Erik's spirits soared. Without wasting another second, he raised his hand and started manipulating the metal around him. Clang! Clang! A series of metallic crashes echoed through the chamber as Erik began tearing apart the reflective silver walls. You've finally grown a brain, Erik. Too bad it's too late. Shaw sneered. He already absorbed all the energy from the nuclear sub, exposure was no longer a threat. But what Shaw didn't expect was... swoosh! While Shaw was distracted by Erik, Alex blurred into motion at subsonic speed, and in the blink of an eye, snatched Shaw's helmet right off his head. Shaw's power lay in absorbing energy, but it didn't enhance his reflexes. With his attention divided, he didn't even notice Alex moving. He just felt a sudden shift in the air, then a cool breeze against his forehead. **T. His expression changed dramatically as he lunged toward Alex, desperate to reclaim the helmet. He knew, without it, he was a dead man. Nice one, Alex. Erik shouted, eyes blazing with excitement. He screamed at the top of his lungs, Charles. Now's your chance. Of course, Charles didn't need to be told, he was already flooding the area with psychic power. The moment Shaw's helmet came off, Charles seized control. Swoosh! Shaw froze mid-motion, arms raised, legs forward, like someone had hit pause on his entire body. Thanks, Alex, Erik said quietly. He walked up to Shaw, his gaze dark and complex. Shaw, it all comes down to this. His eyes sharpened, killing intent thick in his voice. You're right about one thing, we are the future. But you killed my mother. He raised his hand, ready to end it once and for all. Suddenly, Erik felt resistance, his body wouldn't move. Charles was interfering. Erik, listen to me. Killing him won't bring you peace. It'll only stain your hands with blood, blood that'll never wash off. Charles's voice echoed in his mind. Not now, Charles. Get out of my head. Don't you dare stop me. Erik roared, struggling to break free of the mental hold. You don't want to become that kind of man, Erik. Control your rage, don't let it control you. Please, trust me. Shut up, Charles. Erik was nearly trembling with fury. His enemy was right there. A simple coin could end it. But his ally, his friend, was standing in his way. Erik. Zap. While the two argued, a beam of heat vision pierced the air, Alex had fired. 2 holes burned straight through Shaw's skull. Ah! Charles cried out in agony, his psychic link with Shaw meant he felt the death as if it were his own. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 85, Chapter 86, Our Enemy is All of Humanity. Bonus. Alex. No. Charles's face twisted in pain as he let out a broken cry. In that moment, everything became clear. Alex had killed Shaw. All this time, Charles had known Erik's lifelong goal was to kill Shaw, so he'd kept his attention focused solely on Erik. But in the end, it wasn't Erik who pulled the trigger. It was Alex, the one he had always believed would make a different choice. Charles felt deeply pained, disappointed, furious, even. He had placed so much hope in Alex. Because Alex, unlike Erik, didn't seem so radical, so extreme. But now, Alex had done something just as extreme. Charles, what's wrong? Moira noticed his distress and stepped forward to ask. Raven and Hank also turned toward him with concern. Shaw is dead. Alex killed him, Charles said weakly. I never expected it would be him. Charles, what's wrong with that? Raven couldn't help but challenge him. Shaw deserved to die, didn't he? A monster like Shaw, his death was nothing short of justice. How could you say that, Raven? Charles felt as if his heart had been struck with a hammer. He couldn't believe the person who had grown up with him, who was closest to him, would turn against him at a moment like this. You misplaced your compassion this time, Charles, Raven said firmly, sticking to her stance. Moira? Hank? Charles turned to the other two. But both Moira and Hank remained silent. Clearly, they didn't quite agree with Charles's no-kill philosophy either. At the very least, Shaw should have been handed over to the CIA, Moira finally offered, her voice uncertain. Truth be told, deep down, Moira believed Shaw deserved to die 1,000 times over. Charles's idealism was almost laughable. But as a CIA agent, she also couldn't condone executing a high-value target when capture was still an option. Then again, Alex wasn't CIA. He never had been. Task complete. Congratulations, host, you've received 2,000 origin points. Detected unspent origin points. Would you like to use them now to strengthen yourself? As Charles reeled from Alex's betrayal, inside the submarine, Alex was elated. The system notification had just come through. 2,000 origin points, delivered. As for upgrades? Not yet. This wasn't the right time. You killed Shaw. Erik's voice pulled Alex from his thoughts. Erik, now free, stood over Shaw's corpse, a whirlwind of emotions flashing across his face. The man he had spent his life trying to kill, was finally dead. But it wasn't by his hand. There was some regret, but also, gratitude. Alex had done what he couldn't. Especially with Charles constantly holding him back. Yes. I killed him, Alex nodded. It's over now. No, Erik said with a sharp glint in his eye. It's only just beginning. His voice was low, resolute, as he looked at Alex seriously. Charles's circle doesn't suit us. I'm going to form my own. Join me, brother. No, Erik. Charles's path isn't for me, but neither is yours. Alex shook his head. I don't agree with either of your ideologies. Have you forgotten? That's a shame. Erik sighed, genuine disappointment in his voice. You and I together, we could create a new era. But not one I want to live in. Alex shrugged. Erik knew full well, Alex might be young, but he wasn't naive. He was mature, strong-willed, and not easily swayed. Neither he nor Charles could change his mind. So Erik didn't press the issue. Still, Alex. Can I have that? Erik pointed to the helmet in Alex's hand. Sure. Alex handed it over without hesitation. They said nothing more, stepping out of the submarine together and onto the beach. By then, the battle outside had already ended. The remaining members of Shaw's team had been defeated and captured by the X-Men. Erik. Alex. As the two appeared, the gathered mutants on the beach all turned toward them. Alex, let them go. The fight's over. But instead of following Erik's command, the others looked toward Charles for instruction. Despite Charles, Erik, and Alex being seen as a kind of leadership trio, it was Charles the majority trusted the most. After all, Xavier's estate was his. He was the one who trained them, nurtured them, changed them. Even if Erik was more forceful, Charles's influence among the mutants was just as strong. And Alex? That was a different story. To them, Alex was more like an idol, someone they admired and aspired to emulate. When Erik noticed the others hesitating, he didn't mind. He raised his voice, addressing the crowd with passion. Shaw is dead. But our enemy still remains. Our true enemy is out there. He pointed to the fleet hovering just offshore. I can sense their weapons moving beneath the waves. Their cannons are aiming at us right now. They are the real enemy. The Americans. The Soviets. All of humanity. They're united by fear of the unknown. The Neanderthals are afraid, my mutant brothers and sisters. Erik's rousing speech washed over the crowd like a tidal wave, filled with fervor and conviction. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 87, Carpet Bombing, Mutants Must Be Eradicated. Pentagon, United States of America. Around the symbolically powerful round table sat top-level figures from various departments, the military, the CIA, the FBI, and more. Each of them was a titan in their own right, people whose very presence could shake the nation 3 times over. Moments ago, an emergency meeting had been convened, and a unanimous decision reached. The Soviets share our concerns. We will jointly launch a strike against the mutants. Once and for all, we end this threat, the Secretary of Defense declared solemnly. No one could have predicted that amid escalating US-Soviet tensions, a new force would emerge, mutants with terrifying powers that defied all comprehension. Things once thought invincible, like nuclear submarines, could now be subdued by a single individual. It was horrifying. And it didn't stop there. According to field reports, these individuals could fly, unleash devastating shockwaves, command the seas, summon hurricanes, and more. Confronted with beings who shattered logic and possessed godlike power, everyone was afraid. Terrified. Their weapons were useless. Their mighty warships and firepower were laughably fragile in comparison. This kind of threat was beyond their control. And anything that couldn't be controlled had to be destroyed. Right here, right now, 2 superpowers that had long stood opposed found perfect alignment. I still have an agent down there, the CIA director murmured beside the Secretary of Defense. Just an agent, the Secretary replied flatly. She's one of our best. Then she'll just be collateral damage. Erik's words cast a heavy pall over the scene. The atmosphere thickened, grew suffocating. Until now, most had only focused on Sebastian Shaw, nothing more. But Erik forced them to confront a brutal truth. One by one, the mutants turned toward the sea, gazing at the warships in the distance. Sure enough, the turrets were rotating, locking onto them. Every face turned pale. And bitter. These people had risked everything to come here, risked death at the hands of the Black King, all for what? To save the world. To protect these very humans from destruction. And now, the ones they sought to protect, were trying to kill them. There could be no deeper betrayal. Charles, tell me I'm wrong, Erik said, his voice low but charged with emotion. Charles placed his fingers on his temple and extended his consciousness across both fleets. His expression darkened instantly. Erik was right. There wasn't even a shred of exaggeration. The highest commanders of both navies had received orders from their governments: wipe out the mutants, all of them. Moira! Charles shouted urgently. She was the only official liaison on site. If anyone could reach the brass, it was her. Moira didn't waste a second. She sprinted back into the Blackbird, grabbed the comm, and hailed command. "This is Team XB-70. Come in, Fleet Command. The beach is secure. I repeat, the beach is secure. Requesting immediate abort on strike. Do you read me? Cancel the strike." But there was no response. Worse, communications were abruptly cut off. Moira's face crumpled in despair. "Moira?" Charles called as she returned. All eyes were on her. Everyone hoped, prayed, she would bring good news. But all she did was shake her head. Despair flooded the beach. The very people they risked their lives to protect, were now launching missiles at them. Fire! Fire! Almost simultaneously, the commanders of both fleets gave the order. Boom! 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 A storm of missiles shot toward the shoreline, so many they blotted out the sky, casting everything into darkness. Every mutant's pupils contracted sharply. Their hearts pounded. Breath caught in their throats. No one could survive that kind of barrage, not even them. All except Alex, calm and unshaken. After all, they had Magneto. Had everyone forgotten? Erik could control metal. And what are missile warheads made of? Metal. Honestly, Alex was baffled. No matter who gave the order to launch, they had to be brain dead. Erik had lifted a whole submarine with one hand. There was no way the fleets hadn't seen it. And even if they hadn't, surely they knew what missiles were made of. Launching metal projectiles at Magneto? Suicidal. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of the missiles cutting through the air grew louder, heavier, more suffocating by the second. The warheads grew larger in the mutant's vision. Closer. Until they loomed directly overhead. Then, just as annihilation seemed inevitable, Erik raised his hand. His power surged. And every missile froze in midair. As if caught by an invisible hand. Whoosh! A collective sigh of relief swept through the mutants. God Almighty! How is that even possible? On the fleets, officers stared in utter disbelief. It was beyond comprehension, beyond everything they'd ever known. Their entire worldview shattered in an instant. But Erik wasn't done. With a slight twist of his fist, the missiles rotated, warheads turning to face the very fleets that launched them. "Erik, no!" Charles shouted, face pale with alarm. But Erik didn't hear him. Or didn't care. With cold resolve, he sent the missiles hurtling back toward the ships. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 88, Missile Counterattack, Flattening the Two Nations Fleets. Erik, stop, now. Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Charles couldn't stand by any longer. He shouted and lunged toward Erik, aiming to tackle him to the ground and stop him. Whoosh! But just as he moved, Charles's vision blurred. Someone had suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. His expression darkened. "Alex, please, don't stop me." There was no doubt, the one who stepped in front of Charles was Alex. Meeting Charles's desperate, pleading gaze, Alex shook his head. "I'm sorry, Charles. I can't let you through. This time, I agree with Erik. Those people deserve to die. We didn't do anything wrong, we even saved them. And yet, they're trying to kill us. If someone wants to kill me, I won't hesitate to kill them first." "Alex. Erik. There are over 1,000 people on those ships. They're just following orders, it's not their choice." Charles shouted, his voice hoarse and filled with anguish. That was all he could do now. With Alex's monstrous strength, there was no way he could push past him. And worse, both Erik and Alex could completely suppress his powers. Charles was utterly powerless. "Stop them. Havoc, Sean, Darwin, stop Erik. Moira, stop Erik." Watching helplessly as the missile warheads moved closer and closer to the fleets, Charles could only hope someone else would act. But Havoc, Banshee, Darwin, all of them were stunned, frozen in place. Until now, Charles, Erik, and Alex had been the core of the team. All their actions had always revolved around the leadership of these three. They had never been at odds before. And now, a rift had split the three pillars, especially with both Erik and Alex standing in opposition to Charles. The other mutants didn't know what to do. Were they supposed to help Charles? Or stay out of it? Even if they wanted to help, could they really do anything? Neither Erik nor Alex was someone they could stop. Only Moira acted without hesitation. Resolute in her support for Charles, she suddenly drew her gun and fired at Erik. Bang! 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 Several bullets tore through the air toward Erik. But against someone who could control magnetic fields, they were useless. With a casual wave of his hands, Erik deflected all the bullets aside. Whoosh! One of those stray bullets ricocheted straight toward Charles. Alex sighed internally. Charles's positioning this time was clearly different from the original timeline, and yet he still couldn't avoid the same stray bullet. Then again, considering he and Erik were standing right next to each other, getting hit by a random deflected shot wasn't all that surprising. But Alex's abilities had long surpassed what they once were. His perception, reaction speed, every aspect had advanced dramatically. So, with a simple motion, he reached out and caught the bullet headed for Charles. This time, Charles was spared the fate of ending up in a wheelchair. Meanwhile, Moira's burst of firepower quickly emptied her magazine. With another wave of Erik's hand, he manipulated the metal on her body and flung her aside. At that moment, Erik resumed guiding the missile warheads toward the distant fleets. Shit. This is insane. Sorry, Erik. In the face of an imminent crisis, Havoc finally made his choice. He stepped forward, preparing to attack Erik. ZZZZT. But in the next instant, twin heat rays shot from Alex's eyes, searing two deep holes into the sand at Havoc's feet. Fuck it. Banshee grit his teeth, opened his mouth, and launched a sonic attack toward Erik. Whoosh! But the next second, his vision blurred. Alex appeared right in front of him like a ghost, reached out, and clamped a hand over his mouth, shoving the sonic wave back down his throat. Buddy, this isn't the way. Darwin shook his head repeatedly but didn't move. He knew he was no match for Alex. Besides, it was already too late. Boom! 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 A barrage of explosions erupted across the distant sea. One after another, massive mushroom clouds bloomed in the sky. Blazing firestorms, like the breath of demons, devoured everything in their path. The American and Soviet fleets were torn to shreds, utterly annihilated by the rain of missiles. Erik, what have you done? Charles's voice trembled, his face ashen. His legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground, as if the sky itself had fallen. The mutants had used missiles to wipe out the fleets of both the United States and the Soviet Union. After this, would there be any place left for mutants in human society? Erik and Alex, had they doomed all of mutant kind? At that moment, Charles's heart was bleeding. "I'm sorry, Charles, but I had to do it." Erik looked down at the broken man on the beach and spoke quietly. "Friend? I'm sorry. I don't think we are." Charles glared up at Erik, shaking his head. What Erik had done was unforgivable, far beyond any line Charles could accept. "Charles, I've always wanted to stand with you. I wanted to unite our brothers and sisters, to protect each other, to survive together. All of us mutants, united. Together, against our enemies. I had hoped we were kindred spirits, but sadly, we're not." Erik turned his gaze toward Alex. "But Alex, I don't think we're as different as you once thought." "I supported you this time, Erik," Alex replied with a shrug. "But only because they tried to kill us. That's it. Yes, right now, in this moment, they're my enemies. But that doesn't mean all humans are. As long as they don't provoke me, I have no reason to care about them. That is where you and I truly differ." For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 89, The Rift Between Charles, Erik, and Alex. No, Alex, they are our enemies, they have to be. Didn't today teach you anything? Two opposing sides, at each other's throats, suddenly teamed up the moment they saw what we could do. Isn't that enough to prove it? Once the world truly sees our power, what do you think they'll do? Erik, they were just scared. People make stupid decisions in the heat of the moment, it doesn't mean they'll be like that forever. Charles, Erik, and Alex each voiced their views. In that moment, the differences in their beliefs were laid bare. Charles was too idealistic, clinging to a naive hope for a better world. Erik leaned toward extremism, always expecting the worst from others. And Alex was the balance between the two. Keep chasing your fairy tale, Charles. Erik didn't bother arguing anymore. He turned to the group of mutants present and declared, "Charles's circle isn't for me. I'm building my own. One that will truly protect and unite our mutant brothers and sisters. Who's with me?" The crowd fell into stunned silence. They exchanged uneasy glances. No one had expected things to escalate to this point. The big family they had built at Xavier's school was falling apart. Especially Charles. He couldn't hide the twitch at the corner of his mouth, a physical reaction to the pain he felt deep inside. From the moment he had rescued Erik, they had fought side by side, supported each other, and grown together. The bond between them ran deep. Even though Charles had been devastated by Erik's decision to launch those missiles, actually hearing Erik cut ties hit him like a punch to the gut. Yet Charles said nothing to stop him. They both knew it, their beliefs were too different. Neither would ever convince the other. Charles had been able to ignore that reality before. But not now. After everything that had happened today, he couldn't pretend anymore. As much as it hurt, Charles had to face the truth, he and Erik were destined to part ways. "I'm sorry, Charles. But I'm leaving too." It was Alex who spoke up next. The main reason he had stayed at Xavier's school was to complete missions and grow stronger. Now that the early-stage boss, Shaw, had been eliminated, the Vietnam War loomed ahead. Mutants would be forced onto the battlefield. Charles would enter a long period of decline. Until the Wolverine from the future arrived. Under these circumstances, staying at Xavier's school clearly wasn't the right choice anymore. Alex had already grown powerful enough to stand his ground in this world. He couldn't stay confined within the small circle of the X-Men forever. It was time to move on. Charles's expression twitched again. Erik was leaving, and now Alex too. The three of them, once close comrades who had fought side by side, were now splitting apart. Of course it hurt. But just as Charles understood Erik, he understood Alex too. Once Alex made a decision, he never went back on it. Alex had helped Erik kill so many people. Charles didn't even know how to face him anymore. So, once again, Charles stayed silent. Alex, you're leaving too. Sean called out, his voice uncertain. With Erik and Alex both gone, the family they had built would completely fall apart. Charles, Erik, everyone. I'll always treasure the time I spent here with all of you. It was a beautiful chapter of my life, I won't forget it. But no feast lasts forever. I have to go. That doesn't mean I'm cutting ties with anyone here. If I get the chance, I'll come back to visit. Alex smiled at everyone. And of course, if anyone wants to leave with me, you're welcome to join. Now things got really complicated. The remaining mutants realized they had three choices: follow Erik, follow Alex, or stay with Charles. The mood grew tense. Everyone looked at each other, weighing their options. The first to move were Winged Man and Braids. They had once been Shaw's right-hand men, and Erik's style, and beliefs, closely resembled Shaw's. Everything he said just now confirmed that. As for strength, the fact that Shaw was dead said it all. Erik was someone worth following. Without hesitation, the two walked over to Erik's side. No one from Charles's group stopped them. Their grudges had ended the moment Shaw died. Besides, with the X-Men facing a full-blown split, who had the energy to worry about old enemies? Everyone was too busy deciding where they stood. I'll go with you, Alex. The voice came clearly and firmly. It was Hank. A rare smile tugged at Alex's lips. Hank was usually the quiet one, always buried in his research, a true science nerd. But Alex had always valued Hank highly. In fact, he believed Hank was every bit as brilliant as Tony Stark. Blackbird jets, cerebro amplifiers, those aside, Hank's work in biotech alone put him far ahead of Iron Man. I'm sorry, Charles, Hank added with a hint of guilt. No need to apologize, Hank, Charles said quietly, shaking his head. Raven, you don't need to hide anymore. At that moment, Erik turned to Raven and stretched out a hand to her. It was an invitation. A flicker of conflict flashed across Raven's face. But in the end, she turned to Charles. I'm sorry, she said. Charles's heart ached. Raven wasn't like the others. She was family, someone who had grown up with him since childhood. And now, even she was leaving him. I knew you would leave, Charles said softly, his expression complicated. That's what you truly want, isn't it? For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 90, A Surge in Power, the Truly Perfect Homelander. Charles, you promised you wouldn't read my mind. I made you a lot of promises, but I'm afraid I won't be able to keep them all. Take care, Charles. After bidding farewell to Charles, Raven turned and began walking away from the X-Men, heading toward the distant beach. Erik couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. He hadn't misjudged her. Raven was different from Charles. Sorry, Erik. But I didn't choose you. Suddenly, Raven halted mid-step and turned to Erik with a calm but resolute expression. Erik's smile froze ever so slightly. Then, to his surprise, Raven changed direction, walking not toward him, but toward Alex. To be honest, Alex was slightly taken aback at first. He hadn't expected Raven to choose him over Erik. But after a brief moment of reflection, it made perfect sense. Raven may have grown up alongside Charles, but she had never agreed with his idealistic worldview. That much was obvious. In the original timeline, she left with Erik precisely because she didn't buy into Charles's vision. But the truth was, Raven didn't fully align with Erik's beliefs either, not completely. That was why, in the years following her departure with Erik, she eventually left him too and chose to walk her own path. Erik was too extreme. Back then, Raven had no other choice. But now she did. She now had a third option. Someone who wasn't as naive as Charles, yet not as radical as Erik. Resolutely, Raven stepped forward and came to stand beside Alex and Hank. As for Havoc, Banshee, and Darwin, the remaining three glanced at each other and ultimately chose not to follow anyone. They stayed behind. Well then, until we meet again. Alex nodded toward both Charles and Erik, not bothering with long goodbyes. Then, with Raven and Hank at his side, he turned and walked away. Farewell, Charles. Erik, too, offered Charles a parting glance before turning his back and leaving without hesitation, taking along Angel and Tempest. And just like that, Charles, Moira, and the few left behind stood in silence, the weight of loss heavy in the air. U.S. Department of Defense. We've lost contact with the fleet. A high-ranking admiral stood stiffly before a round table full of brass and top officials, his voice grave. All at once, the expressions around the table darkened. They had just given the order to attack the mutants, and now, in a flash, their fleet had gone dark. This wasn't just a dropped call. This kind of radio silence could only mean one thing: something had gone terribly wrong. Something irreversible. The fleet was gone. What about the Soviets? The Secretary of Defense turned sharply to the Admiral. They're in the same situation. Radio silence. The Admiral's reply was equally grim. Brows furrowed all around. A chilling sense of dread filled the room. The American and Soviet fleets had vanished simultaneously. What the hell was going on? And more importantly, had the mutants been eliminated or not? Under normal circumstances, given the overwhelming firepower of those fleets, wiping out a handful of enhanced individuals should have been child's play. They should have turned them to ash 100 times over. And yet, nothing. No reports. No survivors. No signals. The whole situation defied all logic. Cuban shoreline. Hank, Raven, hold up. Not long after parting ways with Charles and the others, Alex suddenly stopped and called out. What's wrong? Raven asked curiously. Hank merely adjusted his glasses without a word, silently waiting for the explanation. It's nothing serious, Alex replied. I think, my powers just got stronger again during the fight with Shaw. Stronger again? Both Raven and Hank were momentarily speechless. Wasn't Alex already overpowered to the point of absurdity? And now he was getting stronger again. Was he trying to make the rest of them obsolete? Still, it was undeniably good news, and neither of them could hide their excitement. Without wasting any more time, Alex opened up his system interface. Host, Alex. Age, 16. Speed, 164.4 meters per second. Strength, 127.2 tons. Physique, 308, 10 equals healthy adult male. Mental power, 271, 10 equals healthy adult male. Current template, Homelander, unlocked, 15%. Abilities, X-ray vision, beginner, super hearing, beginner, heat vision, beginner, flight, locked. Origin points, 2026. Alex couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement when he saw the number, 2026 origin points. He had never been this wealthy before. That was a huge amount of energy. Host has unspent origin points. Would you like to begin enhancement now? The system prompt chimed again. This time, Alex didn't hesitate. Enhance. Congratulations. Homelander template unlocked, 35%. 35%. Alex's heart surged with elation. This was the largest single boost he had ever received. He was beyond satisfied. Host, Alex. Age, 16. Speed, 378.2 meters per second. Strength, 341 tons. Physique, 510, 10 equals healthy adult male. Mental power, 581, 10 equals healthy adult male. Current template, Homelander, unlocked, 35%. Abilities, X-ray vision, intermediate, super hearing, intermediate, heat vision, intermediate, flight, locked. Origin points, 26. A massive leap in power. Alex nearly let out a whistle. Now this was what a real power boost looked like. His speed had jumped from subsonic to supersonic in one go. His strength was now over 300 tons. Both his physique and mental power had more than doubled. And his core abilities, X-ray vision, super hearing, and heat vision, had all leveled up from beginner to intermediate. A massive haul. A huge win. Template unlock has reached 30%. Flight ability now available. Would you like to unlock it? And that wasn't all. Another prompt sounded in his mind. The one ability he'd been anticipating the most, flight, was finally here. His breath caught slightly in his throat. There was no hesitation. Unlock it. Whoosh. In an instant, Alex felt something indescribable shift inside him. He couldn't quite put it into words, but one thing was absolutely clear. He could fly now. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 91, The Mutant Ice Age. Alex, are you alright? A concerned voice called out beside him. Raven was staring at Alex with deep worry in her eyes. Hank, too, was staring at him, unblinking. I feel great, Alex replied with a beaming smile. Actually, after taking a moment to check, it seems like I've awakened a new ability. Another one? Raven and Hank were speechless. Seriously, Alex, how many hacks do you have? And it hadn't even been that long since he awakened his heat vision. Raven was starting to feel like a fake mutant next to him. If they were all mutants, then what was Alex? The real mutant? Otherwise, how could there be such a ridiculous power gap between them? Wait a second. Something suddenly clicked in Raven's mind. The last time Alex awakened a power, his heat vision, it was after their fight with Shaw at the CIA facility. And this time? He'd just fought Shaw again, and awakened another power. Oh, come on. Was Sebastian Shaw secretly Alex's good luck charm or something? Really, Alex? That's amazing. What power did you awaken this time? Hank asked excitedly, unable to hide the anticipation in his voice. Flight. Alex grinned with a hint of smugness and uttered just one word. Flight. You can fly now. That's insane. Raven and Hank both shouted in shock, eyes wide. Flying. Even among mutants, that was a rare ability. And unlike the guy they just fought, Alex didn't even have wings. Alex, I have to admit, I'm kind of jealous. You're like God's favorite son, and we're just the adopted ones. Raven gave him a look full of envy, jealousy, and frustration. I'm sure when Charles and the others find out, they'll be. Hank started enthusiastically but then trailed off as he remembered their current situation. The mood instantly dimmed. You're right, Hank. If Charles and the others knew, they'd be happy for me. Alex finished the sentence for him. They would, Raven said, nodding firmly, though her expression turned wistful. She still missed Charles and Erik. But deep down, they all knew, they could never go back to how things were. Raven, Hank, this new ability came just in time. Hold on tight to me. Alex reached out both arms. The two of them understood immediately and stepped to his sides, wrapping their arms tightly around him. Whoosh! Their vision blurred. Their bodies lifted off the ground as Alex soared into the sky with them in tow. The area had just witnessed the destruction of two fleets. Both the Americans and Russians would definitely send teams to investigate soon. Alex was right, his newfound ability had come at the perfect moment. It let them escape immediately, before things got complicated. Whoa! We're really flying. This is awesome. Feeling the wind rushing past them and watching the land shrink below their feet, both Raven and Hank couldn't help but cry out in excitement. Alex deliberately flew slower than he could have, he didn't have a bioforce field yet, after all. Fortunately, both Raven and Hank were mutants with enhanced physiques. They didn't feel too uncomfortable and could even enjoy the exhilaration of high-altitude flight. At first. Because Alex kept flying for nearly 4 hours straight before finally landing in a remote, uninhabited stretch of American countryside. He had no choice, without a bioforce field, he couldn't fly too fast or risk harming his passengers. Holding the same position for that long, scenery or not, was enough to exhaust anyone. Raven and Hank's arms had gone numb. If Alex hadn't had the strength to keep them held tight the whole way, they might have fallen long ago. I'm dying. I'm sore all over, I can barely stand, Raven groaned, stumbling over to a nearby wall and leaning against it to catch her breath. God have mercy, she thought. Being carried while flying was a full-body workout. Normal people wouldn't have survived it. I swear, I never want to do that again, Hank muttered. He looked like he'd just come off a bender, back aching, head spinning. Again. Alex chuckled. Hank, next time I'm charging tickets. He was still composed and steady. At 35% of the template's power, he had the stamina to match. After carrying them for hours, he felt only slightly fatigued. His two passengers, on the other hand, were wrecked. The difference was laughable. After resting for over 10 minutes, Raven and Hank finally began to recover. They exchanged a glance, and in that moment, both realized something, they had no idea what came next. Back in Cuba, following Alex had felt like the right choice. But now, with the adrenaline gone and the dust settled, the question hung in the air. Where do we go from here? They had lost their direction. Lost their purpose. Even lost Xavier's school, the one place they'd always called home. An empty, aimless feeling settled into their hearts. So, what now? Raven looked at Hank, then turned to Alex, unable to keep the uncertainty out of her voice. She had grown up in Xavier's mansion. By leaving, she'd closed the door on that life. I don't know, Hank said honestly, shaking his head. Both turned to look at Alex. Well. Alex met their gaze with a wide grin. I do know a place. It was finally time to take over the undead legion Dracula had given him. Raven and Hank's eyes lit up with intrigue. But first, Alex added, let's find something to eat. Right on cue, their stomachs growled. They shared a glance and chuckled, shrugging wordlessly before walking alongside Alex, following a narrow path out of the area. Raven, could I ask you to shift into a different look? Hank asked gently after a few steps, noticing her still blue skin. Erik said we shouldn't have to hide who we are. I know, but, after what happened in Cuba, the world's about to explode. Things are going to get tense for mutants. I think, for now, it's better if we keep a low profile. Raven fell silent. He was right. The Ice Age for mutants was coming. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 92, The World Trembles, Mutants Step onto the Historical Stage. Hank was right. The annihilation of both the US and Soviet fleets off the coast of Cuba sent shockwaves across the globe, triggering a political earthquake that rivaled an 8.0 on the Richter scale. Every nation that received the news was utterly dumbfounded. For a long moment, they refused to believe the intelligence was real. Only after repeated verification, again and again, did the horrifying truth finally sink in. And how could it not? This was the Cold War. The US and the Soviet Union were the world's only superpowers. Any move they made sent ripples through the entire planet. Let alone a standoff like this, one that had nearly sparked World War III. The whole world had its eyes glued to the Cuban confrontation. Under such circumstances, how could the total destruction of both fleets possibly be kept secret? Despite their shock, the event was shrouded in mystery. Intelligence agencies across the globe scrambled to investigate, analyze, and dig up answers. Every available hand was deployed. But all came up empty. No one could figure out how or why the fleets of the 2 most powerful nations on Earth had been wiped out in one fell swoop. It was supposed to be impossible. It was the mutants. It had to be them. At the Pentagon, the Secretary of Defense slammed his fist on the table and declared with absolute conviction to the gathered officials. No one else could so effortlessly wipe out the naval forces of 2 superpowers, unless we're talking about literal monsters. His voice rang through the conference room, strong and forceful. The fleets weren't just sunk, they were obliterated before they even had a chance to go under. Not a single soul survived. And there was no sign of those mutants at the scene. We have no idea where they went. We can't even confirm if they're still alive. No one knows what actually happened. All we have right now are theories. One of the generals finally spoke after a long silence. But they're reasonable theories, the CIA director interjected. We've already received intel, one of the mutants has the power to lift a nuclear submarine from the bottom of the ocean. The man can control metal. If he could lift a sub, then redirecting all those warheads toward both fleets. Entirely within his capabilities. Everyone in the room nodded silently. That theory made sense. It was the only one that did. Hansen, the defense secretary, turned to the CIA director. Your agency set up a mutant division, didn't it? The team that went to Cuba, weren't they from that unit? They should be, Director Hansen replied hesitantly. Should, the secretary's expression darkened. To hear such vague language from the head of the CIA was beyond disappointing, it was downright absurd. That metal-controlling mutant, I know him. He was part of that original mutant task force. He has magnetic powers. But as for the others, I'm not sure. Moira's been suspended. This whole mission was carried out off the books. Though he knew how bad it sounded, Director Hansen had no choice but to admit the truth. And you were the one praising her as an exceptional agent not long ago, the secretary sneered. Well, maybe not that exceptional, Hansen shrugged, but right now, she's the only person we've got who knows what actually happened. God damn it, the secretary cursed under his breath. Fine. Once you make contact with this exceptional agent, report back to us immediately. Hansen, we need intelligence. We need information on the mutants. One of the generals cut in, his tone solemn and firm. Even though no one had the full picture yet, one thing was clear, mutants had captured the attention of every major power. We'll have to wait until I get in touch with Agent Moira, Hansen muttered awkwardly, rubbing his nose. He hadn't taken her proposal to form a mutant unit seriously back then, thought it was a waste of resources. And when the entire base was taken out shortly after, he didn't just shelve the project, he outright disbanded it. To this day, he didn't even know the full roster of the team. What a mess. Now, the only lead left was the very agent who had been suspended, abandoned by both sides. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Havoc, Banshee, and Darwin sat listlessly on the steps, their expressions dull and heavy. The atmosphere around them was thick with sorrow. Ever since they returned from Cuba, the once bustling mansion felt half empty. It was hard to adjust. Shit, why did it have to turn out like this? Banshee muttered in frustration. No one had an answer for him. I just hope Charles pulls himself together soon, Darwin said quietly. Though Charles had been acting like nothing happened, everyone knew the truth. Erik and Alex's departure had left a deep, painful scar. They all instinctively looked toward the lawn, where Charles and Moira stood in conversation. If anyone could comfort him right now, it was probably Moira. One day, the government will realize just how lucky they were to have Professor X on their side, Moira said sincerely. Everyone understood, the confrontation triggered by Erik's onslaught had ushered in a new era of tension between mutants and humans. Many mutants would be forced to pick a side. Despite that, Charles had chosen to stand with humanity, and Moira found herself deeply moved by his unwavering conviction. She had not misjudged this man. He had vision. He saw the bigger picture. Unlike Erik, whose ideals were becoming more and more extreme. I think it's time I really became a professor, Charles said with a wry smile. Maybe I'll even go bald someday. Moira actually laughed at that one. I'm still with the government, Moira, Charles continued, his expression growing serious. We're still their people, even if unofficially. No, Moira shook her head gently. You have your own team now. Isn't that better? You're the X-Men. Heh. Has a nice ring to it. But Moira, anonymity is our first and strongest shield, Charles said solemnly. Given how tense things were becoming, mutants stepping into the spotlight would only escalate the conflict with humanity. So Charles made his decision, for now, mutants would remain in the shadows. Especially what happened in Cuba, that truth had to stay buried forever. I understand. Moira promised, gripping Charles's hand tightly. No matter what threats come my way, I'll never reveal your location. I know you won't, Charles said earnestly. Then he kissed her. But even as their lips met, his hand gently pressed against his temple. A psychic wave pulsed silently. He erased every memory Moira had of mutants. That way, what happened in Cuba would stay buried in darkness, forever hidden from the world. Of course Charles knew the US, the Soviets, and the rest of the world weren't fools. Their suspicions would still fall on mutants. But without concrete evidence, there was still room to maneuver, still a chance to avoid total war. He just hoped Erik and Alex wouldn't mess it all up. Sorry, Moira, Charles whispered in his heart. But this is the best thing I can do for you. He knew the world would demand justice for the sunken fleets. The rage of two superpowers would need a target. And the mutants would inevitably become that target. Moira, caught in the middle, would only suffer. Cutting her off from the mutants was the only way to protect her. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 93, The World Descends into Chaos, An Era of Monsters begins. 34th Street, New York. A majestic castle stood proudly on the side of the wide avenue. Though it wasn't as massive as the Xavier estate, it was still awe-inspiring enough to leave any ordinary person breathless. Unlike Xavier's modern design, this castle exuded an ancient and solemn aura, a kind of timeless weight that seemed to have settled over the centuries. "This is the place you mentioned, Alex?" Hank craned his neck up, eyes bulging as he took in the towering structure. "Alex, don't tell me, you're just like Charles. You've really been hiding your cards." Raven's eyes were wide as well, completely caught off guard. Even though this castle wasn't as big as the Xavier mansion, owning such a grand estate in the middle of New York City said a lot. Alex clearly wasn't some average nobody. All this time, they'd assumed he was just like them. Well. Adjusting his glasses, Hank tried to suppress the excitement creeping up on him. Seems like someone really went overboard planting trees. That was when Raven noticed it too. The entire castle was practically buried under a dense canopy of greenery. Trees, everywhere. Planted where they should be and where they shouldn't be. And not saplings either, each one had clearly been growing for decades. Towering trunks, thick canopies. It was like the forest had swallowed the whole estate. "Looks like the owner really loves nature," Raven chuckled, though she couldn't help but add, "Still, don't you think it feels a bit eerie?" Eerie? That was exactly the point. Alex couldn't help but smirk inwardly. But clearly, Raven and Hank had the wrong idea. Alex had no intention of settling here. He was here to subdue the vampire clan hiding within this castle. As for actually living in this place, no thanks. No sunlight, no sense of day or night, anyone would go stir-crazy in 3 days flat. "Come on. I'll show you both something special." Alex motioned to them and strode confidently toward the castle's front gate. "I've been dying for this." Raven's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hank didn't say anything, but the glimmer in his eyes betrayed his anticipation. "Let me give you fair warning, the ones living here aren't human." Alex shot them a mysterious look as he spoke. "Not human?" Hank blinked, then suddenly raised his voice. "You mean more mutants?" He and Raven exchanged a puzzled glance. Did Alex know about another hidden mutant base? No, not exactly. Strictly speaking, they're not people at all, just a bunch of blood-sucking monsters. Alex tilted his head in thought, then nodded at his own description. Blood-sucking monsters. Raven and Hank looked at each other, still struggling to make sense of what he meant. Ding dong. Alex pressed the doorbell. 5 minutes later, a figure emerged, completely cloaked in a robe, hood drawn low, face hidden behind a black scarf. "This is private property. Leave immediately." The cloaked figure didn't bother with pleasantries, cutting straight to a cold, mechanical warning. "Private property? Of course it is. It's my private property," Alex said, nodding seriously. "This guy's nuts." The cloaked man stared at him like he was looking at a lunatic. "Don't make me repeat myself." "Get lost," he snapped, voice rising with impatience. Zap. Without a word, Alex fired a heat ray straight at the man's arm. Arg. The cloaked figure stumbled back, nearly falling over as searing pain tore through his limb. He clutched his arm, screaming in agony. Looking down, he was horrified to see the damage, burnt flesh, the wound still sizzling. Worse still, his vampire healing wasn't working. The injury wasn't healing at all. In fact, the wound seemed to be spreading, corrupting his body from the inside out. What are you? Fear replaced fury as the cloaked man looked up at Alex, his voice shaking. Since it's our first meeting, I'll let that little insult slide. But next time, I'll be aiming to punch 2 holes in you. Alex's voice was calm, even bored, but the threat in his words was razor sharp. Then he held out a ring and handed it to the vampire. Give this to your highest-ranking leader. The cloaked figure didn't dare hesitate. He took the ring with trembling fingers, though he couldn't see anything special about it. Still, he wasn't stupid. He knew the ring must hold great significance. And the man before him was no ordinary visitor. He might even be someone connected to their undead clan. Please wait here. Still rattled, the vampire bowed and scurried off. He'd been utterly shaken by that one attack. I'll give you 5 minutes. Any longer, and you won't like what happens next, Alex called after him, voice cool and detached. The man flinched and quickened his pace, vanishing down the corridor. Raven and Hank finally turned to Alex, eyes brimming with questions. Everything, the eerie gatekeeper, Alex's attitude, the strange ring, left them utterly baffled. What's going on, Alex? Raven couldn't hold back her confusion any longer. Simple, Alex shrugged. This place is home to a clan of vampires. Yeah, the real deal, bloodsuckers from legends and fairy tales. Vampires? Both Raven and Hank stared at him, dumbfounded. Those kinds of monsters actually existed. This world was seriously insane. Raven, Hank, Alex smiled, eyes glinting with mystery. This world is far more thrilling than you can possibly imagine. You'll see more of it soon enough. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. Vampires? That's nothing. The era of superheroes had only just begun. Soon, the world would face Sentinel programs, apocalypse, the D'Bari invasion. Maybe even the arrival of the Cybertronians. And don't forget the Kree and Skrulls. This world was about to plunge into utter chaos. The Age of Monsters had begun. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 94, Alex, I Became a Supreme One. Thump. 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 A rapid shuffle of footsteps echoed through the courtyard. A group of people dressed in black suits, wearing sunglasses and holding umbrellas, marched swiftly toward Alex. Leading the group was a man with shoulder-length, flowing hair parted sharply down the middle. He looked just like Snape from Harry Potter. Seriously, not everyone could pull off that hairstyle without looking ridiculous. But this guy? It suited him too well. And that face? Alex blinked. His eyes swept over the man unintentionally, and then froze. He looked so familiar. And the moment the thought clicked, he suddenly remembered who this Snape lookalike was. Kraven. The underworld vampire clan's enforcer. Tasked with overseeing the coven's affairs while the vampire elders slept. Not exactly a good guy either, he conspired with Lucian, the werewolf leader, and in the end, got his brains blown out by the elder Marcus. What a tragic end. Alex never expected that the undead faction Dracula had handed over to him was this familiar. No wonder that Hungarian Duke's backstory had sounded so recognizable. Wasn't that the origin myth from the underworld movies? The progenitors of vampires and lichens? As all these thoughts flashed through Alex's mind, Kraven and his men had already arrived, stopping just outside the wrought iron gate. He stood there, peering at Alex through the bars. After a long moment of silent scrutiny, Kraven finally raised a ring in his hand and spoke. "This ring, does it belong to you?" "Of course." Alex replied without hesitation. "Put it on." Kraven's voice dropped a note, and he handed the ring to Alex. With a casual shrug, Alex slid it onto his finger, then spread his hands. "Satisfied?" Kraven's expression finally eased, and he gestured to the men beside him. "Open the gates." Creak. The heavy gates swung open with a groan. Kraven gestured inward with cold courtesy. "Please, come in. Let's go." Alex turned to Hank and Raven. The two exchanged nervous glances, clearly unsettled by the crowd of vampires. A chill crept down their spines. But seeing how calm Alex remained, they felt oddly reassured. With him here, what were a few vampires? So the group followed Alex and Kraven, making their way into the ancient fortress. "What should I call you?" Kraven asked expressionlessly. "Alex." "Mr. Alex," Kraven continued, "I can only make a preliminary judgment based on records, but to confirm the authenticity of the ring, and your status, we need one of our elders. So for now, I can't recognize you as a Supreme One." "Supreme One?" Alex nearly choked. That title sounded way too over the top. Still, from what Kraven said, Alex gathered something important. Apparently, those who were cursed into undeath by Dracula's ring were considered Supreme Ones within the undead hierarchy. And most of the undead in this world were probably converted by one of these Supremes. Which would explain why he now held such a revered status. That was his guess anyway, but it sounded plausible enough. He didn't ask any dumb questions like, "What's a Supreme One?" Instead, he simply nodded slightly to show he understood. "I've already informed the elder. She should be here in about 30 minutes. Until then, I'll have to ask you to stay in the guest hall and refrain from wandering. Since you found us, I assume you already know who we are. I trust you understand." Kraven's tone remained as cold and stiff as ever. Alex didn't care much. What piqued his interest was something else. "So, who's ruling this century?" According to the underworld lore, the vampire coven had 3 elders. One ruled while the other 2 slept, taking turns every century. "Is it Amelia?" Alex asked tentatively. The movie took place in the 21st century, with Amelia in charge while Victor and Marcus slumbered. Based on the timeline, it was likely still her. Kraven shot him a surprised look. This man knew quite a bit about their coven. Some of his suspicions toward Alex lessened, though only slightly. After all, Alex still didn't feel like one of them. Soon, Alex and his group were led politely into a guest room. Kraven even had someone bring them coffee. Though, calling it coffee was generous. "Apologies," Kraven said flatly. "We don't exactly entertain guests. Certainly not the ordinary kind." The coffee machine was something the ladies bought out of curiosity. "So please, bear with it. If you need anything, Erica will assist you. I'll take my leave for now." He nodded curtly and left. What remained, however, was a curvaceous, scantily clad vampire woman who made Raven and Hank extremely uncomfortable. As for the coffee, neither of them dared touch it. They really are vampires. "Did you see their teeth, Hank?" Raven whispered, leaning close. Hank nodded, glancing at Erica out of the corner of his eye with a touch of curiosity. "Yeah. Every one of them had those fangs. And they smell different." "Smell? I didn't notice that. But they do give off a cold, creepy vibe. And their skin is super pale." Watching the two of them geek out, Alex couldn't help but chuckle. "Elder, he's inside." Kraven returned after a while, and behind him was a woman who radiated an aristocratic, powerful presence. No doubt about it, this was Amelia, Vampire Elder. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Comment. 5. Comment. Vote. Chapter 94, Chapter 95, Alex, blood debts must be paid in blood. It's time to collect. In Underworld, Amelia was barely more than a background character, a glorified extra. She died almost instantly upon appearing, ripped apart by a pack of werewolves led by Lucian. They drained her blood dry, giving her a death so swift and unceremonious, it seemed like she had no narrative weight whatsoever. She came off as pathetically weak. But the truth was far from that. Amelia held an extraordinarily high status within her vampire lineage, second only to Marcus and Victor. And her actual strength? Nowhere near as feeble as it looked on screen. After all, how could someone like that become an elder? Mr. Alex, excuse me, but could I take a look at the sovereign ring? Amelia stepped forward without any pleasantries, cutting straight to the chase. Of course. Feel free to examine it. Alex handed her the ring without hesitation. Amelia gave it a brief but focused inspection, and almost immediately, her expression darkened. She glanced at Alex, and her entire demeanor shifted. Then she bit her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the ring. The instant it touched the surface, it was absorbed like water into a sponge. And in that moment, Amelia felt it. A crushing, undeniable suppression rooted deep in her bloodline. Amelia pays her respects to the Supreme One, she said, eyes wide in shock as she bowed deeply. Craven, who had been standing beside her, also froze. Realizing what this meant, he bowed at once, matching Amelia's respectful posture. Alex gave a faint nod and leisurely took his ring back. Then, with a calm air, he said, Dracula told me that from now on, I'm your master. I wonder, do his words still carry weight among your people? A cold sweat broke out across Amelia's forehead. Dracula wasn't just any vampire, he was their progenitor. A sacred, untouchable figure worshipped across all undead clans. And yet this man before her spoke of him with casual familiarity. More importantly, Dracula had personally entrusted the sovereign ring to this man. That said more than words ever could. Could it be that Alex had taken the ring by force? Amelia didn't even consider that possibility. Because it was simply impossible. Utter fantasy. Dracula was the strongest being in existence, a godlike force no one could hope to challenge. Who could have possibly accomplished something so absurd? You must be joking, Supreme One, Amelia said quickly, on behalf of our entire undead lineage, I pledge our loyalty to you. Good. Alex was quite satisfied with her response. Without hesitation, he issued his first orders. 2 things. First, I need a place to stay. Second, I need you to investigate someone for me. What would you have us do, Supreme One? Amelia asked at once. William Stryker. Military rank, Major, or maybe Lieutenant Colonel. I forget. Anyway, he has a secret research base on an island somewhere. I want you to find the exact location of that base. Since things with the Black King had finally wrapped up, it was time to settle accounts with Stryker. And if possible, maybe trigger a new mission along the way. Alex had originally planned to ask Charles for help using Cerebro, but plans rarely go unchanged. Who would have thought he and Charles would part ways so soon? Given the circumstances, asking Charles for help again was out of the question. That was why Alex had made it a priority to take control of this undead clan. Sure, his powers had skyrocketed, and his super hearing could now cover far greater distances. But he wasn't Superman, just 35% of Homelander. People plotted to kill Homelander all the time in The Boys, but he never heard a whisper of it. Even now, Alex's hearing only just managed to cover all of New York. He tried to pinpoint Stryker, but came up empty. Which meant, time to fall back on traditional intel-gathering methods. A military officer? Amelia's face darkened with concern. Supreme One, I'm afraid this may be beyond our current reach. Indeed, she added. Over the years, we've developed some influence in human society, but the military is another beast entirely. Penetrating their ranks is nearly impossible. You're not lying to me. Alex's eyes gleamed with a piercing intensity as he locked gazes with her. That didn't match what he remembered about vampires. In the Marvel Universe, vampires had their fangs sunk deep into every level of human society. I swear by Dracula himself, every word I've said is true. Amelia smiled bitterly. Our clan isn't one of the major lineages. In truth, we're only considered a mid-tier group. Even counting all our safe houses and this castle, we barely number over 300. Alex frowned slightly. It seemed he'd made some incorrect assumptions, either due to flawed intelligence or simple bias. Vampires weren't a monolith. They were split into many clans and factions. This particular clan from Underworld had barely 300 members, far less influence than he'd expected. And of course, his impressions were based on the modern era, decades from now. This was still the 1960s. Context mattered. Alex gave a small nod. It was clear now that relying on this clan alone to find Stryker's hidden base wasn't realistic. But that didn't mean he was out of options. If they couldn't locate the base, then what about the man? And there was someone out there who knew exactly where that secret island was. The Gambit. In the Wolverine storyline, Logan had stormed Stryker's base with Gambit leading the way. Even if Stryker remained out of reach, there were still backup plans. In that case, Alex said after a moment's thought, I want you to track down William Stryker's whereabouts as quickly as possible. Even if they were just a mid-sized clan, they'd existed since the 5th century. They'd been operating in America for hundreds of years. Given that much time, it was inevitable they'd planted roots across all sectors of human society. Their influence couldn't be underestimated. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 96, Even Superman isn't omnipotent, let alone Homelander. Of course, Supreme One. No problem at all. Amelia responded without a hint of hesitation, even helpfully adding, besides William Stryker, is there anyone else you'd like us to look for? Remy LeBeau, code name, Gambit. Logan, code name, Wolverine. Fred Dukes, code name, Blob. Alex paused for a moment, then calmly listed 3 names. Among the trio, Gambit knew the precise location of the secret base, Blob knew where to find Gambit, and Wolverine had a knack for tracking down people like Gambit. Alex wasn't sure how far along the Wolverine plotline had progressed in this world, so he had no choice but to cast a wide net and have Amelia search for all of them at once. Too bad I've never met these guys. I don't even know what their voices sound like. Alex frowned slightly, a trace of frustration flashing in his eyes. His enhanced hearing could pick up every voice in New York City, but there were simply too many voices, too much noise. Without a reference point, he had no way of identifying the voices he needed. He couldn't just eavesdrop and hope to catch phrases like mutant base or secret facility. That would be like fishing in the ocean blindfolded. And who's to say those people were even in New York? Which meant, apart from enlisting the help of the Vampire Coven, he didn't have many better options. Even Superman isn't omnipotent. So what if he's Homelander? That said, Alex wasn't particularly anxious. Taking down Stryker. That was bug-squashing level difficulty, not worth stressing over. I've memorized all the names, Supreme One, Amelia said respectfully. Good. That's all for now, Alex said casually. Now, get me a place to live. And assign me some personnel I can command. Yes, Supreme One. Amelia nodded and turned to a subordinate. Craven, fetch the full catalog of our clan's assets. Yes, Elder, Craven responded promptly and walked off quickly. No one noticed the flicker of resentment that passed over Craven's face the moment he turned away. For years, the day-to-day affairs of the vampire clan had been under his control. The elders rarely interfered in mundane matters. Craven was, in all but title, a king beneath the Supreme One, free to do as he pleased. And now? An outsider had descended from the heavens like some crownless emperor, and Craven was being reduced to an errand boy. Ridiculous. He'd schemed with the werewolves to fake Lucian's death, all to secure his current standing, and certainly not to play the role of glorified courier. Still, Craven knew better than to show any open dissatisfaction. He'd seen how the elders groveled before the new Supreme One. He wasn't about to dig his own grave. 15 minutes later, Craven returned holding a thick ledger bound like an ancient tome. Amelia accepted the book from him and handed it to Alex with both hands. Supreme One, this contains a full record of our clan's industries accumulated over the centuries. Please review it at your leisure. Alex flipped through it casually, then sharply sucked in a breath. He almost blurted out "Holy SHT, asterisk." Beside him, Raven and Hank leaned in to take a peek. The moment they caught a glimpse, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Loaded. Insanely loaded. Just from skimming, Alex saw at least 3 sprawling estate-style properties, each comparable to Charles Xavier's manor. And that was just what he stumbled upon at random. The rest? High-end hotels, exclusive clubs, luxury bars, there were too many to count. People used to think Charles was rich, obscenely rich. But compared to this vampire clan, Charles was playing in the kiddie pool. Then again, it made sense. 300 vampires with lifespans spanning centuries. Of course they'd built up an empire. You guys own a lot, Alex said, eyeing Amelia with a mix of amusement and curiosity. Weren't vampires supposed to be above materialistic desires? Aside from blood, what else did they even care about? Then again, maybe that was just his stereotype talking. He didn't actually know much about vampire culture. And with such long lives, if they didn't find ways to stay entertained, boredom might just kill them before sunlight ever could. We don't have much of a choice, Supreme One, Amelia replied with a faint, wry smile. To humanity, we're monsters. Rejected by society. If we want to survive in peace, we need to keep a lot of mouths fed. And if we wish to live with dignity and elegance, well, that takes resources. Alex nodded in understanding. He didn't say much more. Flipping through the directory, he eventually pointed to a villa. This one will do. Amelia glanced at it and immediately handed the book back to Craven. Go make the arrangements. And gather all clan members. The Supreme One's orders. Yes, Elder, Craven bowed and left again. Amelia remained at Alex's side, conversing with him while they waited. Alex took the opportunity to dig deeper, curious about vampire society in this world. As it turned out, his earlier assumptions were spot on. This world had many vampire clans. And without exception, each clan could trace its origins to a single Supreme One who had turned them. Of course, the reverse wasn't true, one Supreme could create multiple clans. Take, for example, Alexander Corvinus, the original vampire from the Underworld films. He was a supreme too. But unlike others, Corvinus stayed mostly out of the picture. He rarely involved himself with his descendants, more or less retired from the world stage. As a result, Amelia's clan, descended from Corvinus, occupied an awkward position among the vampire factions. And now, Alex finally understood why Amelia had submitted so readily. She likely hoped to use him, the newly arrived Supreme One, to elevate her clan's status. People are always driven by self-interest. Vampires are no exception. Not that Alex minded. If they were truly loyal to him, helping them a little in return wasn't out of the question. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 97, This Female Lead is Mine. Supreme One, all clans within the castle have been assembled. They're waiting in the main hall. Shall we proceed now? After a brief conversation with Amelia, Craven returned and nodded at her. Amelia understood at once and respectfully turned to Alex. Then, let's go meet everyone. Alex gave a slight nod, no unnecessary words. He followed Amelia toward the hall. Is it true? Has a Supreme really arrived? I thought the Supreme abandoned us long ago. It's not Alexander the Supreme. Word is it's someone new. Even before stepping into the hall, Alex could hear hushed whispers echoing from every corner. Considering how revered a Supreme was among the undead, the vampires were more than curious, buzzing with anticipation. After all, a clan with a Supreme was an entirely different beast from one without. Quiet. Elder Amelia is here. Hush, silence. As Amelia, Craven, and Alex entered, the once slightly noisy hall instantly fell into stillness. Swish. All eyes turned simultaneously to Alex. So this is the new Supreme. Just by looking at Elder Amelia's demeanor, they could tell. But, he still looked human. He hadn't even been fully turned yet. And Amelia was treating him with such reverence. Joy, curiosity, skepticism, indifference. A kaleidoscope of emotions flashed across the faces of the assembled vampires. Everyone, I believe you've heard from Craven by now. It's true, our clan has been graced with the presence of a Supreme. No longer will we be like rootless duckweed, drifting without support. From today on, we too shall have the protection of a Supreme. This is a great honor for our bloodline. Now, allow me to formally introduce the one who shall lead us moving forward, Supreme Alex. Amelia's voice rang out solemnly. All eyes fell on Alex as she made the announcement. I, Amelia, as elder of the clan, pledge my loyalty to you, Supreme Alex. Then she turned, stood opposite Alex, and bowed deeply, solemnly declaring her allegiance. Following her lead, every vampire in the hall, packed to the brim, bowed their heads in unison. You may all rise. Only when Alex's voice broke the silence did everyone straighten up once again. While a few still had doubts, none were foolish enough to challenge him in public. These were ancient beings, after all, no one here was immature. Supreme One, these are the members currently residing in the castle, Amelia said, stepping back to his side and gesturing to the crowd. This is Khan, our clan's finest warrior and commander of the guard. And this is Celine, also a formidable fighter. She's earned great merit in our long-standing war against the werewolves. At the mention, Alex's gaze was drawn to a cold, sharply beautiful woman in a sleek black combat suit standing among the crowd. Celine. The undisputed female lead of the Underworld series. And indeed, she was stunning. But unlike ordinary beauties, hers carried a commanding presence, sharp, focused, and efficient. In some ways, she reminded Alex of that annoying woman, Peggy Carter. Feeling his eyes on her, Selene looked up, her gaze calm and restrained. Compared to the others, she was noticeably more composed. And colder. To her, a Supreme was of little concern. Her mind was occupied with only one thing, wiping out the werewolves. However, things rarely go as one hopes. Once Amelia finished introducing the core members, she turned to seek Alex's opinion, inviting him to pick someone to serve directly under him. That one. Without hesitation, Alex pointed at Selene. To him, she was the strongest, the most beautiful, and the least likely to harbor ulterior motives. Why choose anyone else? Besides, she was the female lead. If he hadn't run into her, that would have been one thing. But since fate brought them together, how could he let her slip by? Selene, gather a few trusted aides. From now on, you'll be working by my side. He pointed at her casually as he spoke. Swish. Once again, countless eyes turned, this time to Selene. Jealousy and envy flared. To be personally chosen by the Supreme? Selene had just rocketed to the top. Even the elders would think twice before crossing her now. Not that her position had ever been low, she'd always enjoyed Elder Victor's protection. That was why she could act however she pleased, ignoring even Craven, and still thrive within the clan. But now? Chosen by the Supreme? Damn it, how can one woman be this lucky? The envy in the hall reached a fever pitch. Selene, however, remained cold as ever. She instinctively opened her mouth to refuse, hunting werewolves was her only concern. She had no interest in serving some so-called Supreme. Still, she understood what a Supreme was. No matter how headstrong she was, she wouldn't cross that line. In the end, she held back her objections. Selene, did you hear what the Supreme just said? Amelia asked, looking down from her elevated position. Yes, Supreme. Selene finally nodded. Only then did Amelia breathe a sigh of relief. Victor had spoiled the girl far too much, she'd honestly feared Selene might cause trouble. Thankfully, she still knew her place. With that handled, Amelia led Alex back to the reception hall for a proper welcome. As for the tasks Alex had assigned, naturally, they were carried out with swift and flawless efficiency. By that very afternoon, under the escort of a fleet of luxury cars, Alex arrived at an equally luxurious villa. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 98, America becomes the laughingstock of the world. Supreme One, please wait a moment. At the gates of the luxurious villa, Selena, dressed in black and holding a parasol, suddenly stepped forward to block Alex from entering. What is it, Selena? Alex cast a curious glance at her. Allow my people to conduct a routine inspection first, Selena said solemnly. Although following Alex hadn't been Selena's original intention, now that she had chosen to, she carried out her duties with full dedication. No need for that. Alex waved it off with a smile. With his enhanced hearing, he could tell there was no one lying in ambush inside. A quick scan with his X-ray vision confirmed the absence of bombs, bugs, or any other kind of surveillance equipment. As expected. After all, he didn't have that many enemies, and this was the first time he'd moved into this location. No way anyone would have gotten to it already. Supreme One, ensuring your safety is my top priority. Please allow me to do my job, Selena insisted. It won't take long. Fine. Seeing the stubborn look on her face, Alex could only shrug. It was just a few minutes. He could wait. Selina didn't waste any more words. With a nod to her subordinates, 4 of them quickly entered the villa to begin the sweep. The remaining 2 stayed behind with Selina, standing guard beside Alex. It was worth noting, aside from Selina, the rest were all humans. Loyal, well-trained agents under her vampire lineage's command. At Alex's request, of course. Living with a bunch of vampires. That'd be way too weird. What? Selina's a vampire too? Come on, not all vampires are the same. This is a bit over the top, don't you think, Hank? Raven leaned over and whispered to Hank, a little overwhelmed by the entourage. Ahem, Raven, let's wait until we're inside. Hank adjusted his glasses uncomfortably. He wasn't fond of criticizing others in public, especially not their bodyguards. The whole situation just felt strange. He still felt like he was dreaming. How did Alex end up as the supreme leader of an undead bloodline? And they're calling him Supreme One. Unbelievable. While Hank was still lost in thought, the vampires returned from their inspection and nodded to Selina. Selina turned to Alex and respectfully gestured. Supreme One, it's safe. You may enter. Alex led Hank and Raven into the spacious, opulent villa. Selina and the others automatically dispersed to take up watch positions around the property. They didn't intrude or get in the way. They knew their place. Wow! Alex, is this going to be our new home? Raven's eyes lit up with excitement. She was practically bouncing with joy at the sight of the lavish interior. Raven, it's Alex's home. We're just guests, Hank said, clearly thrilled too, though much more reserved. No, Hank, Alex said, smiling. This is our home. He waved at them. Go pick your rooms. The 2 of them took off happily. Meanwhile, Alex strolled over to the balcony. A gentle breeze drifted through the open window as sunlight streamed in. Outside, flowers and greenery filled the garden. He let out a satisfied breath. This would be his base for now. From here, a new journey would begin. CIA headquarters. Conference room. The long conference table was packed. Alongside Director Hansen sat representatives from various departments, many of whom had appeared at that earlier Department of Defense roundtable. In short, a room full of heavyweights. All eyes were now on a lone female agent seated at the far end. Moira. Moira, tell us what happened in Cuba. Who sank the fleets of both the US and the Soviets? Director Hansen's eyes were like daggers as he stared her down. Cuba. Director, what do you mean? I've been to Cuba. Moira blinked, her face full of confusion. I'm sorry. For some reason. I can't recall anything from the past few days. You don't remember? Are you saying you've lost your memory? Hansen's brow furrowed so tightly it looked like an angry crumpled napkin. In front of all these department heads. Moira, are you seriously making me look bad right now? I think, yes. I don't know what's wrong with my head, but my memory is just blank. Her serious tone gave Hansen pause. She didn't seem to be lying. Then a thought struck him. He remembered, among those mutants, there was one who could control minds. Could it be, that mutant wiped Moira's memory? It would make sense. If he had sunk those fleets, of course he wouldn't want to leave any evidence behind. Someone like Moira, an intelligence officer, would have been eliminated 1,000 times over. Yet she was alive. Which meant the other side was confident she couldn't expose them. Her memory had been erased. Hansen's expression darkened. That had to be it. He explained the mind-controlling mutant to the other bigwigs in the room. They weren't fools. The logic was sound. Otherwise, why would Moira still be alive? Yes, erasing memories, that's within his power. But what do you remember? Hansen asked, though he wasn't holding out much hope. Just flashes, Moira said quietly, straining to recall. A tree. Sunlight. A kiss. God. A few high-ranking officials nearly swore out loud. That's what she remembered. What kind of useless flashbacks were these? A kiss, seriously? Now of all times. Romantic fool. No doubt about it. The CIA had come up empty-handed. Before this meeting, everyone had come prepared. There were even contingency plans drafted to respond the moment it was confirmed that mutants were behind the destruction. But in the end, nothing. Not a shred of usable intel. Mutants were crafty, no doubt about it. With Moira's memory erased, the truth of what happened in Cuba was lost forever. No one would ever know how those fleets sank. And more than that, the United States had become a laughingstock on the global stage. What do we tell the public? Someone finally asked after a long silence. It's been days. The entire country is waiting for answers. The truth, said a military official bluntly. We tell them the truth. Everyone looked at each other. No one objected. Because everyone knew what truth meant. Only mutants could take the blame for what happened in Cuba. The public needed an outlet. This was the only option. Whether or not it was the actual truth, who cared anymore? The truth? Moira frowned. With all due respect, sir, you're suggesting we tell the public that mutants sank our fleets? That's unconfirmed. How can we call that the truth? Director Hansen, get your agent under control, the general said coldly, ignoring Moira entirely. Moira, that'll be all. You're dismissed, Hansen said quickly, ushering her out. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 99, Mutants, Enemies of the World. November 17th. At a press conference held at the White House, the spokesperson addressed the public, elaborating on the series of horrifying and infuriating events that had recently taken place in Cuba. Like many of you, I was stunned and couldn't believe it at first. But the facts are undeniable. We are not the sole masters of this planet. Among us may exist a group of individuals with extraordinary powers, mutants. Extremely dangerous, and very real. Yes, mutants exist. We must confront this harsh reality. Just one mutant with the power to control metal was enough to destroy our entire fleet. So what about the others? What abilities do they possess? What kind of power do they wield? Even the always smiling president personally addressed the media, expressing condolences over the fleet lost off the coast of Cuba. But alongside his grief was unmistakable fear of this newly exposed group, mutants. He urged every American to stay vigilant, warning that this group posed an unprecedented threat. Panic erupted across the nation. Shock rippled around the globe. To most, the U.S. Navy symbolized the world's greatest military power, the very foundation of America's superpower status. Back during the height of the U.S.-Soviet standoff, the U.S. had deployed 68 air squadrons, 8 aircraft carriers, and a total of 90 warships into the Cuban Strait, a superfleet powerful enough to flatten a small country. And now, that fearsome force had been annihilated by just a handful of people. If it hadn't come directly from the White House, with the president swearing on live TV, who would have believed such a thing? Not long after America's official announcement, the Bear Country followed suit. They too held a press conference to address their citizens and other nations closely following the incident. They confirmed the truth, their fleet had been destroyed, by mutants. Just like that, a once unknown term, mutants, exploded into global consciousness. Once dismissed as myth or comic book fiction, mutants were now headline news, viral on every screen. Even 3-year-olds were being taught that mutants were terrifying monsters. If you see one, they were told, call the police immediately. Wipe out the mutants. Down with the mutants. Protect our nation. Shortly after the official statements, protests erupted across both countries. In many cities, crowds gathered in front of the White House and the Kremlin, petitioning their governments to take immediate military action against this dangerous threat. Chaos swept through both nations. Civilians were gripped with fear. Gun and ammo sales skyrocketed overnight, shelves swept clean. No one needed to say why people were buying weapons. The reason was obvious. Mutants had become public enemy number one. Inside a luxurious villa. Since the president's speech, cities have descended into panic. Right now, everyone's asking the same question: how many mutants are out there? Where are they hiding? On the large television screen, a female news anchor in professional attire was reporting on the mutant situation. Behind her was a chaotic scene, angry protests filling the streets. Raven and Hank were sitting in the spacious living room, nestled in the comfort of the sofa, but neither could relax. Their brows were furrowed so tightly they looked like dried chrysanthemums in late autumn. How did it come to this? How did this happen? Raven couldn't take it anymore. Frustrated, she stormed up to the television and began flipping through the channels. But it was pointless. No matter how many channels she changed, every one of them was reporting on the same thing: mutants. Mutants were now dominating the airwaves. Alex. I know it's a little late to say this, but maybe Charles was right. I should have tried harder to stop you and Erik. Hank's frown deepened as worry filled his face. He, too, looked like a withered autumn chrysanthemum. They had known when Alex and Erik took out the two fleets that backlash was inevitable. But even so, they hadn't expected it to be this bad. They had been caught completely off guard by just how severe the consequences were. Mutants had become pariahs, rats on the streets, chased and hated by all. If things kept going this way, was there any future left for mutants? Hank regretted it. Raven regretted it, too. Seeing their fellow mutants being thrown into such chaos and suffering, unless one was as extreme as Erik, it was impossible not to feel some remorse. But what about Alex? Did he regret it? No. He didn't. Even if he could go back, Alex would still do the same thing. Things might look bad now, but when had mutants ever had it easy? Even if he and Erik hadn't destroyed the fleet, would the US have ever left mutants alone? Never. That's just human nature. When people are faced with power they can't control, their first instinct is to destroy it. In the original timeline where Alex hadn't interfered and Erik was stopped by Charles, what happened then? Mutants were still captured, dissected, experimented on. Forced into war. Targeted by an endless stream of anti-mutant weapons. They even invented robots that could scan and identify the X gene. What changed? Nothing, except the violence was a little more subtle. Of course, Alex's actions were partly responsible for the current chaos. Without his involvement, Erik would never have succeeded in destroying the fleet. So no, Alex wasn't going to wash his hands of it. He had stirred the storm, and he wasn't about to walk away. Alex, what do we do now? We have to do something, don't we? Alex, tell me. What's your plan? Raven's voice trembled with urgency. She stood before Alex, pleading for answers. At this point, what can we do? Hank muttered in defeat, shaking his head. No, Hank, Alex said, eyes steady and calm. There's still something we can do. At his words, both Raven and Hank looked up, eyes suddenly alight with hope. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 100, Alex, Justice for Mutants. Alex, I knew it. You'd never just stand by and watch our people suffer. Raven's voice brimmed with relief and excitement as she looked at Alex. But what's the plan, Alex? Hank pushed up his glasses, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. The US has painted us mutants as ruthless killers, completely twisted what happened in Cuba, and stirred up massive prejudice against us. So first, Alex said after a brief pause, his gaze calm as it met Raven and Hank's eyes, we make the truth known. The world deserves to know what really happened, we deserve justice. Alex had no intention of denying that he and Erik had destroyed the 2 fleets. But what the world didn't know, and what the US deliberately left out, was that those fleets had attacked first. That one fact changed everything. Yet in the narrative spun by the US, there was no mention of it. They portrayed Alex and Erik as dangerous lunatics, no better than Shaw, hell-bent on world destruction. In their story, the fleets were innocent victims. But Alex wasn't about to let that lie stand. They wanted to twist the truth in front of him. Not a chance. Tell us what to do, Alex. We're ready, Raven said, fired up. First, Alex said mysteriously, we're going to bring one of our own back. Who? Raven asked, surprised. You'll know when you see her. He smiled cryptically, clearly not ready to spoil the surprise. Raven's curiosity was instantly piqued, but she could tell Alex wasn't going to reveal more. She didn't press, just grew more excited. Come on, Raven. Let's not keep our friend waiting. Alex stood and gestured for her to follow. Raven eagerly trailed after him. What about me, Alex? Hank jumped up, his eyes pleading. This mission only needs Raven and me. You stay here and wait for us to return. Alex waved it off casually. Got it. Be careful. Hank nodded, though a flash of disappointment passed across his face. He'd always felt like a background player in their missions, never quite able to contribute meaningfully, except that one time in Cuba when he served as the pilot. At least back then, he had Raven to keep him company. But now Raven was going too. And he was left behind. It stung. Made him feel useless. Hank, Alex said seriously, catching the frustration on Hank's face, everyone has their strengths. Yours just aren't on the battlefield. In fact, in certain areas, you're irreplaceable. Yeah. Like what? Hank mumbled, thinking Alex was just trying to make him feel better. I want to help too, truly. Especially now, when our people are facing such injustice. If you're serious about helping, your chance is coming, Alex said, voice low and steady. There's plenty we'll need you to build. Hank's eyes lit up. Like what? For example. A cerebro amplifier. A Blackbird jet. Stuff like that. Cerebro. But Alex, only Charles can use that thing. Raven frowned, confused. Raven, Alex said meaningfully, Charles isn't the only telepath out there. The implication was clear. Raven and Hank exchanged glances. Whoever Alex was planning to recruit had to be a powerful psychic, maybe even someone who could rival Charles. I built one before. I could do it again, Hank said slowly. But we'll need a lot of money, and a proper location. Exactly. That's your next job, Alex said firmly. I'll have Selena coordinate with you. You'll be in charge of selecting and refitting our new base. Money's not a problem. Just tell me how much. A base? Hank's eyes widened. A base for mutants? Does that mean more of our people will be joining us? Yes. You and Raven will be the caretakers of our future headquarters. There'll be plenty to keep you busy. Alex clapped him on the shoulder. Caretakers of the mutant base. Now that sounded like something meaningful. Both Raven and Hank were filled with renewed energy. This wasn't just a mission, it was the beginning of something greater. A cause worth fighting for. Supreme One, are you heading out? Selena approached as Alex and Raven made their way to the door. After a quick confirmation, she immediately issued orders. Soon, a sleek black Mercedes pulled up at the gate. Alex declined the chauffeur's services. He took only Raven, and the two of them set off at full speed. Hours later, the car came to a slow stop by the roadside. Raven glanced out the window, and her jaw dropped. In the near distance stood a grand, imposing building, one of the most powerful symbols of the U.S. government. Alex, this is where we're picking someone up. The CIA headquarters. She was completely stunned. Was Alex messing with her? But seeing the serious look on his face, Raven knew, he wasn't joking. That's right, Alex said calmly. There's someone inside, one of our kind. She has psychic powers, just like Charles. She'll be the first we recruit. That's right, the person Alex had in mind was none other than the White Queen, the former right-hand woman of the Black King Shaw. To be honest, telepathy was an incredibly OP ability. For some of Alex's future plans, her powers would be essential. And unlike Charles, the White Queen could completely block his psychic scans. In some ways, her powers were even stronger. She could create illusions in someone's mind, something even Charles couldn't do. Letting someone like her fall into Erik's hands? That would be a real waste. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 101, Alex infiltrates CIA headquarters. There's a psychic locked up in here. Raven paused in surprise, but quickly put the pieces together. She turned to Alex with a puzzled look. Wait, you're talking about the White Queen, aren't you? Back on the cruise ship during the mission to capture Shaw, Charles had a brief telepathic clash with the White Queen, and he didn't gain even the slightest upper hand. Her powers completely countered his. Later, Charles and Erik went to the Soviet Union to apprehend the Black King, only to discover their intel was wrong. He was never there. Instead, the Black King had infiltrated a CIA base and massacred nearly everyone. They failed to catch Shaw, but they didn't walk away empty-handed. They captured his right-hand woman, the White Queen. She'd been detained at CIA headquarters ever since, with the agency in charge of her interrogation. But unfortunately, her abilities were simply too overpowered. Not only could she manipulate minds, she could also transform her body into an unbreakable diamond form. The CIA had no way to deal with her. They had no choice but to keep her locked up. And they hadn't gotten a single useful piece of intel out of her. That's right. I'm talking about the White Queen, Alex confirmed with a nod. Her psychic abilities will be extremely valuable to us in the future. He didn't need to explain further. Raven understood perfectly well just how strategically important a psychic mutant could be, especially since Alex had mentioned before that they planned to build their own mutant faction someday. A powerful telepath like the White Queen would be a cornerstone asset. Raven, I know she used to work for Shaw. But Shaw's dead now. Whatever grudges existed between us should die with him, Alex continued, his tone serious. As long as she's willing to join us, she's one of our own. You don't have to convince me, Alex. I'm not Charles, Raven shrugged, clearly unconcerned. She really didn't seem to care much about old grievances. And thinking back, it made sense. After all, in the original storyline, wasn't Raven the one who helped Erik break into this very base and free the White Queen? Unlike Charles, Raven wasn't so hung up on idealism. Great. Alex grinned, then swung the car door open. In that case, let's get to work. Of course, Raven replied, eyes gleaming. She stepped out as well. With a thought, she shifted into the form of Agent Moira. Having spent a good amount of time around the CIA operative, Raven had studied her well. Mimicking Moira was practically second nature now. Even someone intimately familiar with Moira would have a hard time spotting any discrepancies. And so, Alex and Raven strolled straight into the CIA headquarters without encountering even the slightest resistance. Hey, Agent Moira. How's it going? I need to get some sleep. Didn't you just leave? I wish. Since when do we get to decide when we leave? Who's that with you? A key witness. The director assigned me to personally escort him. A few colleagues greeted her along the way, but Raven deflected all their questions with casual ease. Her performance was flawless, so seamless that even Alex had to admit he was impressed. With her shape-shifting and quick thinking, Raven was born for this kind of infiltration. This was how her powers were meant to be used. They slipped past the staff effortlessly. Once inside the elevator, Raven turned to Alex. We're in. Now what? How are we going to find where they're keeping the White Queen? Please tell me you actually have a plan. A plan? Alex smiled cryptically. Don't need one. As he spoke, he activated his X-ray vision, scanning through the entire CIA facility in seconds. In an instant, he saw exactly where the White Queen was being held. But that wasn't all. He also found someone else, someone he hadn't expected to see. An old rival, Copycat. Her ability was essentially a stronger version of Raven's, definitely someone worth recruiting. Without hesitation, Alex made up his mind. He'd take both the White Queen and Copycat with him. He withdrew his gaze and casually pressed the elevator button for the 14th floor. Then, with a confident smile, he turned to Raven. I know exactly where she is. You what? How? Raven stared at him, stunned. She'd been with him nearly every day for the past week. She hadn't seen him do any recon whatsoever. In that moment, she suddenly realized, Alex had grown more mysterious. The man she thought she knew was no longer so easy to read. Maybe, it's just because I'm too handsome. Alex replied with a wink, brushing it off with a grin. Raven rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed, but didn't press further. Just like that, the two of them reached the 14th floor, chatting like they were on a leisurely stroll through their own home. But as soon as they stepped out, they were stopped. A security checkpoint waited just outside the elevator, manned by two armed agents. I'm here to question one of the detainees, Raven stepped forward, staying in character. I didn't receive any such orders, one of the guards said, instantly suspicious. The other agent picked up the phone to confirm. Bang! Before the call could go through, Alex struck. With a single punch, he shattered the reinforced glass and slammed his fist into the agent, sending him flying across the room into the wall. The man crumpled to the floor, unconscious. You, what the hell are? Bang! The second guard didn't last any longer. Crash! With a kick, Alex blasted the metal door open. Wow! Alex, you are ridiculously violent, Raven muttered, stepping over the wreckage to follow him down the hallway. Eventually, Alex stopped in front of a specific door. He'd found her. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 power stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those power stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 102, White Queen's Shock, What a Monster This Mutant Is. ZZZZT. Without another word, twin beams of searing heat shot from Alex's eyes, slicing straight into the thick steel wall in front of him. The laser vision cut through 20 centimeters of solid steel like it was nothing, carving out an uneven square-shaped loop. Bang! A single punch followed, and the entire slab of metal flew inward with a boom, revealing a gaping hole. On the other side of the wall, a blonde woman with delicate features lounged comfortably on a bed, propped up against fluffy pillows with a book in hand. It was none other than the White Queen, Emma Frost. Only when Alex stepped boldly through the hole he'd just made did Emma finally close her book and gracefully rise from the bed, her expression calm and unhurried. She eyed Alex for a moment, clearly puzzled. She didn't recognize him. Testing the waters, she asked, "Did Shaw send you to rescue me?" Emma had been captured while still in the Soviet Union, right after Alex and Shaw had clashed for the first time at the CIA's mutant facility. She'd never actually met Alex before. "It's complicated," Alex shrugged casually. "But Shaw's dead, Emma." Emma's expression twitched slightly, then twisted into a cold, disbelieving smile. "Shaw? Dead? Who are you trying to fool?" With Shaw's terrifying powers, she couldn't imagine anyone capable of killing him. "As you can see, I'm one of your kind," Alex replied, spreading his hands. "I know you've probably got 1,000 questions, but are you sure this is the best place for a chat?" Emma narrowed her eyes, and her gaze flicked toward Raven, who stood silently nearby. "And what about her? What's her deal?" she asked warily. It was Raven, disguised as a CIA agent, along with 2 other mutants, who had captured and brought her to this place. Emma hadn't forgotten. "Looks like there's a bit of a misunderstanding," Alex said, waving Raven over. Raven gave a knowing nod. A shimmer of blue energy rippled over her body, and in a flash, the illusion of Moira vanished. Her true form stood before Emma. Emma's wariness began to fade. Though she'd once fought Charles across 2 ships, Raven had been disguised back then, and from a distance. She hadn't realized the woman who captured her wasn't a human agent, but a shape-shifting mutant. Now that the truth was revealed, her guard dropped, at least partially. But even so, her eyes shifted back to Alex. Without warning, she activated her psychic ability, attempting to read his mind. Her smile froze. Her brows furrowed. She failed. She couldn't penetrate his thoughts at all. Nothing. Not even a sliver. This man wasn't just a telepath, he was stronger than her. Stronger than Shaw. Maybe even stronger than Charles Xavier. Back when she'd sparred mentally with Charles across the cruise ships, she'd at least been able to touch his mind. But this was like hitting a wall of iron. No entry, no influence, nothing. All done. Alex asked with a half-smile, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. He'd sensed her probing, of course. But with the system's protections in place, not even Charles could break through, let alone Emma. Emma's cheeks burned, not just from failure, but from the humiliation. Still, she didn't dare underestimate Alex anymore. Regardless of who he was, anyone who could storm into CIA headquarters to rescue her so boldly couldn't possibly be an enemy. She didn't hesitate any longer. With swift steps, she followed Alex out of the reinforced cell. Beep. 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 Alarms were already wailing through the entire facility. The sharp, oppressive sound echoed down every corridor. Emma instinctively quickened her pace. She might have always acted as high and mighty as Shaw, carrying that same mutant superiority, but she wasn't foolish. They were deep in CIA territory, and even a handful of powerful mutants would be in serious danger here. But Alex? He strolled like it was just another day. Even paused after a few steps. What is it? Why are you stopping? Emma asked sharply. Alex turned, calm as ever. Relax. There's one more mutant in here we need to get out. He faced another thick steel security door and, without waiting for a reply, fired up his heat vision again. ZZZZT. The blazing rays tore into the metal like it was nothing, smooth and effortless, as if slicing through paper. Emma watched in stunned silence. Even from the side, she could feel the power radiating off those beams. The raw, destructive force made her heart skip a beat. A psychic, who also had that kind of firepower. Terrifying. There was no other word for it. Emma had seen plenty of powerful mutants in the Hellfire Club, but even among them, this man was on another level. Over there. Move. He's escaping. Seal the exits. Don't let them out. Voices and footsteps echoed down the halls as CIA agents rushed toward their location. Emma, think you can hold them off for a moment? Alex asked, glancing back at her without breaking stride. Emma didn't waste time replying. In the blink of an eye, her body shifted into diamond form. But even so, she called out, I'll handle them for now, but don't take too long. Sure, her diamond body was bulletproof, but that didn't mean she was invincible. Enough sustained firepower could crack her defenses. She still remembered how close Erik had come to shattering her in the Soviet lab. And now, in the heart of CIA headquarters, surrounded by armed agents. She could only stall for so long. With that parting reminder, Emma charged down the corridor toward the oncoming wave of enemies. Bang bang bang. Gunfire exploded across the hallway. Alex didn't even flinch. He just kept calmly cutting through the door in front of him, unbothered, unhurried. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 103, CIA's Despair, What Kind of Monster Is This? It didn't take long. Another closed loop began. Bang! Alex's punch slammed into the reinforced security door, blasting a hole through it. Through the gap, a wary face peeked out. It was Copycat. You. When Copycat saw who it was, surprise flashed across her face. The person who had come to rescue her, was the very one who defeated her and locked her in this place. That's right. It's me. I know we may have been on opposite sides before, but things have changed. So, are you coming with me? Alex extended a hand toward her, a clear invitation. Why wouldn't I? Without much hesitation, Copycat smiled and walked over to him. Just like that, she followed Alex into the corridor. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Gunfire rang out endlessly. Up ahead, the now diamond-skinned White Queen was holding off the CIA Special Ops alone. Bullets tore through the air, relentlessly striking her, but they simply bounced off her hardened diamond body, doing absolutely nothing. Through the hail of bullets, she pushed forward unfazed. With every punch and kick she threw, a special agent went down hard. But there were just too many of them. The floor was already littered with downed agents, yet more kept pouring in from every direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Alex and Copycat stepped out, several stray bullets zipped toward them. There was no avoiding it. There were too many enemies, and White Queen couldn't hold them all off alone. Stay behind me. Alex casually reached out and pushed Copycat behind him. Every bullet struck his body, but it was like hitting solid steel, none of them left a scratch. Wow! You've gotten even stronger than before. Copycat looked genuinely stunned. Back during the Manhattan Hotel fight, this guy had already shown incredible durability. But back then, even a knife could pierce his defense. Now, not even bullets could get through. Raven, stay low and don't stick your head out. Alex didn't respond to Copycat. Instead, he glanced toward Raven, who was hiding behind cover and unable to move. Raven understood this wasn't the time to be reckless. She nodded silently and didn't say a word. Are you too serious? Now is not the time for chit-chat. Get over here and help me already. Up ahead, White Queen kicked another agent into the wall and turned back, shouting toward them. God, there were just too many of them, even she was beginning to struggle. You freed her too. White Queen. This is getting more and more interesting. Copycat narrowed her eyes as she glanced at White Queen, then looked at Alex with intrigue. She was just a mercenary, paid to do a job. Strictly speaking, she and Alex didn't have much personal grudge. But that woman? She was Shaw's. Alex really had come to rescue his enemies. Just what the hell had happened while she was locked up? As I said, things have changed, Alex replied with a faint smile. Then, no more words. With a blur of motion, he was gone. Boom! A sonic boom echoed through the corridor. Copycat's hair whipped around from the force, and when she turned, Alex was already gone from her side. The next second, a blur flashed down the corridor like an autumn wind sweeping through fallen leaves. It tore through the CIA agents like paper. Ah! Groans, screams, and yelps erupted simultaneously. In that instant, dozens of agents were sent flying, crashing to the ground like dominoes. Swish! Alex reappeared, looking calm and composed. He casually dusted his hands like he'd just finished a routine chore, then gestured to Raven, White Queen, and Copycat. All done. Let's go. He sounded so nonchalant, like he hadn't just obliterated dozens of armed operatives in a single second. White Queen. Copycat. Both women stared at him, completely stunned. Was this for real? That speed, what the hell was that? They barely even saw him move. Just a blur, and then everyone was down. Terrifying. His power was absolutely terrifying. So this is Alex's true speed? Even Raven, who knew him best, was in shock. She was well aware speed was one of Alex's abilities, but never imagined he could move this fast. What kind of monster had she gotten involved with? Why didn't you do that sooner? White Queen finally snapped out of her daze and glared at him. If you could have finished it in 1 second, why make me waste so much effort? Well, you've been locked up for a while. I figured you'd want to stretch your limbs a bit, Alex replied with a shrug, as if it were only natural. White Queen. Gee, thanks. Still, despite her grumbling, she felt completely at ease now, utterly secure. With him around, even if they were inside CIA headquarters, so what? He alone could tear through the entire base. Thinking that, a confident, almost smug smile curved her lips. You bastards locked me up for so long. Now the guy coming to wreck your place has arrived. Let's move, Alex said. Raven, White Queen, and Copycat fell into step behind him, striding forward together. All around them, the corridor was filled with battered, broken CIA agents. A bulletproof vest and gripping his weapon tightly, Hansen glared at Alex like he was facing a national threat. Surrender. You're surrounded. Emma, could I trouble you to go diamond one more time? Alex didn't even look at Hansen. He just turned his head casually toward Emma. Emma rolled her eyes. You kill Shaw, and now you want to fight alongside me? Exactly, Alex replied with another shrug. Shaw's dead. Don't tell me you're still loyal to a corpse. In the original timeline, Emma ended up siding with Erik after he killed Shaw. So Alex was fairly confident she'd do the same now. Besides, it's a friendly suggestion. I doubt you want to catch a stray bullet. Well, you've got a point. Emma didn't bother wasting any more words. Her body shimmered, turning into flawless, impenetrable diamond. Raven and Copycat immediately moved behind her. With his flanks protected, Alex no longer had to hold back. Surrender now, or we'll open fire. Hansen barked again, furious that the mutants didn't seem fazed at all. Whoosh! Alex didn't even glance at him. He vanished. The next thing Hansen felt was a wave of crushing pressure, the violent gusts of wind from someone moving far too fast for the eye to follow. And then, bang! Before Hansen could react, a massive force slammed into him. His body flew through the air like a rag doll, weightless and spinning. He hit the ground hard, bones aching and head spinning. What just happened? He staggered, wide-eyed, scanning the room, only to be greeted by a scene of total devastation. Every agent around him was down. Dozens of well-trained Intelligence Bureau operatives had collapsed in the blink of an eye. All except the 4 standing in the elevator. Impossible. He didn't even see the man move. Even for a mutant, this was beyond comprehension. Over there. It's the director. Sir. Are you all right? Shouts echoed down the hall as reinforcements poured in from both sides, more Bureau agents flooding into the room. They barely had time to take in the sight before. Thud. Thud. One by one, they all dropped. Groans, heavy impacts, bodies hitting the ground in quick succession. And just like that, they were all out cold, joining their fallen comrades. All right. No more interruptions. Alex dusted off his hands and casually walked forward, like nothing had happened. Raven, Emma, and Copycat followed closely behind. They strolled right past Director Hansen and his battered team, completely unfazed. But suddenly, Alex paused mid-step. He sensed something. Alex? What's wrong? Raven asked sharply. Emma and Copycat instantly tensed, scanning the surroundings with caution. Alex smiled faintly. No need to panic. Just, an old friend. He turned his gaze southeast, staring straight through walls and barriers. His eyes locked onto someone rapidly approaching the base from outside. Erik. And with him, 2 of his newest recruits, the winged man and the dreadlocked guy he'd recently brought into the fold. There was no doubt. Erik's goal was also Emma. Unfortunately for him, he was late. Something's wrong, said Owen, the winged mutant, voice low and tense. I think I heard gunfire just now. Relax, Erik replied coolly. No one's stopping me from rescuing our people today. Whatever's happened inside doesn't change that. Confident and cold behind his helmet, Erik didn't slow for even a second. His long strides carried him ever closer. Owen hesitated, clearly still uneasy, but the dreadlocked mutant cut him off. Give it a rest, Owen. You're always so nervous. You really think anyone in there can stop Erik? They had witnessed Erik's power firsthand. They knew exactly what he was capable of. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 105, Magneto's Shock. Alex took down the CIA. After the man with the braid said his piece, Winged Man could no longer argue. He had a point. Erik's power was magnetic manipulation, the ability to control metal. That kind of power was practically a nightmare for regular humans. Just think about it, which of their weapons isn't made of metal? Exactly. That alone made Erik nearly unstoppable. Was there any place in the world he couldn't go? Even the Cuban fleet, armed to the teeth, had been dismantled by him. What chance did a place like the CIA stand? Winged Man finally relaxed, all his hesitation fading. Straightening his back, he followed Erik with righteous confidence into the CIA headquarters. But before they could take more than a few steps, they were greeted by groans and muffled cries of pain. The sounds immediately drew their attention. They turned toward the source, and all of them froze, eyes widening in shock. The entire place was in shambles. Dozens of CIA special agents lay sprawled across the floor, twisted up and clutching their wounds. A rough count put the number at 50 or 60. Maybe more. And it wasn't just the grunts. Even the director, Hansen, was among them. What the hell happened here? Someone actually beat us to it. Winged Man and Braids were completely blindsided. Someone else had dared to attack the CIA headquarters. Erik's expression also grew serious. He had intended to make a dramatic entrance and shake the place up, but clearly, someone had already done just that. Who could it be? Who else had the power to pull this off? A young Eastern face immediately surfaced in Erik's mind. There was only one person he could think of, one mutant with the strength to do this, Alex. But Alex didn't share his ideology. Erik couldn't be sure, was it really him? The group stepped over the fallen agents cautiously, picking their way deeper into the building. Eventually, they reached another hallway. Erik. A voice rang out. At the end of the corridor stood a group of people. One of them, a blue-skinned woman, looked toward Erik with a mixture of surprise and joy. It's him. So it was him. Both Winged Man and Braids locked eyes on Alex, their expressions turning from shock to understanding. They'd never forgotten that powerful young man from the beaches of Cuba. He was every bit as dangerous as Erik. They just hadn't expected his methods to be so similar. Behind Alex stood Emma Frost, the White Queen, and another blue-skinned woman. It was clear now, the very mission Erik had come to carry out had already been completed, by Alex. Alex? Erik blinked in surprise. Then, a rare smile tugged at his lips. Looks like we both had the same idea. Can you still say we're so different? There was genuine warmth in his voice. Erik. Long time no see. Well, not that long. Alex grinned as he greeted Erik. Oren, Frank. Emma. Winged Man and Braids waved toward the White Queen and the others from the Hellfire Club. A strange reunion was unfolding. Let's talk outside. This isn't the right place. Alex looked around and proposed calmly. Everyone agreed, this was no place for conversation. Together, they left behind the wrecked CIA headquarters. 39th Street, New York City. An empty, desolate road. Two cars were parked casually along the curb. The group had gathered around the vehicles, some standing, some sitting, others leaning. Small clusters formed as people talked. Alex, Erik, and Raven stood together, catching up. Emma and the Hellfire Club mutants gathered off to one side. As for Copycat, she was lounging atop the hood of one car, looking like none of this had anything to do with her. Alex, you saw what they've done, their tactics, always twisting the truth. Our mutant brothers and sisters are suffering. I won't sit by and watch. Erik's voice was firm, his eyes burning with conviction. I wasn't sure before, but now I am. You won't either. So join me, Alex. You and I, we can protect our people together. He extended the offer once more, from the bottom of his heart. I don't doubt your resolve to protect mutants, Erik. But I can't agree with your methods. Alex shook his head. You invaded the CIA. How are you any different from me? Erik spread his hands and chuckled. I broke in because I needed Emma's help. That's all. But I never saw the CIA as my enemy. And I definitely don't see all of humanity as the enemy. Alex's voice was firm. There was a fundamental difference between them, and he made it clear. One day, you'll understand. Erik was silent for a long moment, then finally replied solemnly. Maybe. Alex shrugged. We'll see. The truth was, Erik and Charles were both stubborn. And in a way, so was Alex. They all believed they were right. None of them could convince the others otherwise. Words were wasted here. If humans aren't your enemy, then who is? Emma stepped forward, looking Alex in the eyes. That's a false premise, Emma. If someone threatens mutants, I won't hesitate to fight back. But here's the thing, why must mutants have an enemy in the first place? Alex looked at her seriously. You saw what happened in Cuba. They feared our power. They attacked us. Erik cut in. Yes, and we fought back. We defeated them. But what comes after that? I get what you're saying, Alex, but we can't always wait until we're attacked. Humans and mutants, we're fundamentally incompatible. You have to accept that. And that's exactly why we need you, Erik. Alex smiled meaningfully. And exactly why I can't stand with you. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 106, Alex, time to shake things up. When it came to approach and ideology, Erik and Charles were two extremes, one overly aggressive, the other too gentle. Yet, there was no denying it, both men were indispensable to the mutant cause. Without Erik constantly stirring things up, the world wouldn't hold any real fear, or even basic respect, for mutants. And without that fear, every power out there would pounce on them like vultures, tearing them apart without mercy. No one shows kindness to a group that never pushes back. If mutants were meek and submissive, they'd be crushed without a second thought. But without Charles, mutants would have truly become humanity's enemy, forced to stand in absolute opposition to the world. And in that kind of war, it wouldn't matter whether mutants could win, the suffering would be inevitable. Because humanity isn't that easy to eliminate. A war between humans and mutants would be catastrophic, not just for humans, but for mutants too. And that's the irony of it all. Erik and Charles, despite fundamentally opposing each other's beliefs, spent their entire lives fighting for the same people. Each clung stubbornly to their own path, but it was precisely their opposition that gave mutants the space to survive in human society. They never saw eye to eye. They clashed again and again. Yet unknowingly, they created the perfect balance. Together, they shaped the best possible future for mutants. That's why Alex had said, mutants needed Erik just as much as they needed Charles. Erik was the fist, the visible strength of the mutant race. He made the world afraid to trample them. Charles was the smile, the symbol of goodwill that eased tensions and promoted acceptance. Together, they represented two sides of the same coin. Neither could be missing. But strength and goodwill alone weren't enough. What mutants truly lacked was deterrence. A deterrent as powerful as a nuclear weapon. And Alex didn't mind becoming that nuclear weapon. Then tell us, Alex. The White Queen's voice rang out again. Her eyes burned with intensity as she fixed them on him. If you're not here to help us fight humanity, then what can you do for mutants? I'm going to build something real for us. A true family for mutants, just like Erik said. A home where all our brothers and sisters can live freely, proudly, and without fear. No more hiding. No more running. No more being afraid to show who we are. One day, our people will walk tall and tell the world, I am a mutant, and they'll be proud of it. Because by then, the world won't look at us with prejudice or fear. They'll look at us with envy. With awe. Because we can do what they never could. Because we're better. Alex's voice was calm but firm, carrying a power that made it impossible to refute. The White Queen, Copycat, even the Winged Man and the dreadlocked mutant Erik brought with him, all were moved. The vision Alex painted was like a dream, a utopia they never dared hope for. If that future could truly come to pass, it would be paradise. I know what I want isn't the same as what Shaw pursued, Alex said, turning his gaze to the White Queen. But Emma, will you help me make it a reality? You've lost your damn mind, she muttered, clicking her tongue. But there was no denying it, his dream was contagious. Still, Shaw's dead. I've got nowhere else to go. Alex couldn't help but smile. In truth, he had no intention of letting her go, he hadn't broken into the intelligence agency just for fun. His goal from the start was to bring the White Queen to his side. But it was always better when the person chose to follow you willingly. Guess I've lost it too, Copycat added lazily, jumping down from the car hood. For a second there. I actually believed you could pull this off. You're naive, Alex, Erik still scoffed. They're our enemies. That's their nature. You can't change that. The future you speak of will never come. No. It will come, Erik. Alex's reply was firm and resolute. You're still too young, Alex, Erik sighed, shaking his head. He looked tired of arguing. And in that moment, he finally understood, Alex wasn't like him. He was like Charles. And just like Charles, he couldn't be persuaded. What a waste. Erik wouldn't admit it out loud, but he was disappointed. Still, at least Alex was better than Charles. Charles had always thought like a human, cared too much about them. That, to Erik, was truly hopeless. It's been good seeing you again, my friend. But now, I must go. Take care. Erik offered a final wave before turning away. Take care, Erik. And with that, they parted ways. So, Alex, what's next? After Erik's group left, the White Queen stepped up, eyes gleaming with curiosity. I'm going to pull off something big. Alex's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Then, he outlined his plan, just the rough version, to the White Queen and Copycat. By the time he was done, the White Queen was stunned. For several long seconds, she stared at him like he was a stranger. That's absolutely insane. I'm starting to believe that dream you sold us might actually be real. Crazy, sure, Copycat's eyes lit up. But I love it. She was more certain than ever, following Alex was the right choice. Alex, are you sure about this? Raven looked dumbfounded, her face tinged with worry. She had been genuinely shaken by his plan. I promise to bring justice to our kind, Alex said with a deep, meaningful smile. And I keep my promises. His mission to the intelligence agency wasn't just to recruit the White Queen. It was the first step in a far bigger plan. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 107, Director Hansen, he's not someone our intelligence bureau can handle. You're back, Alex, Raven. Inside a luxurious villa. Hank came out excitedly when he heard the commotion, but the smile on his face froze the moment he saw who was with them. His eyes instantly locked onto the figure beside Alex. Copycat? Wasn't she one of their enemies back in Manhattan? And the woman standing next to her, wasn't that the White Queen, the infamous Emma Frost from their intelligence files? Hank was momentarily stunned. Hey there, handsome. Don't look at me like that, I'm with Alex now. We're on the same team. Copycat waved at him with a friendly grin, acting like they were old friends. She even gave Hank a hearty pat on the shoulder, leaving him looking more than a little awkward. You've already met Vanessa, so no need for introductions, Alex said casually. And as for Emma, we've all seen her file, no point in repeating it. From today onward, they're part of our family, he added. Your name's Hank, right? Emma chimed in, her tone teasing. Relax. I promise I won't strangle you in your sleep. Hank's discomfort visibly deepened. These two women had such intense, overbearing personalities that he found himself at a total loss. You won't do that, Emma, Alex said with a completely straight face. It won't take long for you to realize just how important Hank is to us. That sentence warmed Hank's heart. Really now? Emma raised a brow, glancing over Hank once more with a flicker of interest. This plain-looking young man, was he really someone that a powerhouse like Alex would value so highly? I look forward to it, she said. But first, Alex, can I get a room? I haven't had a decent shower in days. Copycat had no intention of being polite. Follow me, Raven offered quickly. There are still some vacant rooms upstairs, pick whichever you like. She led the two women up to the second floor. Hank, I've got some ideas for the base, he said eagerly, adjusting his glasses as he turned back to Alex. Want to hear them? While Alex was off visiting the Intelligence Bureau, Hank hadn't just been sitting around doing nothing. Of course, Alex replied with interest. Hank pulled out a folder and began his pitch. Selena gave us 3 possible locations, but I think this one's the best. First, the location. Since we'll be accommodating more and more mutant allies in the future, it needs to be well hidden, nothing that attracts too much attention. But at the same time, access needs to be convenient. He continued enthusiastically, weighing pros and cons in detail. Alex listened and nodded along with visible approval. Hank had considered everything, every angle covered. Alex honestly couldn't find a single flaw in his plan. Let's do it your way, Hank, Alex said firmly. I'll give Selena the green light. Hearing his ideas accepted so readily, Hank practically radiated energy. He finally felt like he had a real role to play. Intelligence Bureau Headquarters. Conference Room. The long table was packed, so much so that the spacious conference room felt cramped. Understandable, after all, the Bureau's own headquarters had been infiltrated. Not just infiltrated, but steamrolled. It was a humiliation unparalleled in the Bureau's history. The kind of failure that would go down in infamy. There was no room for sloppiness today. Practically every ranking officer was present, many of them bandaged up or visibly bruised. Director Hansen was the worst off, even wearing a neck brace. But the gravity of the situation left no time for recovery. All right, everyone's here. Ed, start the briefing, Hansen said, tapping the table with his fingers. A bookish man in glasses nodded and activated the projector. 2 figures appeared on the large screen. These were our 2 high-priority detainees, Emma Frost, ID 2237, and Vanessa Baccarin, ID 2254. They've been confirmed as successfully extracted. Both are mutants, and so were their rescuers. Initial investigations indicate there were only 2 attackers. One of them had shape-shifting abilities. She impersonated a Mora agent and, at approximately 1:30 a.m., escorted the primary perpetrator into the building. At 1:41, they reached the 14th floor, overpowered our tactical unit, and broke into the high-security cells to extract the 2 detainees. At 1:57, they exited headquarters with the targets in tow. In total, they neutralized 73 of our elite agents. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. The room went dead silent. The oppressive tension made it hard to breathe. Some officers looked like they were on the verge of despair. The entire breach, from entrance to extraction, had taken only 16 minutes. And the attackers? Just 2 people. Unbelievable. If they hadn't experienced it firsthand, no one would have believed it. A teenager-looking mutant had brought the entire headquarters to its knees. It was beyond terrifying. Yes, I know it's demoralizing and disgraceful, Hansen's voice rang out. But facts are facts. Our supposedly impenetrable headquarters might as well have been made of paper. The threat mutants pose is greater than we ever imagined. They're monsters. He scanned the room, eyes cold. Well? Any brilliant ideas? Silence. Everyone glanced at each other, but no one dared to speak. Those 2 mutants were beyond anything they could handle. They weren't just powerful, they were unstoppable. What could anyone even suggest? No answers. Fine. Keep it that way. Hansen slammed his palm on the table. If even a whisper of what happened today gets out, whoever leaked it can pack up and leave for good. The room fell into an even deeper silence. Then what do you plan to do, Director? Ed asked timidly after several minutes. You'll write a full report, Hansen replied gravely. We're going to the Department of Defense. This is beyond what the Intelligence Bureau can handle on its own. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 108, The Mutants, Alex is a monster. Inside a lavish villa. Alex, Raven, Hank, Emma Frost, and Copycat sat gathered in the living room, their expressions solemn and serious. They were discussing something very serious. Emma, I know you have telepathic powers like Charles. But to what extent? Can you, for example, freeze someone in place the way he does? Alex took a sip of tea, his gaze steady as he asked. Freeze someone? You mean like turning them into a statue? Emma tilted her head, puzzled by the phrasing. Exactly. Alex nodded. Just like that. He can really do that? Emma was a little surprised, but then she shrugged. I suppose it makes sense. His telepathy is at least on par with mine, probably stronger. So, you can't freeze someone like that? Copycat lounged lazily on the sofa, crossing her legs and shooting a glance at Emma. Telepathy varies, Emma replied with a shrug. Charles can control a person's mind. I, on the other hand, can read memories, even implant false ones. But direct control? That's not in my skill set. It was a simple matter of specialization. Charles could dominate the mind, but as far as she knew, he couldn't fabricate memories from scratch, at least not yet. What about you? Emma suddenly turned her attention to Alex, eyes gleaming with curiosity. What can you do? You've got it wrong, Emma. Alex chuckled. I have many abilities, but telepathy isn't one of them. Really now? Emma raised an eyebrow. I thought we were all part of the same team now. I chose to trust you, but it doesn't feel like you're returning the favor. No. Don't misunderstand, Alex said earnestly. It's just that my body is, well, more resistant than most. That includes mental resistance. I'm not a telepath, I just have strong enough mental fortitude to withstand one. He spread his hands, sincere as ever. There's nothing I need to hide. Emma squinted at him suspiciously. Really? Give me one reason I'd lie to you. He's telling the truth, Raven chimed in. We've lived with him long enough, he's never shown any signs of telepathic ability. Emma finally nodded, accepting the explanation, though it only made her more astonished. A non-telepath who could resist mind probes. What kind of absurd mental strength would that require? You really are a monster, Emma murmured after a long pause, shaking her head in awe. I second that. Copycat chimed in with a grin. I've been a mercenary for years, never met a freak like you. Raven and Hank nodded as well. Without question, Alex was the strongest mutant any of them had ever encountered. I just happen to have more abilities than most. That's all, Alex waved it off modestly. Wait till you meet Apocalypse. That guy's the real freak. All right, let's get back on track, Emma said, clearing her throat. I understand what you're trying to do. I might not be able to freeze people in place, but I can create a powerful illusion, one that convinces them everything is normal. That way, we can move freely without interruptions. Though, honestly, wouldn't it just be easier to kill them all? Why bother going through all this trouble? Because I'm not some mindless butcher, Alex replied calmly. I don't mind killing, but only when there's a reason. I don't take lives needlessly. If you're going to work with me, Emma, you need to understand this. I'm not Magneto. Fine, fine. Emma threw up her hands. You're impossible. Funny, coming from the guy who wiped out half a fleet and killed over 1,000 people, now claiming he doesn't like killing, Copycat teased from the sofa. They brought it on themselves. Alex's tone was light, almost indifferent. Emma, he turned back to her, how many people can you hit with illusions at once? And for how long? It was a crucial part of his plan, and he needed clarity. I've never tried doing that to a crowd before, Emma admitted. Maybe 7 or 8. A dozen at most. Any more than that and it gets unstable. Alex frowned. We'll be facing hundreds, maybe thousands. In that case. Raven crossed her arms, brows furrowed. We'll definitely need a different solution. Looks like you're gonna have to kill some people after all, Emma said, half joking, half serious. Actually, a quiet voice interjected, Hank, who had been mostly silent until now. He adjusted his glasses, confidence gleaming in his eyes. I might be able to solve this. Alex perked up. One look at Hank's expression, and he knew the guy had something solid. Oh. Emma glanced at him skeptically. You've got a plan. I can build a device to amplify Emma's abilities, Hank said matter-of-factly. Enough to let her project illusions to hundreds, maybe even thousands, at once. Cerebro. Raven exclaimed. You're talking about a portable version of Cerebro. Emma snorted. Oh, come on. She couldn't help it, that was the funniest thing she'd heard in days. You're serious, she laughed. That's adorable. Suit yourself, Hank said, unfazed. But yes, what Raven said. A simplified, portable version. I've built a much larger and more complex one before. This won't be a problem. How long will it take? Alex asked, expression sharp. Hank thought for a moment. 2 days. He wasn't exaggerating. He knew the tech inside out. All he needed now was to replicate a scaled-down version. 2 days would be plenty. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 109, The Mutants Have Declared War on Us. Hank's technical prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Right after he made his promise to Alex, he drew up a detailed procurement list and handed it to Selena. She immediately mobilized a team, and by nightfall, every item on Hank's list had been delivered to his lab. Then, he vanished. For the next 2 days, no one saw Hank. He locked himself in his private lab, the lights inside burning through the night. Now and then, strange mechanical noises would drift out, no one could quite figure out what they were. And 2 days later, with dark circles under his eyes but a grin of uncontainable excitement on his face, Hank finally summoned everyone into his lab. On the table before him sat a bizarre-looking contraption, something straight out of Back to the Future, like one of Doc Brown's psychic inventions. "Everyone, this is the Brainwave Amplifier 2.0, portable version," Hank said proudly. "Emma, once you put this on, your telepathy will be boosted exponentially. You once resisted Charles's mental scan. Based on my calculations, your brain can handle the influx of data and high-intensity operation this device requires. So go ahead, give it a try." Despite his exhaustion, Hank was visibly buzzing with anticipation. His eyes gleamed with intellectual fervor. "I don't mean to be rude, but this thing, it's hideous," Emma said bluntly, eyeing the clunky device with visible distaste. Every cell in her body resisted the idea of strapping such an eyesore to her head. "Seriously, couldn't you have made it look decent?" Copycat chimed in, equally unimpressed. "She'll look like a ridiculous clown in that thing." Hank. He had worked 2 straight days without sleep to create this revolutionary device, and this was their concern. He felt like he'd been personally insulted by the gods of fashion. Alex just gave a helpless chuckle on the side. "Emma, you can project illusions into others' minds, right? So what does it matter what the device looks like? You can make everyone see something else, or even make it invisible. It should be a piece of cake for you." "Sounds like a clever idea," Emma admitted. "But there's one glaring flaw, you're immune to my illusions. You would still see me wearing this ridiculous thing." "No, Emma," Alex said with a straight face. "You'd still look stunning, even with that thing strapped to your head." "Oh. You really think I'm pretty?" Emma batted her eyelashes playfully. "Of course. That much is obvious." Alex wasn't about to lose points for honesty at a time like this. "Such a sweet talker, shame you're just a bit too young," Emma teased, then picked up the ugly brainwave amplifier and placed it on her head. In the very next instant, her eyes widened in shock and wonder. She could feel it. A power surge, no, an explosion, coursed through her mind. Her telepathic ability had just been magnified 10-fold, no, 100-fold. Hank hadn't been exaggerating. He had really pulled it off. Emma cast a sideways glance at Hank. All her previous doubts and condescension evaporated instantly, replaced by sincere respect. Until now, she had believed that a mutant's abilities could only be strengthened through rigorous training. She had never imagined such a leap was possible through technology. This clean-cut young man was a genius. Now she understood why Alex valued him so highly. "Incredible, absolutely incredible," she muttered, awestruck. As her power surged, she activated her ability, instantly rewriting everyone's memory in the room. She cast an illusion, making the clunky device disappear from sight entirely. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, no one could see the amplifier on her head, except Alex, of course. Seeing her amazed expression, Hank knew it had worked. A proud smile tugged at his lips. "Hank, beautiful work," Alex praised, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "Truly impressive. Didn't think you had it in you," Copycat added, for once offering genuine praise. Hank scratched his head sheepishly, looking a little embarrassed. "Well then, looks like we're ready to move forward with the plan," Emma said, her tone full of anticipation. "Pentagon, U.S. Department of Defense. Once again, the round-table conference room was filled with high-ranking officials, some of the same faces who had been present during the Cuban Missile Crisis. The atmosphere was just as heavy, just as grim. Shock, rage, fear, and dread were written all over their faces. Just two people. Director Hansen, are you telling us that just two mutants managed to break into your intelligence HQ, and walk out without a scratch? They even had the nerve to walk away unscathed? One general stared at Hansen in disbelief. You're forgetting something, another added coldly. They did it in 16 minutes. As unbelievable as it sounds, yes. That's exactly what happened, Hansen said solemnly. He then produced a sketch and laid it on the table. To be precise, only one mutant engaged our agents. He moved so fast, no one had time to react. It looked like 16 minutes passed, but in reality, he incapacitated dozens of agents in a split second. Boom, the room erupted into chaos. Every eye zeroed in on the sketch Hansen had brought. He looked like a kid. Just a teenage boy, yet he had single-handedly taken down dozens of trained intelligence operatives in the blink of an eye. And to many in the room, he was even more terrifying than the metal-controlling mutant who had sunk their fleet. At least that threat had a workaround, they could develop non-metal weapons. R&D teams were already on it. But this one? How do you counter superspeed? How do you stop someone who moves faster than the eye can see? First they sink our fleet with a metal manipulator, then they tear apart our intelligence HQ with a speedster. Gentlemen, we are facing a threat far greater than we imagined. These mutants are more dangerous than anything we've encountered. We cannot allow this to continue. This is war. They've declared war on us. And we will respond in kind, with full force, to defend our homeland. The Secretary of Defense's voice rang with ironclad certainty, cutting through the heavy silence like a blade. Around the table, grim-faced officials slowly nodded in agreement. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 110, Alex invades the Pentagon. Outside the Pentagon. So this is the Pentagon, huh? The White Queen looked up at the imposing structure, a symbol of the highest authority in the United States and one of its most iconic buildings, and couldn't help but shrug. Shaw once dreamed that after wiping out humanity, he'd make this place the headquarters of our club. Turning to look at her companions, the White Queen recalled Shaw's lofty ambitions and sighed with mixed feelings. This place, as a headquarters? Then what about the White House? Vanessa, aka Copycat, asked curiously. If we're talking about the most symbolic building in the country, surely the White House wins hands down. That would be our home. Alex. Raven. Copycat. Everyone was left a little speechless by Shaw's grand vision. That guy really knew how to dream big, an absolute daydreamer. Ambitious, I'll give him that. Even Alex couldn't help but nod in silent approval. Shaw really did have delusions of grandeur. And yet here we are. The White Queen mused. It's not Shaw invading this place today, it's you. His former enemy. The irony was rich. The man who once opposed Shaw was now achieving what Shaw could only dream of. Fate was funny that way. Emma, if it's all the same to you, could we maybe not use the word invade? Raven said seriously. You make it sound like we're the villains in some movie. Raven, we are the villains, Copycat said, spreading her hands. Honestly, we're doing worse than most movie bad guys. Despite the fact that what they were about to do was bold, dangerous, and arguably insane, no one seemed the least bit concerned. Because they knew they could pull it off. As the women casually bantered around him, Alex activated his super hearing and X-ray vision, instantly surveying the interior of the building. Every word spoken, every move made in the conference room, they were all laid bare to him. Unfortunately, the president wasn't there. A slight disappointment flickered across Alex's face. Still, with that many top brass gathered, it was more than enough. "All right, ladies, time to get to work." Alex clapped his hands, rallying the group. "TCH, even now, I still think this thing is ugly." The White Queen scowled as she retrieved a compact neural amplifier from the car and snapped it onto her forehead. Within seconds, she could sense nearly every person within a 5-kilometer radius. Then, with a simple thought, she unleashed her power, implanting an illusion in everyone's mind. An illusion where the four of them didn't exist at all. So, the four of them strolled right up to the Pentagon like they were out for a casual walk, heading straight to the conference room where the nation's leaders were gathered. A few elite agents were stationed in the hallway, of course, but under the White Queen's illusion, they couldn't see or hear a thing. They might as well have been deaf and blind. "Raven, Vanessa, you two stay out here and cover us," Alex said, ignoring the entranced guards as if they didn't exist. "Don't worry, Alex. We've got this." With a shared nod, Raven and Copycat activated their powers, morphing into the likenesses of two Pentagon security agents. Although the illusion made it virtually impossible for anyone to spot them, having a failsafe on the outside was just smart tactics, especially if something unexpected happened. That's why Alex had brought Raven and Copycat, even though technically, he and the White Queen alone would have been enough for this mission. Bang! Alex didn't waste another word. He kicked open the conference room door with a dramatic flair. The moment the door swung open, the voice of the Secretary of Defense practically exploded into the room. "We must eliminate all mutants. Especially this guy." Crack. His words were abruptly cut short, like someone had sliced through them with a blade. He was still holding up a photo, jabbing his finger into the image of Alex's face, emphatically making his case to the others. But Alex had just walked in. Eyes wide, mouth agape, the Secretary of Defense froze in utter disbelief. Swish swish swish. A dozen shocked stares followed his lead, every gaze in the room locking onto Alex and the White Queen. Expressions shifted rapidly: disbelief, confusion, alarm. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" "Guards! Guards!" The secretary's voice rose in panic, shouting for security. But no one came. The elite guards who normally responded in seconds were dead silent. Not even a footstep echoed in the hallway. Something was very, very wrong. "Sir. I think, it's him." A voice trembled nearby. One of the officials pointed to the photo in the secretary's hand, swallowing hard. Moments ago, they'd all been talking about this man, vaguely feeling he looked familiar. But now that he was standing right in front of them, they remembered. They recognized. It was him. Dozens of heads slowly turned to face Director Hansen, silently demanding confirmation. Hansen's eyes were locked on Alex, his expression a tangled mess of shock, anger, disbelief, and deep unease. Under the weight of their scrutiny, Hansen finally nodded. "It's him." It really was. The entire conference room erupted in chaos. Even these composed, high-ranking officials, people used to keeping their cool, couldn't stay calm now. The man who had just wrecked the intelligence agency's headquarters, had walked right into their inner sanctum. Bold didn't even begin to describe it. He didn't give a damn about their authority. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those power stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 111, Alex to the U.S. High Command. Today, many of you will die. Well. Under the sharp gazes of the American High Command, Alex looked perfectly calm, not a hint of panic on his face. He simply spread his hands. I guess I don't need to introduce myself, do I? For those about to die, no introduction is necessary, Emma Frost added nonchalantly by his side. Emma. Alex gave her a helpless smile. You know I didn't mean it like that, but... He paused. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. You're not wrong. Quite a few people will die here today. The words were bloody, but their tone was casual, light, almost joking. As if none of the powerful people in the room even existed. As if this was just another day. Arrogant. Unbelievably arrogant. The high-ranking officials were all infuriated by Alex and Emma's brazenness. Did these two mutants even understand where they were? Did they have any idea who they were talking to? Bang! A furious general slammed the table with his palm, pointing straight at Alex and Emma, roaring, "Who the hell gave you the guts to act like this here? Do you even understand what you're doing?" Whoosh! Before he could finish, his vision blurred. A violent rush of air surged into his throat, nearly choking him. He wasn't the only one. The others around the round table also felt a sudden gust sweep through the sealed room, like a shadow flashing past. Rustle. The wind scattered documents across the table. Their suits and hair were blown into disarray, making them stagger and fumble. And when they finally regained their senses, shock and fury painted their faces. Because the general who'd just spoken out, was now dangling in midair. Alex was holding him up by the throat with one hand. Guh, guh. The general couldn't breathe. His face was bright red, veins bulging grotesquely as he kicked and struggled like a lamb caught in a wolf's jaws. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Alex's grip was too strong. You seem to have forgotten your place. With the general still clutched in one hand, Alex's gaze swept over the room with lazy disdain. You're used to being the top of the food chain. In your world, everyone grovels before you. You bark orders, and the world obeys. But in front of me. He raised a finger on his free hand and waved it slowly. You're ants. So, anyone else here need a reminder of where they stand? Silence. A cold, paralyzing silence fell over the room. Everyone was stunned. Eyes wide, they stared in disbelief at the struggling general in Alex's grip. He actually did it. He laid hands on a general. Even though they'd heard Alex had taken down an entire intelligence base solo, seeing it firsthand was still beyond anything they could mentally process. This was utter lawlessness. You threatening us? The Secretary of Defense asked in a low, cold voice after a long beat of silence, locking eyes with Alex. Yes, Alex answered without hesitation, his voice like steel. The Secretary's breath caught. He almost choked on his own fury. He began to tremble. The others were on the brink of collapse too, some nearly biting their tongues in rage or disbelief. None of them had ever seen arrogance on this level. My God! Let him go, Smith is going to die. A Homeland Security official couldn't take it anymore and shouted when he saw the general, Smith, already unconscious, eyes rolled back. But Alex didn't move. It was like he didn't hear a thing. This is absurd, the secretary barked. The United States does not negotiate with terrorists. If you think you can intimidate us into... Emma? Alex cut him off, glancing over at the White Queen. Emma gave a small nod. Well then. Alex smiled, a cold, merciless smile that sent a chill through the room. A sense of dread settled over everyone. Mr. Secretary, thank you for your service to your country. ZZZRT. Twin beams of searing red light shot from Alex's eyes, striking the Secretary of Defense square in the chest. The blast sent him flying into the wall with a loud crack, then crumpling to the ground. He didn't move. 2 gaping holes had burned straight through his torso. Clean through. Dead. Instantly. Secretary. Mr. Secretary. Don't, no. Chaos erupted in the room. People rushed over to check on him, then froze. Shock. Disbelief. Denial. The Secretary of Defense was dead. Finally, fear crept into the eyes of the High Command. Their gazes shifted toward Alex, now tinged with dread. This man was insane. And he would kill. "You're a monster," someone finally screamed. A congressman, red-faced, trembling, pointed a finger at Alex. "A demon, nothing but a murderous freak." "A demon?" Alex sneered. "That's rich. 2 weeks ago, my brothers and sisters risked their lives to save your fleet, to save this country. And what did you decide, right here in this room? You wanted them dead. You wanted to kill the very people who saved you. And now you call me the monster. You hypocritical pieces of shit." Smack. In a blink, Alex appeared in front of the congressman and slapped him across the face with a force that echoed through the room. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far. Chapter 112, Rivers of Blood, the slaughter that shook the Pentagon to its core. Whoosh! Bang! The congressman was hurled into the air as if struck by a boulder, slamming into the wall several meters away before crashing to the floor. Alex hadn't gone for the kill, but that one slap had nearly shattered the man's bones. He lay curled up on the ground, looking half dead, utterly incapable of standing. His eyes stared wide in terror at Alex. In that moment, he dared not utter another word. "So this is what you came for today? Revenge?" The voice of Director Hansen cut through the silence. As expected of the head of intelligence, he still managed to maintain composure under pressure. "I'm just here to demand justice for mutants." Alex's face was solemn as he spoke, not just to Director Hansen, but to every powerful figure in the room. Half a month ago, during that meeting, a decision was made to exterminate innocent mutants. But not everyone supported that choice. To those who stood against it, consider yourselves lucky. You should thank your conscience. Thank your sense of justice. Those who voted against it get to live today. But those who voted for it? Look at the Secretary of Defense, that's your fate. Those who kill must be prepared to be killed. When the executioners chose to butcher our kin, they should have known this day would come. His words detonated like a bomb in the room. Shock and dread swept through every person present. That vote had not been unanimous. Some had opposed the order to exterminate the mutants, but they were few. Over 70% had agreed to the plan. Of those, nearly half were in this very room, more than 20 of them. These were the top power players across every major department in the country. The core of the nation's governance. If Alex killed all of them, it would be a catastrophic blow. The country would spiral into chaos. A complete breakdown. Civil collapse. All-out anarchy, wouldn't even begin to describe it. "Son, I admit the decision back then may have been misguided," a senior official from National Security said in a pleading tone. "We've heard you loud and clear. I'll report this to the President and the Senate. Please, before things pass the point of no return, stop. Don't let this go any further. You'll regret it. Alex sneered. What a joke. The last people in the world I'd ever trust, are people like you. Without wasting another word, he turned to the White Queen. Emma, find them all. Emma nodded and activated her ability, scanning the minds of everyone present. In a blink, she knew exactly who had supported the slaughter of the mutants. Him, she said casually, pointing at a senior official from Homeland Security. Gulp. The man's face turned pale as he instinctively swallowed hard. When Alex's glowing gaze landed on him, his heart lurched violently, nearly bursting from his chest. Wait. Zap. Two searing beams of heat vision blasted from Alex's eyes, cutting the man down before he could finish. Thud. The official collapsed lifelessly, off to reunite with his dear secretary. Him. Zap. Him. Zap. Him. Zap. One after another, the titans of government fell. The scent of blood filled the room, thick, choking, metallic. Panic gripped the survivors. They trembled uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. Gone was their usual air of power and prestige. Now, they huddled like livestock in a slaughterhouse, forced to watch their colleagues get butchered before their eyes. And they knew, they were next. That crushing dread, watching death approach step by step, was enough to unravel even the strongest mind. Even those who had opposed the vote, or hadn't been present at the meeting, broke down. To them, Alex wasn't a mutant anymore. He was death incarnate, risen from hell to claim their lives. Him. Zap. Stop. That's enough. One of the officials finally cracked, his voice breaking as he begged, please, no more. Just stop. We can fix this, whatever you want, I'll make it happen. I swear to God, just, please, no more killing. Whoosh. Before he even finished speaking, Alex had moved, instantly appearing in front of the man, eyes cold and merciless. Don't interrupt me while I'm working. Smack. A slap sent the man flying. Emma. Continue. Alex shook his hand nonchalantly, as if brushing off dust. As if taking lives meant nothing to him. You maniac. The director of the Bureau of Investigation stepped forward, his eyes resolute. Go ahead, kill me. I don't regret my decision. If I could do it again, I'd still choose the same path. Freaks like you don't deserve to live in this world. Oh. Finally, someone with a spine. Alex gave him a mocking glance, voice indifferent. You should be grateful I'm not into torture. Zap. The director's head burst open. Thud. His headless body crumpled to the ground. Emma. Continue. Him. Zap. Him. Zap. One after another, Alex reaped lives with relentless precision, each blast of heat vision adding another corpse to the growing pile. Blood pooled across the floor. The smell of death was overwhelming, nauseating. The surviving officials curled up like frightened animals, stripped of all dignity, shivering in terror. All their authority, their prestige, their illusions of control, gone. Alex had shattered them. Him. Zap. Well, that was the last one. With Emma's final declaration, the searing glow faded from Alex's eyes. The massacre ended. Those who remained felt as if they'd just crawled back from the edge of hell. Every single one of them was utterly drained. For 60 advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. https://patreon.com/twilight_scribe1. If you're enjoying the story, please consider supporting me with Power Stones. For every 50 Power Stones, I'll release 2 bonus chapters as a thank you. Your support means the world to me and keeps me motivated to write more. So please, don't forget to drop those Power Stones. And if you have a moment, leave a review too. I'd love to hear what you think about the novel so far.